I grew up in an orphanage, surviving on government support and the care of my neighbors. In the past, I could only earn tuition fees by working on construction sites, and even had to eat instant noodles to make ends meet. Until my billionaire parents found me, seeing me in tattered clothes and penniless. His father handed him a bank card, which contained 3 billion yuan. William, our family is very rich. You don't have to work on the construction site anymore. But this sudden wealth made me shocked and uneasy, and my intuition told me that there was no simple reason for my disappearance. Chapter 1. 2 days ago, I received the acceptance letter, but I was not excited. My achievements were the result of my own hard work. I was admitted to Jinling University, a top-notch university in China. This honor also made me the pride of people around me. But I know that all this is just the outside world's evaluation. After all, I am an orphan. I have been living in this bustling city, eating at other people's homes since I was young, and being favored by the country. Now that I have this admission letter, my neighbors have come to congratulate me, and the voices of support are increasing. This city has given me endless warmth over the years, and I'm grateful to those who have always cared about me, especially when I was the loneliest. Anywho, I really don't need it. The school scholarship and bonus are enough to cover my living expenses for 4 years. I declined with a smile, but still saw her off sincerely. My home is extremely simple, and the house is dilapidated. My only support is the old man I picked up, but he has passed away long ago. There was a girl who was with me once. She was the light of my life, but we broke up. Not because of betrayal, not because I fell in love with someone else, but because I didn't want her to suffer with me. Reason tells me that continuing will only drag her down, and she deserves a better life. I don't regret breaking up, but I can't help feeling a little unwilling. I deleted her contact information and threw away my old phone. In a few days after the breakup, I didn't feel relieved. Instead, I felt depressed. But fortunately, I feel warmed by the care of my neighbors. I will always remember the help they have given me over the years, and if I can achieve something one day, I will definitely repay them. At noon, I was preparing to cook, but when I opened the lid of the pot, it suddenly stopped. How can this happen? As an 18-year-old young and strong academic master, I can't even open the pot. I couldn't help but complain in a low voice, and I was furious. I hurriedly took out my bank card to withdraw some money. I had to go to the construction site to move bricks at 1 p.m., and I couldn't delay. My bank card contains my savings from these years of frugality, as well as school scholarships and donations from kind people. A total of 110,000 yuan. I took out some money and bought 50 cents worth of noodles. I had garlic noodles today. The total cost of this meal was less than 70 cents, which was considered a saving. I held my bank card tightly in my hand and walked to the ATM on the corner. The moment I inserted the card, I suddenly felt a little dazed and quickly grabbed the handrail, thinking that I had hypoglycemia and I just needed to wait a while. But a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Spend 200,000 to activate the godly rich system. I was stunned for a moment. Was this a scam? How could I hear a voice prompt on an ATM? I shook my head, withdrew 200 yuan, pulled out the card, and left. However, after walking away, the same voice sounded in my mind again. Spend 200,000 to activate the godly rich system. Are you mistaken? I don't have the money to activate any system. I muttered to myself as I walked into a nearby noodle shop. Annie Wong, $4 for noodles. I took the noodles and prepared to go home, but I met some neighbors on the street. William, there's a large group of people in front of your house. Go back and have a look. Yes, there are a lot of cars parked there. I just passed by your house, and the door was already surrounded by people. And your high school class teacher. I quickened my pace, my mind full of doubts. I don't have any relatives, and as for those cars, they should be for poverty alleviation. When I got to the corner, I observed from behind a tree for a while, and the scene in front of me stunned me. There were people in suits all around and several luxurious, stretched business cars. I took a deep breath, clenched the bag of noodles in my hand, walked out, forced myself to stay calm, and walked through the crowd to my door. When the head teacher saw me, she came up to me hurriedly and said, "William, your biological parents have found you. Come and meet them." She handed me a blood relationship certificate. I was stunned, took the paper, and looked at it carefully for a long time. No one around me disturbed me. After a long time, I looked up, my heartbeat quickened, and my mind buzzed. For more than 10 years, I have endured too much loneliness and pain alone. I once had hope, but more often I was disappointed. The moment the head teacher said that, my heart skipped a beat, and the uncontrollable emotions almost made me collapse. I turned and looked at the three people, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. Their eyes were full of tears, and their bodies were shaking slightly. I know that I am their blood. Looking at them, my heart is surprisingly calm. Facing those three pairs of expectant eyes, I took a step forward, a smile on my lips, but tears flowed unconsciously. The middle-aged woman rushed over to hug me, crying heartbreakingly, "William, Mama's sorry for you. You have suffered all these years." Her crying silenced everyone. The woman blamed herself painfully and even slapped herself, tears and applause intertwined. It looked like her face was beginning to swell up. Chapter 2. I took a deep breath. The scene in front of me was unbelievable. My mother's face had begun to swell, and I hurriedly grabbed her hand, my heart filled with unspeakable complex emotions. "You're right, you definitely didn't mean it. Stop hitting me." I used up all my strength to persuade her in a dry voice. She finally stopped, wiped away her tears, and gently touched my face. In the blink of an eye, my son has grown up so much he's taller but too thin. As she said this, she took me to see my father and grandfather. I couldn't help but look down at them. Grandpa was in high spirits, standing straight. Although his eyes were red, he clenched his hands tightly, without shedding a single tear. When my father saw me looking over, he quickly wiped away his tears and forced a smile, but he couldn't help crying again. He finally stopped hiding his tears and stood there quietly, at a loss. Seeing this scene, the mother was obviously very angry. She kicked the father fiercely and said, "It took you so many years to find it. You are such a waste." The father did not refute, but just smiled bitterly, tears falling again. He tried to say something, but he could not say anything and could only cover his face and sob. I wiped my tears. My heart was filled with uncontrollable emotions. After a long silence, I took a deep breath and said calmly, "Dad, in the past 10 years, I have never called out this word like this." The sound became strange and even a little awkward. Suddenly, tears welled up in my father's eyes, and he whispered, "Oh, my son, I've been looking for you so hard." This man, who had worked hard all his life to build a business empire, now cried like a child, his eyes blurred with tears. My mother whispered, "Today is a good day. Stop crying." I wiped away my tears, looked up, and called out to my grandfather, "Grandpa." Although the old man had already secretly wiped away his tears, he still smiled when I called him. He took out a gold lock from his pocket and carefully hung it around my neck. "Don't lose it again. You've suffered so much over the years. Fortunately, I found you, finally found you." I nodded silently, feeling the heavy gold lock around my neck, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. After checking the time, I took a deep breath and suggested, "You haven't eaten yet? I'll cook." My mother smiled and said, "Okay, let me taste your cooking." I took the $4 noodles and went to cook, thinking that the entourage outside would obviously not eat my noodles, and they were probably not relatives. Sure enough, when I opened the door to let my family in, my mother closed the door and no one else came in. After I got home, I realized that although I prepared a meal, I didn't know if these people would be able to eat it. "How about garlic noodles?" I asked. Before my mother could say anything, my grandfather said, "We will eat whatever you eat." I sighed and said nothing more. I peeled garlic silently and prepared enough for 4 people. The garlic harvested last year was almost finished for this meal. While I was cooking, my 3 relatives quietly observed my humble residence. Although the house was small, it was very clean. The walls were covered with various awards I had won. Those past efforts and achievements have now become a symbol of this home. My mother wanted to check my refrigerator, but she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. "William, where is your refrigerator?" she asked in confusion. "I haven't bought a refrigerator yet, and I'm going to school soon, so I don't really need one," I replied. As soon as I finished speaking, my mother couldn't help but shed tears, her eyes full of heartache. She stopped talking and just stared at me, busying around in the kitchen until I had put the noodles in the pot and prepared the garlic sauce. When I walked to the dining table with 2 bowls of garlic noodles, I suddenly remembered that there were only 2 bowls at home. Without thinking too much, I ran to my neighbor's house to borrow 2 bowls in less than a minute. 4 bowls of garlic noodles were served on the table. Grandpa couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up on his face. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and stuffed them into his mouth. Tears and noodles intertwined, bitterness and saltiness mixed. "You guys eat first and put the bowls on the table after you finish. I have to hurry to the construction site." The contractor has a bad temper. I stood up and prepared to leave, but my father grabbed me and said, "Don't go. It's so hot. You won't have to work for money again in your life. You won't be able to spend all our money in 2 lifetimes." He handed me a bank card with the image of a centurion engraved on the black card face. I took the card, stroked it, and felt a lot of emotions in my heart. In fact, I don't even know how much money is in the card. I know that this card represents my father's love. Mother asked softly, "Do you plan to stay in Jinling or return to the capital?" Grandpa interrupted her. "Whether you stay in Jinling or return to the capital, the Zhao family's headquarters is in the capital. If you choose to stay here, you have to go home for 2 days a week. No matter what you choose, you have to go back to Beijing for a while in the 2 months before school starts. Things need to be handled." I knew that once Grandpa opened his mouth, I could not refute him. No matter where I was, I knew that it was a better future than the present. The mother also spoke up. "Pack your things. You have a flight this afternoon. Let's go home first." I nodded woodenly, but I felt like I couldn't adapt. Happiness came too suddenly, and I didn't even know how to face it all. In just one day, I went from a poor boy to a rich kid. When I was packing up, I realized that there was almost nothing worth keeping in this small home. The most precious things were probably the awards on the wall and my accumulated study notes. My mother carefully tore off the awards one by one and put them away. I stood by and watched it all. When I finished washing the dishes and was about to return them to my neighbors, I saw the neighbors standing in the distance and watching silently. They had watched me grow up and knew my difficult past, when I had to take care of my sick grandfather while trying to go to school. They felt sorry for me and sincerely hoped that I could have a better life. A surge of emotion surged in my heart, and I bowed to them. The neighbors hurriedly made way and left quietly. No one wanted to accept my thanks. Over the years, they had never complained to me. It was just a small favor. Several old ladies smiled and said to me, "William is getting married. Remember to bring your wife to us to see. We are waiting." "Okay, I will." I wiped my tears and turned into the house. At 1 p.m., I said goodbye to my neighbors one by one. Today, I finally had the opportunity to recognize the first car logo in my life, Rolls-Royce. In the blink of an eye, I went from being a poor boy to a rich kid. Chapter 3. 3 extended cars slowly drove out of the small town on the edge of Jinling City. I got in the car, and my relatives began to exchange contact information with each other. When I took out the old phone, Mr. Zhao was stunned, took a deep breath, and was obviously a loss. Zhao Zichang made a phone call, and 10 minutes later, the phone was delivered. It was the latest smartphone, the most advanced phone on the market. I unpacked it, inserted the card, and turned it on. Although I had never used such a high-end device before, I quickly mastered it. The seats in the car were spacious. My mother and I sat together. Wang Qian thought for a long time before she spoke. "Integrate into the new life as soon as possible. Adjust your living and eating habits, and don't put too much pressure on yourself." She continued, "We have set a small goal for you. We will transfer some money to you first, and then you can accept it slowly. 300 million, there is no mandatory requirement. Spend it as you like, and we'll talk about it when it's all spent." Hearing this, I couldn't help but shudder. 300 million, it's simply an astronomical figure. I thought dully, if I were paid based on my salary for moving bricks on the construction site, 150 million a day, 300 million would require me to work for more than 5,000 years without eating or drinking. I stuttered and asked, "Are you sure I'm your son? Don't make any mistake. I can't believe you're giving me so much money for nothing." My words made them laugh. My father, Zhao Zichang, even took out several blood relationship certificates and said they had already confirmed it. I looked at the results carefully and smiled with a clear conscience. At this moment, I knew that my life had really changed. I once worked hard to change my life through studying, and now I have truly experienced the feeling of having a rich fortune. The joy that comes from getting something for nothing is truly indescribable. I silently felt my eyes moistening as the city scene outside the car window gradually became blurred and the car was heading towards the airport. In my mind, that familiar voice sounded again. "Spend 200,000 to activate the super rich system," repeated over and over again. The sound annoyed me, but I held it back and asked myself silently, "How about 100,000? 150,000? 170,000? I really don't know what to buy. I don't play games, drink, smoke, or go to nightclubs. I don't even think it's appropriate to spend 200,000 yuan on books." As I was thinking, some new options suddenly popped up in my mind. Supporting a girlfriend, buying a car, going to nightclubs, giving tips, traveling overseas. After reading it, I rubbed my brows and felt a little excited. Perhaps this is the beginning of my new life, full of possibilities. I quietly opened the black card Zhao Zichong gave me and confirmed that there was 1 billion in the card. I was shocked when he casually said, "This is pocket money for you." I opened the shopping app and started filling the shopping cart. Online shopping has never been so luxurious. Books, electronic products, and even some luxury goods were all added to my shopping cart. I bought more than 200 books, from The Republic to Classic of Mountains and Seas, from Being and Nothingness to Thousand Cranes, until I didn't know what to buy anymore. But these books were not enough to spend 200,000. I frowned and finally decided to bite the bullet and buy a Royal Oak watch worth 150,000. After the purchase, I felt a little rushed. This kind of consumption has never appeared in my life. My parents looked at the watch I bought and frowned slightly. Especially my mother. She felt that with my current status, the price of the watch should be higher. Although they were a little dissatisfied, they didn't say anything. After all, this was just the beginning. After buying the watch, I bought some sundries and made up the total of 200,000 yuan. When the payment was completed, the long-lost voice finally rang in my mind. Cumulative consumption, 201,000 yuan. The Shinhouse system has been activated. Do you want to receive the activation gift package? I chose yes, without hesitation. The system quickly displays the contents of the gift package: a self-improvement plan for the super rich, a fearless spending double cashback card, the young master's daily guidance and navigation, and a universal trading system. I immediately turned my eyes to the universal trading system. My heart moved slightly, and I thought to myself, grow 1 centimeter. The system immediately popped up a price, 50,000 yuan. I was shocked, $50,000 to add 1 centimeter to my height. It was crazy but exciting. At this time, Grandpa Zhao suddenly spoke up. "William, it's time to consider marriage. Oldie has been talking about you every year. The Li family has strict rules. William is already 18 years old. It's time for the children to meet each other." I was confused and could only ask, "What are you talking about?" My mother replied casually, "We are talking about your childhood fiancé. Let me show you a photo." Chapter 4. I suddenly felt that the amount of information was too much. After all, I was an orphan since childhood, and I had a hard time for 18 years. Suddenly facing these changes really made me feel a little overwhelmed. When a mother took out her cell phone and showed the photo of the girl, I couldn't help but take a look. She is really beautiful. It turns out that she is my biological mother, and her love is incomparable. Since my mother has made the decision for me, I will just let it go. After all, my family is the Zhao family, and what my mother said is reasonable. "William, Mom hopes you can be mentally prepared. Not every girl from family like ours can enter the Zhao family." Her tone was serious, and she added, "You have to understand, only 1 girl can enter our house. Only 1. I was a little confused and thought, isn't it true that everyone can only marry 1 wife? I was a little stunned, but my mother didn't embarrass me anymore, perhaps because she was worried that I wouldn't be able to accept it all at once. Zhao Zichong had a complicated expression, and he seemed to care whether I could adapt to these changes. He sighed, took off the watch from his hand, and put on mine himself. "William, you should know that if you were born in our family, you can only drive Rolls-Royce and supercars. Driving a miscellaneous car will be looked down upon by others. You are my only son, understand?" I nodded, but my heart was filled with mixed emotions. It turns out that rich people also live very hard. As a member of the family, I decided not to let the family down. Since I'm already a child of the Zhao family, I cannot discredit this family. I even planned to give the 150,000 watch to my former class teacher, who helped me when I was the most lonely. Wearing my father's watch, I boarded a private plane for the first time. Everything on the plane seemed so luxurious and comfortable, and the inferiority complex I once became insignificant at this moment. I sat there and gradually felt that I was completely different from the orphan boy I used to be. The fruit and meals handed over by the flight attendant made me feel a little overwhelmed. I never thought that I would experience such treatment. The sun shone through the plane window onto my face, and my heart seemed to become brighter along with the light. The gap between inferiority and pride seemed to disappear at this moment. The plane landed in more than an hour. The system's voice broke my thoughts. After the plane landed, my mother supported my excited grandfather. I could feel his inner pain and joy. He couldn't hold his head up all these years because of my disappearance. But now that I'm back, the bloodline of the Zhao family has continued. When he got off the plane, Grandpa laughed loudly and resoundingly, as if all the grievances and depressions of the past 18 years were released at this moment. The laughter spread all the way to the Zhao family manor, and the whole scene was filled with a warm atmosphere. I saw many people, reporters holding cameras, a red carpet spread for half a mile, fireworks blooming in the sky, and firecrackers going off one after another. Everyone was wearing a formal dress and smiling, as if they were welcoming me home. Holding Grandpa, I could feel his inner satisfaction. His laughter seemed to release years of emotions, which moved me. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, full of warmth and affection. I walked on the red carpet, the sun shone on me. My smile was no longer concealed, my eyes were firm. I was no longer the orphan boy I once was, and every handshake and every smile seemed natural and calm. A whisper came from the side. "William is suffering outside." I responded with a smile. "Not suffering at all. God will give great responsibilities to those who are capable of them. I just went out to relax, huh?" There was no complaint in my tone, but rather it was full of joy. "This young man must be a rare talent." A middle-aged man said softly. "He is just the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Not worth mentioning." I smiled and walked more calmly. At this moment, I felt more comfortable and confident than ever before. Halfway down the red carpet, my grandfather whispered to me, "It's best not to talk to people standing on the periphery. They're not qualified enough." I chuckled and responded, "A good reputation is not about catering to the people around you, but about leaving those who have a gap with us speechless." Grandpa glanced at me and smiled even brighter, and we continued to move forward towards the huge villa. Every step was filled with the breath of new life. I saw many people of my age with sharp eyes, full of contempt and arrogance. I still kept smiling and responded to their gazes gently. I seemed to no longer care about all this. Finally, Grandpa pointed forward and said, "That's the Leaf family. Apart from our Zhao family, the Leaf family has always been concerned about your whereabouts." The middle-aged couple were Li Miaoshuan's parents. In the past, when you call them uncle and aunt, you should be more sincere. "Li Miaoshuan, my childhood fiancé." I turned to look at them, smiled, and walked over. Chapter 5. Tonight, the mother's words were gentle and expectant. "Miaoxian's plane will be back from England tonight, and she will come over too. You should have developed feelings for each other earlier." She added that after learning the news from me, Li Miaoshuan immediately booked a flight back home. Li Miaoshuan's parents were relieved when they saw me. Although they had known for a long time that I was their daughter's fiancé who had a 10-year agreement, they were worried that I grew up outside and had little knowledge and culture. When I started to speak, I was well-spoken and elegant. They obviously changed their opinion of me and praised me frequently. "William is really good. He can adapt so quickly. He is really a rare talent." When I entered the Lee family's manor, I was amazed at the luxurious scene before me. The flowers, plants, and trees in the manor made me realize that all this wealth will eventually surround me. Although I'm not used to it, I know that this is my world. I have the right to enjoy all of this and be able to show it to others with pride. When I was receiving Uncle and Aunt Lee, I noticed that the floor of the atrium had been replaced with gorgeous white marble, and brand new cars were parked in the yard, revealing a hint of luxury. Several young and beautiful girls sat next to me. Their eyes were always on me. I felt uneasy and wondered if Zhao Zichang had arranged them to be my course tutors. I relaxed, sat close to them, and asked with a smile, "Would you like to drink anything, sisters?" One of the most eye-catching girls waved for me to sit over. When I sat down, she suddenly said, "Sister Miaoxian doesn't let us drink. She wants to keep an eye on you and not let other girls take you away." My head felt dizzy, and I quickly stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, another girl stopped me and said, "There are many young ladies from the capital here today. You have to stay in our sight. How do we know where you are going?" Helplessly, I sat down again, revealing a helpless smile. Fortunately, they did not mean any harm, and the atmosphere was relaxed. They continued, "If you go out for a walk, no one will be watching you, and your marriage might be ruined. At least if you sit here, no one will embarrass you." As the party atmosphere became more and more heated, it seemed as if all this was a welcome ceremony for me. The girls around me would tell me the names of those big shots and their backgrounds and relationships in detail. I was shocked when I heard this. It turned out that all those people I once admired now appeared in my sight. At this time, a man in a suit and tie came up to me and briefly confirmed my personal information. "Mr. Zhao, I will be your personal lawyer in the future, responsible for handling the Zhao family's inheritance, shares, and other matters." I rubbed my head, casually provided my ID information, and let him go. Although my identity has changed, I still maintain my principles unless I fully understand everything. Then, I had a pleasant chat with Li Miaoxin's cousin Li Shan. Li Shan was lively and cheerful, always making me blush. While we were talking, Wang Qian came over and handed me a bouquet of roses. She's back. I walked to the end of the red carpet, holding the flowers. I felt strange. Although many people pursue freedom and happiness, I don't dislike this kind of arranged marriage arrangement. Maybe it was because of my poverty when I was a child that gave me fantasies and expectations about marriage. The Rolls-Royce arrived, the driver opened the door, and the white shoes stepped onto the red carpet. Li Miaoxuan walked towards me with a scrutinizing look, and after a few seconds, she stretched out her hand. I handed her the flowers, but she didn't take them immediately. Instead, she stared at me, and after a moment's pause, she gently held my hand. Her calm demeanor and warm hands made me feel at ease. We continued walking, and Li Miaoxian suddenly spoke. After getting off the plane, I contacted your high school class teacher. I heard that you are both excellent in character and academics, and work hard. She paused and said, I hope that when I am with you, I can see a better you, and at the same time I can become a better person. Her sincere words made me feel warm. Although we let go of each other's hands, she stayed by my side, her steps light and intimate. The band's music sounded, as if announcing, William has returned, and the welcome ceremony has officially begun. Chapter 6. I stood aside and listened to Li Shan and several other girls discussing the identities of those important people, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, these conversations prevented me from being embarrassed in the following conversations. After all, being able to talk about areas that these people are familiar with can make you appear knowledgeable without making people feel too awkward, and you can even take the opportunity to curry favor with them. I never like to do what the young masters in Beijing do, showing off or flaunting. I prefer to be low-key, but still graceful, because I understand that the so-called social circle is the kind of place where you can be at ease and make people feel your presence. To put it bluntly, you have to have weight. Li Miaoxuan went to change into her dress. When she was ready, I decided to stand in a conspicuous position and look at everything in a manner. Several elderly guests walked out of the moon gate behind the rockery and laughed. Mr. Zhao pointed at me and introduced me to them. I smiled in response, trying not to look too stiff, but I felt a little complicated. These people are all experienced business people with sharp eyes. When they found that I could fit into this circle, they obviously had a new understanding of me. Mr. Zhao smiled and said something to them, and everyone nodded and said they would help take care of it in the future. I felt a little uncomfortable with the unique demeanor of rich people, but this is what I must learn. The party was in full swing, and Li Miaoxuan's mother and Wang Qian stood together with smiles on their faces. It seemed that all their emotions were concentrated on this day, as if all the pressure and expectations of so many years were finally released. Looking at their smiles, I was a little stunned, and my mood became more complicated. William, your uncle gave you a Ferrari Enzo, and your aunt gave you a Bugatti Veyron GT. The butler held the microphone and announced the news that made people's heart beat faster. Every time the amounts of these luxury cars, mansions, and cash were reported one by one, my heart became heavy, as if all this wealth no longer belonged to me alone, but also carried a heavy responsibility. My aunt gave me a villa in the Second Ring Road, my uncle gave me 5 villas in the Magic City, and my aunt gave me 5 villas in the Jinling area. Every name and every fortune reported made me feel as if I was being pushed to the forefront of the world. Originally just an ordinary young man, now I carry the expectations and attention of too many people. I was so nervous that I felt a little uncomfortable until I heard congratulations to my fiancée, Li Miaoxuan, on a private jet, and almost everyone's eyes were on me. I looked at Li Miaoxuan. She had changed into a moon-white long dress. When she approached me, the line of her collarbone and her temperament complemented each other so well that I was a little stunned. I stood on the stage, smiled slightly, and said jokingly, I am very happy that so many people came to witness my return home. Today, the Zhao family is honored, and I am grateful for your support. I will definitely go to the grand event with you all in the future. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by thunderous applause. Both Mr. Zhao and Zhao Zicheng gave me a thumbs up, and everyone regarded this as the brightest news of the day. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised that these words could cause such a response. Although I didn't think it was anything special, It was obvious that every word and every action on this occasion could become the focus of discussion in the future. Zhao Zicheng handed me the car keys. Although the car was carefully hidden under the car cover, I was still a little unsure. I didn't feel relieved until Li Miaoxian confirmed it. It turned out that I did not come completely empty-handed. My father and family had already considered my needs and gave me a Rolls-Royce. As the sun gradually sets, the hustle and bustle of the manor slowly fades away, leaving only familiar people in the venue. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the garden, and the warm golden light illuminates this tranquility. Everyone in the Li family was sitting aside chatting, while Wang Qian urged me to go and have a heart-to-heart talk with Li Miaoshuan. Don't stay in the sun anymore. Your skin will be tanned. Li Miaoshuan said softly. She always took good care of me, as if she never thought about herself, but always thought about me. I could only nod. She seemed to say these words very naturally, but I could sense that there was something unusual about them. She continued, the Li family's assets will all be given to you in the future. As long as you treat me sincerely, I don't need anything else but your sincerity. Her words shocked me, but I didn't answer immediately. I just listened silently. Obviously, Li Miaoshuan's expectations of me far exceeded my imagination. When you are with me in the future, don't associate with other people, and don't go out to play with girls outside. Her tone suddenly became serious. I was stunned and explained hurriedly, I really don't have many. As soon as I said this, I blushed. Her eyes were gentle but firm, as if she had seen through everything. I'd better go back to China to accompany you. Li Miaoshuan continued, her tone gentle but firm. For people of your status, there are too many temptations outside. I'd better come back to accompany you. She leaned on my shoulder. I was stunned for a moment, then reached out and held her in my arms. She had a faint fragrance on her body, and at that moment, my heart was quietly touched. Chapter 7. The lights of the manor gradually lit up, and the villa instantly became as dazzling as a noble castle. I couldn't help but think back to my past self, that small room. On summer nights, I couldn't enjoy the luxury of air conditioning or electric fans. I only had a few basins of water to cool down, and my sweat soaked the sheets. Now, I sit in this pavilion, surrounded by the breeze and air conditioners, and it is unbelievable how my life has changed. Who is born to like hardship? Who can love struggle from the beginning? I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the past, I claimed to be noble and advocated struggle and persistence, but now that I have the ability, I began to face the desires in my heart. At this moment, sitting next to Li Miaoxian, feeling her soft hair brushing my nose, my heartbeat accelerated. At the age of 18, my desires were so clear. I wanted to get closer to her or even hug her, but I always felt that I couldn't reach out my hand. She leaned on my shoulder, leaning on me gently, and the warm feeling made me nervous and peaceful. We sat for a long time until the lights of the city became brighter and brighter, and then Li Miaoshuan said softly, It's time for dinner. I don't plan to stay tonight. I'll accompany you tomorrow. She went on to say, I have asked someone to prepare information about luxury cars, watches, and luxury goods, and the butler will deliver them to your room soon. She paused, her eyes a little complicated. About that matter, let's wait a while. After all, we are still young. You look a little thin. Even the ends of your hair are gray. You are not getting enough nutrition. Grandpa said that you should abstain from sex when you were young, and when you're stronger, you could do everything slowly. I nodded and said calmly, Well, it's not good for you to have a baby too early. We can take it slow. Although Li Miaoshuan didn't seem to care about this, I still wanted to respect her choice. Li Miaoxian took me to the brightly lit hall. The atmosphere in the restaurant was warm and friendly. I looked at the feast in front of me, and my heart was filled with surprise. In the past, I thought that garlic noodles with some meat was a luxurious meal. However, today the Manchu Han banquet was placed in front of me, and I was deeply shocked by the delicious food on the table. Li Miaoxian smiled and pulled me to a seat. Eat if you're hungry. You don't have to wait for others. You need to be stronger to be more manly. I was touched by her warm concern. She had a calm and proud temperament, but she always cared for me. I started to pick up my chopsticks, but I couldn't help but hesitate when faced with these unfamiliar ingredients. Li Miaoxian picked up some dishes for me and said, This is the braised pork made by my aunt. She has been studying this dish, just waiting for you to come home and taste it. I looked at the braised pork, and my heart was sour and bitter. The warm taste instantly brought back long-lost emotions. I closed my eyes and tasted it silently. The warmth left me speechless. She picked up a hairy crab, a squirrel mandarin fish, and a steamed sea bass for me, and introduced them one by one. I smiled and replied, delicious. Until the end, I grabbed Li Miaoxuan's wrist and said, stop pinching food from me. You eat too. The atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant, and laughter filled the dining table. Grandpa took out a bottle of Matai. The aroma was strong, and the hot taste of the wine made my head a little confused, but stimulated my senses. I am really destined to be rich in this life. I was filled with fearless determination. I continued to enjoy the speed of the car. The car might not be worth much, but he cared more about the passion and speed. Li Miaoxin looked at me tenderly, and she was relieved to see that I was drunk. Although I was a little drunk, it made me more honest, and I could enjoy this rare, quiet time. For the first time in my life, I was so drunk that I almost lost consciousness. Li Miaoxian helped me back to the room, and I felt extremely warm. Wang Qian stood at the door, hesitating whether to come in and help me wash and settle everything, but she found that she was gradually unable to do so. Li Miaoxian was filled with relief when she saw all this. Although she is not my biological daughter, she cares for me so much that I am deeply touched. Don't move, I'll wash your feet, Li Miaoxian whispered, and her green fingers gently tapped my ankles. The sound was as clear as celadon, touching my heart. I sighed softly, with a hint of complex emotions in my eyes. Chapter 8. Li Miaoxuan did not leave. I was already drunk and unconscious, so she decided to stay and look after me. Holding the hangover soup, Li Miaoxuan said softly, you rarely drink. How come you drank so much at once? Drinking too much will hurt your stomach. Her tone was soft and a little worried. The housekeeper came in and handed Li Miaoxuan a customized brochure of international high-end brands. She took it, flipped through a few pages, and gently placed it on the bedside. You can learn about these slowly. I was somewhat more awake, but the sound of her showering made me uneasy. Every time I heard the sound of running water, my thoughts began to become confused. As boys grow up, they are inevitably impulsive. While she was taking a shower, I began to carefully study the 4 items the system gave me. Super Rich Young Master Plan, Consumption Cashback Card, Daily Behavior Navigation, Universal Trading System. I decided to focus on the Universal Trading System first. In the afternoon, I casually asked about the price of 1 centimeter, and it turned out to be 50,000 yuan. Although I felt bad, I still thought that the money should be spent on the right things, so I decided to buy 5 centimeters. The system quickly responded. The 5-centimeter variable length transaction has been completed, and 39.05 million yuan has been automatically deducted from the account. I was stunned. How did 5 centimeters become 39 million? This is not right. 50,000 for 1 centimeter. How come 5 centimeters cost 5 times more? This is totally unfair. It's just a scam for consumers. I was so angry that I decided not to trade with this system anymore. Suddenly, I had an idea and thought. Use Consumer Cashback Card. The system responded. Used. Random multiple is 36. Cashback funds received. 1,405.8 million. Remaining consumer cashback cards. 0. Holy crap. I was shocked. My father gave me 1 billion, and I made 1 billion in a blink of an eye. This is so easy. However, I suddenly regretted that I used it too early. If I waited until I spent more, wouldn't I get more cash back? Oh shit. I realized I had missed out on hundreds of millions, maybe even millions. This made me even more regretful. Suddenly, Li Miaoxuan's voice interrupted me. Why are you making such a fuss? Come over and wash up when you're sober. Oh, here I come. I responded hastily, but I still felt at a loss. At this moment, I thought to myself, trade a cashback card. The system displayed 100 billion per card. I want it. I shouted eagerly, but after calming down, I realized 100 billion per ticket? This is simply unacceptable. I decided not to trade with this system anymore. It suddenly occurred to me that I might have been completely sucked into the crazy trade of the virtual world. I took off my clothes and prepared to find a basin, but found that there was only a bathtub and a shower in the bathroom. I hurriedly opened the bathroom door, but was surprised to see Li Miaoxuan still inside. Our eyes met, and I hurriedly closed the door, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, but I felt a little confused. Li Miaoxuan said lightly, William, what do you want to do? Miaoxuan, I really forgot there was someone inside. I explained, feeling a little embarrassed. Forgot? If you said you wanted to watch, want to be together, want to do something else, I would think it's normal. But when you said forgot, what do you mean? Her tone was full of confusion. I was stunned and didn't react. She had already walked out in her nightgown and pushed me directly into the bathroom. Hurry up and wash up and go to bed. I started to wash up and found that the Zhao family's bathroom was complicated and I couldn't find the switch. So I shouted, Meow Xian, what? Her voice came from outside. I don't know how to use the shower switch, and the water won't come out. Huh? I'll be there soon. She agreed and came over to help me adjust the water temperature. Oh, and you have abdominal muscles. Pretty good. Then she turned and left. After taking a shower, Li Miaoshuan helped me prepare my clothes, gently put on my nightgown, and tighten the belt. Go to bed. I'll turn off the lights. Wait a minute. I haven't gone to bed yet. I responded hurriedly. In the early morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. I suddenly shuddered and shouted in my dream. The contractor called my name. Then I woke up suddenly. I was relieved when I saw the decoration above my head. Li Miaoshin was gone, but the temperature was still there. Last night, we didn't do anything, just hugged each other for a while and kissed. Nothing special. The sound of the bathroom came again, and Li Miaoshuan seemed to be still washing up. I didn't want to get up. This feeling of staying in bed was still new to me. Suddenly, her voice came from outside. Are you awake? Well, what time is it now? I was half asleep. 6:35, she said vaguely. I was a little confused. Why are you up so early? How can I stay in bed the first time I sleep with you? What will my aunt think of me? Besides, how can I sleep when you keep muttering about the contractor and 50-cent soy milk in the early morning? She teased. I sighed, thinking habits could do harm. I can still clearly remember the fierce look in the contractor's eyes. Li Miaoshuan called Wang Qian good morning and then went back to the balcony to do morning yoga. Chapter 9. I was lying on the bed and saw William doing yoga on the balcony through the window. Her stern face and elegant movements formed a sharp contrast, making her look particularly cool. This morning, I woke her up. In the past, I never believed that I could sleep until I woke up naturally, but today the cool air from the air conditioner gradually woke me up. By 6 o'clock, my sleepiness had completely disappeared. Yesterday, I completed some experiments and tested the functions of the consumer cashback card and the universal transaction system, and the results were quite good. Today, I had nothing urgent to do, so I started to check the gift package given by the system. There was a document called The Rich Man's Expansion Plan in it. After opening it, I was surprised to find that this was the road to success, and the goal was grand and tempting. The contents of the plan include becoming a billionaire before the age of 30, becoming a world celebrity, changing history, leaving a lasting reputation, and even becoming a leader with charismatic ideas. Faced with these tempting goals, my heart was filled with enthusiasm. However, the more ambitious the plan, the more difficult it was to accomplish. I couldn't help but wonder whether these goals could be achieved. I noticed another feature in the system, daily navigation, which provides guidance on how to behave in the world and helps me live a healthier and higher quality life. This navigation system is very user-friendly. It not only gives guidance, but also provides rewards. I decided to enable it. The system immediately gave a suggestion. The host was detected to be in the morning talk state. Navigation suggestion. Have an in-depth exchange with Ms. Li Miaoshuan. I was a little stunned, confused by the suggestion. Then came the unexpected reward. 20D black stockings and Okamoto professional suit, which was a pleasant surprise. Although I was hesitant, Li Miaoxian and I had only known each other for one day, and such close contact seemed too hasty. But if she agreed, it would not be too late to make a decision tonight. So I got up, put on my nightgown, and opened the balcony door. The sun was warm and gentle, shining on my face. I had never felt such warm sunshine before. The scented tea brewed by Li Miaoshuan was quietly placed on the table. I poured a cup of it, and the aroma was refreshing. Li Miaoshuan's figure looked particularly light in the sun, and when she stretched her body, her raised neck looked as white as a sculpture. She turned her head and looked at me, her cold eyes carrying deep emotions. She whispered, "Weren't you satisfied last night? It's already morning." Her tone was teasing, and I was stunned for a moment, embarrassed. I drank the water and left in a hurry, my cheeks flushed. Later, I went upstairs to ask her to come downstairs for dinner. After she finished her shower, she came to me, suddenly sat on my legs, and whispered, "It's a little itchy here. Help me scratch it." I subconsciously reached out to touch where she pointed, my heart beating faster, but I soon realized that I had touched a place I shouldn't have. She seemed to be completely unconcerned, quickly stood up, and glanced at me coldly, as if everything was over. After going downstairs, I saw through the window that several supercars were being towed to the manor. The Ferrari Enzo and Bugatti Veyron GT were worth a lot of money and were enviable. However, I found that I did not have a pilot's license, while Li Miaoxian could fly a small plane. Her ability made me feel inferior, and even though she was my fiancée, I still felt that there was an insurmountable gap between us. At breakfast, the lawyers entered the manor, and I hurried to deal with the work. Li Miaoxian gently reminded me, "Don't be impatient. They are waiting for you, not for you to cater to them. Go after dinner." I was a little confused, but I didn't ask any more questions. I just nodded and did as I was told. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host is flattering and not following his own heart. Navigation advice: respect yourself, speak your own truth, and don't succumb to the upper class blindly. I hesitated for a while, and suddenly realized that I should respect myself. Li Miaoxian always taught me, and today it was time for me to express my own views. I whispered, "Miaoxian, I think that even though we are in the role of employers, respecting others is still a virtue. It may not bring immediate benefits, but when we uphold our self-respect, we will be more fulfilled in our hearts, souls, and personalities." Chapter 10. I have never been so persistent in my principles, and my words sounded particularly serious. Li Miaoxian put down his chopsticks and said softly, "I'm sorry, I understand. I will change." Her tone was gentle and submissive, although I knew she might not fully understand my position. Her reaction stunned me. I expected an argument, but she gave in so easily, which surprised and embarrassed me. At this time, Father Zhao Zichong suddenly asked, "What if you respect others but are misunderstood? For example, if you, as a multimillionaire, respect a person with ordinary financial status, what do you think your respect will bring to yourself?" I was speechless. My father's question hit home, and I could only answer, "Just be clear in your conscience." After saying that, I realized that this didn't really answer his question. I took out a beautiful collection of poems from my nightgown pocket and handed it to Li Miaoxuan. "This is for you." She took the book and flipped through it quietly. She looked up and smiled. "Thank you, William. I like it very much." Her smile warmed my heart, but it soon disappeared. She put the book aside indifferently, then gently touched my leg with her toes. "What are you doing?" I quickly responded, "Oh, okay," but I was so confused that I didn't know what to say. After breakfast, I hurried to see a lawyer to deal with the inheritance issue. When I saw the 600 billion on the document, I was stunned. 600 billion? What does this mean? A thought flashed through my mind. Isn't this a shortcut to life? My father's voice echoed in my ears. "This will all fall on your shoulders." I should have felt stressed, but instead I felt confused. The figure of 600 billion was so overwhelming that I could hardly breathe. I picked up the pen and signed my name with stiff fingers. After signing, I realized that everything was about to change and the fate of my family would be on my shoulders. The pressure almost made it difficult for me to breathe. After signing, I walked out of the lounge. When I saw Li Miaoxuan, I couldn't help it anymore and pursed my lips unconsciously. She pointed out the window and said, "The young masters from Beijing are here to play with you." I was stunned for a moment. "Huh? I can't drive." She smiled faintly. "It's okay. Our family will find a driver, and you can sit in the passenger seat of the supercar. Go, have some fun, and come back early at night. I'll stay at your house for a few days." I had no choice but to agree, but I was still feeling uneasy. I got on the bus, and the irritability in my heart was as unquenchable as the roar of the wheels. I was pulled into a private group of Beijing's playboys, and messages came one after another. "Young master, send a red envelope." "Master, how can we celebrate without a red envelope?" I was a little confused by these messages. I don't understand this kind of vain life at all, and I don't like to spend money casually. Watching them scramble for red envelopes, I felt a little bit like I was too aloof. I decided to give out a 50 yuan red envelope to divert their attention. As soon as the red envelope was sent out, it was immediately snatched up. Your red envelope was snatched up in 3 seconds. Mao Qinxiong is the lucky one. The group became lively. Mao Qinxiong. Ma Winbao. 666. Chun Chun. The total amount of the red envelope is 50 yuan. Looking at these messages, I felt depressed and wanted to change the subject, so I sent a message. "Lucky King, send me a red envelope next time." A few seconds later, the group suddenly went quiet and no one responded, so I had to send another message. "Who is the second young master? Come out and meet him." When Mao Qinxiong saw the words second young master, he immediately slowed down and sent out 50 red envelopes. I stared at the screen and grabbed some of them. Next, the third young master launched a new challenge, 50 red envelopes, and I grabbed 126,000 without hesitation. The roar of the supercar was still eye-catching. I said to the driver, "Speed up. Everyone likes to show off." Suddenly, the second young master sent a message. "Master, there are some girls where we're going later. Is your sister-in-law keeping you under strict control?" My heart sank and I replied, "I really don't understand. Can you explain it more clearly?" Mao Qinxiong explained, "It's just about going out to pick up girls. Can you do it?" I shook my head, "Not really." The group burst into laughter. In order to change the subject, I added, "Although I'm not very good at it, I can save fallen girls." The group suddenly became quiet, and everyone seemed to feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 11. I looked at the balance on my phone and was surprised. It was close to 700,000. I thought I would be out of place in this circle, but I didn't expect the rewards to be far beyond my imagination. Those young people who do nothing every day easily sent out millions of red envelopes. The speed at which the money flowed to them was both incredible and a little funny. The speed at which they distributed red envelopes was dizzying, and everyone was constantly increasing the amount of their red envelopes, and it seemed that no one wanted to fall behind. Although I didn't quite understand this way of showing off, I decided not to delve into it. I typed quietly, "Okay, those who don't have money can give less. We just want to have fun. Don't take the money too seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, those young people who had not yet sent out red envelopes immediately started a new round of red envelope frenzy, and the amount instantly exceeded 1 million. While I was still thinking about how much fun I could have with these young people, the car had already entered the Frisbee square. I listened to everyone discussing the Frisbee plan, and suddenly I wondered, can Frisbee be played with dogs? However, when the car door opened, I saw that there were no dogs in the square. Instead, there were girls everywhere. They were well-dressed and had exquisite makeup, which immediately aroused my interest. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded the car door. A doorman dressed in haute couture came over and asked politely, "Excuse me, which event is this gentleman attending?" I pointed at Mao Qinxiong and the others in the car and said, "I'm with them." The doorman hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Mao's game is the highest end game in our field. Participation requires capital verification." I felt helpless and thought it would be better to observe the reactions of these young people first to avoid trouble. However, the situation changed. Mao Qinxiong and his men suddenly remembered something and rushed to the door to see me. He recognized me and shouted anxiously, "How dare you block my eldest brother's way?" Mao Qinxiong rushed to the doorman angrily and scolded him. "You don't know my elder brother, but you don't know me? I was here yesterday. Why do you look down on me?" After saying that, he slapped himself several times, and the scene became dramatic. The doorman was stunned, and I quickly ran over to stop him. "Teacher Mao, don't do this." Seeing this, several smart young men hurriedly explained, "This is the oldest young master in our capital." The headline of the Beijing Daily yesterday reported that the heir who was found was this one. Hearing the word young master, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I still smiled and said, "Let's go in as soon as possible." We entered a chic environment and walked to the end. In front of us was a quiet courtyard with a few simple rest tables and chairs on the lawn. However, what caught my attention was still the group of girls, who seemed to be whispering. Suddenly, a man stood up and said, "You need to verify your capital. You can only enter if you have more than 50 million. Mao Qinxiong turned his head and said to me, "This is the top-level bureau. The girls here are all top-notch, the kind that can serve you." This made me feel a little confused. Was this a brothel? However, I pretended to be calm and took out my phone to show the manager. The male manager, wearing black frame glasses, looked at the numbers on his mobile phone. His eyes suddenly lit up, and when he saw 2.4 billion, his face changed instantly. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at me, nodding to indicate that he would keep the secret. As he turned around, he whispered to me, "From now on, when you come here, all your purchases will be free." I was stunned for a moment and felt a little happy in my heart. Okay, I like this kind of free treatment. I thought to myself that the money I earned was nothing, and the money I got for free was the most valuable. I secretly gave myself a thumbs up. It seemed that my personality charm had made others willing to give me a backdoor. Chapter 12. The Frisbee game started, and I entered the venue with a group of young people. The scene in front of me surprised me a little, as the figures of several girls were quite attractive. But I quickly reminded myself that the purpose of being here is to help confuse girls, not to be distracted by appearances. When a female coach began to explain the rules, I realized that this was not the human-animal frisbee I had imagined, but a sport that focuses more on interpersonal competition. The game combines the running of football, the passing of basketball, and the scoring of rugby. I sat on the sidelines and watched quietly, and I noticed that some people in the game seemed to no longer focus on the frisbee, but started to engage in physical contact. Some girls deliberately showed off their bodies when they fell, and seemed to be more concerned with appearance than competition. I was not interested in this behavior, and instead found it somewhat vulgar. However, the next scene shocked me. These people who seemed not to be taking the game seriously actually started exchanging contact information. This made me realize that there is actually a social game behind the frisbee. It turns out that this is not just a physical contest, but also a hidden social transaction. I thought I was here to relax, but I was attracted by the atmosphere and the crowd. Although I tried to keep my distance, I still felt a lot of attention. I felt a little helpless, but I also thought that perhaps it was my calm temperament that attracted her, that girl. She came over and asked in a cold tone, "Why don't you participate in the game?" She looked mature and a little arrogant. I politely replied, "You didn't participate either." She didn't seem angry. Instead, she asked me, "Why do you call me that?" I responded casually, "I'm only 18. She was a little surprised but didn't seem to care. She sat next to me, and the smell of perfume she exuded made me a little confused, but I had to admit that she had an indescribable charm. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, indicating that my charm value had increased. It seemed that I was also attractive, although it felt a little unreal. I talked to her calmly. Although I'm only 18 years old, a man always needs to go out and see the world. She was a little shy after hearing this, smiled, and said that she had just started this industry. She then looked a little embarrassed when she mentioned that she had only been in one relationship. She seemed unhappy with her choice. We continued chatting for a while, and I gently held her hand and felt the tattoo on her hand, a not-so-obvious lip print. At this moment, I felt a little complicated. She suddenly asked me if I wanted to continue touching other places like the others did. I smiled and responded, "Let's go play frisbee." 10 minutes later, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. No one seemed to be interested in the frisbee anymore, and I subconsciously shouted, "Go," as if I was talking to my dog. Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone stopped fighting and started chatting about some light topics. Although the atmosphere eased somewhat, the girl seemed to begin to feel lost, and she realized that she was not that prominent in front of me. She sighed softly and whispered, "If it was me 3 years ago, maybe I would really take it seriously. Unfortunately, I can't go back." Chapter 13. When I came out into the world, I realized that these young people may seem open-minded and cheerful, but in fact, apart from their knowledge and vision, all they think about is how to enjoy life. To be honest, I envy them a little. After all, young people like me who can eat, drink, and have fun without worrying about the future are really rare. I began to reflect. I had lived to the age of 18. Perhaps I had experienced all the suffering that I should have endured in this life. Shouldn't I enjoy the next half of my life to the fullest? Should I also be like them, a lazy playboy, living a life of happiness and without distractions? I thought about it for a long time and decided to be a second-generation rich man who plays rotten. You know, it shouldn't be difficult to keep the Zhao family's business. The second and third generations of every wealthy family always think they are better than the previous generation and that they can expand more and create greater wealth. But the results are often contrary to their expectations. The wealth of the Zhao family is enough for me to spend my whole life, even if I do nothing. I decided to enjoy it all. If I can't spend all the money, why should I bother? There are many capable people in the group, so I don't need to interfere too much in family affairs. At most, I can just wait and see what surprises the system brings me, and it will be good enough if it can bring some benefits to the family. In fact, I think that enjoying the present moment is the most important thing. After the frisbee activity, those girls who were originally relaxed became respectful, as if they were changed into different people. So, I can also become less casual in the eyes of these girls. They just want to find a happy company, not interfere with each other, and enjoy themselves. When we left the frisbee square, everyone brought a female companion. I was no exception. Although we couldn't go too far, it was still relaxing and fun. Playing together was also a way to relieve stress. I suddenly remembered what Li Miaoshuan said. It's okay to go out and play, but you have to know your limits. I knew in my heart that what she meant was not to play too much and not to do anything reckless. In the car, Zhang Ming's attitude seemed to have changed. She used to flirt with me, but now she seemed to be a little worried. Could it be that girls who do this kind of work also have their own pressures? I smiled helplessly. Maybe she was not that casual. Although she had stepped on the accelerator while driving, the engine sound of the Bugatti was so intense that it made my heart beat faster. We drove over several viaducts and finally arrived at our destination, Summer Water Park, a high-end summer resort with a beautiful environment and luxurious atmosphere. I know that after today, maybe they can forget some of their worries temporarily and find some fun of their own. When we walked out of the car, Mao Qinxiong came close to me and whispered, "Young master, you don't know that the women in Beijing are very dignified, and you can't easily impress them just by having money. They are very elegant outside and not easy to be seduced." There was a hint of reminder in his words. Listening to Mao Qinxiong's words, I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, these girls are elegant and extraordinary. They seem to be friendly on the surface, but in fact they are persistent in their hearts. I can't help but admire this professionalism. We entered the private water area, where there was a large room with a private pool and luxurious entertainment facilities. The bed was neat, the air conditioning was cool, and there were snacks and sweet fruits all around, perfect for a summer getaway. When I saw the bed, I regretted it a little, but thinking about being able to relax in the pool, it was a good experience. When I put on my swimsuit and walked out of the fitting room, I saw that Zhang Ming had already changed into a bikini. Her seductive figure was hard to ignore. Her appeal seemed to be more attractive than those young girls. I couldn't help but ask her, "Sister, can you swim?" "Yes," she replied calmly. "Great. I can't swim. Can you teach me?" Zhang Ming raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. She was just trying to put on a cool attitude and seduce me, but I didn't expect that I didn't seem to have any special reaction to her wearing a bikini. She was a little stunned. Although I still found her attractive, I had an inexplicable feeling in my heart. My attraction to her didn't seem to be as strong as she expected. Her beauty did not make me forget myself, but instead made me feel like I was with a sister. Is this a little weird? I started to wonder if she was trying to role play, or if she just thought this was a play, a bit of an ethical joke. Chapter 14. I asked with a smile, "Sister, do you like to play ethical jokes?" As soon as I finished speaking, Zhang Ming glared at me, obviously unhappy. She chuckled and responded in a teasing tone, "Sister can teach you to swim, but what if you get tired?" I replied, "Rest when you're tired. Sit on the shore and guide me, and I'll swim." She nodded and looked relieved. "Okay, I'll teach you how to swim." She turned serious. "It's actually very simple. You can master it if you study hard." I was stunned for a moment. I thought she would continue to tease me, but unexpectedly, she started to teach me how to swim seriously. Suddenly, I felt a little uncomfortable and like a student who was being tutored at home. I couldn't help thinking, others are being hired to teach foreign languages, but I'm being taught swimming. Zhang Ming seemed to see through my thoughts. She saw that I only glanced at the bed and began to wonder, am I not sexy enough? Or do you like innocent and mature types? She was obviously confused, and perhaps she began to feel that she was not that attractive to me. Just as we were about to start swimming, my cell phone rang. I picked up the phone, and the number sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. "Hello, who are you?" I asked politely. There was silence for a moment, and then a familiar and calm voice came from the other end of the phone. "William." In an instant, I knew it was her, my old love, by Wanting. We were lovers in high school, but later we broke up for various reasons. "Is that Wan Ning?" I asked softly, my tone unconsciously gentle. Her voice, choked with sobs, came from the other end of the line. "It's me. Why didn't you delete me without saying anything?" I stuttered and explained, I accidentally deleted it." Her tone was helpless. "I asked the class teacher. He said your score was good enough to go to Peking University. Why didn't you go as we agreed? Why did you change your choice?" My heart tightened, and I said in a low voice, "Nanjing University is close to home, and the annual transportation fee to Peking University is not small. Considering my situation, the gap between us is still too big." She said firmly, "I told you I'll pay for the tuition. I never value your money, William. Don't you understand?" I found a chair to sit down, took a deep breath, and spoke sincerely. "The gap between us is too big. I may not be able to give you the future you want. You deserve better." Her voice was anxious. "Don't be like this, William. I like you. My family is rich. Just let me spend it. I don't need a man to have much money. I just want to be with the one I like. Have you forgotten our vows?" I took a deep breath, suppressed my emotions, and said, "The situation is different now. We are really not suitable for each other. I'm not worthy of you. You deserve better." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and finally she said softly, "Regarding your parents, I went to your house yesterday to look for you, and the neighbors said you had moved away." I sighed softly and said frankly, "There's another girl. She was arranged into my life 18 years ago. Wan Ning, I failed you. For me, you are really not worthy." There was still silence on the other end of the phone. I knew she understood me, but my heart was filled with endless pain, as if it was being cut by a knife. Hang up. I tried to calm myself down, but the crying sound coming from the other end of the phone made me unable to control myself. Zhang Ming looked at the tears in my eyes and was obviously upset. I couldn't help but yell at the phone. "What are you doing here? Are you the third party? Go away and don't waste my time." I hung up the phone, grabbed a bottle of drink, and drank it down. Zhang Ming looked at me with confusion in her eyes. "You have the conditions to have several women at the same time. Why do you take relationships so seriously? It's okay if you like them. Why do you want to hurt yourself and others?" I wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes and forced a smile. "Sister, please teach me how to swim. What should I do next?" Zhang Ming shook her head, as if she didn't understand why my smile was so forced, but she still stretched her waist and made a standard swimming posture. Throughout the morning, I studied swimming seriously, and Zhang Ming taught me patiently. We had almost no physical contact, and the big white bed by the water looked particularly deserted. At noon, Zhang Ming and I went to eat together. I ordered the most expensive seafood. Although I was in a bad mood, I still transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Ming. "Sister, thank you for accompanying me. I don't know the rules yet." She looked at her phone and said calmly, "Don't be like that. Just call me sister. I'll treat you to this meal as a thank you for accompanying me." I shook my head slightly, thinking that she was also interested in making friends, and it would be a bit unkind of me to refuse. After lunch, I sent a text message to the driver, asking him to go to the Hermes counter to pick up the goods, just a courtesy. When I got home, Li Miaoxuan was standing on the balcony planting flowers. When she saw me coming back, she seemed a little surprised. "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you play for a while?" I didn't respond to her. I went straight into the bedroom, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. Alcohol and fatigue gave me some temporary comfort. I just hope Wan Ning can let go of everything between us and stop being obsessed. After all, there are so many good men in the world, and I am just a scumbag. Chapter 15. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I slowly opened my eyes and saw Li Miaoxuan was busy dealing with school affairs. She decided to come back to school. With her grades and our family background, she could definitely study with me at Jinling University. "Awake? The water is on the right," she said calmly. "Yeah," I answered gently. Although I had something on my mind, I didn't want to let my emotions affect her. When she got up and prepared to go to the bathroom, Li Miaoxuan suddenly said, "A girl called you while you were sleeping." I told her. I stopped and turned to look at her. "Miaoxian, she's a good girl. I don't want to hurt her." She responded calmly. "Then what? Should I give her my position? Why don't you fight for the person you like? She's so good. Why give her to someone else? Why don't you dare to hold on to the person you like?" I was a little helpless. "I just don't want you to give up your wish because of me. Otherwise, you will regret it. I'm a little cold. You can find someone else. I don't object." Her eyes remained firm, and her tone did not waver at all. "You are no longer that poor boy. You can get whatever you want. You don't need to make a choice at all." Her words were like a wake-up call, reminding me that I was no longer an ordinary person. In the future, when you become the boss of a public company worth hundreds of billions of dollars, you'll be seen as a celebrity by the young girls you meet. What about you? Every word she said hit me hard. I suddenly realized that maybe this was also what my mother Wang Qin meant. I looked at the missed calls on my phone, all from Bai Wanting, and I felt conflicted. If I don't let go, I have to use my own way to make her stay. But those ways have nothing to do with my wealth or status. I just need a reason to make her accept it. Eventually, I found myself unable to bear the pressure and gave up. Li Miaoxian did sober me up in some ways. At this time, Zhao Zicheng came back with a box of watches in his hand, which contained watches he collected when he was young, worth hundreds of millions. Li Miaoxian was quietly brewing tea beside me, and the roses in the garden looked particularly elegant and beautiful in the sunset. It was not until dinner time that the housekeeper hurriedly told me that there was a girl standing at the door. The uneasiness in my heart gradually dissipated, but with a hint of expectation. When she really showed up at the door, I was surprisingly calm. Li Miaoxuan was right. If I like it, why should I let others have it? But I know in my heart that how much emotional pain can a kind girl like by wanting endure before she can find true love? After the housekeeper left, I reorganized the forms, carefully put away the expensive ones, picked up the water glass, took a deep breath, and looked at Li Miaoshuan. Go ahead, it's not a shameful thing. Be nicer to others. The house is so big, she won't mind. You can let her stay tonight. She handed me 2 peeled apples. I was stunned for a moment, then walked behind her and kissed her cheek gently. She didn't react at all. At the gate of the manor, Wang Qian came out early to greet Bai Wanning. Bai Wanning looked a little haggard, with red and swollen eyes. Obviously, she had been crying. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, exuding a youthful vibe, but clearly not in good spirits. Are you from Beijing? Wang Qian asked. No, I usually live in Jinling and just flew here today. Wang Qian noticed that she was driving a white Ferrari, which could be said to be a good match. You came all the way here. William is such a heartless guy, Wang Qian said with a smile. Auntie, I know. I just want to see him, Bai Wanning said in a low voice. I walked up to them. Bai Wanning saw me, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she fell silent. She called me softly, William. I walked over, gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, and hugged her waist. Wan Ning, you came here by yourself, so you can't leave, she said with a bit of sobbing. Why? I come when I want to and leave when I want to. You can't stop me. I ignored her and just hugged her tightly. Here, have an apple. Did you peel it for me? She asked in a low voice. No, I responded softly. The pain in my heart became more intense. She peeled it for me, and she asked me to treat you well. Bai Wanning looked down at the apple in her hand with a blank expression. I stood beside her. The air froze and time seemed to stand still. She sighed softly and ate the apple in a low voice. Tears welled up again, and she endured all the pain in silence. Sister, the apples you peeled are delicious. She whispered, sister, and my heart was shocked. I could hardly breathe because of the pain. Forget it, Wan Ning. You're a good girl. I don't deserve you. Snap. A crisp slap rang in my ears. I can let go of everything and take this step, but what about you? You still advise me to leave you. I came all the way to see you. Is this what I want to hear? Her tears flowed again, and I felt heartbroken, knowing that I could never let go so easily again. Chapter 16. We looked at each other. Bai Wanning came over gently and put her face on my chest. You have to be nice to me, otherwise I will be really sad. I was speechless, and the confusion in my heart made me not know where to start. Perhaps I lacked the so-called fraternity from the beginning, and I always felt guilty about every step I took. I don't like promises. I just know that I won't let you down or make you sad. She listened, was silent for a moment, and simply said, okay. At that moment, I knew that this decision was so firm for her. Then she asked, so what are we now? Her question left me speechless for a moment. She wanted to know my attitude towards her. I had never realized as clearly as now that she was also testing me. You are my girlfriend, and I will go to your house to propose marriage in a few years. Okay. She didn't ask any other questions, as if that moment was enough. We hugged each other, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the afterglow of the sunset in the distance, in silence. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and put it on her waist. A boy of 18 or 19 always has things in his heart that he shouldn't have. Can the women in your heart compare to the concubines in the palace? Do you think that I am quiet and gentle and won't pursue physical pleasure? I was stunned for a moment. Her eyes were still clear, but with a sincerity that I couldn't avoid. I know, William, don't think I'm being reserved. I have already decided that you are my future husband. Her tone was full of determination, as if nothing could change her determination for me. I felt a warm current in my heart, knowing that she was sincere. Well, you can come and live in my house when you go to college. After all, Peking University is in Beijing. My family also has a house in Beijing. You can come visit Aunt and Uncle often. I responded softly, feeling the burden in my heart loosen a little. Just as we were talking about the future, Bai Wanning suddenly mentioned Li Miaoshuan. Where's my sister? Why don't you see her? I want to talk to her. My heart skipped a beat, and I didn't want to mention Li Miaoshuan, but she insisted so much. How could I easily refuse her? She should be on the first floor. I'll take you to find her. As soon as I finished speaking, Li Miaoshuan came in from outside. Seeing the two of us, she stood there silently for a while, left the fruit plate, and turned away. Her silence made it even harder for me to express my feelings. Before dinner, I practiced driving with my coach on the road outside the manor. In fact, I could have gotten the certificate without studying or taking the exam, but I decided to study on my own, at least to give myself a reason. My father paid for the coach, so I didn't have to spend a penny. The private plane given by Li Miaoxuan has already parked on the helipad of the manor. It is a luxurious black helicopter, and the decoration inside the cabin looks magnificent. Just as I was about to board the plane, a reminder suddenly sounded in my mind. Please confirm whether to activate the super rich plan within 10 minutes. The plan will expire in 10 minutes. I was stunned. I had opened the plan yesterday morning and glanced at the content, but I was occupied by daily chores. Now it is almost overdue. I was wavering, but finally decided not to waste this opportunity. Proposal received. Physical fitness +2. The reward is quite generous. Last time it was charm, this time it was physical fitness. The system seemed to give targeted rewards based on my situation. I began to develop some interest in my heart, thinking of the function of the universal trading system, and couldn't help asking, how much is a kidney? The unit price for the initial purchase of a non-rejection kidney is 100 million. The price is not cheap, but there are no original kidneys on the market. The system's non-rejection kidneys are obviously more advantageous. I asked again, how much does it cost to increase the diameter by 1 centimeter? The initial unit price for increasing the diameter by 1 centimeter is 1 million. Okay, let's start with 1 centimeter. I felt that I had enough and couldn't be too abnormal. Then I asked again, the initial unit price for increasing the height by 3 centimeters is 500,000. I thought about the items I needed to trade, and suddenly I thought of something. How much are 1,000 seeds of hybrid high-quality wheat? The initial unit price of 1,000 seeds of hybrid high-quality wheat is 10,000. I was shocked. The price was so cheap. Hybrid rice technology cost a lot of money and benefited the people. But the price of high-quality wheat seeds was so cheap. An idea suddenly occurred to me. I thought I could use these seeds to develop agriculture, benefit the people living on the barren lands, and even make some money from the formula. With this in mind, I went to see Zhao Zichang. Dad, I want to start a company. What company? He looked at me, frowning slightly. A universal company that can do business in all industries. I want to improve people's lives through this project. Zhao Zichang was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the smile on my face, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time I expressed my ideals so firmly that even my father found it a little incredible. Chapter 17. I know in my heart that everything seems to be developing in the direction I envisioned. Perhaps I have really found a way to break the status quo and stand at the height of my parents. As a young person, I am just starting out and the future is full of possibilities. Now, I prefer to start a business rather than spend every day in pleasure. The hard work of the past 18 years has made me accustomed to struggle. Although the recent comfort has made me a little lazy, I know that my career is what makes me feel most accomplished. It's time to stop being lazy and pursue truly valuable goals. When I woke up in the morning, the image of Li Miaoxian came to my mind. I couldn't help but laugh secretly. This idea was a bit casual. However, desire is sometimes like this, and it cannot be suppressed. I know that the trading function of the system can allow me to enjoy life while making money as a sideline. Unlike those young people who only know how to have fun, I want to earn more and enjoy more. I looked at the hesitation in my father, Zhao Zichang's eyes, and knew what he was worried about. I already had a plan in mind. Dad, I plan to start my own business without using any funds from home, just a little pocket money to start. Whether it succeeds or fails, you don't need to invest any money. You just need to help me with the technology. A gleam flashed in my father's eyes. Although the pocket money was not much, it was enough to support me to start a small company. He even planned my future for me. Okay, tomorrow a group of overseas returnees will join the company. You can pick a secretary. Remember, you have to be careful when choosing a secretary, and the most important thing is that she has both good looks and talent. I understand that this is not only an opportunity for me to exercise, but also a step for my father to pave the way for my future. The choice of secretary is not only for work arrangement, but also for me to better manage the company and improve myself. In the afternoon, I started to make plans. Although I didn't have too much concern for the country and the people, I knew that I came from an ordinary family and the hardships of life had always been imprinted in my heart. Since I can make money through my own efforts, I might as well create some wealth for ordinary people. I asked in the system, do you have high yield and high quality potato seeds? 1,000 high-yield, high-quality potato seeds cost 10,000 yuan each. I continued to ask, what about corn seeds? 1,000 high-quality corn seeds cost 10,000 yuan each. The price was not high, but it was a good start. I decided to cultivate these seeds and bring better livelihoods to farmers. I wrote down 3 crops in my notebook: wheat, corn, and potatoes, which could be the starting point of my career. Regarding the choice of secretary, I decided to go to the company tomorrow to pick a suitable one. After all, career is not only about enjoyment. Responsibility and planning are the most important. During dinner, Li Miaoshuan and Bai Wanning sat on the sofa and chatted softly. I suddenly thought of Zhang Ming, the girl who accompanied me for the whole morning. She was gentle, quiet, and comfortable. I suddenly decided to find her a proper job, but I didn't want to speculate too much about her thoughts. Maybe she likes her current job. After dinner, Bai Wanning was ready to leave. I was a little worried. It was dark, and the Zhao family's manor was far from the city. I always felt it was unsafe for Bai Wanning to drive alone. We have been together day and night for so long, and today's opportunity finally came. I held her hand and said, "Don't leave tonight, stay here." She hesitated, but didn't refuse in the end. I took her downstairs. The 2 girls didn't give me a cold look. I didn't let go of their hands until we were about to be seen. Wang Qian and Zhao Zicheng both liked Bai Wanning. She had a good temperament. After entering the guest room, I held her in my arms and gently stroked her hair. Her breathing was a little rapid and her face was slightly flushed. When my hand reached for the hem of her clothes, she nervously grabbed my hand. "Okay, how could you do this just after I started?" "I'm so sorry," she said softly. I breathed a sigh of relief and lowered my head to kiss her soft, little cherry mouth. Her kiss was just as I expected, sweet and intoxicating. We had no experience, so we simply touched each other's mouths and hugged quietly. I whispered, "Wan Ning, I want to..." She responded softly, "No, it's too early. I'm not ready yet. Let's talk about it after I've recovered. Now I can do something else with you." I didn't say anything more and took action directly. Half an hour had passed when I came out of the guest room. I walked out the door and saw Li Miaoshuan sitting on the sofa in her nightgown, looking down at her phone. I asked casually, "Did you do anything?" She looked up at me and said, "No." Chapter 18. You were quite well behaved? Otherwise, tell me yourself, did I offend you last night? I was indignant. How could a kiss be considered unbehaved? I walked back to the bedroom with Li Miaoxian, gradually letting down my guard, and gently put my arm around her waist, feeling her warmth. "Don't mention the offense again," I whispered. "That would make me seem cold." She gently pointed to the bathroom. "The water is ready." I nodded and walked towards the washing area, but my hand unconsciously moved to her side. "Do you think you are sure of yourself?" she asked contemptuously. I did not argue, but moved closer. Although she blamed me, the desire in her eyes was self-evident. She was standing outside by Wanning's door waiting for me, and her posture reminded me of the inseparable dependence between husband and wife. After taking a shower, I remained naked, but Li Miaoxian brought me pajamas and gave me a half smile. We sat on the sofa. The atmosphere in the room was gentle, and the only sound in the quiet air was the occasional sound of me drinking water. The book was between us, and the slight physical contact made my heart beat faster. I moved closer to her, trying to read more from her eyes. There were no words, only silence and stillness. I put down the book and felt that she seemed to be waiting for me to do something. Her lowered head and slightly trembling eyelashes made me unconsciously stay on her face. Without hesitation, I pulled her into my arms and let her sit on my lap, so close that I could almost feel her breath. She suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Did you brush your teeth just now?" "Yes," I answered, feeling confused. "That's good." She nodded. Her eyes seemed to confirm that I didn't smell like another woman. I was stunned. I understood her displeasure. Her brows knitted slightly, and she was obviously dissatisfied with my overly eager approach. "Miaoxian." I called her name softly. "Hmm," she responded in a low voice, without any fluctuation in her eyes. Well, I didn't know how to start. My mind was in a mess. "I'm afraid not tonight," she sighed. "Wan Ning is still next door. If she hears, wouldn't it be embarrassing?" She put her arms around my neck, still calm. "You deliberately arranged for Wan Ning to be next door, didn't you?" I couldn't help asking, feeling a little dissatisfied. She replied easily, "No." I smiled helplessly. "William, don't forget, I was going to help you today," she said with a little grievance, leaning against me. I lifted her chin and looked into her smiling eyes. What do you want to help me with? She smiled, as if in a good mood. Yes. Her answer stunned me. I looked at the time. It was already late. After carrying her to bed, I also lay down, closed my eyes, and prepared to rest. Oomph. Don't hit me anymore, she complained in a low voice. Wan Ning is right next door. Isn't that awkward? I didn't respond. The silence made tonight a little frustrating. She suddenly turned around and patted my shoulder. William, why don't you say anything? William, she continued to call softly. Are you angry? Oh, don't pretend. I almost had a nightmare last night. It's all your fault. I sighed. I already had a general idea of her personality. She was cold as ice when she was aloof, but in front of me, she often showed her scheming and mischievousness. Well, I'm not angry, don't worry. I whisper back. Don't touch me. She suddenly pushed my hand away, a cold expression on her face, and quickly distanced herself from me. I was stunned and didn't know how to respond, so I decided not to say anything and just lay down quietly. After more than 10 minutes, when I was about to fall asleep, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, William, Wan Ning should be asleep. We can. Even though I was extremely sleepy, hearing her voice made me jump out of bed and get everything ready. William, I suddenly feel a little sleepy. Her tone became softer, as if she was no longer anxious. I shook my head, feeling somewhat helpless. After getting everything ready, I found that she began to become docile again. Miao Xian, I called her in a low voice. Well, have you thought about it? I haven't thought about it yet. I'm going to sleep, I said, pulling back the covers and preparing to end the day's drama. I wanted to smash my mouth. Phew, it stopped. However, she seemed unwilling to give up and turned around to pull back the quilt. I sighed in my heart. This woman, it seems that she will never stop teasing me. Finally, I closed my eyes and let her mischief go. That night, she was also 18 years old. In the morning, I woke up early, and although I was a little tired, I still went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Wang Qian came out of the room and saw me busy. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she was relieved quickly. Miao Xian hasn't gotten up yet, she asked tentatively, with more concern in her eyes, as if she was observing secretly. She actually wanted to know who I was cooking for and whether Miao Xian was still the gentle girl. Chapter 19. Is Miao Xian still awake? Asked my mother Wang Qian tentatively. No, I answered briefly, feeling a little irritated. I walked past my mother with breakfast for 3 people, smiling as I passed by her. Wang Qian glanced at me and frowned slightly. Why do you look so bad? Go to bed early at night, young man. She was obviously criticizing me for not getting enough rest last night. I responded and went upstairs quickly. Li Miaoshuan had already woken up, and although her eyes were cold, she was obviously better than me. Seeing her, I felt a little guilty, walked to her bedside, and gently put down the flower tea and breakfast. Her voice was cold. You woke me up, bastard. I'm so hungry, man. Have you made breakfast? The cold tone made me silent for a while. I prepared it for you. I carefully placed the plate on the table, trying to be more relaxed. She looked at me feeding her and suddenly smiled, which made me stunned for several seconds. You're quite skilled, she teased. I quickly responded, it's my duty. But in my heart, I blame myself because a 5-centimeter difference shouldn't be that big of a difference. I didn't want to embarrass others, so I asked the nanny to change the sheets. After taking care of Li Miaoxian, I took breakfast to Bai Wanning's room. She was already up, dressed neatly, and reading a book on the balcony. I called out to her, and she came over. Did you sleep well last night? I asked with a smile. Very well. She answered with a hint of tenderness on her face, and I kissed her forehead lightly. After breakfast, Wan Ning was ready to leave. I walked her to the gate, and she suddenly whispered, Peking University's summer camp has started, and I signed up. If I had known you were coming to Beijing, I would not have participated. I was a little stunned. She made this decision because of my arrival. With a little disappointment in her eyes, she added, William, you can't have too many women. My father has 4. I know you're better than my father, but not too much. I was shocked and suddenly understood her thoughts. It turned out that she was not affectionate, but saw a different world and rules. Her family background made me realize the constraints of being rich. Fortunately, now that my status has changed, I can understand her concerns. I hugged her and said, Don't worry, I can resist all temptations. Come to me if you miss me. She smiled and replied, You have to miss me too. Remember to take care of yourself and listen to Sister Miaoxian. She is very smart. She drove away, leaving me sighing deeply at the door. When I got home, Li Miaoshuan was walking downstairs slowly with a frown on her face. Why haven't you left yet? Aren't you going to the group to select a secretary today? She said coldly. I was stunned. How did she know today's arrangements? Zhao Zichong had already left, and I was delayed in sending Wan Ning. How did she know? At this time, Zhao Zichong sent a message. Only when a man is afraid of his wife can his backyard be stable. Trust me, and you'll have an easy life. I asked your mother to tell Miao Xin. I almost collapsed after reading this news. Zhao Zichong clearly said he would not tell him Miao Xuan, but he actually asked his mother to tell her first. You didn't go to the group with Uncle? I asked Li Miao Xuan while supporting her. I'll ask the driver to take you there later. She replied softly. I asked her if she was feeling well today, and she replied softly, fine, how about you? When I was in the car going to the group, Li Miao Xuan looked cold. I knew in my heart that she always used this method to distract me. She always manipulated my emotions and diverted my attention. Huaxin Group, a top private enterprise in China, is located in the tallest building in Beijing CBD. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the group's headquarters. I looked at the building with mixed feelings. This is a place that can change the fate of many people, and now my identity is no longer the same as before. The driver reminded me that the interview was about to begin. I nodded and walked in at my own pace. The atmosphere at the interview was tense. The competition for secretarial positions was extremely fierce, and almost all of them were highly educated and good-looking women. I casually asked, did you recruit people this way before? Yes, almost all secretarial positions are held by women. A senior executive replied with a smile. I was a little unhappy, thinking that the term young master was a bit insulting to me. Chapter 20. I looked down at a pile of people's information and was a little surprised. What kind of path will those top students with the halo of Harvard, Oxford, MIT, and Yale take after graduation? It was not until today that I realized that they were naturally different from ordinary people. It was not only their academic qualifications, but also the hidden rules behind their resumes that shocked me. If I had been born into a poor peasant family, I might have disdained such rules. But now my status is different, and I have long understood that if I can't change the rules, I can only adapt. If you want to truly enjoy everything in life, it is normal to be tempted. I went out in a hurry today and just wore a t-shirt, shorts, and slippers. Although the total value of these clothes is more than 40,000 yuan, they are out of place with formal attire in the workplace. Walking through the interview area, I glanced around and saw that those highly educated, good-looking, and confident women did have their own style, as if they were the real protagonists in this space. Sitting in the interviewer's seat, I waited quietly. The HR executives began to call people in one by one. I like to ask unexpected questions. What do you think is the source of the contradiction between cognition and behavior? Do you think hard work is really useful? What do you think of social responsibility? What do you think of the profession of secretary? Does money rule modern society? They answered with confidence or without any substance. I secretly admired the brilliant answers, but I interrupted the mediocre ones and asked the interviewer to record and end the conversation. Those resumes that failed to impress me were mercilessly thrown into the trash. This arbitrary way of asking questions made it difficult for the interviewees who were originally full of confidence to adapt for a while. Gradually, a subtle atmosphere spread throughout the scene. Some people began to speculate. Am I selecting people who match my personal values? Or do I have other intentions? Although no one said it out loud, speculation had already spread in their hearts. After everyone finished their interviews, I gave a name, Chun Yanlan. She walked in, wearing a black dress, and her confident demeanor almost made the air stagnate. Her answers were straightforward and profound, not showy, but able to hit the nail on the head, making her stand out from the crowd. I started to tease. Guess who I am? She raised her lips slightly and said without hesitation, You are the son of President Huaxin. I was slightly stunned. This girl was obviously not an ordinary newcomer in the workplace. Her eyes were firm and determined, as if she had everything under control. How did you know? I asked. You asked me to guess, she answered, still concisely and clearly, but behind it was a keen insight. I couldn't help but admire her sharpness and calmness. I smiled and asked, Is it funny? Did I say something wrong? She raised her eyebrows and asked back, Did I say something wrong? She did not hide her emotions, nor did she care whether this frankness would affect the results. On the contrary, this kind of neither humble nor arrogant attitude made me like her even more. We then talked more deeply. I learned that she not only graduated from Stanford, but was also a beauty queen at Tsinghua University, received scholarships for 3 consecutive years, and published 17 international economic papers. Such a background is shocking enough, but what impressed me more was her calm confidence. I asked her, "Tell me about the highest level of trust you understand." She thought for a moment and replied, "Unconditional loyalty, always consistent, transcending blood ties, and not limited by time and space." I nodded and asked again. She looked me straight in the eyes, her eyes firm. "I believe you will trust me. I don't like to change jobs and leaders frequently." I smiled and said, "I don't care what you think, I care what I think." She responded calmly, "I am very obedient." Her casual words stunned me for a moment. The contradiction between intelligence and obedience was naturally reconciled in her. Her temperament made me appreciate her. "Let's leave it at that for now," I said. "From now on, you can follow me and don't have to come to work in the company normally. It may be tiring, but the salary won't be bad." "Okay," she replied. As I walked out of the interview hall, I was followed by Chun Yinlan, who was dressed in black and had long, cool legs. Those waiting for the second round of interviews cast curious and speculative glances and whispered, "It turns out that it is the eldest son who is here to choose a concubine." There was a lot of teasing, but also a hint of envy. Was it too strong to just take someone away? Or was it that he was rampant in the company, just like visiting his own home? However, the girl behind me became the object of their envy. Chapter 21. I shook my head and said, "No, I really don't need this little money." As soon as I finished speaking, Chin Yinlan's eyes became complicated. She looked at me with disdain in her eyes. At the age of 23, I was just a child with a head full of dreams in her eyes. She sighed and prepared to leave. "I'll go prepare the plan first." When she turned to leave, I held her back. "Wait," I stopped. "Can you stay with me for a while? There's something I want to talk to you about." We walked into the company's senior management lounge, and I gathered my thoughts. "Why do you insist that our crops can be hybridized to produce high-quality seeds?" Her tone was calm, yet challenging. "How much did you invest? How long did it take? And what were the results?" I didn't answer her question directly because I couldn't reveal the trading system. "In half a year, at most, we can deliver the results. Don't worry about the product quality." I tried to make my voice sound firm. She frowned slightly and said, "Before you put these seeds on the market, you have to find a project that can guarantee stable returns." Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, obviously testing my reaction. I nodded and understood. Chin Yinlan didn't really do things for me. It was more like she did it for me, and I just wanted to gain my own sense of accomplishment behind the success. "One more thing." I suddenly became serious. "Remind me to have dinner with you once a week. Don't forget." Chin Yinlan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect me to make this request. She didn't say much, just nodded. At that moment, I knew that in her heart, I was just a younger brother who was used to kill time, but it didn't matter. At least I could use my own way to bring her closer to my plan. Before leaving, I turned around and told her, "In a few days, I have to go to Jinling to register a company. Remember this. I didn't choose the Cayman Islands because I respect my motherland. Money is not important to me. My goal is to make these industries enter the social stage." After leaving the lounge, I called Zhao Zicheng to ask about the arrangements for bodyguards and drivers. After all, after becoming wealthy, I began to worry about some unnecessary troubles. The Zhao family had business rivals, and I had to be prepared. "Are you looking for a security company?" Zhao Zicheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Some things can be handled secretly so that no one can catch them." I took my father's advice without hesitation and called Chin Yinlan to clarify the next steps. Although I was not in complete control of everything, at least now, I had my own power. At noon, I received a call from the courier company, saying that the book and a watch had arrived. I planned to send them back to Jinling to give to my respected head teacher. This is not just a matter of brand or price, but more importantly, the transmission of thoughts. In this society, it is rare to meet teachers with good morals. However, when I got home, I saw Li Miaoshuan sitting on the sofa watching TV, completely ignoring me. My heart sank. Was she really that cold to me? "Miaoxian," I said, "I bought some books. Should I put them here or send them to Jinling's home?" She glared at me coldly, seeming impatient. "Why are you putting them here? You won't live here in the future." I nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Her indifference made me feel suffocated. In fact, I should have stayed at home with her today. But I promised my dad that I would go to the company to arrange a new secretary. Li Miaoshuan's attitude confused me. Her sarcasm made the atmosphere even more solemn, as if implying that I didn't care about her indifference. But I had no choice but to walk up to her shamelessly and ask softly, "Does it still hurt? How about I rub it for you?" I deliberately said some teasing words, hoping to break her indifference, but I found that she still had a cold face and didn't even respond. I was a little disappointed, but I could only keep smiling, and the uneasiness in my heart was quietly growing. How is it? I continued to ask. Does the secretary meet your requirements? She suddenly called me brother softly, which made me feel uncomfortable all over and gave me goosebumps. I continued to smile and responded, well, there's a secretary that is not quite to my liking, but I'm still looking. If you don't agree, I won't look for it anymore. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'll tell you a secret. My father instructed me to find a secretary yesterday. I thought she would sneer at me, but unexpectedly, Li Miaoshuan actually smiled at me. Chapter 22. Li Miaoshuan's smile is gentle and touching, but I always feel that there is some deep meaning hidden in her smile. That subtle feeling makes my heart beat faster, as if there is an unknown secret behind her. She spoke softly, with a hint of amusement in her voice. Really? I nodded hastily. Of course it's true. I don't have that many thoughts. I haven't thought about those things at all. However, her smile became more mysterious, and her eyes were full of teasing. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, then I'll go ask my aunt to see if her uncle is that kind of person. My face darkened. If my mother found out about my father's bad deeds, Zhao Zicheng, who was afraid of his wife, would definitely not admit it. What's worse, for the sake of face, my father might even bite me back. You're blocking my view of TV, William. Li Miaoshuan's voice interrupted my thoughts. I reluctantly sat down next to her and said as gently as I could, I wanted to accompany you today, but the company is still in its early stages and I was in a hurry to get these things done, so I couldn't take care of you. Her smile gradually disappeared and turned into a deep gaze. It's good to have progress, but you have to do it within your means. Although the family business is large, you can't mess around with it. William, you have to remember this. I felt a little heavy in my heart, knowing that the worry in her words was real. I nodded, but couldn't help but feel a little angry. You know, this is the first time I do this, right? If you hurt the enemy, you will hurt yourself. I can't even move my legs these days. If something goes wrong, I will really regret it. She was silent for a while, and then she leaned gently on my shoulder. I could feel her breath brushing against my ears. Although it was not as gentle as last night, I felt comforted by her quiet company. I'm going back to Jinling soon. What about you? She asked softly. I'll accompany you. I answered without hesitation. Although I had some complicated emotions in my heart, as her fiancé, I knew that I should take on this responsibility. The weather outside was very good. Wang Qian had something to do today to attend a gathering of wealthy ladies in Beijing, saying that she was going to taste herbs. After breakfast, she put on makeup and left, leaving me no space at all. As for lunch, I decided to cook it myself. Looking at the busy figure of the chef, I could only comfort myself. How could the young master cook? However, when I was in close contact with Li Miaoshuan just now, I couldn't help but touch her with my hand. She was like a cat with its fur standing on end, and she kicked me away despite the pain. It's broad daylight. If you do this again next time, don't even think about sleeping at night. I immediately understood that Li Miaoshuan was very strict with the rules. During the day, she was a serious, proper person and did not show any sign of indulgence. Okay, I get it. Lunch is ready. I put on my apron and put the dishes on the table. I untied my apron and ran to help Li Miaoshuan. Try what I made. She nodded calmly, not exposing my poor cooking skills. She listened quietly to me bragging about my cooking skills. Although she didn't believe it, I continued to talk confidently. Anyway, I could fool her. The meal was very sumptuous, and during the meal, my cell phone rang. I saw it was from Chen Yanlan. I didn't answer it immediately. Instead, I put the phone between us, reached out to pick up some food, and whispered to her, Miaoshuan, answer the phone for me. She glanced at me and chuckled. A guilty conscience is the key to success. Finally, she picked up the phone. Hello, the company's preliminary planning has been completed. You can go to Jinling to register it someday. The planning plan has been sent to you. Remember to name the company. Yes, I understand. Li Miaoshuan and Suarat Kalmli. Chen Yanlan on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. Excuse me, who are you? Isn't this William S. phone? I'm his fiancé. He's having a meal, and it's not convenient for him to answer the phone. Li Miaoshuan said in a flat voice. While answering the phone, she was carefully reviewing the documents sent by my secretary. Chen Yanlan was stunned and did not speak for a long time. Finally, she said softly, as long as the boss thinks the plan is feasible, we can start planning for construction when we arrive in Jinling. Then she hung up the phone in a hurry. After dinner, I looked over the plan. The document was quite detailed and covered many details that I had never thought of. Establishing interpersonal relationships, leasing office buildings, recruiting talents, financial estimates, etc. Each one needs to be carefully polished. However, Chen Yanlan did not have many suggestions on optimizing and cultivating high-quality seeds, and even thought that my ambitions were a bit naive. She thought these ideas might just be my momentary impulse. But no matter what, Chen Yanlan would always follow my arrangements. As long as I made a decision, she would support me, and she didn't care much about whether it was successful or not. I had no way of handling these complicated matters by myself, but Zhao Zichang had obviously arranged help for me. Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan, two elites from Huashan Group, were sent to assist me. They looked like typical nerds, wearing glasses, but the shrewdness in their eyes made me realize that they were indeed people who could help me. Our flight for the afternoon had been arranged, and the steward prepared a trailer to take us to the airport. This time, my fleet is not small. Enzo, Bugatti Veyron Limited Edition, Cullinan, and an extended version of Phantom, enough to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 23. I felt a little nervous as I drove away my dad's Labor Day car. Even though he was very generous, I was still a little worried about it. Anyway, the car has to be shipped to Jinling, the place where I will make my fortune and achieve success in the future. While the trailer was still there, Li Miaoxin's car was also delivered a white Bentley Continental GT, with the Ferrari LaFerrari parked next to it. I have been very busy recently, moving the property certificate while thinking about the company name. More than a dozen property certificates, 5 villas in Jinling and Shanghai, and the villa he bought in Jinling all had to be moved down from upstairs and put into a suitcase, which was extremely heavy. The watch Xiao Zichang gave him also had to be brought along. I guess I won't be able to stay in the new villa when I arrive in Jinling, and I may have to stay in a hotel for one night. Fortunately, the Li family has 2 big hotels in Jinling, which can be regarded as a reliable place to stay. Li Miaoxian was still packing her toiletries, worried that the hotel's facilities were not good enough. The trailer carrying the luxury car slowly drove away from the capital. In the next few days, the convoy would cross most of China and arrive in Jinling. I found time to call Bai Wanning and told her that I was leaving Beijing and that she should come to Jinling to see me after the summer camp. Soon, Chen Yanlan arrived late and started discussing company affairs with Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan. I stood aside and watched Chen Yanlan's typing speed, which shocked me. Her typing speed was really fast. The little girl had a bright future. Time was tight, so I went upstairs to take a nap with Li Miaoxuan. She didn't wake up until about 4 in the afternoon. The sound of a helicopter came from the yard, and we boarded the helicopter with Chen Yanlan, Wang Ming, and Ma Ziyuan and flew to Beijing Airport. Then, we boarded the Zhao family's Gulfstream private jet, followed closely by Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan, carrying a box of property certificates and a box of watches. On the plane, I accompanied Li Miaoxuan to rest. The 3 people were still busy working on the company's plans and were not disturbed by me at all. I was a little anxious because things needed to be done quickly, but they seemed to like me as a boss who valued efficiency, even though I was a little impatient. Holding Li Miaoxuan in my arms, I followed the plane through the clouds and began to think about the future. If I gave you the title of Agricultural Science and Technology Hero, would you be willing? I asked her. Li Miaoxuan looked out the window with cold eyes and asked softly, "Are you fantasizing about me getting the title of scientist, inventor, physical chemist, and writer?" I was stunned for a moment and hurriedly explained, "Miaoxian, I really didn't lie to you." She smiled mischievously. "Well, I believe you." I tried to explain again. "Miaoxian, I'm really not fantasizing." She nodded. "Well, I believe you." Her gentleness stunned me, and I felt that her determination was more powerful than any words. Her eyes gradually turned into the distance, her heart full of worry, knowing that if Zhao Zichang knew that I was investing in these seemingly non-existent industries, he would definitely not let me continue. The plane finally landed, and the staff of Lijia Hotel picked us up in a Maybach. We stayed in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel and returned to the city where I grew up. Although many places were already familiar to me, it felt completely different now that I returned as a rich young man. Li Miaoxuan gently reminded me, "The seed breeding you're doing now is a dead project with no income, and the fund will not last long. Shouldn't you consider finding a profitable project?" I nodded. "The next step is to build a photolithography machine." She pretended not to hear me, and I began to fantasize again. If I have the blueprints for a photolithography machine, I can copy one within 3 months. She shrugged. But before making money, you still have to find a profitable project. I was lost in thought and suddenly asked, "What's the price of gold?" She glanced at me and continued to focus on her own business. I took out my phone to check the price and was stunned. 50 yuan per gram, and the initial purchase was limited to 1 ton. I was so excited that I almost jumped up, and Li Miaoxian was stunned. I silently wrote down these numbers, thinking about starting the transaction after the villa was cleaned up. If the operation was done properly, I could make more than 300 yuan per gram of gold. I looked at Li Miaoxuan excitedly. I found a problem. She tilted her head and asked, "What's the problem?" I smiled and said, "I seem to be a business genius, really. Who said that people who use cheats are not heroes?" Chapter 24. Li Miaoxuan looked at me coldly, with a smile on her lips, but she had already decided to ignore me in her heart. She knew that after the failure of the business, I could only go home and wait for the inheritance, but by then it would be too late. Her goals were simple: to be a good wife, take care of the family, manage everything, and prevent my adventures from causing unnecessary losses. I started to calculate in my mind. The profit of 1 ton of gold is about 300 million. Gold can be used as a reserve and can also be used in the jewelry industry. It is a steady profit. However, I also know that others will think I am unreliable, and even I myself find it a bit ridiculous. It is most practical to choose industries that can make long-term profits, but I don't care about those who think I'm messing around. After all, not many people can understand my systematic trading. Li Miaoxuan looked like she had rested well. She was indeed exhausted last night and did not sleep too long this morning. At this time, she was catching up on her sleep, and I didn't disturb her, but watched her fall asleep quietly. Suddenly, I felt a little touched. She is really full of energy. Watching the three men hurriedly leaving with their bags, I suddenly realized that they were really starting a business for me. Although I was a little skeptical, they seemed to always be paving the way for me. When I went out, I sat in the car, still thinking about the future direction in my mind. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded again. The Xinhao plan suggests the following industry directions: technology, medical, jewelry, automobile, and service. Current recommendations: photolithography machines, anti-cancer drugs, luxury jewelry, new energy vehicles, global hotel chains. Host, please choose a suitable direction. These industries seem to have great prospects. Although I have some concerns, at least there are multiple options that can complement each other, which makes me feel safe. I suddenly realized that maybe I should try all these industries, and it would be best to integrate them and operate them as a group. My goal has never been to make more money, but to find something to do and enjoy the daily comfort. Li Miaoxian was in high spirits. Because she was moving tomorrow, she took me to the supermarket today to prepare for the new home. To be honest, this was the first time I went shopping leisurely in the supermarket without any money worries. However, I soon realized that I had been ripped off. The items she bought were extremely expensive. A can of vinegar for 4,800 yuan, a bottle of beer for 168 yuan, a ceramic plate for 5,300 yuan, and a shoehorn for 990 yuan. The prices were almost incomprehensible to me. This was clearly a supermarket that specialized in serving luxury life. When I saw the price tag of the kitchen seasoning bottle was 30,000, I really thought to myself, I really deserve to be ripped off. I held Li Miaoxuan's hand and asked seriously, "Why did you spend so much money today?" She said innocently, "I always spend money like this." She took a deep breath and said softly, "I have always spent money like this since I was a child. Today, I bought it at a cheaper price to make it easier for you to accept." The next shopping trip was even more outrageous. The choice of faucets and toilets stunned me. Li Miaoxuan thought the 24K pure gold faucet was too shiny, so she chose a rose gold one. As for the toilet, 110,000. She said it was a smart model, the same model I had at home in Beijing. I really wanted to ask, can this toilet automatically cut hemorrhoids? However, Li Miaoxian showed me the other side of money and enjoyment through this way of shopping, silently opening a window to the rich. However, the wind outside this window was so strong that people were almost blown away. When it was my turn to buy fruit, I was completely devastated. A bunch of grapes cost 1,800 yuan, 2 cantaloupes cost 1,500 yuan, and a few lemons and oranges cost 5,500 yuan in total. I finally understand why girls call boys losers. If I earn 50,000 yuan a month, I probably can't even afford this shopping. A good match is not an empty phrase. I gently put my arm around Li Miaoxuan's waist and strolled leisurely in this magnificent supermarket. One good thing about the supermarkets here is that the waiters will help you carry heavy objects without tiring me out. Li mio xuan rarely bears lipstick. On the one hand, her red lips are naturally bright, and on the other hand, she thinks lipstick is not good because it will get into her lips when she kisses. I followed her example and bought a shovel, which was shiny with gold and cost 13,000 yuan. The instant noodle pot was even made to look like it was carved and inlaid with jade, which was hard to understand. The most outrageous thing was the mattress, which cost 130,000 yuan. She said it was very comfortable and indeed soft. I was originally planning to buy her some clothes and bags, but she leaned over to my ear and said, "Actually, this mall is ours." She continued softly, "Our clothes and bags are all high-end custom-made, and new products are delivered to your door every season." I took a deep breath, lowered my head, and felt my own exhaustion, and couldn't help but say, "It would be great if your mall could just deliver to my door. My legs are numb from walking, so I'll just buy some myself." Chapter 25. The gap between people is often far beyond imagination. Even though I was prepared, the luxurious atmosphere displayed by Li Miaoxian still made me feel like I was in a dream. That day, the two returned to the hotel, their faces showing fatigue. The shopping results had been sent to the new home, and the temporary nanny was sorting everything out. The large French window next to the bathtub showed the brilliant night view of Jinling outside, and my eyes unconsciously drifted to the distance, where I had lived for 18 years. At that time, there was not even a decent place to take a bath. Now, I can not only enjoy the luxury of bathing in the bathtub, but also share this tranquility with her. This contrast deeply shocked me. For the past 18 years, I have buried my hardships deep in my heart, trying hard to forget those days, and looking forward to the day when I can enjoy the luxury I have today. Li Miaoshuan's voice interrupted my thoughts. "You're pressing on me." I smiled helplessly. "I told you long ago. Why don't you just lie on top of me?" She suddenly suggested excitedly, "Let's order a super large bathtub tomorrow, the kind that can accommodate 2 people." I laughed in my heart. This kind of naive idea is very common among rich people. But for those who grew up in poverty, it is inevitable that they find it a little unrealistic. Flower petals were floating in the bathtub, and the chilled fruits and soft lights around created a peaceful atmosphere. The TV was on quietly, but I didn't turn it on. She felt a little anxious, especially because of the exhaustion she put in maintaining the image of a noble heroine. She was really worried that she would lose weight too quickly if she continued like this. A few days ago, I received a college admission letter, and my biological parents contacted me. My class teacher also invited me to attend a class reunion and to say goodbye on behalf of Baiwaning. Although I had good grades and good relationships, this party was not that important to me. Everyone knew that I came from a poor family and hoped that I could take this opportunity to change my fate. Some of my classmates even planned to secretly donate some money for me, fearing that I would have a hard time in college. But they didn't know that I had already found my biological parents. When I woke up in the morning, there was already a message in the class group. The head teacher specifically had ed me, and I couldn't refuse the party. Li Miaoshuan said coquettishly, "William, I want to go too." I responded helplessly, "Today is a class reunion. What are you doing here?" She insisted, "I'm going. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll teach them a lesson." I smiled and told her that everyone was nice and there would be no problem. However, she did not give up and suddenly shouted angrily, "Yesterday that bastard said he wanted to accompany me during the honeymoon period. What a heartless man." Her anger completely overshadowed her usual aloofness, and I felt helpless. Her stunning beauty made me afraid to bring her to meet classmates, for fear that others would think she was my rented girlfriend. Especially since many people in the class knew about my relationship with Baiwaning. Now that I had changed people, everyone would definitely talk about it behind my back. Despite this, I still agreed to let her go with me. Li Miaoshuan changed into a black pearl strapless dress, paired with a $1 million ocean heart necklace, and she looked like a daughter of the upper class. And she was going to wear these extravagant clothes to a food stall for lunch. All she said was, "The goal is to stand out from the crowd." She was dressed so dazzlingly, while I tried to be low-key in a plain white t-shirt and slippers. The party was arranged in a medium-sized hotel. I didn't plan to pay the bill, but in order to keep a low profile, I decided to be ordinary like everyone else. When I handed the 150,000 watch to the head teacher, he took it with a smile after checking it. During the party, the atmosphere was still relaxed and cheerful until Li Miaoshuan came out of the bathroom and the whole room suddenly became quiet. All the boys were stunned, while the girls looked at her in amazement. She stood behind me, and her subtle posture revealed our unusual relationship. Everyone turned their eyes to me, waiting for me to introduce her. I didn't want to say anything, no matter what. Finally, a boy couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhao, why don't you introduce her?" I smiled bitterly and stammered, "She is my mother." As soon as I finished speaking, Li Miaoshuan's hand had quietly twisted around my waist. Chapter 26. Li Miaoshuan always likes to joke about her future happiness, as if everything can be controlled at will. At this moment, she stared at me with eyes as cold as death, making me feel suffocated, as if she could swallow me. I quickly changed the subject. "This is the daughter-in-law my mother introduced to me." "No, wait, she is the girlfriend my mother introduced to me." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They were completely confused about the situation. The mother, daughter-in-law, and girlfriend were mixed together. Who could figure out immediately? I quickly added my explanation, but seeing that everyone was still confused, I had no choice but to reach out and grab Li Miaoshuan's hand. A simple action is worth 1,000 words. My former classmates looked at me with mixed emotions, especially since she was so beautiful. How did she become my girlfriend? "Your girlfriend?" a classmate asked in confusion. "William, aren't you an orphan?" "Where did your mother come from?" another asked. Their eyes were complicated, with confusion and curiosity. What they were more concerned about was where I had taken Bai Wanning. In their eyes, Bai Wanning was an angel, gentle and beautiful. "William, where is Bai Wanning?" a boy asked anxiously. I was stunned for a moment and replied, "She is in Beijing." "Have you broken up?" he continued to ask with a nervous tone. "We didn't break up," I answered. As soon as I said this, everyone was still confused, and some boys even stopped laughing. "You didn't break up, so why did you bring a girlfriend?" he asked incomprehensibly. I was stunned for a moment. Huh? Are these two things in conflict? My words shocked the whole audience. Who could refuse a fairy girl like Bai Wanning? Some girls came up to me and asked with doubtful eyes, "Does she know that she is your girlfriend?" Their tones seemed to confirm whether my so-called male god image had collapsed. Li Miaoxian approached me easily, responding to those questioning looks with a smile. The boy next to me had already started frantically contacting Bai Wanning, who was far away in Beijing. "First come, first serve," they joked. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Although my current girlfriend is not bad, I still think what you can't get is always the most tempting. The head teacher suddenly stood up and interrupted the discussion. "Everyone calm down. Not everyone can understand the path of life. The important thing is to be pragmatic and not aim too high." I smiled slightly, feeling a little emotional. I said, "I'm really super happy. Ivy Neva Lit. How about you? You just doubt and slander me. Fine, I won't pretend. I'm just a philanthropic man." As soon as the words fell, the party became a little messy, with everyone casually eating crayfish and drinking beer, as if they had returned to the kind of carefree class reunion. Li Miaoxian, wearing a dress, was eating crayfish like crazy, and she became the focus of the party. I thought she couldn't adapt to this kind of food, but she ate it with gusto and chatted with my female classmates. Suddenly, I understood why she came here. She came to have a good time. During the party, everyone started talking about their dreams. "I don't want too much in my life. I'll be satisfied if I can make 100 million. My goal is to buy a villa worth at least several hundred million. I want to have a Beijing hookup." Everyone boasted about their dreams, and the atmosphere was lively. One of the introverted boys suddenly asked, "Are you all single?" The topic came to an abrupt end. Everyone saw me and Li Miaoshuan feeding each other food, and suddenly they felt that the meal became boring and the meaning of the party seemed to have disappeared. Should I talk about my dream? I lowered my head and spoke absent-mindedly. A boy broke the silence. "Lao Zhao, come on, share your dream." I was a little embarrassed and whispered, "I want to sleep until I wake up naturally every day and have hot meals waiting for me when I go home in the evening. In winter, someone is willing to warm my feet. Every meal has 4 dishes and a soup, and I can support my family." Everyone thought my dream was simple and even a little ridiculous. Perhaps this is the limitation of an orphan like me. In everyone's eyes, my dreams are too ordinary, and they seem to reveal pity in their eyes. But I know in my heart that these ordinary goals are my truest wishes. What made me laugh the most was that I had lunch with Zhao Zichong, the richest man in China, in 2019 and the president of Huashan Group. After checking my phone, I found out that the richest man was actually my father. Chapter 27. I sat at the party table and felt that there seemed to be an unbridgeable distance between me and my classmates. Although our appearances haven't changed much, our backgrounds are completely different. I never thought my life would turn out like this, and I could even make their wishes come true in a day if I wanted to. I'm not bragging, but I want to say that I really had dinner with Zhao Zichang, owned several supercars, several villas in Jinling City, have a household registration in Beijing, have a girlfriend and a fiancé, and have hundreds of millions in my hands. You can start a business at any time. All of this is taken for granted by me, but I know that they may only feel incredible when they see this. Li Miaoshuan's eyes didn't seem as cold as before. Instead, they stared at me with a hint of subtle emotion, as if thinking about how I would respond to these former classmates. I smiled, picked up the bottle, and poured wine for my brothers. I'm just an ordinary person. Maybe my ideas are simple. Today we are together, and everyone may be bragging, but in 5, 10, or 20 years, there will definitely be industry leaders, knowledgeable experts, or powerful tycoons among us. As long as we don't give up our original intention and keep moving forward, we will always achieve something. I drank it all in one gulp, and the bitter wine slid down my throat. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere began to relax, and the topics became more unrestrained. Everyone was no longer restrained, laughing, crying, hugging, and showing the carefreeness of youth. And I, who used to be the idol of the class, am now surrounded by a group of girls who miss their youth. Li Miaoshuan stood aside with an unhappy look on her face. It was obvious that she didn't like seeing such a scene, but she didn't pull me away directly, as usual. She just stood there quietly with a smile on her face. I looked up at the door from time to time, feeling a little uneasy because my best friend Ma, Xiao, had not arrived yet. A few days ago, we were still moving bricks on the construction site. I left secretly, but he continued to work on the construction site. At this time, he might still be asking for leave from the contractor. Suddenly, I saw a thin figure hurriedly walk into the door. It was Ma Xiao. I immediately stood up and waved. Ma Xiao here. He walked up to me, clenched his fist, and patted my shoulder, then grabbed the braised beef on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Lao Zhao, you got rich, but you didn't take me with you. I'm almost starving to death. He ate while talking, his eyes were sunken, and he was obviously a little tired. Although we have a different life now, he still has a hard time, his parents are bedridden, and life is very heavy. I understand that even though I've made it through, he is still struggling. Ma Xiao can't drink much, but every time he drinks with me, he never refuses. We poured wine, ate food, and continued to pour wine until everyone at the party began to enjoy themselves, and everyone started to have a good time. Li Miaoshuan was watching us from the side, her brows furrowed, obviously dissatisfied. She stood there pouring wine for us from time to time, looking a little helpless. Once again, when she was pouring wine for us, Ma Xiao suddenly looked at her. Who is this? My girlfriend. I answered simply. Is it true? He was a little skeptical. Of course it's true, I said proudly. It's absolutely genuine. Ma Xiao smiled and continued to tease. Brother Zhao, this 18-centimeter man's charm is really full. I smiled in response, but Li Miaoshuan walked up behind me and patted me twice. You are so proud, she said dissatisfiedly. Then she stopped pouring wine angrily, turned away, and kicked my chair. Go sleep on the floor quickly. You're disgusting me by sitting there. After she said that, she left. Ma Xiao and I continued laughing, and after a few minutes, we started burping, one after another, completely unlike ourselves. Being drunk, I whispered to Ma Xiao, I'm telling you, I've really found a way to make a fortune. 10,000 a month. Do you want to do it? Ma Xiao's eyes lit up, and he patted the table. I knew you had the potential to be rich, as long as it conforms to the core values of socialism. I'll do it. I smiled and said, okay, it's a deal. We'll make a fortune together. It is worth mentioning that Ma Xiao was also admitted to Nanjing University. Although his score was lower than mine, and we were not in the same major, we are still good friends, and our friendship is strong. He decided to help the business do some simple things, such as cleaning the office, shredding documents, pouring a cup of coffee, etc. After all, he might refuse if he was not given tens of thousands of dollars directly. When the party ended, the head teacher was already drunk, and Ma Xiao and I also became drunk. I helped my class teacher walk to the taxi, but I accidentally knocked him down. Li Miaoshuan watched all this and knew that I was not good at drinking, but I always tried to be strong, feeling a little helpless. My classmates couldn't help laughing at me and even threatened to take pictures. Li Miaoxian smiled slightly, sent the classmates away, turned around, and asked me coldly, "Are you drunk?" I struggled to answer. "I'm not drunk. I can still drink." Everyone has left. Gone. I slowly opened my eyes and saw that there was no one around me. I could only smile bitterly. Li Miaoxian helped me back to the garage and walked toward the new villa. I remember that when Ma Xiao heard the 10,000, his palms trembled slightly. Chapter 28. No one is completely hard-hearted, especially Ma Xiao. Although he has always refused charity from others, when he heard that he could earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, the excitement in his eyes almost overflowed. Although he always pretends to be calm, his inner turmoil is hard to conceal. His parents have been bedridden for many years, and the burden of life makes him breathless, and his life is much more difficult than mine. I know Ma Zhao's situation is much more difficult than mine. But even so, my parents were finally found while he was still in deep trouble. The next day, I found some time to send Chun Yinlan a message. Women are made by sleeping together. She immediately replied. I explained, what I mean is that you need to rest well. You can put your business on hold for now. Keeping your complexion in good shape is the most important thing. Vase. She raised her eyebrows and asked. I smiled and continued to explain. The point is that you have some health problems, and my small company can't afford to compensate you for your work injury. She asked back, do you want to sleep with me? I was stunned for a moment and quickly responded, Girl, why do you think so? She chuckled, haha. I felt a little helpless, and then said, I think the most important thing about getting along with others is to appreciate each other, rather than to make malicious assumptions. Her reply made me even more helpless. I'm busy with work. Boss, I'm leaving. I could only smile bitterly, thinking that everything would be explained sooner or later. Later, I told her about Ma Zhao's situation and hoped that she could help find some work for him, but it was misunderstood. It doesn't matter. It's also a matter of time. At this time, Li Miaoxuan was resting in the car. Although her complexion had improved slightly, she still hadn't rested well. The sunshade in the car blocked the outside world. I turned on the screen in front of the seat, and the scenery outside was displayed on the screen. I couldn't help but sigh at the luxury of this car. The interior design was meticulous, and there was even a partition in the back seat. The driver drove the car, silently, and took us to the legendary Villa King. I heard that this villa cost more than 1 billion yuan and was one of the most famous villas in the world, but I was not shocked. After all, I was deeply impressed by the manners in Beijing, and real luxury no longer excited me. However, when the car drove into the backlight, I couldn't help but open the sunshade. Outside was a manor larger than my family manor, and more magnificent than I could imagine. There are two small buildings next to the main building, which are the nanny building, the housekeeper building, and the security building. It seems that the demand for this house is shocking. At this moment, I was filled with mixed emotions. I was moved by Zhao Zichang's deep fatherly love for building such a house for me. I've always thought that I was very lucky, but only now did I truly feel the depth of my father's love. Although the villa is magnificent, I feel a little empty when I think that there are only me and Li Miaoxuan here. The car stopped at the courtyard of the villa, and I got out of the car holding Li Miaoxian and stepped onto the huge green lawn. In the middle of the yard was a clear stream with goldfish swimming on the surface, and the sound of the fish tapping on the water seemed to be telling its story. The villa is magnificent, but the front door seems a bit ordinary. Push open the door, and the interior space is open and noble. The use of crystal and ink-colored glass makes the whole space look spacious yet solemn. Although the home furnishings are simple, they reveal the elegance of the family. I don't know when Li Miaoxuan woke up. She looked at me quietly, with inquiry in her eyes. I walked over with a smile, picked her up, and walked upstairs. I opened the door of the master bedroom and found it spacious and bright, with a clean bed and fresh air. I decided to explore the place, and it would take at least 2 hours to see it thoroughly. Take your time. I gently put Li Miaoxian on the bed and lay down myself. Although this villa is perfect, I feel a little lonely. Just as I was about to take a break, my cell phone rang. I picked up the phone. Hello? Chen Yanlan. She asked hurriedly, do you need my signature? Where is it? Number 0, Zaijinshan Villa District, the one closest to the top of the mountain. I answered. She hung up the phone in a hurry, and just as she put down her drink, the gate bell of the manor rang. I pressed the control system and opened the door. Chen Yanlan drove the BMW M5 at a high speed and got out of the car skillfully, holding documents and a pen in her hand. I handed her a bottle of drink. It's hot. Drink something. She didn't respond, but pointed to the signature position on the document. 10 seconds later, she quickly completed the formalities and prepared to leave. I asked curiously, "Are you planning to rent a house in Jinling?" She replied calmly, "No." I continued to ask why. She smiled and shook her sunglasses, revealing her bright eyes. "Because I guess you will let me live here." Chapter 29. Chun Yinlan said calmly, "I guess you will let me live here." Her words were full of confidence, which made me feel uncomfortable. She seemed to read my mind, and it gave me a sense of uncontrollable anxiety. Suddenly, I felt like I had the money and everyone should obey my orders. But soon, I realized that money cannot determine everything, and being too self-centered will only isolate myself. Chun Yinlan is smart and independent, which does not worry me. On the contrary, her wisdom makes me feel that being her partner can bring an intangible sense of accomplishment. I try to comfort myself, but I still said firmly, "If you want to live here, that's fine. How about giving me a few $1,000s a month in rent?" She smiled faintly and asked with a hint of disdain, "Then will you give me a raise of a few thousand yuan?" I frowned, not liking her bargaining attitude. She drank her coffee quietly, her eyes calm and full of provocation. "You want to keep me in your big villa so that you can sleep with me, and you even ask for rent. You are a rich young man, so how can you be so shameless?" Her words left me speechless, my face burning, and I couldn't help but feel a little angry. Finally, I squeezed out a sentence awkwardly. "Why do you always make malicious assumptions about me?" Chun Yinlan smiled slightly, did not respond, and suddenly walked towards me. Her provocation made me feel guilty, and I blushed involuntarily. Seeing this, I hastily added, "Okay, don't rent the room. Move in early, it's spacious and convenient for working." After that, I quickly transferred 1.5 million to her and said, "Register the company, recruit employees, rent, water and electricity bills, etc. You can handle it yourself." She nodded and handed me a document. "Please take a look at this document and go through the procedures." I opened the document and was surprised to find that I had become the legal representative of the company. It turned out that the business plan had already started, and I was only the nominal legal representative, and I had almost no business worrying about other matters. Chun Yinlan obviously sees further. She believes that I started a company to accumulate experience and inherit the Zhao family's business in the future. She herself doesn't want to get married or have children. She just wants to rely on herself to achieve success, like those successful men. She has no objection to happiness between men and women, but she hopes for a man who is successful in his career, healthy and clean, rather than just having promiscuous sex with any man. Although I was somewhat dissatisfied with her opinion of my proposal to rent a house, I admired her directness and boldness without any disguise. After she left, I was still confused and puzzled. There was a lot of thoughts hidden in her eyes, and although I couldn't see through them, I was in awe of her courage to speak and act. After opening the document, I found that I had become the legal representative of the company and quickly entered the process of starting a business. The suburban plot mentioned in the document was a good opportunity to conduct agricultural hybridization experiments, and the plan had great potential. When I walked into the underground warehouse area, I saw this huge open space, and suddenly I had an idea. I decided to try gold trading. I picked up a pen and paper and wrote down 50 tons of gold, price 50 yuan per gram, transaction price 2.5 billion. However, reality soon reminded me that the funds were far from enough, and I needed at least 150 million to complete the transaction. Just when I was in financial trouble, Zhao Zichang's 1 billion yuan was almost gone, and I couldn't ask him for help anymore. At this time, Li Miaoxin called me and asked coldly, "Where are you?" I told her that I was working downstairs, and she asked me, "Why don't you take a nap?" I explained, "Because I sleep at night and work in the afternoon." Her tone was still stern. "Did I allow you to sleep at night?" She seemed to know my every move, which made me feel a little depressed. I couldn't help but feel a little bitter. What did Li Miaoxin mean? Did she want me to show off my power early? Or did she want me to give up? I tried to change the subject. "Miaoxian, I'm having some troubles right now." She was silent for a moment, then replied, "Is it not possible now? It's only been 2 days." I was stunned and had no idea what she was talking about. Chapter 30. When I encountered difficulties, I instinctively wanted to call my girlfriend, Li Miaoxian, to seek some comfort. But her reaction surprised me and even embarrassed me. She actually asked, "Are you unable to do it now?" This instantly made me realize that I was not as strong as I had imagined, and instead, I was a little at a loss. I hastily clarified, "No, I'm talking about serious matters. My tone became serious. She seemed to realize my seriousness and was silent for a while. Then I could hear her soft laughter. What are you laughing at? I was a little confused. She replied lazily, Business? What is business? What is your business now? There was a hint of ridicule in her tone, and it was obvious that she had just got out of bed. I told her that I had invested in a batch of goods, but I was short of some money. Don't you still have some money? Annie told me, you still don't have enough to spend. She seemed a little confused. I was shocked to hear her mention her mother's arrangement. I didn't expect that she had already started to worry about my affairs. It's not enough. I sighed and admitted the truth. She asked me what I invested in. Gold. I answered. Gold? She asked with a hint of confusion. It's better to invest less and have some fun first. She advised me. To convince her, I explained, No, you don't understand. I buy physical gold. I raised my voice slightly, feeling a little proud. She was obviously shocked, huh? She asked in surprise, How many hundreds of millions of gold did you buy? How much do you want to pay? I simply answered, 50 per gram. Li Miaoshuan's tone became alert. No way, it's the new year. How can it be 50 yuan per gram? Obviously, she thought I was cheated by a scammer and was even ready to go downstairs to confirm. After the call ended, I lowered my head and continued to look at the seeds in my hand. She was already standing beside me, leaning over to look at the small potatoes. Are these potatoes? She asked. I nodded. These are seeds, extremely high-quality potato seeds. There was doubt in her eyes. Did the gold seller also sell you these seeds? I answered, yes. Her eyes were sharp. What about the other person? I shrugged. I don't have any money, so he left. She continued to ask, How much is the difference? I answered honestly, only 150 million. Then I smiled and said, How about Miaoxian? Can you lend me some first? She glanced at me and asked, Can I make money? I nodded, with a flash of excitement in my eyes. Of course, I replied. She hesitated for a moment, and finally smiled and said, If you make money, you must give me some. Then she took out her cell phone and started transferring money for me. I felt a surge of excitement, and my heartbeat quickened. Li Miaoxian helped me complete the transfer, and then we walked upstairs from the basement together. When we walked upstairs, she suddenly noticed the lipstick on the sofa, frowned, and asked me, Did anyone come to our house while I was taking a nap? I replied. My assistant came and asked me to sign. She nodded, but seemed to have made a judgment in her mind. Suddenly, she gently twisted my waist, her eyes cold. Asked her if she can cook, wash clothes, sweep the floor, etc. Give her an extra 500 yuan salary. Our family needs a nanny. I was stunned. You mean let my assistant do this? She looked at me coldly. What else? I was a little confused. But she's a finance major. Is there a conflict between our majors? She asked coldly. In order not to make her angry, I had to agree. I'll find time to ask her if she's willing. She suddenly came close to me and narrowed her eyes. Are you speaking for her? I hurriedly explained. No, I was just talking. She suddenly said in a fake crying tone. You're not a human being. You just wanted to ride on my head. I was stunned, not knowing how to respond. She looked aggrieved and vulnerable, which made me feel uneasy. I hugged her gently and comforted her. Dear, how could I not cherish you? I'll call her later and ask her to cook. She snorted coldly. Humph. Then she turned and left, leaving me standing there in a daze. Before she went upstairs, she reminded me, remember to drink more water. There's a computer in the study. You can play some games. I watched her go upstairs, and suddenly I felt uneasy. Then I hurried downstairs and returned to the basement. The money on the card had arrived. More than 2.6 billion. Ready. Chapter 31, The Most Arrogant. Sit in a chair. William stood up again, gently closed the warehouse door, and put the potato seeds aside. He had just estimated that the warehouse could hold at least 100 tons of gold. 50 meals is easy. He raised his pen and wrote in his notebook. 50 tons of gold traded. The trade price is 2.5 billion. Transaction successful. William heard nothing. But when he turned around and looked around, even though he had great faith in the trading system, the gold bricks that occupied half of the warehouse made him nervous. Without saying a word, he walked to the main light switch of the warehouse and turned on all the remaining lights in the row. In an instant, the dark underground warehouse was suddenly filled with golden light. William covered his eyes almost immediately. So shiny. All the gold bricks were piled here, somewhat disorderly, even without any rules, but they were piled up like tiny mountains of gold. Taking a deep breath, William repeatedly told himself to stay calm. This was just a small scene. He put on brand new white gloves, held the small hammer that had been prepared long ago, walked slowly over, and picked up the first gold brick in his hand. Not moved. Huge sinking. He trotted upstairs again, picked up the scale that Li Miaoshuan had placed in the cabinet, and quickly went downstairs. The scale looked a little thin next to the big gold brick. He lifted the gold brick and placed it on the scale. Record the weight, then the next piece. After trying more than a dozen gold bricks, William muttered, "Each gold brick weighs 20 kilograms, a total of 2,500 gold bricks, a total of 10 small gold mountains, each with 250 gold bricks." After a simple calculation, William has already calculated the gold mine closest to him. There's enough goods. Next, it is necessary to check the authenticity and purity. William carried a gold brick upstairs and locked the warehouse door. Even though it seemed a bit unnecessary, he felt at ease. After all, anyone who has spent all his existing property alone will be extremely alert. The gold brick is too big. William didn't even know how to take it out for identification. He didn't have a high-temperature spray gun. Even if he had one, how long would it take to burn through the 40-pound gold brick? It feels a bit uncomfortable. The 40-gene gold brick is about the size of 2 Xinhua dictionaries and is quite heavy. William sat on the sofa, holding the gold brick, and suddenly felt a little powerless. It seemed that there was no one to help him deal with things, and there was no talented person to help him share his worries. I want to enjoy life. Why should I, a young man who inherited hundreds of billions, be helpless while holding a heavy object? Where are the talented people in the world? William was really eager to recruit talented people at this time, and he wished he could have a reliable and capable person who could help him identify the authenticity. I'm the boss. Why should I do all the heavy work myself? It's Chen Yinlan's fault. He had already thought of an idea. The breeding of hybrid agricultural seeds was a process that was bound to succeed. All he needed to do was to find 2 people who knew how to farm. There was no academic requirement. They just needed to farm. No skills were needed anyway. The point is how to reasonably convert this batch of gold into cash with high quality and high efficiency is a test of technology. In 2019, the national gold consumption has exceeded 1,000 tons. Our 50 tons may not seem like much, but in fact, if you throw a stone into a lake, no matter how small it is, there will still be movement. Unless it is a very fine powder. What Chen Yinlan needs to do is to help William let this batch of gold enter the gold market in the form of powder, maintain the gold price, and strive to make enough money. William called his assistant. He remembered that the proposal in the super rich man's plan was for luxury jewelry. Once there was a direction, there would be the fortune promised in the plan. This shouldn't be too difficult to do. Hey, get ready to expand your business. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. The research and development of agricultural products can be put on hold for now. Yes, we don't need too many senior professionals. Just find 2 farmers who know how to farm. Chen Yinlan was stunned. She originally thought that William was messing around with the industry. How could young people like them have the patience and energy to start a business? Most of them would give up halfway. But she never expected that the agricultural product project would be shelved before it even started, and they are brazen enough to expand their business. Even though she had a little affection for William, it was too late for her to make up for the ridicule she felt towards him in her heart. The child is always messing around and never stops, so he must be useless. It's useless. Okay, I see. What business do you want to expand? William, luxury jewelry. Chen Yinlan, you also found a diamond mine in South Africa? She couldn't help but tease. Diamond mine? With William's knowledge, he didn't understand the sentence, but he still silently memorized the 3 words diamond mine in his heart and decided to ask the trading system next time if it could give him a diamond mine. Chen Yinlan, it's okay. This is a bit difficult. How about you try another field, boss? William, no, you can't change industries so easily. Are you kidding me? Yinlan, you can't take business too lightly. Chen Yinlan held the phone, her face calm, and her eyes were distracted for a moment. She now felt like she was insulted. But she was the boss after all, so she endured it. Chen Yinlan, okay, boss, but it's fine if you sell some gold, diamonds, etc. But why luxury jewelry? Can't we also have Lao Fengxiang or something? We can call it Lao Longxiang. William's face changed, and he quickly corrected his misconception. Gold is not a luxury? Indeed not. Chen Yinlan heard William was silent. She thought for a while, but couldn't figure out why her boss didn't speak. But she continued to talk. So-called luxury goods are a specific type of goods that have little use value, are very expensive and rely on brand awareness and commercial marketing to rob the rich of their money. William, please give me an example. Chunyanlon. The colorful bear next to the sofa in your living room has a market price of more than 600,000 yuan. It is useless and not even pretty, and its manufacturing cost is less than a few dozen yuan. William, just to cheat idiots out of their money? Chunyanlon. It's not cheating, it's a matter of willingness. Some people are only happy when they are cheated. William seemed to be thinking about something. Does this mean that the gold I own may be fake? No, it should be said that it can be short of weight, and 1 gram of gold can be sold for thousands of dollars. Luxury jewelry. This industry has great potential. William rubbed his hands and placed his phone on the gold brick. Okay, then go ahead and do it. And give it a higher price. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise. Chunyanlon had nothing to say. She didn't want to embarrass her boss at once. Really, even though he was a bit shameless. Where can I find a luxury brand for you? I give up. She didn't understand, but was very surprised. What kind of brain circuit could allow William to say such frankly? The phone was on, and William was holding the brochure of the world-famous brand. Then Chunyanlon heard the most arrogant and terrifying words in her life. William, get ready, plan, and prepare to acquire Bulgari. He saw in the brochure that Bulgari had a luxury jewelry industry, which was quite good. That's it. William hung up the phone without waiting for Chunyanlon to react and turned to inquire about the system transaction price of Bulgari Group. Chapter 32, Big Fool. Chunyanlon frowned deeply. William's idea is too scary to acquire Bulgari. Even the richest man in the world cannot just acquire something. How to put it? He was a little arrogant, but more like a child's innocence. She suddenly showed a relaxed smile and suddenly realized that the business success she had been pursuing one-sidedly might just be a little game played by the children of wealthy families. The result is not important, and neither is the process. The important thing is to make the boss happy. After all, William's words were too terrifying. After relaxing for a moment, Chunyanlon received another message from William. A batch of gold. Please help me identify it. Okay. William placed the gold brick on the floor. It was completely useless now and was too heavy to even be used as a footstool. Gold is indeed precious, but when there's a large amount of it, what is the difference between it and the golden plates decorating the wall? Oh, the wall is also made of gold? That's fine. It's easy to get carried away when trading. If William wasn't really short of money, he would even want to ask about the price of the diamond. The most urgent thing is to ask Bulgari. William told Chunyanlon that the acquisition was just for fun, but if they really wanted to develop an industry, they should ask the universal trading system. Who can't brag? To make a beautiful woman smile? Or to scare her? How much does Bulgari sell? Event information loading. Universal trading system loading. Bulgari Group information loading. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the special event luck granted by the godly plan. The price of the transaction item will be randomly selected from common numbers and prices in the host's life experience. The Bulgari Group's price is £9.15. William, why not 50-cent noodles? You make it seem like I bought a shirt. He stood there in a daze. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. After hearing the price, he was surprised. This time he really asked the price casually and had no intention of buying. But £9.15 didn't seem unacceptable, even though he was sure of money. More than $80. Li Miaoshuan spent several thousand yuan to buy a hairband. 80 yuan is really not expensive. Trade. Transaction successful. Huh. William breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is fine now. He wiped his nose and felt relieved. When he suddenly came to his senses, he realized belatedly. What next? No more? Aren't all the transactions successful? Where are the things? Where's the group I agreed to buy? Why hasn't the group I bought anything from shown any sign of support? Take it out and show it to me. Within 24 hours of the transaction, senior executives of the Bulgari Group will hand over the business to the host. I see. One exciting thing. I have exceeded the daily working hours today. I can't work anymore and need to take a break. Putting the gold bricks aside, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. William wanted to go back to the alley where he used to live. The aunties, uncles, and aunties all missed him very much. Unfortunately, I can't drive. One thing that is really annoying is that the driver from the capital city is supposed to be responsible for transporting that fleet of trailers over, but they haven't arrived in Jinling yet. There is no car, and the cars of the Li family's hotels cannot be used at will. sitting by the window, feeling melancholy. The sound of slippers slowly approached from upstairs. Li Miaoxuan was wearing a pair of large black-framed glasses, and his eyesight was probably not very good because he had just woken up. He was also gently rubbing his long hair. She looked around the first floor for several weeks, but still didn't see William. She just heard some noise. William was only about 10 meters to her right, but he just stood there motionless, simply looking at her. Li Miaoxuan still didn't see him. It's not that Mr. Li's eyesight is not very good. It's just that the villa is too big and it's not easy to see. William was sitting by the window. His light-colored t-shirt matched the scenery outside the window, and the girl was completely lost. "Where's the little bastard?" She called out softly first. William blinked and said nothing. "William," she called again louder. William remained silent. The villa was so big that it really affected her vision and hearing. The colors of the decorations alone were enough for her to distinguish. Li Miaoxuan took light steps and moved a little closer to where William was, but still looked around for the man. William was ready to scare her when she walked in. 3 steps. 2 steps. Step. While Li Miaoxuan was turning around, William slowly stood up and prepared to pat her shoulder gently. As a result, as soon as he stood up, Li Miaoxuan reached over and grabbed his ear with his backhand without blinking. Then she turned around and gave him a beautiful smile. Then the smile quickly disappeared, replaced by an indifferent expression, and the hand that pinched his ear gradually moved down to twist his waist. "Man, why don't you agree? It's been so hard to find you." The voice is clear and beautiful, like the sound of jade. Looking at Li Miaoxuan, William began to understand the meaning of beautiful women bring disaster. Who could resist a woman with such appearance? The king does not hold court early in the morning. At least he is not Yang Wei. Li Miaoxuan is truly the most stunning beauty in the world. I was lost just now and forgot to respond. He almost opened his lips with that cold face. "What are you obsessed with?" Glancing at him, she wanted to step back only to find that she was already in William's arms. "You are good looking. I like you." Li Miaoxuan wrinkled her nose and gently broke free. "You are such a straight man, a fool, and a bastard." William touched his nose. "Straight? Not bad. Straight guys don't have girlfriends. Is it possible that young girls are also moved by straightforward, plain, and simple expressions of love? Of course, the premise is that you are not ugly." When Li Miaoxuan was dragged by William to look at the gold brick on the ground, the little girl was obviously stunned for a moment. She was planning to ask someone to investigate the transaction process between William and the scammer, and was about to expose the scam when she saw this very real gold brick. She has seen many gold bricks, and she is not sure that the one in front of her is 100% pure gold, but there is a 90% chance that it is real gold. Why is it only $1? Didn't you buy 50 tons? The rest is still in the underground warehouse. 50 tons. A whole 50 tons. William gave her an affirmative look. The next second, Li pulled William downstairs and ran to the warehouse. She pushed open the warehouse door, and William helped her turn on the lights. Even Li Miaoxuan, who grew up in a wealthy family, was shocked. 10 big gold mountains. So many gold bricks. She really didn't expect it. Where is that liar? I mean, where is the person you did a deal with? Li Miaoxuan looked at William with bright and sparkling eyes. She had estimated the weight of all the gold here in a very short time. Combining the 1 billion that William himself had and the 150 million that he gave him, if converted into price, the price per gram would be less than 50, probably only 20 or 25 yuan per gram. Of course, she didn't know that William made a lot of private money by using the cash back from consumption. After taking a breath, Li Miaoxuan spoke seriously. "How do you plan to cash in?" "William, I'm not going to work today. It's time to rest." Li Miaoxuan narrowed her eyes slightly, thought for a long time before she smiled, nodded smartly, and pulled William upstairs. She didn't want to disturb William's pace of life, except that he couldn't go to bed early at night. "Our car hasn't arrived yet." "Then go out and buy a car. We just happen to be in need of a normal car for driving around." William nodded. He still had tens of millions in his card, so he was not too poor. Chapter 33, Buying a Car. You may not believe it. William and Li Miaoxuan rode shared bicycles to the 4S store. Fortunately, the sun was not too strong today, and there was a slight breeze, so I rode my bike slowly along the riverside. Li Miaoxuan said William is a straight man. William immediately retorted, making it clear that he also understood romance. As he spoke, he stopped the car, picked a small wild flower, and presented it to Mr. Li with a bright face. Yes, he did not ride the same bike with Li Miaoxuan. And he also complained that Li Miaoshuan started too slowly and fell too far. Seeing the little wild flowers, Li Miaoshuan happily picked them and put them in William S. hair. She threw the car to the side of the road, sat in the back seat of William S. car, and gently put her arms around the big boy's waist. William touched his nose, took a look at the air level of the tire, and said, "You are not heavy. Why did you flatten the tire?" Li Miaoshuan couldn't bear it anymore. "Get off the car immediately and choose to walk on your own two legs." William rode his bike and chased after him. "Hey, don't you like riding in a car?" Li Miaoshuan said nothing. William continued to ride slowly, almost at the same pace as her. "Why don't you ride your bike? Where's your bike? Remember to lock it when you park it, otherwise you will be fined." Li Miaoshuan stopped, turned around, and looked at William with a smile. She understood that it was impossible to let this dead man coax her. He didn't understand romance, and was indeed allergic to romance. William stopped the car, reached out his hand, and picked up Li Miaoshuan's hair, and they looked into each other's eyes again. He gave a silly smile. Li Miaoshuan curled his lips, reached out, and pulled William off the bike, then rode away on his bike. By the time William reacted, Li had already ridden his bike quite far away. He had no choice but to run after them, howling like a wolf. The wind by the river blew the girl's hair. Li Miaoshuan looked back with a slight frown in her eyes. She slowly slowed down the speed of the car. She started riding again only when William sat on the back seat smartly. "Miaoxian, there's nowhere to put your hands in the back seat." "Then don't sit, run." William stopped talking and waited for a while before reaching out his hand and gently wrapping his arms around that slender waist. "You have such a thin waist. I want to hold tighter." "Huh, you smell so good, Miaoxian. Fragrant." The two of them walked through a group of old ladies and old men with their grandchildren. A group of children chased after their car. To be exact, they were all chasing after William, who seemed to be very popular among these kids. "Big brother, aren't you ashamed to ask a girl to lead you? Big brother is not a man. Pooh, do you know how to be gentle and kind to women?" He definitely hasn't been to the senior kindergarten class. The teacher said to help the girls. William's face turned black. He held Li Miaoshuan's waist and argued with a group of children. "TSK, a bunch of little brats. Do you know what romance is? You little brat whose hair hasn't even grown yet. Go home and drink your milk." People on both sides were cursing at each other and making faces. Along the river bank, taking advantage of the early evening breeze, the little ones ran a long distance and only ran back when the adults called them. William took out his cell phone and, since there were few people by the river, he played music at a low volume. An interlude of Sunny Day sounded. Li Miaoshuan's face remained calm, but where William couldn't see, there was bright joy in the corners of her eyes, but she didn't say it or show it on her face. "Just hold him by the waist." "Miaoxian, are you tired? What do you think? How about letting me ride for a while? Won't that flatten the tire?" the girl asked back. William was stunned, and then he realized, "That's right, we are only a few hundred meters away from our destination." "Really? Get out of here." The employees at the 4S store had never seen young men and women chasing and fighting into the store. When they thought they were people with no manners who came to cause trouble, William ran away while shouting, "Take a look at your AMGs. Pick out the expensive ones and show them to me." The salesperson looked confused and asked, "Are you here to buy a car?" Only then did he take a closer look at the man and woman's clothes and attire. Then he quickly brought over the car model album, served coffee and dessert, and stood quietly by the side, waiting seriously for the couple to finish fighting. William threw the card to the salesperson and pointed to the AMG brochure. "The most expensive ones on the list are in stock. You can choose the ones you want. If you want expensive ones, swipe your card quickly. If the price is too high, I will return it in 2 days. Hurry up, I know your general agent. Don't swipe your card randomly." The salesperson was confused again. After William's card, he really had 1,000 thoughts. He thought he had met a sucker, but what William said was not something a sucker would say. The main thing is that the two young people went out wearing a Mercedes-Benz C, so they must be rich. If the price is right, then they will come to me again in the future to buy a car, a wedding car, etc. If this matter is handled well, won't they make a lot of money in the future? The salesperson asked a waiter to come over and accompany the customer while he went to swipe the card. 10 minutes later, a car drove over with a temporary license plate. There are also several bags of gifts and presents. A tight car handling ceremony was also held. Just based on this attitude, this car worth nearly $3 million is worth it, even though it is the cheapest car he has ever owned in his life. As a means of transportation, it's not shabby. It's done. William and the other man were already sitting there drinking coffee. Under the pressure of Li Miaoshuan's appearance, those female salesmen simply couldn't come here. William held the car keys, looked at the salesperson, nodded seriously, and finally asked, "Do you have a business card?" The salesperson handed over his business card, and William said, "You are very good, very good." He turned around and sat in Li Miaoshuan's passenger seat and drove away. AMG GT Coupe, convertible. To be honest, it is indeed more fun to take this thing for a ride than a shared bike. But why is the sales of this thing not as good as shared bikes? Faced with Li Miaoshuan's question, William pursed his lips slightly and didn't want to speak. Turn right, then left, go straight and turn right again, then keep going straight. Why don't you drive? William said nothing, but reached out and placed his hand on her leg without leaving any trace. She is wearing a short skirt today. There is no obstruction from the fabric, and it feels good. Li Miaoshuan didn't say anything. She followed the route William gave her and acted as her girlfriend's driver. Those uncles and aunts were very nice to me. I know. Li Miaoshuan handed William a pair of sunglasses, but William didn't wear them. He felt very complicated. Returning to this alley again, he was excited, but also felt very fortunate. When I was feeling depressed and sad, Zhao Zichong called me. William answered, "Hello. Where are you?" "I'm here in my hometown." "Okay. I'm worried that you can't take care of yourself if you're alone, so I'll find someone to be your housekeeper. Please be careful not to let him get lost." William was almost stunned by the greetings from his own father. "That's fine. Well, actually, you don't have to come." "Not going? What if you get lost again?" After hanging up the phone, William sighed helplessly, hoping that the butler was a flexible person and would not do those things that old Six did. He really doesn't like being called young master. "Hello, Aunt Lua. It's me, William." "Yes, I'll be at the street corner soon. Tell the neighbors that I was admitted to university, so I was thinking of finding an opportunity to hold a graduation banquet. I thought tonight would be a good time." No need. I've already arranged for a hotel chef to set up a few tables in the alley, like a food stall. Recommended group, 463462119. Chapter 34, Young Master. When the car reached the entrance of the alley, Lee deliberately slowed down. Appearing under the gazes of the neighbors again, William gradually relaxed from his embarrassed smile and stretched out his clenched toes. He became lively, just as he had been in the days when he was penniless. After the car drove for a while, the alley began to narrow. Li Miaoshuan parked the car, took off her sunglasses, got out of the car with a smile on her face, and took William's arm. It can't be said to be a glorious return home. At most, it's a refreshing coming-of-age ceremony. After all, everyone here can be considered a relative. Over the past decade, no one has deliberately bullied him, said bad things to him, cursed him behind his back, or squeezed or ridiculed him. For a young man who had a high possibility of becoming a family without a son, what he has received over the years is gradual kindness. Helping you is a favor. Not helping you is my duty. Why do you ask everyone to have compassion? Fortunately, William met everyone in this alley. William was pulling Li Miaoshuan past the group of aunties at the entrance of the alley. He touched his nose and felt a little nervous. They were sitting on both sides with smiles on their faces, and Ninja didn't say anything. According to legend, if a dog passes by here, it will be scolded. Fortunately, although Li Miaoshuan has a thin figure, she has everything she needs and is not considered to have difficulty in giving birth. I guess no one has anything to say about her looks. There are flaws that even a god can't find. A table has been set up in the alley. It is not from the hotel, but a small folding table from a neighbor's home in the alley. It is very light. Everyone knows about William's graduation banquet, so it's nice to join the fun and have a meal together. William's partner? Yes. William nodded with a smile. This girl is so pretty. She looks like a star. How can ordinary people praise others? They just tell the truth. Girl, our William is not bad either. He is a good person, down to earth, hard-working, and good at studying. You two should be fine. Aunt Lu couldn't hold back her words. Seeing Li Miaoshuan's beauty, she was very satisfied and wanted her to stay with William forever. Out of selfish desire as an elder, she wanted to leave good things for her own children. Li Miaoshuan showed half of her teeth, covered her mouth with her hands, and her shoulders shook with laughter. William let go of her hand, and she sat down among a group of middle-aged ladies. She answered every question they asked, and soon her face became rosy. William helped prop up all the tables and then spread them out one by one, following a group of older brothers and uncles. busying the entire alley. The evening wind blew from one end of the alley to the other, floating people's hearts and lightly carrying the laughter of aunts and grandmas, which spread far away. William was sweating profusely from his busy work. More than a dozen small tables were lined up in the alley. The shouts of men and children came from the upper floors on both sides. Electric light bulbs were hung on the roof of the alley. Under the setting sun, when the light bulbs lit up, the children screamed, calling the end of the evening meal. The hotel's food delivery truck has arrived. At this time, everyone was helping. Uncles and aunts helped carry the dishes, and children ran with a box of Coke. William and Li Miaoshuan served the dishes to each table. 10 dishes and 1 soup. Neither luxurious nor wasteful, simple yet hearty. The huge oscillating fan was blowing. Fish head, I want to eat the fish head. I'll eat it. Chicken butts are fat. Oh shit, it's a lobster, a lobster, a lobster. Mom, I ate a lobster. Fuck, there are lamb skewers. The children patted their bellies, each holding a large bottle of Coke, howling with excitement, and the dogs in the alley were dizzy with the smell and jumped up and down. The sound of persuading people to drink and boasting mixed together. William and Li Miaoshuan sat at a big table, and neither of them dared to say much, even though this was William's graduation party. The old sisters-in-law always liked to tease people. Li Miaoshuan blushed and couldn't raise her head. They had begun to treat William as an adult and spoke very boldly. William did not stand up to toast. Whoever wanted to drink could pour it themselves, and those who did not want to drink could take the wine home. The cost of a party is not as expensive as Li Miaoshuan's skirt. William, say something. An old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses called out to William from a distance while poking his teeth with a toothpick. Say something. Say something. William, please say a few words. William stood up quickly, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Hey, everyone, enjoy your meal. I just moved to a new place at the foot of Purple Mountain. You can come visit me when you have time. I'm not good at talking, that's it. Let's eat. The old men laughed out loud. William was still the same, always treating people with a smile, and his words were sincere. When the children's bellies were full, someone started putting money into Li Miaoshuan's pocket. This is the first time for the girl to come here, so I'll give you a small red envelope. Don't worry. William is a good boy. We as Annies don't have much good stuff. Take this red envelope and go out and buy some candy. Even if it's too little, keep it. That's the rule. The older generation always insists on the old rules. When a girl visits her husband's family for the first time, she will definitely be given a red envelope. Li Miaoshuan felt a little embarrassed because she didn't bring any gifts when she came here just now. Unable to shirk her responsibilities, Li Miaoshuan stuffed all the red envelopes into William's pockets, putting pressure on her man. William chuckled and didn't refuse anymore. After a few drinks, he began to whisper, "My family is financially sound, and we're in business. Yeah, you're from the capital. If any child can't find a suitable job, my family knows a lot of people and can help with advice. We've been neighbors for so many years. If we have any problems, we can help each other. In a few years, I'll graduate from college and be able to earn money. No matter how far I go, I will never forget my old neighbor in the alley. You can rest assured. There are some things that can only be said when you are drunk. Otherwise, if you say them normally, it would sound like you are pretending. We are all relatives and friends. No matter how much you want to save face, don't disgust others here." William felt at ease. Huaxing had a total of 120,000 employees this year. It was not difficult to arrange a job for the people in the alley. Do your best. After William finished speaking, several gentlemen excitedly drank their wine. They knew that William was always good at withholding money, so it didn't seem to be false if he could say that today. If there are really difficulties, maybe you can go and look for it. As long as you have the energy. Almost all of these gentlemen knew about Huaxing Group, but none of them had ever thought of William as the richest man in the country, Zhao Zhichang. Who could have thought? William was about to pack up and take Li Miaoshuan to see his old house. A voice repeated everything he wanted to say. He turned around hurriedly and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. For work, education, and retirement, you can look to my young master. It would be very honorable if someone invited my young master to attend their wedding. Hey, you know what? My young master is really Lewis's sister, and he is so kind-hearted. Let me tell you this, in such a big city like Beijing, my young master is the only one who is doing well. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke. He kept mentioning the word young master in every sentence, which made William smile. He thought that this old man was very interesting and his young master was really awesome. He also pulled Li Miaoshuan over and quietly listened to what the old man said. As he listened, William discovered the problem. This fucking old man seems to be talking about me. William was so nervous that he quickly came over to stop him from talking. Who are you? What are you talking about? When the old man saw William coming, he immediately smiled. Hey, it's normal that you haven't seen me. I was sent by Zhao Zichang. Just call me Fugue. You were busy just now, so I didn't disturb you. William wanted to cover his mouth. He didn't expect that the housekeeper Zhao Zichang found for him was so strange and had such a strong personality, and he came from the capital to Nanjing so quickly. Chapter 35, You Help Me Wash. The housekeeper, who had just arrived, had a good meal at the gathering. William's main focus is on keeping a low profile, but Fugue is different. He is as high profile and scary as he can be, and he is actually competing with William. William pulled him away. William asked him under the street light at the alley entrance, How did you find this place? Is there any need to look for it? There is no one in the villa, and there is no flight schedule. The confidence in the butler's tone was even stronger than that of William, an 18-year-old boy. William smiled. What did my father ask you to do? Keep an eye on you, don't lose it. Isn't it to keep an eye on it and help me with my career? You think too much. I'm not interested in doing business, the old man said with a smug look on his face. William was silent, wondering if he would continue chatting today. Well, don't call me young master anymore. Just call me by my name. You are my father's age, so I can just call you uncle. We could talk about anything. Before William finished speaking, the old man chuckled twice, and that laugh was uglier than the laughs of eunuchs. His scalp was tingling. According to the rules of our Zhao family, everyone who goes out will say, Master, good luck. We are a wealthy family, and we want to show off when we go out. As for me, the young master's tricks are useless to him. It's an honor for him to show respect to me. After all, I am not inferior to him. Ouch. William turned around and left, leaving this hermaphrodite here, really not wanting to bother with him. William went over to help clear the table and clean the house, but after a while, the dying old man came over again and called him young master, just because he didn't want William to do any work. William smiled and turned to explain to the old neighbor who was standing there in shock. He is a mental patient. He was just discharged from the hospital. It seems that he has not been cured yet. As he spoke, he laughed and went upstairs with a few men to carry things. The old housekeeper behind him was crying out, What the hell, you're crazy. There's nothing wrong with what we said. The sound echoed far away in the alley at night, and a group of aunties laughed at him, holding their stomachs. After finishing the work, when William found Li Miaoshuan, she was already sitting at the neighbor's door eating ice watermelon. While eating, she scratched her legs. Her short skirt made her most afraid of mosquitoes at night. When he took his girlfriend back to his old house, William asked Li to sit on the hard bed, and he went to get some water for her to wash her feet and legs. Wash it for me, William. No, you have your own hands. I'm eating watermelon, and I can't free my hands. Then wash it after you finish eating. William put the things he didn't take away last time into a bag and would take them away later. Li Miaoshuan's eyes were bright. She did not continue to force the man to wash her feet and legs. When she had freed her hands after eating the watermelon, she spoke softly. You don't care about these legs now. Why didn't you say anything when you started playing with them? Why didn't you say anything when you hugged me and did it? I asked you to wash them, but you still. William covered her mouth with his hand, quickly took a small stool, sat next to his girlfriend, and washed his feet and legs, mainly to clean up the traces left by mosquitoes. Touch the thigh, by the way, it's legal. Another reason was that the old butler was still standing outside the door. He was a gossipy person, and what Li Miaoshuan said was a bit too explicit. Don't be ashamed. The sound insulation in this house is so poor. Speaking of legs, William still has to boast that his woman has pretty good legs. After packing up, the temperature dropped a little in the evening. Li Miaoshuan, wearing William's old coat, walked out from a group of neighbors who came to see her off. When she was about to get in the car to go home, William saw a black G-Class parked next to his car. Looking around, he saw the little old butler took out the key, opened the door, and got into the G-Class. William was so shocked that he couldn't walk anymore. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it fits the image and style of this old man, like a young man. Li Miaoshuan was not too surprised. She just said calmly, What's the big deal? My nanny uses this car to buy groceries, and it is said that it can hold more. William nodded, meaning that the car he bought in the afternoon was really too low-key. But it's okay for Li Miaoshuan, a girl, to drive it. It's a means of transportation and not shabby. Half an hour. In front of the small three-story building on the left side of the manor, William personally opened the door and said in a friendly voice, "Welcome Uncle Fugue to live in my home and take care of me. Hey, young master is quite particular." The old butler took off his coat and put on his shoes very gentlemanly, and solemnly invited William to go into the butler's building for tea. Just now in the alley, the lights were dim. He was watching from the side and realized that this energetic old man with white hair had big Louis Vuitton and Supreme logos all over his body, which were colorful and reflective. He was a real trendy boy. She dresses better than him and looks younger than William. In comparison, William is indeed much more conservative. At least he is a true country boy. Li Miaoshuan didn't care too much about him when it came to fashion. She was worried that William would be too trendy and that she would be too flashy to handle it. Then he would hang out with a bunch of flashy girls and try to be fashionable. It's immoral. The tea is good tea. The old man was talking about some tea that cost 2 million per kilogram. William tasted it and drank it all in one gulp. After a conversation and bragging, I learned that this old man was a very energetic young man when he was young. Mr. Zhao had no job, no girlfriend, and no money, but finally he met this kind of person, and now he is doing very well. In the past 2 years, he helped manage the Zhao family's overseas estate, taking care of the elderly. When he heard that the young master was found, he was so excited that he flew back impatiently to live the life of a young man with a young master. Zhao Zicheng had to call him uncle. The old man volunteered to be William's butler, and even William's father couldn't refuse. "We could just call each other brothers from now on, and don't do those nonsense. I'm still young and can jump around. I'm good at picking up girls and driving. Don't underestimate your uncle. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is a treasure. Look, my name is Fugue, which sounds bright and can be used to protect the house. Your grandfather was able to become rich all his life because he met me. I'm auspicious." William smacked his lips, finished the pot of tea, and quickly left. This uncle really acts like a boss. William really doesn't understand tea, but it does taste better than plain water. When I kissed Li Miaoshuan, the taste of tea still remained in my mouth, and the fragrance was lingering. "Go take a shower. You're sweating so much." William was pushed away to take a shower and was looked down upon as usual. Before taking a shower, he picked up his phone to call Zhao Zicheng and told him to go abroad, as this great god couldn't solve the problem by himself. The phone started dialing, and the system's voice sounded in my mind. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host is trying to dissuade the caring butler's personalized service. Navigation suggestion: accept the butler's daily guidance and services and learn healthy and correct values of the wealthy family. Adoption recommendation reward: height plus 1 cm. William stood there in a daze, turned around, hung up the phone, and walked into the bathroom without saying a word. He asked the trading system last time, and the initial transaction price for height was 10 million. It's pretty good to be able to get it for free. This wave of net profit of tens of millions, no longer a loss. I hope that the second uncle can really teach me the correct principles of life. Having an old man in the family does give him the option of accepting this old man. Chapter 36, early morning. What is a fiancé-style girlfriend? She said, "When you are young, your blood is not yet stable, so be careful about sex." She said, "Why don't you always want to save some? My evaluation is really not as good as giving it all to me. Do you want to save it for injection to other girls tomorrow? Give it all to me." She said, "William, I don't care much about your appearance, as long as you are nice to me." She said, "Show me your abs." She said, "Brother, I am sleepy and I need to sleep." She said, "Die, you bastard. If you don't call me sister, I will fuck you to death." She said, "In fact, both people in love need to be calm and composed. The kind of calm feelings and emotions like water are the most precious." She said, "Don't you love me anymore?" William was taking a shower, and the words that the cold woman had said in the past few days kept ringing in his mind. Unconsciously, it was as if he had suddenly gone from being a single man to being in love. It didn't reach the level of marriage, but it was a bit like, well, living together before marriage. However, Li Miaoshuan gave him a multi-layered feeling, cold and weird, afraid of pain and greedy. It's not a weird personality type. It's like a simple, free, and unrestrained life state, although it is necessary to maintain a specific image in specific occasions. This casual lifestyle and attitude towards life has made William feel a lot in just 2 days. The conclusion is children from poor families would not be so heartless, and it is rare for a daughter of a wealthy family to reach such a high level of status. William envies and admires his girlfriend. Have you finished washing? Almost there. I'll be there right away. William's thoughts were interrupted. Do you need help rubbing my back? No, I'm done. Can you help me then? Of course you can, my noble princess. William answered gently, turned around to fill the bathtub with water, grabbed a handful of rose petals from the cabinet, and scattered them in the bathtub. Li Miaoxuan, with her hair tied into a bun and wearing a headscarf, jumped into William's shower. Hey, go over there. She pushed William and quickly doused herself in water, then happily stepped on her boyfriend and felt comfortable. Hey, you've been busy today. Are you tired? Not tired. I used to go to the construction site at 5:30 in the morning when it was cool. There was no sun. I got off work at 11:30, had breakfast, and went back to work at 1:30 in the afternoon. The bricks on the construction site were hot at that time. I didn't finish until 6 in the afternoon. It was very tiring. Li Miaoxuan liked William talking about his past very much, and every time she did so, she would listen quietly. Sometimes she would grab William's hand and hold it tightly. Well, when you get home from get off work in the evening, do you take a shower first or eat first? I usually go downstairs to fetch 2 buckets of water, take a shower, and then cook. Li Miaoxuan did not ask any further questions. She just stretched out her arm and pulled William under the huge shower head, letting him stick to her body and gently rub his back without saying a word. In the bathtub, in the distance outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the brightly lit city of Jinling. The city lights seem to be connected to the water in the bathtub, rippling with the changes in one's mood. In the future, if you can avoid working, don't work, and don't be too tired. That would be considered as not doing one's job properly. How can a boy not do his job properly? It's different now. People of our class just need to be idle, unless you really have extraordinary abilities and great wisdom. William was silent. Surprisingly, he did not refute. He just looked out the window without saying a word. What did the rich family bring to him? Endless wealth, a stunning fiancée, or a sense of superiority and freedom in life? These were indeed what he had wanted before. Now, I want more. It is really a land of gentleness that makes people intoxicated. Life is so dreamy, so why should we suffer from it? It is acceptable to have less struggle and fun. At this point, we are no longer allowed to do anything other than enjoy life. Starting tomorrow, don't work for more than an hour, or you won't go to bed at night. It was late at night. William carried the girl back to the bedroom, drank some water, and dimmed the lights. One person pulled a corner of the quilt. Early morning, William was awakened by a loud voice. Master, get up and go for a morning run. Get up and run the morning. Morning run. William woke up and rubbed his waist. The high-intensity work was really difficult to bear, and he had to be woken up early in the morning for a morning run. He wished he could sew up the second uncle's mouth. Turning around, I saw that Li Miaoxuan had already gotten up and was doing her daily morning yoga on the balcony. He was too embarrassed to continue sleeping, so he resisted the urge to sleep, turned on the water, washed his face, brushed his teeth, changed into a rather high-end sports t-shirt, turned around, and went downstairs, and from a distance he gestured to the second uncle to keep quiet. The second uncle just responded with an okay. William stretched his body a little, then began to circle with the second uncle, jogging on the path of the manor. One lap is about 500 to 600 meters. Old man, you want to die soon? Wow, what are you talking about, kid? I woke you up this morning to run, but you didn't appreciate it. Look, doesn't the girl from the Lee family also get up in the morning to exercise? Men, no matter what time, your health is your capital. Even though I'm 60 years old, my health is better than yours. Okay, does the second uncle have any children? William asked with courage. Hey, your uncle doesn't even have a wife. He said it with considerable pride. William nodded, which was pretty much what he thought. You can't go out and plain now that you have a wife. Let me tell you, I've slept with more women than you have ever seen. William smiled. I didn't expect he was such a romantic figure. I'm in great shape, and all the girls out there want a guy like me, so I'm really popular. Look at the young men nowadays. They can't be said to be dissolute. They just do whatever they want. I can only be considered a T2 level male god. William quickly put away his smile, gave him a face, and pretended to be open. You don't have to worry about your tongue being blown away by the strong wind. William couldn't stand the ugly face of someone who took advantage of others and complained about the decline of morals. He could only say lightly, "Hey, sir, if you didn't tell me, I would have thought you were a eunuch from the palace." The butler became anxious and sped up in an instant. "Don't run, you bastard. Let me give you a slap on the mouth." When it comes to physical strength, William is really not inferior. The system gave him a little physical strength bonus last time. The old man has been chasing for a round, but still hasn't caught up. "Master, you can't do that. How can you talk like that? Is it okay for a man to say no?" Fugaway looked at his fashionable smart bracelet. It seemed that his morning jogging mission was almost over, so he stopped and stretched. William slowly approached, smiling. "Where are you going today, uncle?" William with disdain. Fugaway made a gesture. "It's okay to tell you. Today, I'm going to an auction with some friends from Jinling to see the best of calligraphy and painting. Antiques collecting? Hold that high." Chapter 37. Comfort. Li Miaoshuan has prepared breakfast. William solemnly invited the second uncle, but the old man insisted that the breakfast at home was not grand enough, and said that the decades-old breakfast shop at the end of the old street and alley at the foot of the mountain was where the ritual of life lies. Early in the morning, the old man tricked William into giving him his brand new AMG, saying that he was going to help him run in the new car and have breakfast and take a ride at the same time. "Where's the housekeeper?" Li Miaoshuan handed him a towel to wipe his hair. "I went to Old Street to have breakfast." The old man is quite interesting. "Indeed, I didn't sleep well because of the wake-up call in the morning. This is the first time in my life that I run in the morning except when I am at school." "You're quite sleepy too." She pulled out a chair for William. "How dare you say that? You are a witch. Is it my fault that I can't get out of bed? Do you have any conscience? If you keep going like this, you will become a piece of clean water." The air suddenly became silent. William thought Li Miaoshuan did not obey his orders, so he turned around and saw her taking out a plate of garlic oysters from the oven with big gloves. Today's breakfast includes garlic oysters, seaweed salt-baked shrimps, fried dough sticks, vegetable rice noodles, and soy milk. Li smiled sweetly, and William was breathing rapidly. William didn't like her smug expression, but he was hungry after all, so he decided to eat something. Now that I think about it, from the moment I walked in the door, took a shower, to sitting at the dining table, all the girlfriend care she did was what she should do, or even necessary. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. Which boyfriend can stand that kind of squeeze life? But making breakfast is quite a virtuous thing for her, even though it only takes him 5 minutes to make it and he only needs hands. Just as I finished thinking about this, the voice next to me rang again. "Where is your secretary? Didn't she come to the villa to be a nanny? I still make breakfast for you. You bastard, don't you care about your baby at all? Didn't you do all that? Then I'm tired too." "Okay, miss, I'll call her later, but how do you know she can cook?" "Don't try to tamper with my meaning. I didn't say just cook. I said babysitter." "Okay, you win." William peeled a shrimp for her and gave her a reserved, respectful, and formal smile in return. Second uncle said, "There is an auction. How about going to have a look together?" Li Miaoshuan took a sip of milk and glanced at him. After swallowing the food in her mouth, she spoke softly. "The auction houses, are all owned by Huashen. When you go to the auction, you are buying your own things, and you are paying a huge price. What is the second master going to do? As for him, he should be, well, he has his own stuff that needs to be photographed, so he went there by himself to join the fun." The girl had her hair tied up in a bun, which was delicate and cute, with her fair collarbones smooth and white. There's a hint of coldness and arrogance between his eyebrows. Now, when he is at home, he sits there feeling a little lazy. Summary: she is the daughter of a wealthy family. Then he even invited me to join him. William frowned, and suddenly felt that this old man was a bad guy who was always trying to cheat people. He was now starting to worry about his new car. If you ask him for his treasure, he will definitely give it to you as an elder, but if I can get some money from you, why not? William was indignant. Doesn't he have any sense of shame? Now it seems that it doesn't have that. Li Miaoshuan pushed the plate towards William, not for him to eat from. After all, it was empty, but meant that washing the dishes was his job. After thinking for a long time, William closed his eyes and murmured slowly to himself. Perhaps this is the internal fighting between the rich families. It is really horrifying. There is no shame, and there is no respect for the elderly and love for the young. Li Miaoshuan was extremely happy with his performance. Looking at the time, the girl let out a surprise cry and spoke quickly. "The car club meeting in Shanghai. is almost over today. Man, I can't accompany you today. I have to wash the dishes before I can go out to fool around. I'll go home for dinner tonight. Ask your secretary to come quickly. By the way, do you want to go? I'll take you with me. William took a sip of milk and shook his head. No, I have work today. You can't work for more than an hour. Oh, you need to learn how to play games today. The computer I ordered for you will arrive today, as well as a gaming phone. I signed you up for a golf course yesterday, and a teacher will contact you this afternoon. Oh, and a driver's license. There's an app called Douyin on your phone, and you can learn how to watch videos. I've booked a flight to Hainan tomorrow, so let's go on our honeymoon. Li Miaoshuan went upstairs to change clothes while giving instructions. William tied on an apron and started washing dishes. Let's call it the last chance for a rich young man to wash dishes in his life. In my mind, I still remember what Li Miaoshuan had just said: playing games, golf, getting a driver's license, learning to watch short videos, and going on a honeymoon tomorrow. He suddenly felt the pressure of life coming at him, just like he would feel weak if he didn't go to the construction site to move bricks. Oh my God, this is such a comfortable and wonderful life. 2 minutes later, Li Miaoshuan came down from upstairs. Oh, rich lady, this is it. Li Miaoshuan was holding a coat in her hand and was wearing a bright cream-colored dress, a necklace, hoop earrings, and red-bottomed high heels. Delicate and cool, she wore a ring on her hand just right. Of course, if I wear this, I will definitely be the most dazzling lady in the room. Oh, by the way, buy me a ring when you have time. It will be convenient for me to go out in the future. I don't have to wear little jewelry like little girls do. William had nothing to say about her calling herself Mrs. What to say? Just be happy in your heart. What kind of writers would make you so high profile? Dalao, Phantom, and Mrs. Bureau are all aunties from Shanghai. Now that I have a husband, I can finally join in. I haven't played with some aunties for a long time. I used to go with my mom, but now I can go by myself. You also have the great Lao, Phantom? No. How are you going to get there without a car? Go pick up the car now, stupid. 6. When they reached the door, Li Miaoshuan turned around and asked, "Are you really not going? There are so many delicious foods and so many beautiful ladies with great temperament. Although men cannot attend, they will definitely let you in to play for my sake." William frowned. Where to enter? Snort. Li Miaoshuan stepped on the accelerator and drove away. It was her own Bentley that was towed from Beijing. She didn't drive her LaFerrari. Going to Shanghai, I don't know whether to wait for a plane or a high-speed train. How can you let your girlfriend stick to you every day? She also has her own circle, and it's not good for her to stay by your side all the time. When a man goes out to play, he wants his wife to follow him. After he finished washing the dishes, he discovered that the machine next to him was marked with a small note by Li Miaoshuan. He took the note and took a look. There were 3 words written on it: dishwasher. William stood there in a daze, not angry or gritting his teeth, but with a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he didn't think that he and Li Miaoshuan would be a good match at first. At least he didn't think it could be the kind of relationship that they could get into right away. It was a bit like the two of them got married first and then fell in love. Although she didn't say it, William could feel the seriousness of her attitude towards relationships in the past few days. She was both lively and serious. She's a really nice person. After washing the dishes, William hummed a little tune and went to take a look at the underground vault. Still the same. As for why no one from Bulgari came, it's because the gold I keep here will depreciate every day. If I don't make any profit, I will lose money. Look at the housewife. She spends money like water. If we don't make money, we'll be starving tomorrow. Being a man is really not easy. Coming up from the basement, the doorbell rang. William turned around to look at the access control screen and saw several men in suits outside. Here we come. Recommended group, 463462119. Chapter 38, Billions of Dollars in Business. Mr. Zhao, this is the legal person's signature. Please write your name here. After yesterday afternoon, our company has transferred the Bulgari Group's shares to your Hua William Group Holdings, and you will own all the shares of the Bulgari Group. Long English paragraph. The handsome French boy, speaking fluent London accent and in a very formal tone, read out the contents of the document to the young master. William texted Chen Yinlan. Have you arrived yet? Hurry up, it's urgent. Listening to English is not so boring, even if it is a business worth tens of billions. He was a little confused as to why he almost got full marks in English in the college entrance examination, but still couldn't understand what this idiot was saying. The 2 domestic staff members sitting next to me didn't provide translation either. They just stared at me stupidly, as if their gift of attention would make me pay more attention to them. You can't even flatter. Damn, once the property handover is completed, you two should get out of here right away. Like a goose. For 5 minutes, William was so annoyed by the bird language that he almost exploded. You are missing your cow. He really wanted to grab the document, scan it, and translate it. Fortunately, Chen Yinlan is here. She was dressed neatly today, as if she was ready to work hard. She didn't have black stockings, but she was wearing a fairly formal white hip skirt that was suitable for the workplace. It was also okay. It was the first time I saw her calves, and they were quite white. Come and sit down, and quickly hand over the business. I can't understand what he's saying in English. Chen Yinlan was not ambiguous. She opened her notebook, put on the table, and told William, he is speaking Italian. It is normal that you don't understand. William wanted to refute, but Chen Yinlan added, it's mixed with some English. The Bulgari brand was born in the 19th century. From silversmiths to jewelers, it is famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious and magnificent jewels. It is a world-renowned luxury jewelry supplier, with Bulgari businesses, hotels, and resorts. The owner is a Chinese man named William. The market value is estimated at 50 billion. Chen Yinlan frowned halfway through the conversation and asked the person reading the script to stop using bird language. Then she asked, you said Bulgari is now under the Hua William Group? When she asked this question, her heart was beating fast, thinking that she might be embarrassed for saying such shameless words. Then she saw that the 3 people who came to hand over the work all answered yes steadily. Chen Yinlan was completely stunned. She knew about Hua William's small, shabby company. After all, she was the one who built it up. Yesterday, William told her that he wanted to acquire Bulgari. She just thought that it was just bragging and there was no need to expose it. But this morning she saw with her own eyes and heard with her own ears the true news that William Hua's small company had been called a group. She didn't even dare to think about it, because she knew very well that the wasteland in the suburbs used for agricultural cultivation had not yet been cultivated. Luxury jeweler. She realized now that William wasn't kidding. Turning around, I saw William watching a short video on his phone. He seemed to be enjoying it very much and didn't care about the handover of the industry at all. No, young master, don't you care about it? This is a business worth tens of billions. He does nothing and wastes his time on pleasure. She even feels that this kind of man is more speechless than a woman who has never done any housework. Never mind. Young master. She had to carefully handle the handover matters, send the documents to her 2 assistants to help her resolve them, and at the same time she needed to quickly recruit employees. There was no one in the legal department, and she would be exhausted if she relied on herself. William has put his work aside. He finds short videos really interesting. He can see what the world looks like, see different lives, and look at those beautiful young ladies. He was also thinking which men ended up being the lucky ones of those beautiful girls. Highly educated? Good-looking? High assets? Suddenly he saw a comment. If I were rich, all these women would be mine. Go. William replied, love is not something you can buy whenever you want. You still have to be sincere. The next second, the man replied, haha, you haven't bought it, so what do you know? We are all ordinary people. Why do you have to tell me this kind of truth to deceive children? Aren't you a poor bastard if you're talking about reason? William frowned, slightly indignant, and seriously defended. No, love doesn't just need money. Even if I have money, sometimes I still feel confused when facing love. Little Blackie Susan. Ha, you have money? Buy spicy noodles for the girl? Ha ha ha. You think of yourself as a child, right? William has no habit of showing off his wealth. No, or does he want to chat too much with that kind of people? He just hopes that they have the right values in love. When he was about to leave the comment section, the voice in his head sounded again. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host's ability is questioned. Out of the system's self-esteem, daily navigation recommends that you refute it, save face, and speak with facts. Reward for adopting suggestions. You can earn money by replying. William's eyes lit up. The system's self-esteem has been hurt. As long as you refute that netizen, you can make money. After a little thought, William went to the upstairs cabinet to take 2 photos, then went to the cabinet at the entrance to take 2 photos of the pile of car keys, and then took a photo of the 20-kilogram gold brick next to the sofa. He added specific gestures to each shot. Well, to make it more recognizable and let people know that it is his own. Then use a short video software to make a video out of the photos and reply to that netizen. A minute passed. The netizen replied again. Little Blackie Susan. Huh? Seeing that the young master is doing so well, this old slave is happy from the bottom of my heart. No, the real young master also watches short videos, right? Tears, tears. The following netizens joined in the fun. Holy shit. Why do I always hit a wall these days? Black fungus smells sour. Master, do you still need an old slave? The invincible emperor of the universe, the great dark Tyrannosaurus warrior. Brother Fuvimi 500, I'm going to wash my feet. Teacher Ma, Pai Yinzi Fei Fei. Master, poke me a few more times, and let her call my ID, by the way. Little Red Riding Hood covered her chest. Help me push it twice. Push it deeper. I hope my sister-in-law will do it more. William frowned. Huge number of people commented. Moreover, the video used for the reply was actually posted as a separate short video work, which attracted more comments and the number of likes soared. In just 10 minutes, there were already 103 likes. The people in the comments section were even more confusing to him. They were all Chinese characters, which he could recognize separately. But when they were put together into a comment, he was completely confused and couldn't understand a single word. A burst of laughter came from behind William. He turned around and saw that the second uncle had come back from breakfast at some point and was lying behind him, staring at his phone screen. Fuck you, you scare me to death. You're peeking into other people's privacy. Why are you looking at my phone? The second uncle had a disappointed expression on his face. You didn't understand what that netizen meant in the beginning. All the women he mentioned are his. He's not talking about love. He just wants to sleep with those pretty girls. William, why does he think so beautifully? Doesn't he have to be responsible for others? Second uncle, what kind of little girl do you want to see? Some little girls just don't care about their responsibilities. William suddenly realized, I see. The waters of the internet are so deep that I'm already a little out of control. And I have to be the second uncle. I didn't know that such beastly behavior as sleeping with someone and not taking responsibility could be spread as an achievement on the internet. Okay, the auction is about to start. Do you want to go? Go. Wait for me to change clothes. Hurry up. I'll drive your Cullinan today. It's up to you, sir. Dress more fashionably, you little brat. Stop dressing like a mutt. I hate you for bringing shame upon me. Bah, damn it. William's speechless voice came from upstairs. Chen Yinlan is very busy. She was even a little overwhelmed by the huge amount of information and various matters that needed to be taken care of. Really, she felt that she would be busy to the point of exhaustion. But the feeling of controlling a large group gave her a sense of accomplishment, as if she was already in the world's business battlefield, even if she didn't make any effort and was just an assistant to William. Has my dream of becoming a leader in the business world come true? While being busy, he was happy and looked up to his boss. He was quite capable and would acquire things if he said so. Putting facts aside, men with this kind of charm are really capable. Chapter 39 Auction. Has my dream of becoming a leader in the business world come true? While being busy, he was happy and looked up to his boss. He was quite capable and would acquire things if he said so. Putting facts aside, men with this kind of charm are really capable. Chen Yinlan couldn't help but sigh at her boss's tyrannical tactics. But when William changed his clothes, went downstairs whistling and drove away, she secretly cursed her boss for not doing his job properly. Faced with industry transfer and equity changes, she felt unprecedented pressure. At the moment, she could not care about her boss's life and could only do her job well. Assistant Chun, remember to make dinner for the three of us. Don't forget. Get lost. Chen Yinlan was so busy that she had no time to serve him. She was speechless. You humble man, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are rich, capable, and good-looking. What she didn't know was that these things were deliberately targeted at her by the hostess of the house. William sat in the passenger seat and listened to the second uncle bragging. You're just young and have limited vision. You're still too naive about love. Why don't you go out and have some fun before you get married? Why don't you try out so many girls? I told you that when I was abroad, I had many foreign girls. You are 18 or 19 years old, which is the best time to be romantic. But you want to hang yourself on that Lee family girl. How pathetic. Before William could speak, he hurriedly followed. Have you ever been to a bar or nightclub? Have you ever been to a large dating event? How many parties have you attended? How many girls in this world have you met? William, and then, do you have a wife? After saying this, he clearly felt the second uncle's face twitching, and he couldn't even hold the steering wheel steadily. This boy is incorrigible. Oh, William still smiled calmly, then turned around and asked the second uncle softly, I heard that you like collecting. I wonder if you can lend me a few of your collections. By the way, I am more interested in calligraphy and painting. William kept staring at the second uncle's face. This time, the old man didn't say a word, just pretending that he didn't stop. However, in his heart, he probably spit on William, the little good boy. You little brat only knows how to take advantage of your uncle, and you act like it's free, not wanting to spend a penny. I want you to honor your uncle. William stopped smiling and read the phone screen in a sarcastic tone. Some people are selfish. They didn't leave anything good for their descendants when they were alive. They are stingy, and old, stubborn people are really annoying. 10-cent News tells you the story of a selfish old man. He hadn't read for long before he was stopped. Stop, stop, stop. The second uncle smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll give it to you when the time comes. You little brat, you're already worrying about me before I die. Hey, you are my uncle. Oh, please don't worry, I can't stand it. Underscore. The auction house is located in the hall of a guild hall. When entering, the second uncle took out 2 invitation letters and entered directly without any capital verification. After receiving the brochure containing the auction items, William casually glanced through it. Paintings and calligraphy, a few antiques, and several high-end watches that are decades old. William asked quietly, Uncle, why aren't there any Minju and animal heads or anything like that? TSK, you are too ambitious. It's okay for your father to collect that thing, but you're still a kid. Many of them are abroad. William, overseas? Why not buy it back? People don't sell. William, we don't know how to steal or rob. It's risky. William, we don't have to go pick it up in person. The second uncle took William to the advanced exhibition area of the auction items and let William choose. If he liked it, he would give it to him. He would not bid for it this time. By the way, after thinking for a while, he answered William, You are right, kid. Next time you go abroad to collect cultural relics, remember to bring me along. Hey, let's go steal the Palace of Versailles. Master still understands me. The two looked around the exhibition hall, and Fugue asked William, Which one do you like? William shook his head. Just when the old man wanted to be happy, he heard the brat say, The collections here are just ordinary ones. The antique watches are just SOSO. Why don't you go to second uncle's house next time to see your other collections? It won't be too late for me to make plans. The old man's face turned pale. Finally, he managed to utter, Do you know that your father is always respectful to me? William, then how many do I need for my dad? Go away. You're so cruel, kid. Walking into the auction hall, the auctioneer on the stage was wearing a plain cheongsam. She couldn't be called pretty, but she looked capable, and her lips were chattering. Yuan Dynasty Tiger, Crane, Flying Phoenix, Kylan Shadow Green Glazed Blue, and White Vase. Starting price 30 million. Each bid must be no less than 500,000. The auction begins. 0017, 31 million. 0035, 32 million. 0028, 40 million. Telephone commission, 45 million. William also held a sign with a very impressive number on it, 0099. That Yuan blue and white porcelain vase was worth nearly 50 million. The old man sat next to him without blinking, as if his ideal price had not yet been reached. Stinky boy, help raise the price. William gathered the signs. The auctioneer immediately pointed his finger over 0099, 50 million. William was a little flustered. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time. His hands were sweating. Finally, someone held up a sign again. 0039, 51 million, 51 million. Is there still 51 million? Okay, 0081, 55 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain changed the implicit and restrained style of traditional porcelain and gave people a simple pleasure with its vivid visual effects. With its grand and heroic spirit and artistic originality, it pushed the blue and white painting art to its peak and established the prosperity and longevity of blue and white porcelain in later generations. This bottle is a fine product among the early blue and white porcelains, well preserved and very rare. 0075, 60 million. William clearly saw that the old man couldn't close his mouth. It seemed that the price was beyond his expectations. But the old man muttered again, The price is a bit low. It's just this little. You can just call as much as you want. When William heard this, he thought it was a bit outrageous, but he still picked up the cards several times. 0099, 70 million. 70 million. William thought it was almost over, but the auctioneer's voice started to become more frequent. Okay, 73 million. Telephone commission, 7,500. William was shocked. He was a little unsure, so he turned around and quietly asked the old man, "How high do you think you can get?" The old man held up 2 fingers. "William, 20 million?" The old man shook his head. 200 million. Not allowing William to bother him, he immediately took out several auction records and showed them to William. On July 12, 2005, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain Giguzi coming out of the mountain was sold in London for 230 million yuan, 15.68 million pounds. Yuan Dynasty blue and white Shao, he chasing Han Xian under the moon plum vase, 710 million yuan. In the autumn auction of 2010, a Qing Dynasty Qianlong porcelain hollow auspicious and abundant revolving vase was sold in London for 554 million yuan, breaking the auction record for Chinese art. A Qing Dynasty Qianlong blue and white seawater red dragon pattern 8 auspicious signs and Rui ear gourd vase worth 83.44 million yuan. William originally thought that the 200 million mentioned by the old man was his expected price, but after reading it, he found that 200 million was just the old man's low price. Chapter 40, The King of Bargains. William is a layman in the collecting world. He didn't know how to describe a Yuan blue and white porcelain vase being auctioned at this time, but with his knowledge he could still tell that this vase was much more exquisite than the plates and jars in the auction records. As for the transaction price of 200 million, he did not quite agree. According to previous auction records, the price of this bottle should be at least 10 billion. Of course, he thought so based on his net worth of hundreds of billions. In his eyes, since the market price was like this, the bottle must be worth that much money. People who don't have money will definitely think that spending 1 billion to buy a broken bottle is really a waste of money. The differences between the two in vision, status, knowledge, ability, wisdom, values, and attitude towards life are vastly different. Listening to the increasingly frequent calls of the auctioneer, William suddenly realized that the bidding had just begun to enter the white-hot stage. 0001, 150 million. From 100 million to 150 million, this time the bid directly jumped by 50 million. Compared with the restraint in the initial stage, the bidding at this time seems more wild and unpretentious. If you have money, you should shout it out loudly. After the high price was raised, there was no further bidding for a long time. When the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, the group of people who had placed their orders by phone slowly raised their placards. Telephone commission, 160 million. William's eyes flickered. To be honest, the group of people who commissioned the auction over the phone were the real big guys. They had so much money that at a huge auction like this, they could bid tens of millions of dollars just by raising their hands. The degree of arrogance is outrageous. The commissions came through the phone. There were people from wealthy families who were not convenient to sell in China, well-known leaders from all walks of life, foreign collectors, foreign museums, foreign tycoons, and wealthy people. The old man knew much more clearly than himself, and William understood a little bit in his heart. So, he raised the sign so quickly that his hands were almost twitching, and tens of millions seemed to be no ambiguity at all to him. 0099, 200 million. The whole audience was silent. Several people turned around to look at William, and some immediately sent people to find out William's identity. They suspected that this young man with no auction experience might be a water army used to raise the price. Once it is confirmed that they are water army, the bottle cannot be sold through auction channels. If you want to get it at that time, you won't be able to spend a sky-high price at the auction, and the cost will be much lower. William is not worried that the bottle will be sold for 200 million. Even though he bid a large amount this time, the auctioneer's voice did not stop for long. Phone commission, 201 million. 0037, 210 million. Some people wanted to slow down the pace of bidding, but now it seems that they have failed. Prices are soaring again. Telephone commission, 230 million. Phone commission, 235 million. The auction went at a good pace, and despite being nervous, William felt like he had made a fortune. Suddenly, he thought of something and approached the old man and asked in a low voice, "How did you get such a bottle?" The old man looked mysterious for a while before responding obscenely, "I bought it from a tomb robber decades ago." William took a deep breath. Damn, this old guy is so lucky. How much did you pay for it? Hey, 2 bowls of bean juice. Shock. William's pupils dilated. This is the biggest bargain I have ever heard of in my life. Could it be that this person named Fugue really has extra luck? He thought that he had such incredible luck only after choosing the super rich plan. So how could this damn old man have such good fortune? No, it's just 2 bowls of bean juice. Can your conscience let it go? The second uncle looked at him with disdain, touched his nose, and said, "There's laxative in the 2 bowls of bean juice." While the man was squatting in the toilet, I took the opportunity to replace the fake one with another. But when I took it back, I found out that it was a newly unearthed treasure. At first, I didn't expect to gain so much. At that time, your grandfather had just helped me, and he was also surprised when he saw this bottle. But at that time, he was young and energetic and would rather go out and make a living on his own than sell the treasure for money. Hey, in the end, your grandfather made a success in his business, and he saved the bottle. William took a deep breath. This is truly a disaster that will last for thousands of years. This damn old man stole other people's things and sold them for hundreds of millions decades later. He wondered if that man were still alive and saw the news of the auction, he would be so angry that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage. However, as a tomb robber, you can't blame anyone for your bad luck. Now I understand, second uncle is lucky. I also want to thank the old man of our Zhao family for not sitting back and enjoying the fruits of his labor by exchanging the bottles for money. In the final analysis, one should not be greedy for comfort when one is at the age of striving for success. He remembered Zhao Zichong once told him, "A real man is born between heaven and earth, and this world belongs to him. What he can get in his hands is his own ability." Some people are well-read and knowledgeable. Some are wealthy and famous. No one is rich from the beginning, so why not rob the world legally, reasonably, and wisely? You see, an old scum like her day robbed hundreds of millions with just 2 bowls of soy milk. William was quite touched and thought that this spirit of snatching was great. He turned around and said to the old man, "You should have a lot of these super antiques in your treasure house. I think you probably don't have much energy and time at your age. Why don't you give them all to me, and I will help you deal with them and exchange them for coffin books?" Looking at William's smiling face, the second uncle just breathed heavily. This kid must be from the Zhao family. He looks so shameless, just like the old man of the Zhao family. No, how can a person say such shameless words? This is still a human being. Please really scold me. The second uncle didn't respond for a long time. William restrained his smile, sighed for a while, and spoke again in a slow and gentle voice. "Uncle, you have no children. When you die in the future, you won't even be able to find someone to collect your body, let alone using the finest Wangwali coffin, or having a grand burial, or finding a cemetery of several hectares, let alone having people visit you every Qingming festival. Sai, what do you think you have achieved in the end after living a lifetime?" William said as he observed the old man's expression. He clearly saw the old man's face change from happy to frowning, and then to sadness. "William, there's hope." Sure enough, the second uncle still held William's hand and held it tightly. "William, do you think I'm good to you?" William, "No, sir, this is just the second day we met." Before he finished speaking, the old man immediately spoke up. "Treasures in this world cannot be brought with you when you are born and cannot be taken with you when you die. What use would that be to me? If I lose them, won't they all be yours?" William understood and immediately changed the topic. "Uncle, apart from anything else, you are really good to me." The little old man's expression eased a little. "I have done this to you, so you see. Here we come." William came close to the old man and spoke from the bottom of his heart, word by word. "Sir, please stop talking. I will take care of your future affairs. If you think the Wang Wali one is not good enough, we can make you a gold and jade one. If you think that a few hectares of cemetery is too crowded, I can assure you that it is Mount Fuji. As long as you say yes, I, as your junior, will bury you at the top of Mount Fuji." The second uncle's face was full of relief. "That's enough. It's good enough that you have this intention. After you buy this bottle, I will take you to a nice place to have fun. I will let you see the world." Chapter 41, I want them all. Beijing, Huaxing headquarters. Zhao Zichong frowned fiercely. He couldn't understand how William suddenly acquired Bulgari. He doesn't dare to just acquire this kind of world-class luxury brand. It's not like Zhao Chang got the money from somewhere. Although the market value of this group is only a few billion, if you want to acquire it, they won't give it to you just like that. He remembered that he only gave William 1 billion. He was extremely confused. Why would he suddenly want to acquire that brand? "I heard that you want to get high-end jewelry." The person on the other end of the phone explained. "Why? I don't know. Maybe he likes valuable things." Zhao Zichang hung up the phone. He felt that the person he sent to help William with his business was a waste. He didn't know anything and couldn't explain clearly. No, don't you know what your boss wants to do? And I have been an outstanding employee of Huasheng for 5 years. After looking up the address book, he immediately called Chen Yanlan, who was William's secretary and had left her phone number. Hello. Well, I'm William's father, Zhao Zichang. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Do you know how William acquired Bulgari? It's okay. I'm currently discussing the handover of the business with Bulgari. They said William spent less than 10 pounds. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what it says in the contract. Zhao Zichang's brows were furrowed into a Chan shape, and he was even more confused. 10 pounds. What a price. His breakfast costs this much every day. You can buy a world-class luxury brand with the price of a breakfast? This is a serious matter, such an obvious scam. My son is still inexperienced. He used to be poor and likes to take advantage of small things. Alas, as a father, he felt very bad when he knew William was cheated. I don't know which scammer used such despicable means to cheat Zhao Zichang's son. Don't wait for me to find him out for you, even if it means destroying the Golden Triangle. Zhao Zichang suddenly remembered that when Uncle Fugue was in power, he bought a large yuan blue and white porcelain bottle with 2 bowls of soy milk. Zhao Zichang suddenly remembered that Uncle Fugue had already gone to William's place. Similar approach. He had to think deeply. Since the contract had such a price, it was so abstract. It looked like the work of Uncle Fugue, who was abroad some time ago. The truth is out. Fugue, are you really the noble of my Zhao family? I hope William will not neglect Uncle Fugue. He immediately called Wang Qian. As a father, he had no say in the child's education. William had been cheated. This was a big deal, and he needed someone to investigate. Where on earth did this idiot come from? Do you think my child is a 3-year-old? How can you offer such a low price? What really worried him was that William couldn't even see through this scam. No, William is not wrong. The scammer must be very skilled. William rubbed his hands. It's a bit disgusting, but the high price of 630 million, combined with the old man's cool tone when he said he would use the auction money to take me out. How can it not be considered happy? The total amount is 630 million. This money is probably enough to buy everything you want wherever you go. Second uncle, you are still good to me. I thought that gold and jade inlays are not good. I'd better see if there's a chance in the future to get you a diamond inlay. Hey, you really know how to please people. Don't tell me that my coffin is inlaid with diamonds. I will still be a fashionable man, even in heaven. That's a must. The 2 men were at the largest auction in the country this year, each holding half a watermelon and stuffing it into their mouths with a spoon. Even though their eating manners are extremely indecent, it does not affect their inner image as trendy men at all. Fortunately, the people at the auction recognized their young master. Otherwise, let alone something worth hundreds of millions, even if a foreign royal family member came, he would not be able to stay at the auction site and get half a melon. I'm telling you, the auction is over. Why aren't you leaving yet? One more thing, you haven't even finished eating the watermelon. Hey, I'm just asking, no rush. He didn't want to leave. The auction items also represent that today's consumption ceiling will increase. There were a bunch of worthless enamel vases. William didn't know what they were called and didn't even ask for the price. Wang Qian sent a message. William, have you eaten in these days? Mom, I ate it. That's good. I heard from your dad that you're starting a business again. Don't work too hard. The family has more money than you can spend anyway. I just transferred some money to you. Don't make it hard on yourself. Oh, Mom, I really don't need money. I tell you, my next business will definitely make money. If nothing else, I will make a lot of money just by doing a few operations. Well, William's mother is really relieved to see you like this. No matter what, as long as you are happy, there's plenty of money at home. You can do whatever you want and fill any hole. It's good to experience setbacks. Any hardship can help you grow better. Remember that failures and mistakes are in the past. Just enjoy the present. William's face froze. Huh? No, it's fine that my dad doesn't believe that I'm serious about my career, but why don't you believe it either? I really wasn't messing around. Why did I fail? Not counting Bulgari's daily revenue. His gold can be converted into cash at any time. If the land is planted next year, it will be a huge source of income. He didn't understand and was full of doubts. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe his parents thought that his business was too simple and small, so they thought he was just fooling around. Hateful. I'm really trying hard. William is determined to restore the glory of his fathers and make them value his efforts. Where are you going? William was already sitting in the passenger seat, feeling a little excited. Although career is important, enjoyment is more important. The old man didn't say anything, but just laughed, and that laughter gave William goosebumps. The old naughty boy is extremely bad. Cullinan stopped in front of a company. Then he got out of the car and led William inside. William frowned. What are you doing? Today's work hours are over. Come to this company. What? Emperor Entertainment Group, Jinling Agency Company. Halfway through reading the name of the company, William's expression immediately changed. It's okay. This is the time for hard work, so we need to work harder. There are two selections this morning. One is for female models, who are going to participate in next year's national model competition. The other is for actresses. Which one do you want to be a behind-the-scenes judge? William was quite serious. He suddenly realized that this was not a job, but art and aesthetics, an elegant pursuit for human appreciation and appreciation. Is my duty. He felt that he probably had his own vision. He turned around and asked the old man, "Is this company mine?" "No." "What a shame. I still want to be fair and just." "It's your aunt's." William was stunned. "That's great. My aunt, whom I haven't had the chance to meet yet, will probably support me in appreciating art." There are no children in his aunt's family, and Wang Qian always said that William would need to take care of his aunt in the future. He still remembers these words. "Have you chosen a model?" William shook his head. "The one with the actress?" William still shook his head. The old man paused and said, "You little brat, you are not sentimental at such a young age, are you?" "William, I want to watch both games. I'll arrange my time. It's okay if I get a little tired for work." "Okay, Master, wait for me." Chapter 42, Master, no. The old man likes William's understanding attitude. Young people, don't be timid. You're all young and energetic guys. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman or an ascetic? When a woman puts her penis in your mouth, don't act like an impotent person. It makes people sick. William touched his nose and prepared to enter the company. "Do you know the boss here?" William tilted his head and asked. "I don't know him." "Then you were so embarrassed to bring me here? Isn't this your aunt's? You just made a phone call, and you still want an old man like me to help." William opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. "Good job. My aunt and I haven't been in touch for more than 10 years. And then when we got in touch, she said, 'Aunt, let me see the courtesan you have.' Although he is thick-skinned, he can't say everything." Two men, one old and one young, sat on the steps in front of the company, with the scorching sun above their heads, without saying a word. "No, didn't you say you would use the auction proceeds to have fun?" "Yeah, I'll pay for the gas when you get off the car." The old man looked calm, almost laughing. "No, you only need to prepare a few $100s for gas when you go out to play, right? You only need to use my connections to pay for things you want to play with, right? You are so old and still like to get away with it, right? You are disrespectful to your elders, and people like you have no morals, I tell you." As he spoke, William took out his cell phone and called his aunt. "Hello, Auntie, I'm William." "Yeah, enough money." "Well, school hasn't started yet, so I guess I'll have to wait a few days." "Yes, Miss Lee, you forgot about your aunt, the one you betrothed as a child." "Nothing much. I just want to go to your agency in Jinling that selects models and actresses to take a look at the working model." "Well, no. Really no, please. I'm serious. Really no." Auntie. William put down his phone. The old man turned around and asked, "Master, how is it? Has your aunt made arrangements?" William shook his head. Fugaway was stunned. Then he saw his young master said lightly, "Aunt said that this small company is given to me. Someone will come downstairs to greet me later." He. The little old man straightened his clothes. It must be said that although he is a bit old, the gentlemanly demeanor he pretends to be is indeed quite something. He is not the kind of sanctimonious one, nor the kind of soft and feminine one. He simply maintains the charm of a middle-aged man and looks like an old man. William followed the old man steadily, and when the two of them were serious, they really looked like a father and son fighting in a battle. After a while, the sound of high heels was heard. William thought it was a person. The result is a group of people. Hiss. He suddenly had an illusion that he had never seen so many beautiful legs in his life as he did at this moment. Especially the boss at the front, who is holding a folder, wearing black frame glasses, and wearing thin black stockings and a tight skirt. Although they are both wearing the same standard professional attire, she looks more stylish than Chen Yanluan. It's that kind of feeling that is hard to describe. Call. Just a small scene. Who is Mr. Zhao? I am. Zhongli was slightly surprised. Just now, the headquarters suddenly called her and said that the new boss was coming to inspect the work today. She was shocked. Companies like theirs are all about connections and have intersections with the entertainment and modeling circles. How dare you take over such a company without some ability? Are there any channels? Are there any circles? She originally thought that Mr. Zhao was the old man in front of her, but she didn't expect it to be the teenage boy. However, although she was surprised, she didn't say anything. For the spouses of this kind of company, young people are much easier to serve than old men. The old man has seen all kinds of women, and most of them are very picky. However, any young man who is pretty and has a nice figure can be used to please the boss. Mr. Zhao, this way, please. There must be a process to go through. At least you have to be polite first. The most high-end reception room. Fugaway was not at all shy. He acted as if William was the boss, and he was the boss's father. Zhongli, Mr. Zhao is young and promising. She wanted to test William's attitude. William, haha, it's not bad. It's all the result of hard work. Zhongli, oh, I wonder where Mr. Zhao's hometown is. William, well, I was born in the capital, that's it. Zhongli, I don't know how Mr. Zhao became the boss of this company. I've been working here for several years, and the boss has never changed. It's a bit hard to adapt to the sudden change. By the way, I should call you boss now. William, well, my relative asked me to help look after the company. I was free, so I came to take a look. Zhongli felt a little calm in his heart. He thought that William was a rich kid from some place who came here to experience life. But now it seemed that William spoke in a very humble manner and did not seem like a spoiled young man who was born with a golden stick. As soon as the two finished talking, Fugaway suddenly stood up, holding a cup of tea to William, and handed it to him respectfully. Master, when we came out, the master said we shouldn't be too low-key. Emperor Royal is your aunt's. It's not something that's hard to say. Why keep a low profile? My Zhao family has been in the capital for many years. Zhao Zichang will not agree with your low profile. As a child of a wealthy family, you don't need to talk to her in a humble manner. It's a bit of a waste of your time. Before the old man could finish his words, William covered his mouth with his hand. Damn, I got goosebumps all over my body. He smiled awkwardly. Sister Zhang, please forgive me. I have some mental problems. He covered the old man's mouth with great difficulty. Zhongli immediately smiled along. She understood that the old man should be the butler, who was a little uncomfortable seeing his young master having a peaceful conversation with a pretty married woman like her. As a senior executive of the company, she still knew some news. He still knew the relationship between Emperor Entertainment Group's president and the Zhao family in Beijing. Zhao Zichang of Huaxin Group was someone that all Chinese people had heard of. Although the news that the lost child of the Zhao family was found last time was not widely spread, how could it be hidden from those who were interested in it? Zhongli was also unambiguous. Wu Ming, change the tea for the boss. Good. William S. Tea with good tea. It's not wrong to serve the right person the right dish, but the cleverness of this remedy is worthy of the fact that such a young woman can sit in the position of general manager. There are 2 selections this morning. Boss, you choose the first one. Before she could finish, William interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Since there are 2 selections, I will watch it regardless of whether it is good or bad, or the workload, even if it is boring work. You don't have to tell me what the selection is about. Seeing this, Zhongli nodded and said nothing. She just felt that William was not the kind of playboy who only knew how to look at young ladies, even though these 2 games were for the young lady. At this time, the old man jumped up and said, Master, no, I think 1 game is enough. 2 games will make you tired. When we went out, your father told me not to let you get too tired. William has not yet refuted. Then the old man said, well, manager, find a few people to accompany the young master and keep him company. Don't wait on him. Don't let him get tired. Zhongli nodded immediately. Of course. William glared at the old man fiercely. What the hell? He has become so cunning as he gets older. Thick skin indeed. Chapter 43, are you hot? Once you enter the circle, it's like entering a deep sea. Zhongli has been asking indirectly. She wants to know if William has any connections with any big directors or if Huaxing has invested in any satellite TV training camp or debut program. These words were too implicit, and William might not understand them very well, but the old servant knew them clearly in his heart. He immediately made a big promise and boasted about big productions, TV series, and movies, saying that capital has entered Hollywood and that even an internet celebrity with good acting skills can appear on the international big screen. The old man was a very particular person. After boasting to the heavens, he did not forget to explain to the people around him that this was not his ability, but the means used by his young master. It's all a piece of cake. As someone who has worked in the workplace for many years, Zhongli just nodded slightly when she heard this. It is undeniable that what the old man said, Huaxing Group, does have the ability. But it won't be as easy as he said. But the girls next to them don't think so. Can the followers of the prince of Huaxing Group tell lies? We are all in this industry, and we all understand how important connections and relationships are. It's impossible to become famous without any connections or background. Except for those veteran actors, all the popular artists have several godfathers. William is young, and if he clings to him, he can eat this meal for the rest of his life. Well, here comes the actor selection hall. Zhang Li was a smart person. Before she even entered the room, she leaned over to the old man's ear and said, I've already told them to show themselves well. People from the headquarters are here to select the actors, and the actors are very happy. Fuguei nodded. Well done, Master knows your intentions. William was walking in front, his face darkening. This old man wanted to play tricks on him as well, but he pushed all the blame on him, as if he was here to find a free girlfriend. Although he also wanted to see the world. Sitting on the evaluation platform, the tea was replaced with William's favorite ice cola, which shows how much effort this female manager in black stockings has put in during this period of time. William was very calm. No makeup or flashy clothing is allowed here. Every girl has an authentic, simple face. Midris boarding vest, shorts. When checking scars and body shape, one can tell at a glance whether it is good or bad. Each group of 20 people enters the judging room. They line up and twist their bodies following commands. Then they are selected one by one based on their pronunciation, singing skills, and facial expressions. Of course, this is just the beginning. Zhang Li said that the next level of screening is one-on-one private question answering and quality review. Since William is already involved in the work as the boss, the next step is for the outstanding prospective actors to have William confirm their talents and abilities. Recite the article preface to the pavilion of Prince Tung. Following the big screen, the first of the 20 people began to read aloud the article on screen. The tone, pitch, emotion, and clarity of pronunciation were all judged. At the same time, appearance, figure, and temperament are also scored uniformly in this section. Compared with professional things, the manager still gave the scoring of figure, temperament, and appearance to William. Improve leadership participation and the young master's experience in selecting a concubine. William was happy to do so. Apart from the old man occasionally whispering some vulgar words in his ears, such as easy to give birth, deep and shallow, and you can tell at a glance that she is a virgin, and so on, the old man dared to say anything. What surprised him was that a few female executives in the company also joined in the fun just to please the young master's entourage, and they spoke very clearly about their methods of judging people, their reserved brows, the fluff behind their ears, their relaxed pelvis, and their leg shape and gait rate. William was very surprised. Is it really possible to tell their inner qualities from their appearance? This is really professional. It's a very practical technique, much better than those inferior methods of looking at colors and smelling odors. William suddenly turned around and asked, Manager Zhang, among all the actors just now, which one is more talented, the one with good conditions? Zhang Li smiled slightly. William's question was very thoughtful. Indeed, most of the actors here have driven cars that have been used. When selecting people for the young master, she still knows the requirements. At least they have to pass the physical examination. It is better to have less trouble than more, so she must choose a new car from the beginning. She nodded slightly and suggested softly. Number 19, Yang Manhwa, has a pure temperament that is more in line with the temperament of mainstream actresses today. She has a clear voice, graceful posture, and good basic skills and lines. Not only that, her academic qualifications are also quite good. As for the others, I haven't seen them yet. William took a look at his own rating sheet. For number 19, his ratings for appearance, figure, and temperament were 99, 97, and 98 respectively. He gave 2 or 3 such scores. Of course, some people needed to look closer, so he could only give scores based on his own feelings. He nodded slowly. Let me take a look. You remember it from me first. Zamli naturali raplia, okay. After looking at a few more batches, William felt that he didn't know what went wrong. Although they were not wearing any makeup, he didn't know why, but he always felt that the more he watched, the more aesthetically fatigued he became. To be honest, all the actresses he saw here, who were able to be selected on this stage, were more beautiful than the beauties he saw on the street. Really, aesthetic fatigue. Not only that, he found that there were a few of them who looked like the same surgeon who performed surgery. Their faces looked so similar and not very natural. Fortunately, there are a few that catch people's eyes, and William himself thinks they can become popular with their looks. You know, they look just as good as the female stars on TV, so why aren't they popular? Zhongli is more reserved, because William is more reserved. After all, she doesn't think William has become sanctimonious and hypocritical at his age. Boss, the difference between them and those actresses on TV is whether they have a noble person like you. There are so many beautiful women in the world. Some of them are extras all their lives. Backstage is really important. They enter this industry not to wait for the results of hard work, because hard work is useless in this industry. They are waiting for opportunities like today. If you leave now, they will have to pay a much higher price if they have the opportunity. William's expression remained unchanged. The world is cruel. A while ago, he was still carrying bricks at a construction site, and his life was even more miserable than theirs. He would not laugh at people working in any industry, but he would not feel unnecessary pity or act mischievously. Only truly pitiful people need pity. To them, his pity at this moment is an opportunity. Seems to be a bit of an idea. William suddenly waved his hand, and all procedures on the scene stopped. Number 20, number 3, number 7, the three of you come out and show your talents right now. Zhang Li's eyes flickered, and she asked the irrelevant staff to leave quickly and close the door. The three girls who were chosen had a flash of joy on their faces, but it was immediately hidden. They stepped forward with excitement, not missing the opportunity to introduce themselves. They introduced themselves quickly and clearly, and explained their advantages. Number 3, start dancing. Halfway through the dance, William nodded. Number 3, are you hot? Thank you, boss. My name is Wu Mingting. I feel a little hot. As she said this, she took off her belly-exposing top without paying attention to anyone around her, leaving only her underwear, and then she danced. Chapter 44, this little girl can. Wearing thin clothes, her slender waist and long legs were particularly eye-catching. Number 3 lived up to everyone's expectations and danced particularly hard. William nodded slightly. It's a free encouragement. The old man sitting next to William was very happy to see the young master being so sensible. He came to be William's butler because he was worried that the young master didn't know how to enjoy himself and was deeply poisoned by the poor people's ways and had no ideas of his own. Fortunately, as expected of the Zhao family, William also likes to play. However, as a newcomer, William still felt a little uncomfortable and seemed to have concerns and worries. He should understand that people from a family like his did not need to be responsible or blame themselves. From now on, from the moment he became the young master of the Zhao family, all those who were close to him were after benefits. It's just a transaction. How can there be any love between a girlfriend and a girl? You danced well, number 3. Let me introduce yourself. Today the boss chose you to make you successful. From today on, your future is bright. I mean, it's not because you're so good, good-looking, or smart. You're just lucky. Maybe it's just that number 3 is easier to call you. William frowned. He felt that what the old man said was a bit absolute. But it seems impossible to refute it, and the reality seems to be like this. Number 3 had stopped and was standing there silently listening to the old man's arrogant shouting, but she was not impatient at all. When I entered this industry, I was mentally prepared to give up everything, including my dignity. William took a sip of his iced Coke. He felt relaxed all over, and his voice was calm, neither hurried nor slow. Just the tone made people feel that he had been raised in luxury. Okay, I'm a little tired. I won't read it anymore. As for the 3 numbers I called just now, work hard. The company will allocate some resources to you. Take advantage of them. Simply put, he had never spoken to his peers in such a tone before. Not to mention that many of the people here are sisters in their 20s. William stood up and left. Zhongli immediately bent down and picked up William's score sheet. There was only Yang Minghuan on the roster, with William drawing a line through her name. She silently remembered in her heart that the boss liked girls who were clean, pure, had a slim figure, and had a slightly cold temperament. Following William and Fugue, she quickly thought about the good-looking ones in the model team. I was shocked and came up with a plan. It is always unique to cater to someone's preferences. Several people slowly came to another selection venue. After their departure, even though these actresses didn't say anything, the light in their eyes dimmed a lot. Third batch, number 19, Yang Minghua. step out, and go to the next level selection room to prepare. All the girls were looking forward to the staff calling out the next name. Unfortunately, the staff member who announced the promotion turned and left. There's only that one in this batch. Yang Minghwan. Everyone in the locker room turned their eyes to the thin girl who was changing clothes silently. Some of them were dissatisfied, some were jealous, some were resentful, and all kinds of negative emotions were shown on their faces. No obstruction. Once they leave this locker room, their fates will be completely different from Yang Minghwan's. This name is deeply engraved in their hearts and may become the object of envy for their whole lives. The quiet girl just calmly changed her clothes, made her way out of the crowded crowd, and walked out of the busy locker room. Everyone envied her. Everyone wanted to stop her, but no one could stop her. At this moment, all the sarcastic ridicule and jealousy seemed pale and powerless. Yang Minghwan entered the judging room, which was clearly a level more luxurious, alone and waited slowly. Lonely and abrupt arrogance. William sat on the model selection panel with a smile on his face. Today was indeed a relaxing and happy day. When I just came in from outside, I saw hundreds of long-legged young ladies sitting on the floor in the corridor, drinking water and looking at the people walking in the aisle. Zhang Li seemed to be very popular among them and was being pursued and courted to the extreme. Just go with the flow. The girls now all knew that this 18-year-old boy was the new boss. That's how the innocent girl's eyes looking at a cute little brother suddenly changed to the eyes looking at a stinky boss. Can't be stopped. Models are fine, just walk the t-shirt. After watching for a while, William really felt aesthetic fatigue, or he really didn't have that kind of philanthropic mindset, or another possibility was that Li Miaoshuan had tortured him badly these past few nights. There aren't many worldly desires left. This group of beauties are just ordinary beauties, without many highlights. In terms of looks, the models are really not as good as those actors. Models pay more attention to their temperament and recognizable looks. Apart from their legs, there's really nothing else to pay attention to. I have to say that her legs are indeed amazing. Unlike Li Miaoshuan's moonlight legs that are as soft as jade, the model's legs are more angular and the lines are stronger. They should be pretty good at squatting. Look at the time, it's 11:30. I'm hungry. Zhang Li was smart. When she saw William looking at his phone boredly, she already knew that the boss didn't like these models. What a pity. Not being able to make William remember her was indeed the Waterloo of her career over the past few years. Who would have known that the person who came was an 18-year-old puppy? The black silk hip skirt and big waves probably don't quite fit the young boss's aesthetic. But you can indeed get along well with your boss's housekeeper. The old man probably likes a lot of things. Boss, it's almost time. The company has prepared lunch. William has not responded yet. Fuguwei suddenly came to his senses and asked seriously, how was lunch? Was it from Star Hotel? Or was it just the company cafeteria? Zhang Li was stunned by the question. William immediately pulled him away. It's okay, we're already in the company. It doesn't matter what we eat. Just keep it simple. Don't listen to him. Okay, boss, this way, please. We're having lunch at a Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby. I heard it's under the Wanrun Group. William paused. After taking a serious look at Zhang Li, I realized that Wanrun Group is a family business of Li Miaoshuan's family. Zhang Li's way of dealing with people is indeed worth studying. She is pleasant to the ears, smart, and knows how to be relaxed and tense. William has an idea. Seeing the young boss Fong's eyes coming over to examine her, Zhang Li was neither humble nor arrogant. She extended her hand to invite William into the restaurant and whispered, time is a bit tight this morning. Yang Minghwan is still waiting in the selection room. Do you want to call her over to eat while you consider her details? William was still thinking. Fuguwei said in a daze, call them. It's better to eat with more people. You come with us. Good. Yang Minghwan answered the phone and heard Zhang Li's notification. She did not hesitate and followed her to the restaurant. William sat down at the dining table, with no one sitting next to him. No one dared to sit next to the boss. It wasn't until Yang Minghwan came over slowly that Zhang Li and the old man's eyes lit up. This little girl can do it. Chapter 45 begins to become mature and dignified. William kept quiet. He could go out to see the world, appreciate art, or look at beautiful women. But he will not take the initiative to arouse desire in his heart. The young lady in front of me seems to have just graduated from college. She is very pretty and has a good figure. If he asked her to have dinner with him, William would not refuse. It was destined to be her. This is the way of life that should be lived. Yang Minghwan was a little nervous. The boss was younger than her, and he seemed to just want to have a good meal. She didn't know how to please him. In other words, she didn't know what William was thinking, whether he was a pure, innocent, and kind person or if he was already a perverted and lustful person. She could only deal with it carefully. Abalone rice, cheese prawns, green vegetables, lobster mapo tofu, black pepper beef, and corn, simple daily dishes. These are all I have eaten in these past few days. After eating for a while, William glanced at the young lady who was assigned to sit next to him. She was eating white rice and no vegetables. Are none of these dishes to your taste? No, it's delicious. I've been eating it too. Her voice was soft, and she couldn't help trembling when she spoke to William. William pointed to the food on the plate and said, "Don't be nervous. Eat the food. Don't talk about work while eating." "Okay, thank you, boss." William nodded. "If you have any difficulties at work, tell your manager in time. You can't succeed in any career without hard work. In addition to hard work, you must also learn to seize opportunities." At this point, William's cell phone rang. Video call. By Wannies. William answered the call without hesitation. Holding the phone and looking at the person on the screen, Bai Wanning looked at him quietly without saying a word. William used his mobile phone to take pictures of himself from several angles. Bai Wanning still didn't speak. Her smile was gentle. William craned his neck to look at the phone screen. The girl understood and imitated him, showing herself to him from different angles. A white skirt, a delicate and bright necklace, white socks, white shoes, and a square watch. She was not wearing any makeup, but her face and clothes looked very delicate. "William, Wan Ning, it's already 11:50 in the afternoon." The girl pursed her lips and showed her boyfriend a dimple. "I'm going to eat now. What about you?" "Stuffing it." William picked up the bowl, moved it in front of the camera, and stuffed a mouthful of rice. Bai Wanning's eyes were bright, and she wanted to cover her mouth and smile, but she immediately frowned at him. "Slow down. Don't choke." "Oh, it's a little hot." After swallowing the meal, William put his mouth close to the phone and spoke clearly. "Wan Ning, I miss you." "Well, it's only been a few days. How can I miss you so soon?" "But Master Zhao has been very busy these days and hasn't called me at all." William said, "Well, Wan Ning, I forgot for a moment." The girl on the other end of the phone sniffed and said viciously, "Humph. You are addicted to women. I thought you were a gentleman, William. Sister Miaoxian told me that you are a lecherous boy. You are not honest at all." "I don't." "You still say no, but you still have dark circles under your eyes. You look listless, and you don't look good. I can't guess that you did anything else." "William, Wan Ning, things are not what you think. No, you two are still in the honeymoon period. I dare not stop you. Wan Ning, why don't you go to Jinling and play for a while first?" The girl on the other end of the phone had a blank expression on her face. She looked at William calmly and sighed softly. She then gently unbuttoned the 2 buttons on the collar of her skirt, revealing her collarbones. "It probably means that I can only show you my collarbone. I can't fly to Jinling to be flirted with by you." Even at this level, Bai Wanning's face still unnaturally flushed with a hint of shame. "Sister Miaoxian is your fiancée, so she can give it to you without any pressure, and we are still in the dating stage, and it has only been more than a year since we started. It's just that our future is uncertain, and I can't give myself to you without fear." Her voice was gentle. Even though she felt a little shy, she did not shy away. She spoke openly and honestly, revealing her true feelings. William looked around. The old man had already gone somewhere else with the female manager in black stockings when a meal started. Only Yang Minghuan was sitting next to him silently, not daring to make a sound. "Don't worry, there's nowhere else you can go. Don't think about the future. After all, I won't let you leave." After buttoning her clothes, Bai Wanning nodded slightly without saying anything. After a long time, he slowly spoke again. "Okay, but you are not allowed to become bad. You can be a little bit bad, but you can't be completely bad. At the very least, you must always have kindness in your heart. I still like the old you. You don't have any bad intentions." The two looked at each other through the phone for a long time. "Oh, okay, don't be too stressed. I'm not that strict with you. Just be yourself and be good. One thing is to pay attention to your health and hygiene." William nodded steadily, like a child, quite seriously. "I still want you to come on by. I thought about it." "No, you want to eat me. You are already addicted now. You have to control yourself, William." "I really didn't. Wan Ning, you have to believe me. Your eyes gave you away the moment you called me. You were so naked. You're just thinking about sex. My dear boyfriend, you should pay attention to self-cultivation." He waved his little fist towards the screen as if threatening. "Hang up, I want to eat. Let's talk tonight. Goodbye. Sister Miaoxian will blame me." When William and Bai Wanning were talking on the phone, Yang Minghuan sat beside them and listen to every word. This was a good opportunity for her to get to know William's character. Of course, the fact that William didn't avoid her when he called her showed that she had lost some of her freedom. At least some things are in the hands of the big boy in front of him. She inadvertently looked up and saw the sweet smiling and gentle girl on William's screen. The girl seemed to be free of any pressure or worries, without a trace of melancholy. She felt bitter but not envious. She was no longer at the age of falling in love, and she was facing reality. Which girl doesn't like a domineering and rich man? She is the same. But not all pretty girls can find a good home smoothly, just like her. Now she is 23 and has not opened her heart to any man. The only rich guy she has met is William. Even when facing William, she felt a sense of frustration that he was out of reach. Adopting a godfather? Being kept in captivity? Living as a plaything? A canary in a cage? She is very confused. She was so confused that it was like she had to undress now to expose her beauty to William. She didn't know which one to take off first, her bra and underwear. It's that feeling when an opportunity is right in front of you, but you are so powerless that you don't know how to grab it. She was so anxious that her body was shaking and her chopsticks were scattered. William hung up the phone and took a bite of his rice. Here, have some shrimp. William picked up some food for her. Before he could say thank you, he heard the young boss in front of him continue. Put on your clothes properly. Eat well. I will provide you with resources. Give me your physical examination report tomorrow, and keep yourself clean from today on. Yang Minghuan raised her head. William's scrutinizing gaze was so firm that she dared not respond. After a long while, she spoke. Okay, I understand. Chapter 46, then, by the whole thing. William finished his meal and left. He can't do whatever he wants, but he's not a saint. If he has the ability to pick the flowers he likes, he could just pick them. Why should he leave them for others? Moreover, even if he doesn't touch the girls in this line of work, there are plenty of perverted old men who will play with them. It can be considered as doing good deeds every day. This kind of behavior is much better than those who have no money but still try to play with high-end products. Look how miserable Wu Dalong is. Zhang walked him a long way, with Yang Minghuan following beside her. Although the young lady was nervous, she was still sensible and helped William open the car door. Boss, this is my contact information. If you have any questions, just notify me directly. I haven't made my debut yet, so I'm not very busy. William frowned, glanced at him, examined him for a few seconds, then took out his phone to add him as a friend. During this process, the girl didn't dare to look at William's expression. She only breathed a sigh of relief when the boss took out his cell phone. One sentence with two meanings. You can notify me of anything. I'm on call, and I'm at your service 24 hours a day. I haven't made my debut at this stage. I hope the boss can give me some channels while I'm still young so that I can make my debut and make money. Not many people negotiate terms with their sponsors when they first meet. Zhang Li felt that Yang Minghuan was a little too presumptuous. Why should the boss teach you how to do things? Why should he focus on you and devote his energy to finding a way for you to debut? Be bold and reckless. Zhang Li saw William's cold and scrutinizing gaze, and she was worried about the girl. Fortunately, the young master of the Zhao family had no ill intentions and gave her face. Yang Minghuan's move also made Zhang Li see her value as a captive and controlled canary in front of the financial sponsor. From now on, most, if not all, of the company's resources will be used to make the boss famous. Zhang Li also understands. Fuguwei sat in the driver's seat, looking at William's expression and gestures and laughing. There is no one who can't learn. William has grown a lot today. His earnest teachings were well worth it. A rich family's son should behave like that. How can he be so unruly and uncomfortable? He wished William could play with all the girls today. It's the right time for romance. Bang! The car door closed. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. William frowned deeply. He felt that he had caused himself trouble again. Actually, it was not a big trouble. He just needed to call his aunt again. Hello, Annie. Well, that's good. I just want to ask, is there a movie being filmed recently? Can I add an actor to it? Ha. No, she's just an ordinary girl. I just admire her talent. Really? I can't act in a movie right away. I don't know much about the debut of an artist. Okay, thank you for your help. Celebrity circle? I'm not interested at the moment. I really don't have any favorite female celebrities. Really, Aunt, please don't worry about it. If I like someone, I will definitely get him. You know what the female celebrities in the entertainment industry are like better than me, Aunt? Well, okay, I understand. Fine, let's talk about it after I take a fancy to that actress. Okay, I know you have great power, Auntie. Hang up the phone. William didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, this guy isn't a nephew at all. He treats him like his own son. Old women in the entertainment industry, little fairies. Just now, my aunt told him that as long as they were not the top bosses, she would give them some face and not touch the actresses in their hands. As for other people in the circle, as long as William asked, he is still an 18-year-old boy. How can he have so many thoughts? There's no shortage of women nowadays. He's not Teddy either. Not to mention that he can eat anything, whether it is meat or vegetables. Master, what do you say? Let's find a club to rest for a while. Let's go to the golf course and take a break. There seems to be a golf lesson there. In the past, he would not dare to think about such a life activity as taking a lunch break. The car is speeding on the road, and there are really not many cars that can really give Cullinan face on the road. The secretary called. Boss, the work has been handed over. Now the company's financial procedures require your signature. William was a little impatient. There's so many things to do. Why is my business so hard? Can you please not ask me about this kind of thing? Just handle it yourself. Do you have to let me press you down on the bed so that you can know your position? Oh, so it's you who still doesn't know that you are mine. Chen Yanlong was very smart and replied immediately. Okay, I will compile the details of the group's income and expenditure and give it to you in the future. William hung up the phone. There's so much to do and so much procrastination. At this time, the familiar voice sounded again. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host is incompetent and in a bad mood. The navigation recommends that the secretary's personality role be implemented as soon as possible to resolve the worries. The towering building is built from the ground up. Complete trust and employment are better established through the body. It is recommended to use the advantages to conquer his personality and soul. Reward for adopting the suggestion. 130% discount coupon for universal trading. Take a deep breath. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the dish. Since Chun Yinlan is so ungrateful, it would be better for her not to block my way to make money. He was really tempted by this universal trading 70% off voucher. In the future, a transaction worth 100 billion can be completed with only 30 billion, and the extra 70 billion will be enough to buy Chun Yinlan. She is also a member of the group, and it is her duty to contribute part of her strength to the group. It is her duty. Find an opportunity, but can't be recently. Recently, there's not a drop left, and all the losses are still on Mr. Lee. Wait until Mr. Lee's novelty wears off before we talk about other things. Jinling International Golf Course. Cullinan is parked at the gate. You need to be a VIP here, and non-VIPs are not allowed to enter. It's very annoying. How much does it cost to become a member? Hello, sir. Our membership is not obtained through purchase, but through internal referrals. To become a member, sir, you need a joint recommendation from 3 referees. William found that his temper was gradually getting better. He is even in a peaceful mood now. Fuguwei, the dog slave, didn't say anything, waiting to see how he would handle the matter. William spoke calmly and asked the old man, "How much is this golf course worth?" "It's probably several hundred million." Nodding, William realized that there was really no need to worry or get angry, as it was not expensive anyway. This stadium, find some channel to buy the stadium. From now on, I will play on this court alone. Please contact and find out who is the boss behind this. I want to buy this stadium. He said this to the old man. In recent days, he discovered that the old man liked to see him spending money lavishly, looking down on others and acting domineering. The more dissolute he was, the happier the old man was. Buy it. Fuguwei was also surprised. No, you can't buy it. Why? Didn't you say that I'm awesome and can even get the moon in the sky? Fuguwei took a deep breath and spoke calmly. This stadium is one of the few assets I have in my life. I can't let you cheat me out of it. Chapter 47 Aimbuse. The old man's legacy? This stadium belongs to the old man. No. How can someone like you play golf? William asked a fatal question. The old man frowned. You little bastard, who are you looking down on? When I was young, I could have won the favor and admiration of countless beautiful girls with my superb golf skills. At that time, everyone who saw me would call me the little prince of golf. As the saying goes, if you question someone in a field that he is good at, he will become angry and eager to prove himself. Look, this old man is pretending to be awesome while talking to the doorman. Tell Yunlan to come see me and say that Zhao Fuguwei is here. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know the Yunlan you are talking about. The doorman was neither humble nor arrogant and remained polite. The doorman's words completely silenced the old man. William tilted his head and said with a smile, Like to show off? If it's not yours, it's not yours. People can't be too vain. The old man was also very puzzled, because her name was Yunlan. Is there any difference between hers and mine? Looking at William's contemptuous look, the old man didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he had forgotten his mistress's name. Yunlan seems to be her nickname. William waited for a long time, and Fuguwei made several phone calls before he found the owner of the stadium in the address book. Unreliable. This kind of old scumbag. You're a scumbag, so what? But you're so careless that you can't even remember his name. 10 minutes later, a beautiful middle-aged woman driving a Range Rover and wearing sunglasses came towards us. The old man let William enter the court alone first because he had something else to do. After taking a glance at the old man's waist, William went in without saying a word. Fortunately, the service is attentive and I have a lot of money, so I can experience extremely good service even if it is my first time. Stay at the stadium hotel. Take some sleep first. 3 hours later, I woke up naturally and received several missed calls and text messages. He called Miao Xuan back. Mr. Lee seemed to care about him and asked him to have a good nap. William would deny the fact that he had taken a nap. If you overslept, you won't be able to sleep at night. I looked at some photos of the car club she sent me and also saw her new car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a group of beautiful aunties. The scene looks really good. Even the photos show its grandeur and luxury. Did you take a nap? William asked carefully. I was asleep, and you called and woke me up, you stinky man. When will you be back? You're missing me after just being apart for half a day? The cunning voice was charming. She could make her voice become extremely enchanting and domineering. If you're full of energy, you can probably just say, after hearing this tone. Which, I'll be home soon. I think I'll be home around 6:30 p.m. I also want to get closer to those aunties. They'll be great supporters of my future career. That group of rich ladies. William had a subtle thought. Before he could speak, Li Miaoshuan said softly, Do you have any systematic plans for your batch of gold? No. That's good. The current market price is 390 per gram. These rich ladies can eat some of it. I think we can sell in large quantities at a slightly lower price. Her voice gradually faded away. Although she and William are very close, it is a business matter after all, and it is always easy to hurt feelings when talking about money. She just expressed her own thoughts, and it was still William who made the decision. William thought that the gold could be sold directly through Bulgari's channels, made into luxury jewelry, and then the profits could be recovered. However, he doesn't have much money on him now, so if he can exchange it for some cash, it would be worth considering. After all, owing your fiancé 150 million yuan is not a good thing to say. No one has even entered the Zhao family's house yet. Okay, I think 375 is fine. This is my bottom line. You can negotiate the rest. I'll give you one of the 10 small gold mountains at home. A mountain of gold weighs 5 tons. If the profit is 380 yuan per gram, 5 tons would be 1.9 billion yuan. The prerequisite is that the group of rich women can fully digest such a large amount of goods. And once 5 tons of gold are released, the price of gold in the market will naturally fall, and the remaining 9 gold mountains may not be digested by the market in the future. Technology companies' internal demand for gold to supply electronic components. Bulgari's jewelry business. Li Miaoshuan understood William's idea after a little thought. 5 tons was already a lot. In fact, she brought up the matter of gold to the group of rich ladies today because she was worried about the origin of William's batch of goods. She was worried that it would be difficult to sell them and that the goods would rot in her hands. Although the purchase price of 50 yuan per gram will not make anyone bankrupt. Okay, wait for my good news. Actually, my suggestion is that you can use that batch of goods to sell gold and jewelry and start a jewelry business. William was speechless. Husband and wife are of the same mind, so they think alike. Bulgari was already his. This suggestion was very much to his liking. He didn't want to be in charge of money in the future and would let his wife worry about the luxury goods and jewelry. In fact, he really has no interest in necklaces, rings, bracelets, etc. At best, the gold bricks can be used as a tabletop cushion. It would be better to let Li Miaoshuan worry about it. Well, the suggestion is very good, thoughtful, and well-planned. You are worthy of being a top student who has studied abroad, and you are worthy of being my woman. Well, have your little fox secretary prepare dinner. The mistress wants to have a proper meal as soon as she gets home. If she doesn't do it well, I'll hold her responsible. No. After hanging up the phone, William reminded Chen Yunlan. William got up from the bed and called the old man. The old man didn't answer the phone, but sent him a message. Busy, play by yourself. William, No. Why don't you answer the phone if you're busy? Can you reply to the message? Fugue, it's not convenient to answer the phone, but I can free my hands to reply to messages. William? Okay. However, even at this time, the golf teacher that Li Miaoshuan had arranged for him had not called him yet. Golf can stretch muscles throughout the body and shape the body. Many wealthy families teach their children to play golf when they are very young. Physical beauty and graceful posture are important. William felt that this was Li Miaoshuan's revenge on him, because he was not elegant, a little presumptuous, and unruly when he played with her at night. It's revenge. I sat on the sofa and waited for another half an hour, but there was still no news from the teacher. But Fugue sent another message. Master, I have something urgent to do, so I can't teach you today. William's face turned red immediately. It's you. You old man. I asked you to teach me how to play basketball, but you are not professional at all. You still come be my housekeeper. I have to take care of you every day. I don't want you to die in a woman's bed. Chapter 48, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm telling you. That's too much. It's just like that, forgetting one's principle for the sake of beauty. Fortunately, the weather was really good in the afternoon, with not too strong sun and a gentle breeze. There weren't many people at the edge of the court, and all you could see was lush green grass. The caddy had tall, white legs, and his white baseball cap couldn't hide his handsome face. Several business tycoons wearing glasses swung their clubs gracefully from time to time. The sound of swinging clubs echoed from time to time, and white balls could be seen flying into the distance in the air. The caddy in the distance reported back the landing point of the ball. Laughter was heard, and the breeze was endless. The waiter followed William and held the club for him. He changed into a white polo, white pants, put on sunglasses and a hat, and lay elegantly on the lounge chair. The waiter opened the champagne on the table and poured the wine for William. 3 colors of grapes still had some clear water, and the fruit plate was filled with watermelon slices, oranges, and bananas. If you don't go back to play ball, I'll hit your cow. It's better to lie down, enjoy the breeze, look at the scenery, eat some fruit, and have a little wine. I can't describe how comfortable it is. I always feel like something is missing. Are there any beautiful caddy sisters? Yes, sir. Call over 2 of the prettiest ones. Sir, normally 1 caddy is enough for 1 person. William was in a calm mood. The cool breeze blowing on his face was really comfortable. He said calmly, I want to call 2 people. Is that okay? Yes. Each caddy will be paid 1,500 yuan per hour. Well, go ahead and call. Yes, sir. This grape is delicious. 2 tall and fair girls came over. Their height was really amazing, about 185 centimeters. Coupled with their white slim yoga pants and waist-revealing slim t-shirts, they were really eye-catching. Hello, sir. The sound is very nice. William nodded lightly, eating fruit quietly and shaking his wine glass. Really, after seeing that the customer who called 2 caddies was a young boy of 18 or 19 years old, the 2 caddies were also filled with emotions. There are 2 possibilities for the rich young man. One is young and promising. The other is from a wealthy family. But at the age of 18 or 19, the latter is all they can think of. Sir, when does the game start? No hurry. William took out his cell phone and called his good brother Ma Xiao. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to buy 2 pieces of clothes on the street. I'm going to work tomorrow. I had the interview for the job you recommended to me today. It went very smoothly. Let me tell you, the people in that company are stupid. My position as a barista in the company is to turn on and off the coffee machine. It's such a simple job. It felt like I was dreaming. I just flipped a switch, and they paid me 15,000 yuan. I think their boss is doing charity. My God, man, this job is awesome. Not only that, I think I can even secretly not go to work just by turning on and off a coffee machine. After all, if I go to work, I will just sit in the coffee area and drink coffee, and it's better to spend the company's money. What's weird is that with such a high salary, I don't even have to punch in and out. And the company staff meals are so luxurious. What's in there? Brother, I ate abalone today, and I'm just an interviewer. There are 5 small abalones in total. Brother, I want to bring a few back for you to try. They taste really good. Today is the interview. I feel embarrassed to pack up the staff meal. Tomorrow, I will bring you that abalone. You could try it too. I will bring it to you every day in the future. How's your job there, brother? Why don't you come to mine? My job is great. You should do it. After receiving William's call, Ma Xiao started talking nonstop. When he told William how good his job was and how comfortable his salary was, his tone was so genuine that I hadn't seen him so happy even when he was admitted to Jinling University. William laughed along with Ma Xiao's voice, feeling extremely happy, and they were both happy together. Let me tell you, with this job, I can turn on the coffee machine in the morning, then go to the construction site to move bricks, and then go back to turn off the machine and clean it up when I'm almost off work in the evening. William frowned. His original intention was not to let Ma Xiao continue to suffer at the construction site. This kid, he immediately sent a message to Chun Yinlan, asking Ma Xiao to punch in 10 times a day, all of which must be with location tracking. I want to let you have some comfort, but you insisted on moving bricks. You really don't give face to me, Zhao. Ma Xiao is still talking nonstop. William interrupted him. Have you finished shopping for clothes? I've bought it. Are you free now? Some. Give me a location, I'll pick you up. Whether you take the subway or the bus, I'll stand closer to the side, or I'll just sit on the ground and fall over. Goodbye, just stand where you are, I'll pick you up. Okay, I'll send you the location. After hanging up the phone, William called the waiter over, gave the seat, and asked the stadium to pick up the person. Hello, sir. You can choose Maybach, Bentley, and Audi to pick you up at the stadium. You can also choose a helicopter for quick pickup. The specific price is... William waved his hands, not wanting to listen to him. Use a helicopter. Yes, sir. This time the waiter was tactful and didn't say much, and got on with his job efficiently. After arranging his brothers, William turned his attention to the two caddies. Hit 2 balls, let me see. Good. One person sets the ball and the other swings. The outstanding height, the prominent curve when swinging, the coordination of eyes and temperament are very interesting. The stadium is indeed a good place. He kind of likes the sport. I don't know how to play ball. Can you teach me? Of course, sir. Do you want money? William deliberately teased and stood up from the recliner. He knew that there was an additional charge for substitute basketball teaching. Haha, it's free. Naturally, they can say it without asking for money. William, can you teach me step by step? Yes, sir. William smiled without saying anything, slowly moved closer and grabbed the club. Like this, hold your fingers like this, and stand your feet like this. Like me, move closer to me, align them. Okay, there are several heights for the upward position. You can observe my body first. Well, these are the several heights of my swing. Her fingers were very delicate and a little cold. When she held William's hand, William was not shy and studied comfortably. Carefully observe the body movements of the two caddies. That sense of coordination is very beautiful and elegant. After playing a few balls, William rested for a while, then reached out to take the business cards of the two caddies and place them on the table. The two girls were not disappointed. It's just a simple contact. Even if this prince is really interested in you, he won't be able to pay attention to you immediately. A few minutes. The sound of a helicopter was heard. Not long after, William saw a trembling young man. It seemed that his butt was shaking from flying, and he couldn't walk properly. He saw William. Ma Sharon was excited. Brother, how can I deserve you to spend money on me? A trembling voice sounded in William's ears. William extended his hand and asked Ma Xiao to sit down. Ma Xiao turned around and saw 2 tall, elegant, fashionable, and beautiful young ladies who were smiling. His face blushed almost immediately. After sitting down nervously, William cleared his throat. He felt that there was really no need for him to pretend. Let's have a showdown. Chapter 49. Enjoyable. To be honest, Ma Sharon was stunned. William said that when he went to pick him up, he thought it would be the 2-way subway or the arrival of a bus. He never expected it would be a helicopter. From living as an orphan to being able to rent a plane at will, he didn't know what William had been through. When he heard the roar of the helicopter while sitting on the plane, he thought he had seen enough of the world today. But when he arrived at the golf course and saw the 2 tall and pretty girls holding golf clubs next to William, he finally stirred up a huge wave in his heart. The first thought was that William had found his biological parents. Then the biological parents are very rebellious. The second possibility is that the wealthy female boss behind the company that William introduced to him has taken a fancy to William, and his brother has embarked on a path of no return. No matter which one it was, William asked me out to play today because he still remembered the friendship we had in the past. It seems that the friendship we have had for more than 3 years is more precious than I thought. This may be what it means to accompany each other in times of trouble and lows, and never forget each other during the peak moments. When I make money in the future, I will invite William out to play more often. After Ma Xiao sat down, William signaled to the waiter. A glass of champagne was passed. Ma Xiao was not embarrassed. He took it with both hands and said thank you. Then he cast his gaze on William's face, observing him quietly. William just smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Even though Ma Xia didn't say anything, one could still tell from his trembling hands holding the cup that he was so excited that he couldn't express in words. I was speechless for a moment. Instead, I like quietness. He wasn't so silent on the phone just now. After a long while, when William handed over a bunch of grapes, Ma Xiao finally came to his senses and whispered, "This wine is probably not cheap. It smells delicious." "Really? I haven't tasted it yet. I'll try it later." William also lowered his voice and continued quietly. "When we leave later, run faster and run separately to avoid getting caught." Hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Ma Xiaojiang's face froze in an instant. I thought I was remembered by my rich friends, but in fact, it turned out that my unscrupulous friends wanted to take me along even when they were having a free meal. What is today's challenge of escaping the bill? William, I really will thank you. No, bro, you're kidding, right? Hey, guess what? I'm going to bathroom first, William said as he was about to get up and leave. William's hand almost immediately and hugged his brother. Are you ashamed? Are you polite? Brother, we should share the hardship. Don't be the only one who escapes from the crime. William sighed and patted Ma Xiao's hand. I'm just kidding. I'm just going to the bathroom. It's okay. Just play first and let them teach you how to play ball. Ma Xiao hesitated to speak. As long as he was a human being, he would never do such a thing as giving birth to a son without a skin. William went to the toilet. Ma Xiao was lying comfortably on the recliner. Just be comfortable. It is a blessing, not a curse, and you can't avoid it. According to his understanding of William, extravagance and excessive consumption are not something an orphan can do. If someone really does such things, he is a pure orphan. A cool breeze blew by. He could smell the faint fragrance of the girl beside him. He could hear the occasional sound of the ball hitting the ball, and he could taste the clear champagne in his mouth. At this moment, Ma Xiao believed that William was teasing him. No one has ever eaten a free meal so leisurely, so high-end and top-notch. William stood behind Ma Xiao and observed for a long time. Some people can keep up with your pace of life when you are penniless, and can also stay with you when you are at the top of your game, not limited by thinking, not constrained by poverty, and not compromising. It doesn't matter whether you have friends or not. How can life be without someone to accompany you and relieve your boredom? When seeing such a beautiful scenery or a beautiful woman, do you have to drag your wife to watch it together? The little horse is very nice. Waiter, bring 2 more fruit plates, 2 bottles of wine, and move a stool for the 2 ladies. Yes, sir. Gu Ping sat down on the recliner, picked up a bunch of grapes, and said softly, "Work hard, and don't go to the construction site anymore. The boss is so good to you. If you are caught slacking off again, it will hurt the boss's heart." You said so. Ma Xiao pursed his lips and listened to William's words, then gradually burst into laughter. His laughter gradually became louder and more hearty, reaching the sky. William looked at each other and laughed too, wantonly, hearty, free, and comfortable. At this moment, William and Ma Xiao laughed out loud, releasing all the misery they had felt over the past decade. Release from the bottom of your heart. He was not so happy when he was introduced to the Li family. He was not so joyful when he was entitled to a legacy worth hundreds of billions. And he was not so happy when dozens of tons of gold were placed before him. But when he heard the whispers of his brothers who had shared his sorrows in the past, he could no longer hold back. The laughter was crazy, and all the misfortunes in this life were over. Right now, at this moment, just enjoy it. For the rest of your life, you should use money and fun to make up for your childhood and youth. As Ma Xiao laughed, tears rolled down her eyes. She wiped them away silently and punched William's leg. William shivered in pain and fought back fiercely. Ha ha, sure, this hurts so much. Ha ha, you're really heavy-handed, damn it. Fuck, you're serious. Fuck, you're so happy. The two stopped laughing. He grimaced in pain. After a while, William raised his glass and gestured to Ma Xiao. "Mr. Ma, raise your glass." Good. Ma Xiao has rarely drunk alcohol in his life. The amount of fruit he ate today was probably about the same as the amount he ate in the first half of his life. At this moment, he was like a gentleman, trying to be elegant, with a serious expression, and slowly raised his glass. Drink it all in one gulp. William and the other man were lying there. The 2 caddies were not supposed to serve anyone, but they made an exception and sat next to them, pouring wine and handing out fruit. Ma Xiao did not ask about William's family background or ability. William did not say anything on his own initiative. The 2 of them were still like before, occasionally sharing the spicy noodles. They ate equally. There's still a week left before school starts. Ma Xiao spoke casually, talking about something lighthearted. As he spoke, the sorrow in his heart from the past was gone. Well, let's apply for it, and then we can live together. William took a piece of watermelon from the caddy. Of course, my major is not as good as yours, but it's not bad either. When I graduate, I'll probably get a good salary, not to mention the future prospects. Imagining a bright future has always been the privilege of optimistic, free-spirited, and stress-free people. That's for sure. It's a famous university in China anyway. But my opinion is that if you can fall in love and find a girl you like, that's what campus life is all about. Hey, I never thought about that before. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. All the changes in himself now were because he once made a good friend who was also poor and in distress. Without William, he would still be like a mouse in the dark. This is probably what it means to be born with a noble person. Taking a sip of champagne, he felt that this wine was not as spicy as white wine. It burned from his mouth to his heart, stinging and hot. William, signaling the caddy to hit a few more balls. The two of them were tasting wine and enjoying the scenery while learning golf skills from their two sisters. The peace in my heart is beyond words. How can it be expressed with just a few glances? The two played for 2 or 3 hours. By the time Li Miaoshuan called William, William saw that it was already very late. Chapter 50, Dogman, the cucumber is cold. Ma Xiao has 2 parents at home who need to be taken care of. The 2 of them left as soon as they said they would. The dead old man finally came back. After seeing Ma Xiao, he took the initiative to read his face, said a lot of auspicious words, and calculated Ma Xiao's fate. Ma Xiao thought this was a charlatan, but he heard the old man call William Master. Claims to be William S. Butler. Although Ma Xiao was surprised, he still politely got to know him. William took out a bundle of cash from the bag in the old man's hand, 1 bundle of 100,000. The 2 caddies accompanied the 2 gentlemen for 4 hours, and except for not touching them, they served them almost every bit. It's a great honor for William. Each person was given 3 stacks as a reward and reward. A young master should also behave like a young master. This is what the old man said, and it was his idea. Lin Chuan himself meant that double the reward would be enough. But after all, he was not as good as the dead old man. The reputation gained in exchange for 30,000 yuan is very important. The 2 caddies added William and Ma Xiao's contact information. What William didn't know was that not long after his identity as a rich young man was exposed in the Jinling Real Socialite group, William packed up a portion of the unfinished fruit basket and took it away. Well, I want to check out. The old man's help was finally useful. His mistress said that if William calls him aunt, he can come to this stadium for free for the rest of his life. The old man is so arrogant and cocky. It seems to be saying, "How about it, old man? My woman is okay. Get in the car." William and Ma Xiao sat in the back seat. It was also the first time for William to know that the back seat of Cullinan was just as comfortable as that of Phantom. Ma Xiao couldn't help but look at the car. He asked William, but William knew nothing about anything. He didn't know anything about the seat adjustment, display screen, air conditioning, etc. You didn't even know this was your car? Well, I asked the servants to help me adjust it. I didn't have time to ask. I'll ask and tell you later. Ma Xiao nodded. The young master had confirmed it. What is it like to have a wealthy brother? Well, it's a good experience. The old man first drove the car to Ma Xiao's house and sent him home. Here, take this fruit back. Let your uncle and aunt have some of it, since we didn't eat it just now. Okay, thanks. On the purpose of packaging, Li Miaoshuan would not go back to eat the fruits on the court. The food that the princess eats must be of the best quality, and a bunch of grapes must cost thousands of dollars. He deliberately ordered an extra fruit basket for Ma Xiao to take away, without being deliberate or pretentious. I don't live in the old alley anymore. I live in a house in Zijin Mountain. If you have time to come and see me, just give me a call. Ugh. William left and hurried home. Li Miaoshuan has made 3 calls. How to bear the anger from your fiancé. Not going home for dinner and running around outside. Of course, you cannot speed when driving. And you must always remember, if you drive in an unsafe manner, your loved ones will shed tears. After Ma Xiao arrived home, my mother can get out of bed and walk with the help of crutches, but my father can only stay in bed. Xiao Xiao is back. Come and eat. How was your interview today? Was it work hard? Ma Xiao happily told his parents what happened today. William was familiar to Ma's parents. They knew he was Ma Xiao's good friend and were happy for William's experience and changes. The child is finally not pitiful anymore. This fruit is brought to you by William. Hey, you let people spend money, but you don't even let them come to your house for a drink. He seemed to have something urgent to do. He said he would come back next time. Ma Xiao took out the fruits from the bag with a smile. As he was holding them, his hands paused. He also put 40,000 yuan into the bag. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out his cell phone and called William. Hey, William, you left your stuff here. William on the other end of the phone said, "Aw, really? Never mind. I'll leave it with you first and give it to me when there's a chance. Consider a loan from me, so don't refuse to return it later." Ma Xiao is not a fool. He knew what William meant. His parents were ill, and the monthly medical expenses were a tight figure. This little money, in addition to solving the urgent problem, also relieved his stress like never before. In all this time, he had never seen so much money except for the college entrance examination bonus. Okay, I'll take it first, and I'll return it to you when I get paid. Well, you will definitely pay it back. I'm not going to give it to you for free. You're just wishful thinking. That's it. I'm hanging up now. Bye. The phone was hung up. Ma Xiaoxin had a complicated mood. He looked at the 4 stacks of money in his hand and remained silent for a long time. When his mother saw this, she told Ma Xiao very seriously, "Xiao Xiao, you should repay the kindness you have received, and you can't rely on your friends. William has money, but that's his money. While you remember his kindness, you should also study hard and improve yourself. Only then will you have the opportunity to get along well with Zhao Wazi in the future. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to repay his kindness. I know, Mom, try this grape. Yeah, it's really sweet. Let your dad have a taste too." Good. On this day, the family laughed out loud as never before. From the depths of the extremely depressing Black Bank cliff, they glimpsed a ray of light that penetrated their eyebrows. It seemed that their lives were refreshed and suddenly became clear. William was speechless. The old man sent himself back to the villa, then turned around and left. This is not called sunset. This is called old naughty boy. Not only does eating breakfast require a sense of ritual, but the nightlife is also extremely rich. The smell of the woman's perfume on Nima has even penetrated the perfume shell. Still a different taste. It was as if he was stacking buffs to show off his achievements in killing women today. Pooh! Back at the villa, Li Miaoshuan glanced over, then stood up and came to help William put on his slippers, then leaned close to his ear and said affectionately, "You smell so strong of perfume, William." William shuddered for a moment. Shit, it smells like the 2 caddies, or maybe it's also the smell of that actress who didn't make her debut at noon. However, his expression remained calm, and he uttered a few words. "It's just a social event. I don't have any more in stock." Li Miaoshuan's eyes were frivolous, and her tone was cold. "I didn't say anything. Ugh, I wasted my time." William put his arm around Li's waist and was about to do something intimate when he saw Chun Yinlan sitting at the table near the kitchen, typing on the computer. "Still working. Your secretary has prepared a sumptuous dinner. Go take a shower first, then finish your meal. I'm starving, and you, a dog man, are just back now." At this moment, her voice was not cold. Before taking a shower, William walked behind Chun Yinlan to take a look at her work. It seemed that he was sitting and finishing his work and arranging things for tomorrow. "My friend Ma Xiao and the company should get a higher salary. Don't tell him that the company is mine. Then let him stay in the company every day and come to work and clock in more often. It's a small matter." The assistant responded. William was disappointed and went to take a shower. After taking a shower, she followed Li Miaoshuan's voice and went to the dining table in her nightgown. The 2 women were already seated. The dinner was indeed sumptuous, and the portions were well controlled. Although there were many dishes, it was enough for 3 people. Very experienced. Braised lion's head, crispy cucumber, stewed lamb chops, yam and black chicken soup, green vegetable heart, matsutake corn, and sea urchin. William tasted the cold cucumber. The taste is very pleasing to the taste buds. A home-cooked dish really shows the craftsmanship. Li Miaoshuan deliberately frowned and wanted to find some faults to suppress her man's young assistant. But after tasting them one by one, well, she had nothing to say. William indifferently. "Why did you come back so late? The cucumbers are cold." William didn't say anything and silently gave Lordly a piece of lamb chop to calm him down. "Someone come and tell the young lady that this cucumber is a cold dish. Maybe she didn't taste it. In short, I'm just unhappy about secretaries and the like. Some of these slutty hooligans can steal an entire industry. We need to suppress them, not the people, but the issues. What a mistress should be like." I took a look at the backstage and would like to thank my book friend Contempt the World for the 500 reward. Thank you. Boss, I wish you all the best and all your wishes come true. The new book will be updated normally. I hope everyone will support it with free recommendation tickets and so on. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me directly in the comments. I will take a look. Chapter 51 Sweetness. Chun Yinlan has always been indifferent to Li Miaoshuan's special care. Since ancient times, the stories between bosses, secretaries, and wives can be told over 3 mahjong tables. She understood her awkward position. I also understand that Li Miaoshuan doesn't really hate her. This is just necessary warning and crime prevention. If she were the legal wife, she would not let her man work alone. Male assistants are even more difficult to control and manage. Being able to find an excellent female secretary will make your marriage life extremely comfortable. Maybe it's not possible now, as trust is something that is built up gradually. You can't expect others to hand over their entire business to you right away. Li Miaoshuan is very smart. There is no denying that. I also agree with her approach. Simple cooking is actually not a big problem and is not very troublesome. And in comparison, what he gained was all the living rights of this villa, or rather, an unknown number of villas. All the luxury cars in the house, except those that are exclusively owned by the hostess. No, even those that are exclusively owned by the hostess, she can drive them. We are all family. If you look at the long term, you will have more children in the future and your status will rise. She is very good at calculating this account. From the moment I was chosen by William, my life was probably fixed. In terms of career, maybe he will soon become famous overseas along with Zhao Xiaohai's craziness. When it comes to love and family, she is no worse than any other woman in the world. After all, love and marriage is rare these days, and she is no worse than anyone else. William ate in silence. I don't want to say anything, especially in this kind of bullying situation where one person is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. He understood Li Miaoshuan's thoughts, and Chun Yinlan was not a fool. Halfway through the meal, Li Miaoshuan left the table, took a box from the sofa, and handed it to Chun Yinlan. I bought some Hermes today. Here, I give it to you. You can use it to buy groceries or something. The tone was very flat. He was just looking for reasons to suppress me. But now he gave me a gift. Normal operation. Thank you. Chun Yinlan took it. William was shocked. Oh no. When he saw the 2 people delivering gifts, he remembered that Li Miaoshuan seemed to have told him in the morning that she wanted him to get her a ring. I went out to play for the whole day and totally forgot about it. Hiss. Although Li had never been angry or quarreled with her in such a long time, it must be the first time that the girl asked for it. Especially in marriages arranged by parents, it is easiest to ignore the other party's feelings. Turn love into indifference. Silently, William sent a message to the old man. Go buy a pair of rings, mine and Li Miaoshuan's. Hurry up, the kind that engaged couples wear. Time is urgent. Master, I don't know the size of your fingers. William was stunned. Yes, you can say that you don't know your finger size or the type of ring you like, and you're afraid you won't like it. Then you have to speak out about this yourself. There is less suspicion of incompetence. Li habitually gave William the parts she didn't like to eat, such as the fatty part of the braised pork or the most delicious part of the chicken leg, and then put it on William's plate. Of course, not all of the food was what she had eaten before. She was asked to take half of the pot of yam and black chicken soup and pour it over to William. The meal was quite satisfying. With a nanny, washing dishes is definitely not his job. So, next to the bookshelf, William was reading a book and Li Miaoshuan curled up in his arms, chatting with a group of rich women on her cell phone. The keyboard sound of her cell phone never stopped, and the frequency of the sound was extremely high. I have become very skilled at typing and can have long conversations with more than a dozen wealthy ladies online at the same time. If she was a liar, with her intelligence and hand speed, she would probably be the one with the most business volume. Talent will shine in any field. Not far from the 2 of them, on the coffee table, Li Miaoshuan placed 2 gold bricks to hold the water cups. While chatting, she also took a photo of the pure gold rotating cup holder and posted it on her moments. The difficulty she faces in starting a trend of earthy luxury cannot be underestimated, but as the future daughter-in-law of the richest man in the country, her every move is being watched by her friends. Some people may think that this kind of pure gold brick ornament is tacky, but they will not say it out loud. Even Li Miaoshuan's identity has given everyone who looks at her tinted glasses. What I did is right. This is wealth. This is the standard of a wealthy family. Maybe not many people would privately buy dozens of gold bricks in batches like those rich ladies, but there would definitely be people who would curry favor with the powerful and wealthy and buy 1 or 2 of the same gold bricks. A gold brick costs 7.6 million. At least she can go to the supermarket more often. Of course, there's also the jewelry industry that she's been dreaming of helping William with. She is still in the dark about Bulgari's affairs. She thought that William had no experience in industry, and her husband had dozens of tons of gold at home, so she didn't want it to rot in his hands. William is still young, so she should worry more about some things so that her boyfriend can have fun for a few more years. William gently put his arms around the girl's waist and placed his chin on her shoulder. The scent of her hair lingered at the tip of his nose, and the girl's crystal-clear ears were right in front of him. His voice was calm, brisk, and gentle, and he slowly read from the book in his hand. Any kind of flower, every time the time and place of flower appreciation are different, the people's expulsion is also different. The flowers color the air, and even the body seems to be dyed with color. Li Miaoshuan put her cell phone aside, straightened her hair, sat up straight, leaned against William's arms, and listened attentively. When William was reading, her eyes were on William's face. She looked at her rather handsome man quietly, and when William took a breath and prepared to continue reading, she moved closer like a kitten and tapped William's mouth with her red lips. The lips quickly left again, like a kitten stealing fish. Then wait for him to continue reading. Adults do not have the leisure to sit together and appreciate and listen to literature and art. Even the most romantic teenagers, even if they do not understand the deeper meaning of the book, will like these beautiful sentences. William looked at her gently and said, "Sit tight, don't fall." Li Miaoshuan nodded his head seriously like a chick pecking at rice. Her eyes were bright, and when he got closer, William saw that her eyelashes were really long and her eyes were very beautiful. The girl said softly, "William, I want a kiss." William stopped and put away the book he had just read 2 pages of. The arm around Li Miaoshuan's waist supported her back. He held the girl's body in his arms. He lowered his head, and the girl raised her head. They looked at each other, and then William focused his attention on the red lips in front of him. "Come closer and kiss." Both of them were very clumsy in technique, and after kissing, they couldn't breathe. Fortunately, it was the instinctive intimacy between men and women, and it wasn't too awkward. For a long time, Li Miaoshuan rested her head against William's chin, with the tip of her nose pressed against the man's collarbone, and spoke quietly. "Are you tired from work today?" "Not bad, not tired." "Then have you ever given something that belongs to me to someone else?" Chapter 52. Quickly establish a security company. "Then have you ever given something that belongs to me to someone else?" "Where do I have any more?" "You took them all away." This is a girl with a strong possessiveness. Li Miaoshuan sobbed softly. "Don't you like me like that? Do you think I'm so indecent?" "No, I swear." William said sincerely. "I just want you to feel comfortable. That feeling is what I bring to you. I am your first woman, and I want you to remember me for a while longer. How can I really only care about my own feelings? You are a man, and I will try my best to make you happy." Her voice was a little aggrieved, yet smart and gentle. William frowned, gently holding Li Miaoshuan's face. When will this woman ever tell you what's really in her heart? At this time, she probably really didn't want William to misunderstand her. "Miaoshuan, you misunderstood. These are all trivial matters. I don't even think about them. When we are young, shouldn't we enjoy the benefits of youth? Should we wait until we are old and can no longer work to enjoy them? When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Enjoy life while you can. That's the true meaning of life." Li Miaoshuan lay in his arms with her eyes closed, having fallen asleep, not sure how many seconds ago. "It's very fast." William sighed and carried his wife upstairs. It's time for them to rest. Passing by Chun Yanlan, who was still working, William asked softly, "Did Miaoshuan arrange a room for you?" "It's arranged. The guest room's on the first floor." She pointed William in a direction. William nodded. "Rest early and don't be too tired." Then he carried Li Miaoshuan upstairs. In their world of 2 people, Li Miaoshuan did not arrange Chun Yanlan to live in the nanny's detached building a few dozen meters away, which made her attitude clear. The secretary is not an outsider. Master bedroom on the 2nd floor. "Miaoshuan, lift your arms and take off your clothes. It's time to go to bed." William always spoke softly. Li Miaoshuan has nothing to hide. Everything Zhao Chun looked at was something he had played with before. After covering himself with the quilt, William washed up and went to bed. As soon as he lay down, the person next to him immediately hugged him and spoke in his ear. "William, I'm not sleepy anymore. Goodbye tonight. You should take a break today," he said helplessly. Are you getting tired of me already? Really? For so many nights? I can't handle it as a man, let alone you. You can't be too tired. Okay, baby, go to sleep. Ah, there's nothing left to eat. William turned around and covered her mouth. Some women are a combination of many different species, with extreme schizophrenia and multiple personalities. Under the ambient light, the girl covered her mouth with her hands and blinked her bright eyes. At that moment, William almost couldn't hold back. Go to sleep, baby, I'm tired. Then gently let go of her mouth. It has been a long time since she said anything to annoy others. Very good. When William was about to fall asleep, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Husband, you are so useless. The sound is sticky. Almost immediately, William woke up. This was the first time she used this title. Of course, it is okay to use this kind of address between fiancé and fiancée, although it is enough to make a man happy in a relationship. But how did those following sentences come out of your mouth? William threw his pajamas under the bed. No sleepiness at all. Although you realize that you're acting impulsively, this clingy demon is still humiliating you in your ear. I would really thank you. With such delicate red lips and an angelic face, how could you say such cruel words? Xuan Q. You succeeded, woman. Li Miaoshuan's appearance exceeds that of 99.99% of the girls in this world. Moreover, the high-end and top-quality products are worthy of their reputation. Early morning, William got up by himself for a morning run, standing in front of the mirror and washing up with Li Miaoshuan. At this time, she was cold, noble, untainted by the dust, and aloof. She didn't even want to talk to William. She simply ignored her man and washed herself quietly, without saying a word. I feel quite grumpy when I wake up. William went downstairs for a run, and she changed her clothes and started her morning yoga. By the way, I made a pot of tea for William and placed it on the balcony. On the first floor, Chun Yanlan tied her hair into a bun, wore headphones, and cut vegetables in the kitchen, occasionally humming a tune, which meant that this woman was not only good at career and wearing black stockings. It also proved that she didn't feel constrained living in this big villa. The second uncle has already started warming up. William noticed his expression. Very strange. This old man was hanging out yesterday afternoon and last night. At this age and with this intensity of work, his face should be blue and yellow, bloodless and listless. As a result, the old man is still rosy-cheeked and full of energy. William leaned closer. What's the secret? The second uncle looked at him and saw that William had obvious dark circles under his eyes, which were heavier than yesterday. Shake your head helplessly. He lowered his voice. You are a young man, and you are in the growth stage. Your metabolism is vigorous. You only eat so little at each meal, which makes it seem like there is no food in the Zhao family. My suggestion is to eat more. It is best to increase the amount of rice 3 times. Eat more seafood, high-quality meat, and nourishing and delicious dishes. Then, have a little wine with each meal like I do. Wine is a kind of food. The more you drink, the younger you will be. Finally, pay attention to exercise. As for health preservation, I also started in my 20s when your grandfather was successful in his career. You had a hard life before, and you've been a vegetarian for more than 10 years. You don't have much strength. We're dealing with women here, so you have to be raised on meat. My advice is to eliminate your staples, beef and fish, as your main meals. William thought silently. What the second uncle said makes sense, although not much. But their health secrets are still noteworthy. Just because he is 50 years old and still full of energy. Don't miss your morning run. Gradually improve your diet, increase your food intake, and stay healthy. After running 2 laps, the second uncle spoke seriously. You should set up a security company as soon as possible. I know someone there. Some retired buddies can come here for flexible employment. The villa is so big, and I live alone in the housekeeper's building. There is no one to chat with and relieve my boredom. You and Lee Girl also need protection. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. William naturally agreed. The pile of gold underground alone was enough to make him alert. Li Miaoshuan, Chun Yinlan's safety is also very important. When you are away from home, you also need an insurance policy holder. When will those guys arrive? The second uncle made a phone call. We can gather outside the villa right now. William nodded. Let them come now. The security company's matter can be settled today. 10 minutes later, 20 men in black stood outside the villa. William didn't hear their footsteps because of the big door between them. A dark-faced, middle-aged man in a suit came over with a headset and handed the item over to William. Hello, my name is Wang Taizhu. William shook his hand. Almost instantly, William could feel the calluses on the hands of the squad leader, who was obviously a code name, named Wang Taiju. Very hard. William nodded. He didn't understand anything else, but the spirit of this group of people was full of vigor and vitality. Very good. We have a pleasant cooperation. The butler will discuss the salary with you. The positions will be assigned as soon as possible. I'm going to Sanya for vacation today. Please arrange for someone to follow me. Good. The men in black lined up and ran quietly into the manor and quickly lined up in the small open space in front of the butler's building. The cell phone rang. It's time to go home and have breakfast. William, 3 minutes to walk back to the entrance of the villa. Thanks to Morix in the bed for the 500 reward. Thanks to Shirlua Ide Lin for Yi by rewards. Thank you, and I wish you all the best and good luck. Chapter 53, 5 Adult Men. Da Hongpo, the tea that Li Miaoshuan made for him in the morning. Use tea leaves to hold on to your life. Don't walk a few steps or you will faint from weakness. Take a shower and come over for breakfast. I put the towel behind the bathroom door. Don't lose it again. William want to take a shower. There is still pressure in life. Although he always says that one should enjoy life to the fullest. If he keeps tossing and turning until the early morning every day, he will really die suddenly. While taking off his clothes, William asked the system. He had originally decided not to use the trading system, if possible, so as to avoid becoming dependent on it. But when the time comes, we really have to find a way to deal with it. Query the transaction price for improving kidney and kidney organ strength. Asterisk the initial price for upgrading the ability is 10 million. William exhaled lightly. There's indeed only one difficulty in this world, poverty. Fortunately, my biological mother transferred another 1 billion yuan to me yesterday. 10 million is just a small amount of money, just a drop in the bucket. Trade. Congratulations, your ability has been upgraded. Your ability is now equal to that of 5 adult men. Welcome to next transaction. William let out a breath. That's good. At least I can't let the second uncle laugh at me. There's a bit of coquettishness in what my woman says, but it is always a bit embarrassing to be told this by other men. Dark circles under the eyes. I will also have a rosy face when I wake up every day from now on. After taking a shower, William casually put on a bathrobe and sat at the dining table. Li Miaoshuan was holding a document in her hand with a frown on her face. She was looking at the document while looking at William. The look was cold, serious, puzzled, and mixed with some admiration. William felt frightened by her look. I can't even eat in peace. I could only eat the oysters one by one under her gaze, and then drink a sip of the steaming wolfberry and sea cucumber soup. I'm so scared. Li Miaoshuan suddenly threw away the stack of documents, stood up, and came over to sit next to William. She stopped talking, and her eyes were not as sharp as before. She helped William peel eggs and remove shrimp heads. She also did not forget to pass the nourishing soup to William's mouth. Very virtuous and considerate. William was almost done eating. She whispered softly in William's ear, "Bulgari, when did you acquire it?" "The day before yesterday." "How much?" "Over 9 pounds." Li Miaoshuan stared into William's eyes straight. Although she didn't quite understand why Mr. Zhao always liked to joke about his career, she was willing to understand her man-childishness. 50 yuan a gram of gold. More than 9 pounds of world history luxury brand. It cannot be said to be unbelievable. It can only be said to be horrifying. It is really outrageous in a big way. She has just checked William's account. Among the many spending records from the day before yesterday, his account did have a spending record of 9 pounds and 15 pence. There is no way to check who collected the fees. It is impossible for William to touch the Zhao family's inheritance of hundreds of billions now. Where does all his man's money come from? Li Miaoshuan did not pursue the matter any further. Take William's plate back to the kitchen. She said softly, "Change clothes. Your flight is at around 9 o'clock, so just bring one piece of clothing. They sell clothes there." "Good." William went upstairs. He changed into a set of Xiaoxian flowery shorts, a loose white t-shirt, put on sunglasses, put on a hat, then took out Li Miaoshuan's small suitcase and put a set of clothes inside. Then he walked to the cabinet and opened the drawer. Most of the left part is my own watch, and the right part is Mr. Li's watch. He chose a Richard Mille and a Patek Philippe watch to wear on his hands as decorations for this trip. In this way, there is finally something on your body that can reflect your identity. Li Miaoshuan came in and changed her clothes in front of William. When she thought her man would remain indifferent, William put his arms around her waist and gently held her in his arms. Aren't you worried that you won't have the energy today? It's okay. You're so beautiful. If I stay idle for even a second, it would mean I'm being lazy about the beautiful things in this world. First time on the wide cloakroom shoe bench. Yes, in broad daylight. Li Miaoxuan's legs are slender and bright white, and they are lifted on her shoulders, so white that they are dazzling. Tub, William said gently, "It's time. Get ready to go, baby. If you stay any longer, you will miss your flight." It's okay. Our own plane. The trading system never deceived me. The endurance, explosive power, strength, toughness, flexibility of 5 adult men is not just a simple upgrade of any one of them, but a qualitative leap in all aspects. This 10 million is the most worthwhile sum I have ever spent on the trading system. She is still floating. After finally packing up the gifts, Li Miaoxuan took William's hand and went downstairs. At this moment, she became a little gentler. In the past, because she was 2 months older than William, she had always interacted with William as an older sister, but at this time, she would rather hold his arm and lean on his arms when walking. "Why are you still giving me such a cold look?" Any attitude that is unromantic, pretentious, untainted by dust, and ethereal like an angel will end with him. It's nothing but masculine charm. She is looking forward to this honeymoon. Only when they arrived at the garage did Chen Yinlan allow them to drive away. "I might not be back for a few days. If you need anything, just call me." "Good. Just live in a villa. The car keys are in the box at the door. They're easy to find. If you need money, just go to the finance department." "Yeah." Chen Yinlan nodded in response. William and his companion got on the Phantom. The driver is the second uncle. When the second uncle heard about this honeymoon, he was so enthusiastic that he even stopped being a housekeeper and wanted to take William and the other two on the trip. Li Miaoxuan told William that the old man had a mistress in Sanya. Suddenly I realized, if a person could be as free as the second uncle in his life, even if he did not get married and had no children, it would still be a kind of happiness and satisfaction. Behind the Phantom was a brand new black Land Rover Defender. Wang Taiju brought 3 bodyguards with him to be responsible for the safety of the two. William himself thinks bodyguards are dispensable. The second uncle's words made him feel clear. The Zhao family is so powerful. How did you get lost when you were a child? Let's not talk about what happens to you again, but if Li Miaoxuan is lost, can your woman live through that hard life? It was very simple and useful, and William accepted the arrangement almost immediately. The Zhao family is not a small family. They have been in the business world for many years, both at home and abroad, and have made huge profits countless times. Airport, private terminal. The car drove directly to the plane. 2 men walked onto the plane, followed by the second uncle in a colorful beach outfit, and at the end were 4 quiet men in black. Although the old man likes to travel around, he never interferes with or affects William's private life. He and 4 bodyguards stayed in the cruise lounge with several stewardesses and did not come to disturb William and his companion's world of 2. Chapter 54. Concealing one's nature and acting as a romantic girl. 3 hours. How do we get through this? The two looked at each other, and Li Miaoxuan stood up and sat in William's arms, staying there and looking at the clouds outside the window together. There was a pretty funny comedy playing on the TV in the cabin. However, neither of them likes watching this kind of comedy. It's not very interesting. The kind of fun of Wang Duyu invested in this project is a bit awkward for them. They have no shortage of money, fun, knowledge, or ambition. The flight attendants came over several times with blankets and food. Li Miaoxuan only eats Dakingwang grapes, and usually only tastes 1 grape of other varieties. Princess Qianjin has an extremely delicate and gifted ability to appreciate the quality of food. She can tell accurately whether something is delicious or not. Unlike her, William only felt that the grapes he had eaten recently were of top quality. Although there were differences, they were not very big. The differences between the two gradually evolved from fruit to shape, then color, and finally taste and feeling. "What do you think of Bulgari?" William asked a serious question. Li Miaoxian leaned in his arms, thought for a moment, and spoke softly. "Bulgari jewelry is high-end, representing a long-standing tradition and top luxury taste. The weight per gram is about 7 to 10 times more expensive than the same quality products of ordinary brands, which is very profitable. So I rejected all the small gold brick business I discussed last night. It is better to use Bulgari's channel for that batch of goods. The profit is 10 times more. There are only 7 Bulgari hotels in the world, and the location selection is extremely demanding. The first one in China is in Shanghai, And hotel revenue is also a huge part of the Bulgari Group's revenue. Blinking her eyes, the girl spoke briskly. But it's yours now, so it's hard to judge. William is calm and composed. Bulgari Group's revenue is several billion every month, which is also its own revenue. The group is developing in that direction, which is also a historical proposition. You will definitely not stand still. Since you want to start a business, just give it a try. It doesn't matter if things fail. After all, you're getting it for free. If you succeed, that's not bad either. A little more money won't change your life much. Only 7 hotels have been opened. According to the domestic public opinion about Bulgari hotels. If it were to flourish everywhere, given the reputation of this hotel brand, it would definitely be better than Hilton, Intercontinental, Ritz-Carlton, and the like, I guess. Why can it only be a high-end jewelry brand? Why can't it be a high-end hotel brand? There are only 7 hotels. William already has a plan. We're going to Sanya. Then let's build a check-in destination for the socialites and wealthy young men. Let's all go have afternoon tea. The plane landed. William woke up on the big bed in the plane. Wake up Li Miaoxuan as well. She felt a little tired before she even started playing. Fortunately, she doesn't have to walk. The Li family's hotel in Sanya has arranged for a helicopter to come over. After holding the girl in his arms and boarding the helicopter, William forced her to calm down because the plane was flying over the beach and the sea. There was a feeling of passing through the playground, the coconut grove, and the smell of the salty sea breeze. An inexplicable, refreshing feeling, as if a tropical storm was blowing in my face, came over me. Fortunately, this helicopter was particular and seemed to know his taste. William unscrewed the cap of the ice cola in the ice bucket filled with crushed ice and took a big gulp. It's already floating in the clouds. The ultimate in comfort. Li Miaoxuan lay in his arms, watching the movement of William's Adam's apple when he swallowed the soda. Before she could get up to get a bottle for herself, William had already reached out and placed a bottle of cold Coke on her belly. You bastard. You're going to die. The little girl was caught in a cold. William S. waist hard. She leaned on his shoulder, her bright eyes cast on the summer sea. The sea breeze seemed to caress her long hair through the cabin glass. A light fragrance lingered around her nose. She took a sip of ice soda. Perhaps the fun of summer was so leisurely and refreshing. The helicopter flew over the nearby beaches, coconut groves, amusement parks, and scenic spots before returning to the hotel building and stopping there. A group of welcoming waiters and managers came hurriedly to greet them. It was Lee's hotel, and with the eldest lady here, how dare they slack off? Mr. Lee was full of energy again. He jumped down from the plane on tiptoe and looked at his own employees with a scrutinizing gaze. Those who knew her thought she was here for her honeymoon, while those who didn't thought she was here to inspect her work. William got off the plane slowly. The wind was a bit strong on the rooftop, so he put his hat on his girlfriend to prevent her hair from flying. Fixed habits, standard etiquette, presidential suite. Of course, that was before William bought a house here. After entering the door, Li Miaoxuan immediately changed into slippers and went to open the curtains barefoot. The waves in the distance seemed to be right in front of her. Then she filled the bathtub with water. Lying comfortably in the bathtub with the same sea view, she began to instruct her man, William, I'm hungry. Tell them to serve the food quickly. Good. Auntie, I want you to come and take a bath with me. No. Why would you reject the love of a beautiful girl? Just because you are so beautiful. Oh, Li Miaoxuan kicked the water nimbly with her feet, revealing her white soles and green toes. First started to exploit William and saw his hopeless look. She thought she had no charm. She even doubted her beauty. Her man's reservedness almost made her lose confidence in her appearance. How nice it is now. He thought about it when he saw me. Yeah, the power of the world's top beautiful girls should not be underestimated. William stayed on the sofa and texted Bai Wanning. After he sincerely invited Wan Ning to come over and play 4 times, Miss Bai sent him an emoticon telling him to be obedient. William, stop it. Why should I join you on your honeymoon with Sister Miaoxian? Put your phone down and accompany her, or I will secretly tell her that you are thinking about me while you are with her. Okay, I'll bring you next time. Well, after you return to Jinling, my parents want to meet you. I must go. Well, that's good. They will call you and ask you to go to dinner. Put down your phone. The doorbell rang. The waiter pushed the food cart in. The table was filled with a dazzling array of wine, fruits, and dishes. It was truly a sumptuous feast. Miaoxian, the food is here. Okay, I'll be right there. As soon as the voice fell, the girl was barefoot again, wrapped in a large bath towel, wiping her hair carelessly, sitting under the air conditioning outlet. and had already started to pick up chopsticks. She was in high spirits, impatient, smiling widely, and there were beads of water on her eyelashes. Put on your clothes properly. No, I'm so hungry. In the bedroom on the plane, the girl had lost a lot of energy. She didn't care about being refined and polite and enjoyed the food leisurely. Wenchang chicken, pineapple rice. William, come here and try this fish. It's so delicious. Well, I prefer roast chicken. Hearing William's words, the girl's eyes suddenly turned colder, and she glanced at him coldly. Don't learn bad things, don't make bad friends, and don't develop any weird habits. William was surprised. He really was just saying it casually. Her true colors were almost exposed. He almost forgot that Li Miaoshuan was not a pure and innocent girl at all. She wanted to be a queen and a sister. She was a cold and unkind woman in her daily life. This book, an everyday text, has this tone. By the way, I would like to thank Book Friendine for the 100 reward and best wishes. Thank you to all the masters who voted for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and collections. I am grateful. Chapter 55, you are not a human being. Don't develop any weird habits. In a word, this was a perverted behavior that William would stay away from for the rest of his life. Fortunately, a normal girl is attractive enough, so there is no need to pursue excitement, explore weirdness, or even digest it among men. What's more important is that some people's perversion stems from their own shortcomings, such as the eunuchs in the ancient palace. With William's current abilities, he will never feel the lack of life in this lifetime. Sit down next to Li Miaoshuan. After trying all the dishes one by one, I was almost full. 2 wine glasses were filled with red wine. The crystal juice had a faint aroma of wine and a very subtle smell of wood barrels. Bite. The 2 of them clinked their glasses lightly, and a little red wine overflowed from the girl's red lips, adding some charm. The white collarbone and round curve that could not be covered by the bath towel made people unable to take their eyes off. This is not the true appearance of Mount Lu. It's just because I am in this mountain. Looking at it from a distance, I still cannot fully appreciate the beauty of that body. Stop thinking. William took a sip of red wine to calm himself. Appreciate when you should appreciate, and be sober when you should be sober. Li Miaoshuan glanced at him from time to time. She knew William was looking at her, and her man's gaze seemed to be real, shooting everywhere. She knew William wasn't like this at first. As he has practiced it more frequently recently, the big boy has begun to understand the beauty of it. Li Miaoshuan said softly, "Eat more, you have too little food." Reminded by her, William remembered what he had decided in the morning. Eat more, eat better food, and strengthen his body. Yeah, you too. Don't be hungry all the time. William served her another small bowl of chicken soup. Move? I don't want to move either, but there are people who are lazier than me. You said that as if you could withstand my movement. Well, it's the puppy who can't stand it. William hesitated to speak. After all, this was his future wife, so he decided not to say such words. He just smiled and exchanged a look that promised to fight again another day. He doesn't understand why some beautiful women have such great figures and can eat so much. Li Miaoshuan sometimes eats very little, and sometimes it's like today at noon, when she is starving to death and yet indulging in delicious food. But I have to say that the food in this hotel is really good. After dinner, Li Miaoshuan held a spoon and half a watermelon. After replenishing her energy, her temperament became cold, and she stopped showing her teeth. Her willow leaf phoenix eyes glanced over, which was a kind of deterrence. William sat next to her, as if he was used to it. She is not a little girl. Having a cold face is her nature. You eat. She thrust the spoon and half the watermelon into William's arms without any room for redemption, without asking if he wanted to eat it or not. You start eating this now, and I will eat the sweetest part in the middle and the remaining watermelon. Eat. William took it silently, took a bite, and put the melon and spoon aside. Just cooperate with it simply. Li Miaoshuan glanced at him without saying a word. She seemed to see that William was lying there very comfortably. She gently stood up again, pulled William's arm away, and curled up in his arms. You dislike what I've eaten? No. Then why don't you eat it? I want you to feed me, like other people's girlfriends do. Oomph. Without hesitation, Lee immediately responded to William's request with a hum. The two stopped talking and stayed together watching TV, as if neither of them cared about what had just happened. Li Miaoshuan changed into a belly-revealing vest, shorts, and no socks, and just stayed in William's arms. A few minutes passed. She suddenly stood up, took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, filled a large glass 1/3 with ice, poured the Coke into it, and put a straw in it. Bring it over and place it on the table next to you. William's gaze. She picked up the half watermelon, held the spoon in one hand, scooped a spoonful, and put it to William's mouth. Cold eyes, crisp tone. Open your mouth. William fixed his eyes on the TV, opened his mouth, and was fed a mouthful of watermelon. Very sweet. After a while, her arms were tired. William sat up, took the spoon and watermelon, and gently handed a spoonful of watermelon to her mouth. This is sweet too. The red lips took the spoon into the mouth. Liar, not sweet. I feed it to you. How can it not be sweet? Humph, go shopping with me this afternoon. My boyfriend will be with me. He will help me carry my things and pay the bills. Okay, so is watermelon sweet or not? After thinking for a while, Li Miaoshuan said calmly, It's okay, sweet. William put his arms around her slender waist, put his hands on her belly, and hugged her a little tightly. Your breathing is so loud. The girl glanced at her. William ignored him. Why are you so hot? She wanted to run away and get the air conditioner remote control, but William didn't let go. Sitting in William's arms, Li Miaoshuan looked around and couldn't find any tool to hold William of hell. With a sigh, she could only sit obediently in his arms. William, can you please let me go? William didn't say anything. He liked to snuggle in his boyfriend's arms. He must have thought about the consequences long ago. Why would he pretend to be as innocent as a little girl who had never been whipped? A blush gradually spread across Li Miaoshuan's cold face, but he couldn't break free and could only silently endure the temperature and the bumpy feeling. William is still watching TV. Li Miaoshuan could be a little indifferent, but we can't let her become like a queen or a fairy in a relationship. I like her temperament, but I have to destroy her personality and temperament occasionally. Let her beg for mercy. Let her give and occasionally. Throat. She began to try to pry William's hands apart, but unfortunately, she was unable to do so because of the strong force. William, let's go shopping. William, no one has ever called me brother. Li Miaoxian, impossible. William, don't be so absolute. He moved slightly. Li Miaoshuan was silent. The pink in her eyes grew deeper and deeper, but her temperament remained cold, and she was still trying hard to struggle out of William's arms. It took a lot of effort. Pity. William didn't give a chance. She must be made to submit once. In the future, she will be more than one woman in the family, and she must at least have the privilege of having a say. Li Miaoshuan stopped struggling, would rather die than surrender. Seeing that she stopped struggling, William picked her up, locked her in his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. You are not human. Why? You're like a wild animal. How can there be a man who doesn't know how to get tired? You should at least feel sorry for me. Yeah, it'll hurt you. William stopped walking. Li Miaoshuan was already scared. I call you brother. William remained non-committal. This was not a standard answer, and was far from it. We locked the door. He just heard a very subtle call. Brother. Chapter 56, Let's Be in Love. We locked the door. He just heard an extremely subtle way of addressing. Brother. William stopped and stood up to let her sit in his arms. Observe Mr. Lee's expression in time. At this moment, she lowered her head as if she had suffered a lot of injustice. Her face was cold and pale, and her eyes were calm and quiet. I was so sad that I died after calling my boyfriend brother. William just stood there, waiting for her reaction. Fortunately, the girl was not stupid. She was worried about hurting William, so she hung her arms around the boy's neck. After a long while, Li Miaoshuan spoke seriously. Did you take any hormones? Only then did she raise her cold eyes and stare closely into William's eyes. As long as William spoke, she could tell whether he was true or false from his eyes. What is that like? Why would I take medicine randomly? After being silent for a long while, the woman uttered a few words indifferently. Monster, but that's what a man should be like. If you hadn't been found, you would probably be able to win the favor of many rich ladies with your body in the near future. Although she spoke every word seriously with a nod, William still pinched it without hesitation. Frowning. What are you talking about? Li Miaoshuan spoke softly, not cold, but unkind. Put me down. Don't get hurt. Are you not afraid anymore? I've already called you. If you do this again, I'll tell my aunt that you're bullying me. He spoke very calmly, without letting any emotion escape his lips. It was a clear expression. Aunt, isn't that our mother? My mother is not your mother. I'm not engaged yet. Although I was engaged once when I was a child, I was still young at that time. I can only change my mind after the engagement ceremony. There's also a red envelope for me to change my mind. As she spoke, she slowly stopped, looked at the waves outside the window, and stopped talking. William carried her to the large French window. William, I love the sea. Sometimes I want to live by the sea, but when I was a kid, I always heard there were big snakes in the sea, so I stopped living there later. I'll be here for you from now on. Do you like the sea? The girl's voice was clear, and she stayed quietly in William's arms. William stared at the place where the sea and the sky met in the distance. After a long time, he spoke. I didn't know it before, but now I like it very much. I like watching the waves. Me too. I can't sit still anymore. Hold me tight. William held her body. She was slender and thin and felt light and fragrant when held in my arms. I want you to build a big house by the sea where we can live and watch the sea. We can also go out to sea when the weather is good. You fish and I cook for you. Bring more Coke that you like to drink, watch the moon at night, and listen to the ocean's dreams. Okay, I'll go buy a piece of land in the next few days. What size do you want? Very big. That will cost a lot of money, right? The woman asked softly, her eyes bright. I have money. If all else fails, I will sell you for money, and then you can sneak back here. Huh, well, I'm pretty and will be worth a lot of money. Selling for 1 billion? Oh, too little. When I was a child, my mother said that I would be the most beautiful girl in the world when I grew up. I am 18 years old now. William, am I beautiful? You are beautiful. I like you very much. Do you plant coconut trees in the yard? Plant. Also plant mangoes, papayas, lychees, bananas, pomegranates, pineapples, longans, whatever you like to eat. The girl stopped talking. Become quiet. William coldly. Where's my ring? I don't know the size of your fingers, so I can't buy it. Everyone I asked said they need to measure your fingers. Next time I will go to the store with you to buy it. Are you going to buy street goods? You still have to go to the store. Why don't they come to the store and ask me for my size? Suddenly, she glanced at William, turned her head and whispered, Liar. No, they really just need to know the size of your fingers. No kidding. Li Miaoshuan looked at him and said calmly, You are the liar I'm talking about. Stupid. The air was silent. What is there to struggle about? Li Miaoshuan is not stupid. Far from being stupid, she is usually a little smarter than William, and she plays tricks on her own man. How can I go out without a ring on my hand? If I wear too little on the beach and other men see me, will you be happy? If you put a ring on me, maybe they won't have delusions. Beautiful girls are already taken. I hate those undisguised, lustful looks. I want a big diamond ring to make their eyes sparkle. I want to wear swimsuit photos, but they reveal too much. You are a bastard, and you are unreliable. You don't even give me a ring. I have to pay for it if I marry you. William touched his nose and said, Go ahead and scold me. I deserve it. There's nothing much to say about this wave. Dare to act and take responsibility. Li Miaoshuan got down from his arms, stood beside him, helped him smooth out the wrinkles on his white t-shirt, and spoke softly. We were engaged as children, so we didn't have to go through the process of falling in love. Sometimes in emotional matters, we may not be a little cautious about unknown results. Our future is certain, but I want to have a love and marriage relationship that is respectful, loving, and considerate to each other. We still have a lot of time. We can take it slow. During this honeymoon, I will try to play the role of a girlfriend that you like. William moved his fingers, wanted to raise his arm, but thought about it and put it down again. She leaned gently in his arms. Isn't it because I came down from your arms that you hold my waist? Why are you so worried? We are in love during this period. Okay. Good. In the distance, the waves rose and fell, and the cries of seabirds reached the coastal road. A red convertible BMW M8. The car stereo was playing the lively rhythm of English summer music. The girl was wearing sunglasses, and her hair was flying. Her smooth forehead showed her outstanding appearance, an extremely beautiful face. The boy in the passenger seat looked younger and more energetic. Is it far? Not far away. Is your bank card ready? Go ahead and buy it. I'll pay for whatever you buy. Will it be too hard for you, my dear boyfriend? After all, 18 is the most difficult time for a boy. Okay, then buy less. No, you have to buy all the duty-free items. Otherwise, you might as well sell your kidney. No, do you think these are words that two people in love should say? Why not? Li Miaoshuan was driving very fast, and the car almost flashed by on the wide road. William smiled. Thank you so much. Which girl would ask her boyfriend to sell his kidney for heat? That's not a girlfriend, that's a kidney. Who would torment their boyfriend so recklessly like her? Although this is what he said, it also indirectly shows that Mr. Lee recognizes his abilities. I think he's worth the money. It is indeed a passionate love. After all, I have tasted it, I know how powerful it is, and I recognize it, although the way it is done is a bit extreme. Miaoxian, I can play with your legs for 100 years. Well, stop it, I'm driving. Chapter 57. All of them are henpecked. I'm driving. Li Miaoshuan stopped the car, parked it on the side of the road, and let him have fun. There are a lot of convertibles on this road. Most of them are tourists who don't own their own cars here, but rent them from car rental companies. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Audi, and AMG are all available. The BMW that William and his partner drove seemed relatively low-key and restrained. Have you had enough fun? How can you ever have enough fun? How about I cut off my legs and make a specimen for you, and you can hold it in your hands and play with it every day? The girl said these beautiful words in a very calm manner. Ah, I only like yours. Then why do you only praise the legs? Well, actually I can play with you for 100 years. Li Miaoshuan did not respond, but turned her head to look at the coast on the right side of the road. The lush coconut trees were rustling with the branches and leaves as the sea breeze slapped them. William wanted to get some fresh air, and then the familiar voice in his mind rang. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host and his girlfriend are both in a happy and cheerful mood. According to biohealth science, the navigation suggests that the host and his girlfriend enter the coconut grove to have a good time, cultivate their relationship, and become healthier. Reward for adopting a suggestion: a number of shares of a world-renowned Fortune 500 company. William's mouth opened slightly. The sea breeze, the coconut trees, the sound of the tide, some distance from the road, unable to see the details and movements without a telescope. Li Miaoshuan said that he had been listening to him these days. Comprehensive consideration of all aspects of the detailed requirements. Actually, outdoor sports should be pretty good. Taking a deep breath, William tried to think about how to express such an impolite request. He really doesn't want those shares. He just loves the rewards of daily navigation. Furthermore, the suggestions given by the navigation are very punishable. Before he could speak, the girl whispered, "I'll drive the car to the beach. I want to stay by the sea for a while. There are fewer people here." William frowned slightly. It's not a good idea for a man and a woman to be alone. Li Miaoshuan glanced at him. That look seemed to have seen through him, as if his plan was obvious. It was like she was trying to dig out his thoughts, but she didn't say anything and just gave him a look to show her what was going on. William had a blank expression on his face. Logically speaking, the skirt she wore when she went out today was short enough, and no one would care if she sat in his arms, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. The car slowly drove into the coconut grove and stopped on the beach. There was no one around. Wearing sunglasses, Li Miaoshuan was really looking at the sea quietly. William was bored and leaned back in his seat. Although there are rewards, he will not force it and will not destroy the respect between the two just to get a small share. The navigation suggestions are nice, but not applicable. A wife is not a kept girl. If he took Yang Minghuan out to play today, he would have the final say on what to play and what to do. For a long time, William tentatively put his hands around her waist. She didn't object. He hugged her in his arms. William put his hand under her collarbone and gently applied some strength. I could hear her breathing. William silently withdrew his hand. He couldn't do that. The dog navigation only gave such deceptive advice. Except for not causing loss to his own interests, all other things he will suffer will be lost. Li Miaoshuan was quiet and didn't say anything. But she has always been of that kind of personality. When she is indifferent, she won't show any emotion on her face, even if she is angry. So he stopped. He forcibly suppressed the desire to invade. After all, who would let go of such a quiet, defenseless, beautiful girl? The car is connected to the phone. A song called Kikujiro's Summer, Ding Dong Dong, sounded like jumping and fluctuating notes. It is also like a lively mind, rising and falling with joy. Li Miaoshuan glanced over, gently pulled his hand, placed it on her own slender white leg, gently rubbed it, and then said softly, if your hand had moved an inch further, I would have chopped it off. The air was silent. Only the sound of the waves and the girl's voice lingered in William's ears. To love someone is like wanting to speak but not being able to, wanting to help but not being able to level, wanting to be close but also being far away, with a lot of hesitation, helplessness, and confusion. I didn't know what humble love was like before, but now I can see myself in this term, the pain of being misunderstood. Maybe other people in the long river of history will also have the same feeling as me. He stopped talking. The girl's eyes are intriguing. You want to bully me, and you're making excuses. Am I really that scary? Why do you think I would really chop off my hands? William, you're just kidding. It's like I can't express my love to you if you don't hold my hand. It's funny. Li Miaoshuan didn't say anything, but opened the small compartment under the car's central control bar and took out a small knife from it. At this time, William's hand was already on her leg, but the cold knife was already touching the back of his hand. Call. William frowned. No, why can this woman control me in such matters? What's wrong with me being a little hypocritical and thick-skinned in front of my girlfriend and taking the opportunity to talk nonsense? Looking at Li Miaoshuan's pretty face, William felt extremely helpless. The coolness of the knife on the back of my hand is still so touching. Can I tell a little lie and have a little emotion? Yes. Then why do you even have a knife? I just want you to see whether my knife is shiny or not. She closed the scabbard gently and threw the knife at William. William was shocked. She looked away. Boring. Aunt Wang Qian is right. The men in the Zhao family are all henpecked. William hasn't lived in the Zhao family for more than 10 years, but his henpecked nature still makes him, a grown man, deeply in awe of a weak woman with a cold face. Maybe there is real affection. Otherwise, he would have bullied her rudely and vulgarly in the wild. He is still a person with a conscience. Are you still going to touch it? William reacted and felt unhappy for no reason. Watching the sea, accompanied by beautiful women and listening to songs. Buzz. I came out today to go shopping. We didn't stay at the beach for long. After a while, we smiled and set off. Duty-free zone. William and the other person were not very noticeable. He was dressed very casually, and Li Miaoshuan was wearing a big hat and large sunglasses. It makes it impossible to see what she looks like. She always takes her man's possessiveness into consideration, so she is extra careful in this matter. Or maybe she is more traditional in some ways. Cartier jewelry. William took one of her fingers and walked to the counter. The most expensive diamond ring. As soon as he opened his mouth, he sounded like a rich man. Li Miaoshuan leaned against him and twisted his waist unnoticeably, and William shut up awkwardly. Go find your manager. This is my membership. Please verify it. Not long after, the waiter's smile immediately became several degrees better, and she bent her waist even lower. Ms. Li, please come this way. Our manager is on the way. This is the VIP lounge. Please tell me if you have any needs. Li Miaoshuan waved her hand, and the waiter retreated and stood quietly by the side. Chapter 58, Physical Examination Report. William asked with his eyes. The girl opened her red lips and said, I bought a lot and spent a lot of money here. It's normal to be treated like this. Not long after, a middle-aged, elegant man walked into the VIP lounge. He apologized first, then looked up and was amazed by Li Miaoshuan's temperament and appearance. William clearly saw that the eyes of this kind manager trembled. Buy 2 pairs of rings. William started to speak, but the girl just snuggled up to him quietly and didn't even look at the manager who came in. Li Miaoshuan was willing to do something to save face for her boyfriend. Okay, please wait. Although the manager was surprised that such a beauty as Li Miaoshuan had given herself to a young boy at such a young age, he was, after all, someone who had seen the social reality of the rich and the poor and the ugliness of society. It looked like neither of these couple was someone he could afford to offend. Not long after, several jewelry trays were brought over. Diamond rings, plain rings, couple rings, rings with words on them, plate after plate. Just look at the wedding ring, not the others. William gently picked up a ring and compared it to Li Miaoshuan's finger. Okay, sir, this one is a 7-carat sapphire gold digger matchmaker. This is the same style in rose gold. Of course, we have ordinary diamonds as well. We also have multicolored gemstone pigeon eggs for you to choose from. If you have any requirements, you can tell me directly. William replied, keep the ones above 10 carats, keep the plain rings, and take the rest. Okay, it's time to be quiet. Miaoxian, why don't you buy 2 pairs? It's not nice to wear such a big diamond ring in school. Plain rings have no decorations, just simple round rings, which are both comfortable and light. Okay. The girl responded and quietly watched William gesture with his fingers back and forth. Final. 11-carat white gold natural sapphire diamond ring. A pair, one for each person. Sapphire refers to a rare diamond with an extremely fine and uniform blue color deposited within it. A pair of white gold and rose gold plain rings, exquisite and chic. I bought 2 pairs of rings, spending a little over 3 million yuan. This is where shopping begins. The 2 of them didn't bring many clothes with them, just to go shopping. Tax exemption was just an excuse for Li to drag William out to go shopping with her. When has Li Miaoshuan ever taken that luxury tax seriously? It all started with Chanel. She was almost rampant, and for any secondhand series that she liked, William would silently take out his bank card. Fortunately, his mother gave her 1 billion yesterday. At least you won't be caught in a dilemma. From perfumes, makeup and skincare to watches, jewelry and bags. William thought that Li Miaoshuan was generous enough the last time they went to the supermarket. Today I saw my woman in the VIP lounge pointing at products one by one, muttering in a bland voice, this, and this. I can't even think of them all. I want all of those things over there except the black bag. He has become numb. The mall will send someone to deliver the purchased items to the hotel. Li Miaoshuan did not go into Hermes and Louis Vuitton. William asked why. She said that these two sections are where she gets the goods directly every season. She basically has the latest and most classic styles. Then there's Gucci and Fendi. Finally, when William's legs were sore from walking, Li Miaoshuan pulled him to a store. Valentino. William recognized the brand and had seen its short videos. He remembered that the shoes and stockings were very famous and very popular. The strange thing is that Li Miaoshuan just stood at the door and didn't seem to be ready to go in. Suddenly, she turned to William and asked softly, "Do you know this brand?" "No." "Then don't buy them. I don't like that kind of high heels. I'll let you wear red-soled ones later." Took William away. William saw this brand just now. He remembered that he had a confrontation with someone on Douyin yesterday. The system also said that the number of views of the things he posted would bring him income. I pretended to be happy at the time and forgot about it. While being pulled away by Li Miaoshuan, William opened a short video app, Douyin, on his mobile phone. Then he saw the red 99 plus at the first moment. The message column, all likes and replies to comments. William tentatively clicked to the original video. It's outrageous. Just a simple daily photo of car keys, a few watches, and the interior of the living room, and it got 680,000 likes. More than 30,000 comments. There are also many people who forwarded and collected it. William clicked on the comment section with curiosity. It gave him a big scare. All of them are called Young Master and Old Slave. They all asked William if he needed any clothes or accessories, where the nanny room was, whether he had to live with a dog, and some were even more extreme, asking whether the young master was sure about the gender of his significant other. Endless comments like this. William thought it was a bit outrageous. I just posted a daily photo, which was really just a casual shot and was extremely blurry. But when it was posted, it made it seem as if I had cheated you out of your money. Seeing that I have money, they're more excited than me. Some are even more outrageous. Having met the young master, I have seen the world. How many LaFerrari cars can there be in the whole country? The young master just threw the key among a pile of keys. Please give me a recent photo of the Patek Philippe 1527 in the master's watch cabinet. I'll use it to show off. Thank you. The young master's villa has a ceiling height of 20 meters, right? What kind of sky-high priced house is this? Master, that golden piece in the lower right corner, is it a whole gold brick? Why is it used as a footpad? William thinks netizens are quite interesting. At this time, the voice in my mind sounded again. Accept the daily navigation suggestion to post a video to prove that I am rich, and now evaluate the impact of your post. Influence, very influential. Reward, 100 times the amount of likes in exchange for money. Actual reward, 690,000 likes, 68 million. Please pay attention to your account. William barely hesitated when he saw a text message from the bank on his phone. Such a large amount. The reward was completed almost immediately. William took a look at the details. An overseas account. Daily navigation recommends that the host continue this type of sharing of daily activities. Lots of rewards. An unexpected gain. It's a simple system, and obedient hosts will get money. It really give a lot. 60 million, I just transferred it to you casually. This amount of money is enough for Li Miaoshuan to spend a lot of money in this duty-free zone. If I shoot another million-level video, I dare not think about it. Let's put this idea aside for now. After all, the top luxury items I just bought have been sent back to the hotel by the mall. When we got back to the hotel, I took 2 simple photos. And every meal we eat is part of our daily routine. Li Miaoshuan leaned on his shoulder and said in a slightly cold voice, "Don't look at your phone while walking." Good. He hadn't even caught his breath yet, with his phone in his pocket, when he heard Li Miaoshuan speak. Just now someone named Yang Minghuan sent me a medical examination report. Do you want to take a look? It seems to be sent to you. I don't know why it was sent to me. William. Chapter 59 by Wanting Takes Action. Yang Minghuan's physical examination report. William did ask her to go for a physical checkup yesterday. Didn't you say that you were not there and sent it to Chen Yinlan? Why did it end up in this woman's hands? Why did Li Miaoshuan hold the medical examination report in her hand? Why are these two women already colluding with each other? Why should I, the head of the family, be bullied by her? It's okay, just help me take a look. I won't look at it. Very frank, without any hypocrisy or fear. Li Miaoshuan looked dumbfounded. She seemed surprised that William was so tough. She shook her phone gently and asked, "Are you funding the health checkups for poor employees?" He is indeed a boss with humanistic care. William nodded, indicating that he agreed with her evaluation of him. Then, with a blank expression on his face, he said calmly, "If there's nothing else, let's go back to the hotel. I want to lie down on the bed and rest. I'm a little tired." Li Miaoshuan now feels unnaturally afraid when she hears certain words. She suddenly understood why William wanted to go back to the hotel now. I have always bullied him, and he always wants to find a way to get revenge. Or perhaps, this physical examination report shattered his image of himself as an innocent and kind-hearted 18-year-old, and he was so angry and embarrassed that he wanted to vent and take revenge. Li Miaoshuan frowned. In fact, she didn't want to care about William's other women, including Bai Wanning and the little secretary. But we have to take care of it. Whether they're sick or dirty, whether to manage or not, is a contradictory issue. The wives of wealthy families will never be so foolish as to want to be the only one to be beautiful in front of men. They understand men's minds, and sometimes being too obstructive will make any feelings, no matter how deep, useless. She just casually asked William about the medical report, and she really didn't mean to cause trouble or blame him. For so long, she had never stopped him from going out to play, nor had she ever asked about it. Maybe she was a little too involved in Chen Yinlan's affairs, but it was William's business after all, so she had to be concerned about commercial security. Li Miaoshuan stood there feeling a little helpless, as William had already walked towards the parking lot with his back to her. Silently, she followed without a word. Holding several shopping bags in his hands, William didn't even look back at her. With a soft sigh and a slight pang in her heart, the girl tried to follow. When she reached the side of the car, William was not in the passenger seat. He has already taken a taxi and left. For some reason, Li Miaoshuan felt that driving alone was no longer fun, boring, and he no longer had any agility. He just wanted to drive back to the hotel. The taxi ahead was no longer visible. She stopped the car, took out her cell phone, and called Chen Yinlan directly. "Don't tell William about other women in the future. I won't target you in the future. I just hope you won't be so mean. The Zhao family can give you a lifetime of wealth and glory. Manage William's business well, and you are a member of the Zhao family. That's it." Surrendered. William is not really henpecked. He just doesn't want to bully her. Just respect each other. A child who grew up in the wild have the flexibility and adaptability of those who grew up in a large mansion. William was an orphan for more than 10 years. Who could he submit to? You overestimate yourself. Beauty can entertain people. How can a capable and ambitious person fall in love with beauty? She should have thought of it earlier. She had never heard of such operations as being able to buy dozens of tons of gold at 50 yuan per gram and a top international luxury brand for less than 10 pounds. It was just too shocking and made me feel it was not real. He still appeared to be gentle on the surface, but was forced to get up and run every morning or he would be laughed at by the old man. Each of them had to pinch their noses and force themselves to eat the oysters on the plate, as if they were listening to themselves. But now it seems that is not entirely true. That is probably the ordinary evaluation of good and bad things by a man with his own judgment. If you're good to yourself, then eat it. If you're not good to yourself, no matter what anyone says, even the Lord cannot stop you. Not to mention that they like to pile up those famous watches together casually and never look at them at ordinary times. They only wear them when they go out and need to. He doesn't like false glory, has his own inner personality, and will be kind and stay with you well, except for trying hard to reveal the things he can't tolerate. Li Miaoshuan thought for a long time and slowly drove back to the hotel. People in the duty-free area supermarkets have already started handing over their shopping results to the waiters on the top floor. William was nowhere to be seen. She went upstairs to the suite and searched every room without calling his name, but to no avail. Missing any trace, she quietly returned to the master bedroom, took off her clothes, and lay down under the quilt. The eyelashes are fine, and the temperament is pure. Breathe gently. She looked at her phone and found that William had not sent her a message. He said he would rest in the hotel and said he came back with him, but because I didn't follow him and hesitated, and he couldn't drive, he took a taxi and left. Li Miaoxuan dialed Bai Wanting's phone number. Hey, Sister Miaoxian, are you still attending summer camp? No, I'm reading now. Oh, that's fine. Come over and keep him company on the weekends. He'll get bored if I'm alone with him. Well, okay, I'll go over when you get to Jinling. Sister, did William make you angry again? Bai Wanting's tone was very cautious, as if she was worried that asking this would disgust Li Miaoxuan. After all, this was already asking or interfering in the affairs of Li Miaoxuan and William. So she asked very carefully. Hearing Bai Wanting's tone, Li Miaoxuan was in a trance for a moment. This kind of low emphasis did not mean that Bai Wanting respected her very much, but only meant that this girl really loved William. The focus of her question was on William's sense of happiness. But now, William has been lost by himself. No, he's fine. You can give him a call now. You should be free now. Oh, okay, I'll talk to him. Bai Wanting is not stupid. After hanging up the phone, I called William. Hey, Wan Ning. William, where are you? I'm at the beach. There are waves. I'll take some pictures for you later. Well, I won't look at it yet. Is Sister Miaoxian by your side? Yes, but I would answer your call even if she were here. Then let her answer the phone. Ah, William was stunned. Looking for Li Miaoxuan? No way. Mr. Li is not here. What? Hurry up. Give the phone to Sister Miaoxian. She went to the bathroom. Which beach has a toilet? Wasn't it there just now? Let's go get it now. Bai Wanting's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but her tone was a little tight. William hung up and started a video call directly. Connected. The girl looked at the screen with thick glasses on, a smile on her lips, and then she said, You two are angry, no matter what the reason is. She is your future wife. William, you should try to establish your authority in front of your wife in your own way, instead of letting a woman silently bear it and be at a loss after being angry. I won't ask you the reason this time, but next time, you'd better not let me know. If you want to be a man of universal love, you have to handle your own feelings well. If you don't have style, grace, and fairness, why would you ask Bai Wanting to commit herself to you in the future? The voice was clear and a little stern. At last she sighed softly. You have to find a way. Good methods and rules are the long-term truth and are more practical than feelings. Chapter 60, Enclosure Movement. Standing on the beach, William was confused. Bai Wanting's voice on the phone was very harsh. He had never thought before that two people in love could be together not because of feelings. He couldn't refute it. After all, Wanting's father is a role model for our generation. She herself said that she has several aunts. It's hard to comment on how this matter was handled, but he would keep an eye out. The two of us. After my dad found out about the situation, he didn't even want me to be with you anymore, but he didn't stop me later. He said it was a retribution for his own love. William, you have to be good. Sister Miaoxian is very smart. Okay, I know. I won't tell her what you told me today. William, you have to understand that I'm not afraid of Sister Miaoxian. I just don't want her to know that I'm interfering in your affairs and influencing your decision. They're all women who are very close to you. So why should I be afraid of her? Bai Wanting's voice is clear, with a hint of natural confidence. She didn't mention the first-come, first-served issue, and William was very grateful. He also understood that she didn't want to make him sad. What he feared most was that Bai Wanting would say the word unfair. He had no way to make it up to her, no way to compensate her. He could only take care of her slowly in the future and not let her get hurt. Hang up the phone. Bai Wanting stood up to pour some water and casually sent a photo of her clavicle to William. Not fighting doesn't mean being stupid. It's a way of retreating to advance. William thinks that if he feels a little sorry for himself, he will give himself more care among a group of women in the future. Why bother fighting for that position and making things difficult for him? The seaside is still rough. William waved, and the second uncle, wearing swimming trunks and sunglasses, led 4 strong men out for vacation and stood beside him. Let's go find a piece of land. I want to build a house. The second uncle took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. After a while of talking, a helicopter came over soon. I'm familiar with site selection. When I was growing grapes in Bordeaux, France, I was flying in the sky to select sites, drawing maps while flying. That scene, hey, was a bit like giving orders to a country. William said nothing, still flying in the sky to choose. 9 times out of 10, he is blowing himself up. Master, if we choose a good piece of land, it will benefit our descendants in the future. According to the experience of our older generation, we should consult an old gentleman who knows the way. Feng Shui and geography are also very important. Okay, you've seen a lot, but I'm a brave man and I don't have the time to ask a fairy for help. William knew what he wanted to say, which was just another round of bragging at best. You say he has no taste, but he plays with big brand trends more flamboyantly than young people. You say he has style, but he has the same ability as old people to brag about their youth. The second uncle chuckled and patted his chest. There's no need to look for a noble person. Although I'm not very experienced, I still have some skills. It's my duty to worry about the young master. William smiled. He casually pointed to a piece of land outside the window. Wow, what a good vision. This place has a height difference from the sea. You can see the sea, and there are small hills behind it. Great, that's it. There's a trick to this. But what the second uncle said was right. This piece of land is indeed good, not far from the city, with coconut groves and sea breeze blowing towards you. Land and start encircling the land. You four will hold the ropes on the ground later, and we will sit on the plain. Listen to our instructions and run according to the size of the circle. All disputed areas are enclosed. You should be prepared to cross country for several kilometers. The four bodyguards all nodded. This was indeed not a difficult task for them. The old man had already helped them to have a great time on this bodyguard mission. William wanted to refute, but when I think about it carefully, the second uncle's bad idea is a good one. I don't have to measure the land step by step myself. Uncle, how much do you think it will cost to buy such a large piece of land? William asked casually while looking at the ground. The second uncle glanced at him. This kid didn't call his dad, but just made things difficult for himself. But after all, he is the elder. Just build a scenic spot, run it for a few days, and turn it into your manor's main villa by the sea. Only sell homemade drinks in the small scenic spot, and sell them for 50 yuan a bottle. If you can't run it, there's nothing to see. This land is yours to live in. Just build some relationships, and this land will be yours in the future. Okay, that's easy. Just worry about it. If it works, won't you have a place to live in your old age? It should be. It's very rare that the old man didn't laugh it off, but made a serious promise. William felt a little warm in his heart. Sometimes calling someone uncle is not just a random title. It means a real elder. He has no children and wanted to leave something in this world, but William took all the benefits. On the road of the village in the distance, several Range Rovers were speeding towards this direction. Those were the bodyguard regiment's backup troops, following the direction of the helicopter. Then they took down rounds of cordon tape directly from the car, gave one to each person, and started to circle the land. The enclosure movement officially began. William and the other man were sitting in the helicopter giving orders. The intercom was almost smoking. A dozen bodyguards entered the coconut grove with a cordon. They were not allowed to cut down trees, but they were allowed to build a house in the middle of the forest. After dozens of minutes, looking down from the sky, an irregular but large piece of forest was enclosed, and the shining cordon was very eye-catching. A seaside coconut grove of about 10 hectares was fenced off. The Huaxing Zhao family is also a famous real estate developer. Such a large piece of land is enough for commercial development, and the beach resources there are also very good. The Li family is also an old player in commercial real estate. They can get such a large piece of land no matter what. Don't worry. As for the surrounding villagers, no one with a brain would stop you if you said you wanted to develop the area and provide compensation. Apart from anything else, the road leading here alone will definitely be overhauled or directly replanned. The plane landed, and William came down with a glass of wine. The sea breeze blew through the coconut grove, making the fisherman's hat tremble. A group of villagers had gathered around, and the second uncle was talking to Zhao Zichong. Zhao Zichong did not quite agree with this tactic of executing first and reporting later. But when I thought that he was my own son, it's nothing, just a small matter, just making a few more phone calls, not buying a large piece of land in the city. Young people always want to be free and unrestrained. He admired William's approach, but he was a little disgusted that he was not bold enough, and the area he had chosen was a little small. Not long after, the person in charge came, nodded to William from a distance, and then went to negotiate with Fu Guwei. Isn't it a good thing to have commercial development? Not to mention the joint action of Huasheng and the Beijing Li family. Although the matter was urgent, the necessary documents were still produced as soon as possible. The construction team arrived at the scene an hour later. Huasheng's own team. This time, we came here specifically to serve the young master of the group, so we will still display 200% efficiency. Drawing lines, blueprints, logging, excavators, and rollers are brought in. The reason is a natural coconut grove scenic area. The tourist attractions are the coconut grove scenery and coastal style. and the slogan released to the public is that it is the first commercial attempt of washing prints. William sat in the car, shaking his head and signed that it is good to have money and it is also really good to have a background. Only at this time did he take out his cell phone and check the message. Li Miaoxuan did not send a message, but by wanting must have called him for a reason. He had ignored her for such a long time, it was time for him to go back. Who wouldn't feel sorry for his darling wife? Underscore, 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 underscore. There are 2 more chapters in the evening. Thanks to my book friend ZUSZEU for the reward of 500 yuan. Thank you. Bless. Chapter 61, I asked you to stop. Li Miaoxuan was still lying there, feeling a little helpless. The first conflict with William. The air conditioner was a bit cold, so she wrapped the quilt tighter and stretched her arms to the side. The man was not there. Another feeling of loss. She checked her phone repeatedly, but the man didn't reply to her message. Li Miaoxuan poked her head out from under the quilt, used it to cover the skin below her collarbone, picked up her cell phone, and dialed William's number. Hey, Miaoxian, where are you? Li Miaoxuan's voice was cold, but concerned. I'm choosing a piece of land nearby. We're going to build a house with a sea view. I've just chosen one and have already marked out the land. Well, I'm too tired. Come back early to finish my meal. I'm in a hotel. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I think there are grapes here that you like. I'm buying some. They say they're specially bred sunshine roses, green with a hint of yellow. I tried them and they're delicious. Very good. If you like it, buy more. Also, go buy some of that. I won't be in my safe period for the next few days. William took a long time to react. He almost needed Li Miaoxuan's reminder for the second time before he finally figured it out. During this time, both of them were running naked. Only after she reminded him did he realize that he had been indulging himself for so long. After selecting a few boxes of grapes, William opened his phone to see how much a top-quality raincoat would cost in bulk. I went to the supermarket to have a look again. After making the selection, he stood far away and asked his bodyguard to buy the items. He bought a whole box of about 200 or 300 pieces, which was enough for his honeymoon. What the hell? Ultra-thin 101. He doesn't really understand it either, and just looks it up based on recommendations from netizens. Hope you don't get cheated. In fact, he is still not willing to be restrained. The experience will definitely be greatly reduced with a layer of plastic between them, but there is nothing he can do. I'm only 18 years old. How can I have children? Li Miaoxuan is only 18 years old, and giving birth too early will cause great harm to a woman's body. In this matter, he still knew what was important and what was not. By the way, remember this time. Next time, when Li Miaoxuan's time comes, don't let the girls remind you. Just make arrangements on your own. This can also be considered as the self-cultivation of an excellent man. The bodyguard attracted a lot of attention. He bought a large box by himself, which contained many small boxes worth 200 or 300 yuan. The eyes of the female shop assistants were shining. William touched his nose, turned, and left. Return to hotel. Take the grapes and the big box and return to the penthouse suite. First, take out 2 bunches of grapes and put the rest in the refrigerator. Wash them and carry the glass bowl to the bedroom. The bedroom light was a bit dim. Miao Xian, the sound was like a girl's dream talk. William breathed a sigh of relief. At least he got a response. He could just end his unhappiness here. We still have to live our lives in the future. Turn on the bedroom light. William met the pair of eyes hidden behind the edge of the quilt. Although Li Miaoxuan's eyes were still as cold, his eye sockets had turned red without him noticing. Eat some grapes, he said gently and sat down on the bed. I have no clothes on. William looked down along her neck, which was hidden by the quilt. He calmly put down a glass bowl and took off his clothes while walking out. He had strong, yet thin muscles and was slightly dark, and he had not yet recovered from the sun on the construction site. Every time he and Li Miaoxuan get together at night, black and white interweave. Anyway, the difference is quite big. It's not really black, just a little bit brown. Walk out of the bedroom and move the box of things to the bedside of the master bedroom. You bought so much. The girl's cold voice. Do you think this is enough? William asked. Li Miaoxian was silent for a moment when he asked her. If all these were used on her, it can be fatal. But she wasn't quite sure how William wanted her to respond. After a long while, she spoke coldly. Don't go too far, William. How can I bear all this? Well, okay, I have no experience. By the way, how do I use this? Li Miaoxuan came over in silence. Body. In a trance, William's breathing became warm. I'll only let you bully me this once. You won't be able to do that again in the future. So you should cherish me. I won't serve you like this next time. Her voice was cold. It seems that we are on the brink of a storm. William said nothing, looking up at the ceiling. Before today, Li Miaoxuan's red lips could only be used for kissing and nothing else. So noble. Okay, Miaoxian, don't let your enthusiasm fade away just once. Don't even think about it anymore. Don't even mention it. William didn't force it. To be honest, this kind of thing still depends on voluntary participation. Some people are unwilling to do it because they really can't get over it mentally. Li Miaoxuan got up and lay down. Tired. She just gave William a chance to bully her, to satisfy his desire to conquer and violate her, and to make up for her wrong move in the afternoon. There is no other meaning. She will straighten her attitude in the future. It's so uncomfortable to wear this. Her eyes were already very cold, as if she regretted having done that and was now unwilling to face William. Can I not wear it? Yes, but you will break it, and I'll take it away and throw it to the dogs. Okay. William moved closer. The air conditioning temperature is lowered. The girl rubbed the oil on her hands on his legs in disgust. I want to taste the grapes you bought first. William was stunned, patted her lightly, and got down to business. Snored. It was already dark when William opened the curtains. Fortunately, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? It will be all right. Are you angry, Miaoxian? William, you bullied me today. I will always remember it. You'd better not let me find a reason. How about some chicken soup to nourish your body? I'm telling you. I'll tell my aunt when I get back to the capital, so don't be too happy too soon. How about something nourishing? I think black chicken soup and sea cucumber are about the same. What do you think, baby? You better not make any mistakes, you dog man. I'll go order some food. You take a rest first. William walked out of the bedroom with a cheerful pace. He picked up a bottle of ice cola and took a big gulp. Hiss. It's so cool and exciting, so beautiful. You like to be aloof, indifferent, and cold. Haha. Do you still have the energy to maintain your temperament now? Just take a good rest. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. William himself was actually a little tired, so he quickly called to order food. He was also a little hungry. Not to mention that Li Miaoxuan is a girl. Now that I think about it, young men nowadays are really amazing. Of course, first of all, it's because of myself that I'm amazing. Of course, something this amazing can only be seen at the age of 18. It's really great. Less than half an hour later, dinner was served. William set the table before going to find her. Mr. Lee did not fall asleep in bed. The bowl of grapes was gone too. There was water noise in the bathroom. Pushing open the door, I saw a pale and listless girl in the bathtub. She had a slightly cold temperament. One hand was fiddling with the flower petals in the bathtub, and the other hand was pinching a grape and putting it into her mouth. William suddenly woke up and saw that Li Miaoxuan looked very bad. Looks a bit too depressed. He hurried over. Miaoxian, you don't look well. Let's go to the hospital. Turned his head and looked at William. The girl said softly, It's okay, but I need to recuperate for a while. You're also a bastard. There is one more chapter. Chapter 62, I love you the most. You bastard. You only care about your own feelings. Don't you care about my feelings at all? Li Miaoxuan questioned him. I asked, feeling a little powerless. It was just short of twisting his waist 100 times. Unfortunately, she is too weak and has no strength now. William fed her grapes one by one. Although Li Miaoxuan came from a wealthy family, she never peeled the grapes before eating them. Don't you know your own stuff? Do you need me to remind you? Can't you be a little more gentleman? Can't you be a little more gentle? It was a soft and indifferent question, without any harsh tone, only a light and airy question. William was also a little indignant. If you feel uncomfortable, you can tell me loudly. Just shout it out. Is it hard to admit that your man is amazing? You're still able to maintain your noble and ethereal temperament, even though you're talking nonsense? The two stayed around the bathtub. There was a moment of silence in the air. Li Miaoxuan still couldn't help it, and twisted her hands directly on his waist, wishing she could slice William's kidneys into pieces through the skin and flesh. Called Qin Yanlan and asked her to come over. I need to rest for a few days. No, this is our honeymoon. You can't find a substitute. Li Miaoxuan's eyes already looked like he wanted to kill someone. William's face coldly. Every time I see your secretary, she wears black stockings and high boots, a hip skirt, a white silk light-colored skirt, and sometimes red-soled high heels. She has a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, a great figure, good skin, and a nice voice. I'm always moved for you. The witch bewitched him. William looked very serious and told her, Miaoxian, you said that people have a few honeymoons in their lifetime. You said you want to rest, so I will accompany you. Are you doubting my feelings for you? Please take me. Okay, You will start school after your honeymoon, and I will return to your school to continue my studies. When you are in school, just treat me as a stranger senior. Studying hard is the right thing to do. Well, senior is good. Senior is very nice. William, get out of here now. Get away from me, mice, it hurts. Come on. William originally wanted to carry her like a princess and take her to the dining table to eat. Now she was so weak that she couldn't even pick up the grapes. He had no choice but to put all the food back on the cart, set it up directly next to the bathtub, and serve with chopsticks. Do you want to eat this? No, I want to eat the green lobster. William put down his chopsticks and started peeling the shrimp. I also want to eat that one. William, that fish over there. Yes, you remove the bones and pick it out. I want to eat the whole fish. No, I can't let you get away with it. I want to eat 10. Come on, baby, open your mouth. Lobster, just eat one. You can't eat more. Okay, but you need to pick out all the bones from the 10 fish and feed them to the dog at the door of the hotel downstairs. You can only eat them if the dog refuses to eat them. William couldn't help but mutter, the dog really can't eat it. Bang. There was a loud bang. She threw the plate against the bathroom door, after William escaped first. You bastard, I'm going to call my aunt right now. And I'm going to call my mom too. You just wait and explain to your mother-in-law. William stood outside the door and took a breath. The fact that she could bang on the door and curse loudly showed that she was indeed hungry. In his free time at night, after saying goodnight to Bai Wanting, he started to work a little. Hua William Group, his own. There is agricultural seed cultivation. The seeds exchanged from the system have been given to Chun Yinlan to plant in the fields. Luxury jewelry, Bulgari jewelry, hotels and tourism, Bulgari, security companies, and model and artist agency companies. All in all, I have achieved success in my career. At least there are people from several companies. Chun Yinlan sent him many messages that day, all of which required him to take a look. He is not interested in anything else, so just let her decide and deal with it herself. Then William will have to find an opportunity to deal with her as soon as possible. He has to tie her to himself and manage a business worth tens of billions. How could he dare to slack off? Don't be too gentle with women. Fortunately, she had already started to arrange the things she wanted to do in an orderly manner. 2 things. Did Ma Xiao go to work and treat his good brother well? Details of Yang Minghuan's medical examination report. Ma Xiao is still the coffee machine manager, responsible for the daily power supply and disconnection of the coffee machine, plugging in and unplugging. Chun Yinlan was quite concerned about this matter. She asked someone to keep an eye on Ma Xiao and found that the young man ate as much as 3 people at lunch. You can also pack up a portion and take it home. These are all included in the company's benefits. The strange thing about this young man was that during his working hours, he cleaned the 4 floors of the office building rented by his company. He could obviously just sit there and do nothing but watch the coffee machine, but he still took the initiative to clean with a smile on his face. William frowned when he saw this. Did Ma Xiao guess it, or did he have a hunch? Then, besides himself, maybe there really is someone else who arranges such a leisurely job for him. There is always a small possibility. Cleaning? You like cleaning, right? Okay, then in a couple of days you will be directly appointed as the manager of the logistics department and take good care of cleaning. There is no need to talk about this matter for now. Yang Minghuan's physical examination report, the data, are all about female gynecology, genetic diseases, heart disease, skin diseases, and so on another stack of papers. He really couldn't understand what was on this piece of paper. Call Wang Taizhu. Hello, boss. Taizhu, does that security company have any professional data analysts, information analysts, and retrieval experts? Or someone with a high degree who understands data would be fine. Yes, a female master with strong internet and computer skills, and she used to be a doctor. William's eyes lit up. Send me your contact information. The female hacker boss who was a doctor was a talent in his security company. After adding her contact information, William directly sent the 2 medical examination reports to her. Can you translate it into human language? Okay, give me 5 minutes. Just 3 minutes later, someone replied. There are no family hereditary diseases, no skin diseases, and good health. There is no need to mention the abortion and pregnancy records, because the prostate membrane of this physical examination patient is intact and has no signs of repair. Okay, there are some things that Li Miaoshuan doesn't have to ask for, but he must keep himself clean. Finish the work. I chatted with Chun Yinlan by the way, said goodnight, and left. I lay on the bathroom door and listened for a while. Just as I got closer, a voice came from inside. You bastard, come and get me some food. Here I come. Although he said this, William did not open the door and go in. As expected, bang, There was the sound of plates banging against the door again. Miaoxian, girls should be gentler. I'm going to warm your head. Come in quickly and let me beat you. Otherwise, I will be angry. If I'm angry, you will never be able to touch me again. I will never let you touch me again. William sighed softly. Don't throw things. I'll be next to you. You can hit me however you want. Well, William, I love you the most. Come here soon. Thank you all for your monthly ticket support. Thank you very much. Well, it's getting late. Good night, everyone. By the way, there's a group. You can add it, and I can listen to everyone's opinions. New author and new book. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 63, Great Invention. William touched his nose. I really can't guarantee whether this woman will attack me. Judging from how angry she was today, if she went in now, she would most likely succeed in attracting fire. Miaoxian, be gentle and don't throw things around. Why should you ask me to be gentle? How dare you say that? William could hear the resentment through the door, but fortunately he stopped throwing things. Then you have to save some energy. You will need to rest later. Get out of here, you bastard. Go and get someone to get you a room. Stay away from me. I can't stand seeing you right now. If I see you, I'll kill you. While she was talking, William pushed the door open. As expected, she didn't react. When she was about to throw the thing in her hand away, William grabbed her wrist. Okay, calm down for a while. I was wrong, but you shouldn't punish me like this. Li Miaoxuan's eyes flickered, and she put the plate away carefully and gently, then gently put her arms around William's waist, stretched out her little hands, and twisted them hard on his waist. You really showed me what you're capable of today. Yes, what else? Who do you think is in charge of our family? William endured the severe pain and remained stubborn. Li Miaoxuan snorted and stopped. No debate. There is no intention to shake William's position. She remembered it clearly. In the afternoon, she was severely bullied for several hours because she interfered in his affairs. If it weren't for the remarkable process one, she would have sued William for domestic violence. Now William asked her again. It was an obvious trap set in repetition, trying to make her repeat the same mistake. Unfortunately, how could Li Miaoxuan not learn from her mistakes? A scheming man who wants to find reasons to bully others. William took her out of the bathtub and wiped her carefully with a towel. The girl was also very quiet, staring blankly out the window with a cold expression. Are you still angry? She shook her head gently. No, you're not a human being. You are a beast, and even beasts are not as rude as you. I think you can change the word, like strong and powerful. Oomph. She raised her neck and let William wipe the water droplets off her neck. 10 o'clock at night. William held his baby and went back to the bedroom to sleep. Only then did the two of them have the leisure to look at the night view outside the window. The hotel was on the 36th floor, and they could see very far away. The faint light in the distance should be the ocean. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. William stretched out his arm and used it as a pillow for her. The girl's face was pressed against his chest, close, gentle, safe, and satisfied. William was also a little sleepy. Jian fell asleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a heavy blow in the stomach. Bang! He felt his belly trembling. You bastard, you made me feel so uncomfortable that I still don't feel well. She didn't wake up. She was too sleepy, and the punch just now was just a subconscious act of revenge. After all, she was still feeling unwell. William was completely sleepless. The girl's breathing is steady, so she is more likely to fall asleep. After waiting for half an hour and seeing no movement from her, William closed his eyes again. Just close my eyes. You snore so loudly, William. I can't sleep because of you snoring. I didn't fall asleep. William explained feebly that she had fallen asleep, had a heavy blow in her sleep, and even spoke clearly in her sleep. These are all things to be on guard against. From now on, if possible, wear a metal teak hat before sleeping. Early morning. When William got up, there was still no one around him. This woman never slacked off on her morning yoga stretching, except for the first day. Miaoxian, where are my clothes? After washing, put on your pajamas first. After running the water with his shoes on and washing up, William saw Mr. Lee. Her outfit today is very conservative. She was wearing long pants, an ordinary white t-shirt, and her hair was tied into a ponytail, which made her look very girlish. Only her facial temperament was the same as usual, serious and overly cold. William walked over, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. After saying thank you, he stretched his head to look downstairs with a little luck. From a distance, he could see the second uncle waving at him on the ground. Daily supervision of morning jogging. Even if it's a honeymoon vacation, William glanced at his bathrobe and the slippers on his feet. There was no way I could just come here yesterday and take that one piece of clothing. After washing, I have nothing to wear. When will the clothes delivery person come? It needs some temporary processing and cutting at noon. Li Miaoxuan's waist arched along the curve of the yoga ball to an exaggerated size, and her pubic bone and slender waist were very eye-catching. Unilaterally declare that yoga pants are the next great invention after stockings. William turned his head and asked no more questions. Later, his clothes were always handled by Li Miaoxuan. They were custom-made, with no brand or logo, except for a Zhao family logo on the collar. It's quite comfortable to wear. I went downstairs in my bathrobe and slippers and poured myself a glass of red wine at the elevator exit. I walked a few dozen steps out of the hotel lobby. The 4 bodyguards outside were still wearing the colorful clothes worn by Daoshan. Their temperament was incompatible with the clothes, but they had a more rustic feel and were more down-to-earth. The door of the nanny car opened, William got in, and the second uncle was already sitting inside. What's strange is that although the hotel's garden is a bit far away, since the purpose is to go for a morning jog in the garden, why not just jog directly from the hotel to the garden? Instead, take a car for several hundred meters and then get off at the garden to start a morning jog. You can also have a glass of red wine and brag a lot. The second uncle seemed to have gotten used to it. William saw the calm and joy on his face, as if he looked like this every morning when he went jogging. This is probably the indescribable satisfaction and daily joy that the fixed sense of ritual in life brings. It's like he has to say good morning to several women every day when he wakes up. Fine. I drove to the garden and just started my morning run. William asked, "There's a dinner party recently. Do you want to go?" "What game?" The second uncle's face was red, but his heart was not beating when he was jogging in the morning. He seemed more energetic than an 18-year-old boy. Some directors from the entertainment industry. My aunt introduced them to me. Wasn't it about that actor's debut last time? Who knew my aunt would make a fuss out of nothing? Some directors. The second uncle stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at him. Hey, those who invest in idols in the entertainment industry can also make a lot of money. Don't underestimate them. They're just a few directors. I will go with you. Okay, as long as you say so. He has never dealt with people in the circle. Logically speaking, capital should dominate any circle, but he is young and there will inevitably be things that he cannot solve or deal with. It would be good if the second uncle could take charge of the situation. After a little thought, he decided to give this dinner a try for Yang Minghuan, and so that he could have connections in that circle and make more money in the future. Chapter 64, Honeymoon Place. After the morning run, the second uncle said he also wanted to go and farm a piece of land, but William did not follow him. The old man's businesses were probably built for his mistresses. In life, if you have a few girls you can get along with, you will feel very comfortable. Li Miaoxuan called. A must-do in the morning is to have breakfast with her. Arriving at the top floor of the hotel, the 2 boarded the plane and left. The helicopter headed straight out of the city. Outside the village on the beach, the 2 got off the plane, changed into a small convertible, and drove leisurely into the village. There was still a little fog in the village in the early morning. The yellow dog chased the car and barked, waking up many family members from their sweet dreams. William accelerated away from the crime scene. Yes, he was driving. Zhao Zichang has already sent his driver's license. Slow down, it's not far ahead. Be polite. I had breakfast at Rendon Yang's house before. We knew each other then. I sent her a message yesterday, saying I would come over for breakfast. William drove slowly in the direction Li Miaoxuan pointed. The car stopped, and William was holding a box, an ordinary gift, but a specialty of Jinling. Walk to a house. Li Miaoxuan walked up and knocked on the door. A dog barked, then footsteps, and then a door opened. A grandmother in her 50s. Come on, time for breakfast, and there's a handsome guy too. I saw that Grandma Li Miaoxuan was very enthusiastic. She opened the door, gently kicked the little yellow dog at her feet to prevent it from barking at Li Miaoxuan and the others, and then the old lady naturally took the gift from William's hand. Don't bring anything next time. I'm alone here, and it will be wasted if I can't use it. She moved aside, and William saw that the yard was large and clean, with a clear pond and several unfamiliar flowers. The yellow dog frolicked around in the yard when it saw a stranger. The garden is full of freshness, quiet and fragrant. Breakfast was served on the small square table in the middle of the yard. It seemed that Li Miaoxuan and he arrived at the right time, and breakfast was still hot. Come on, wash your hands, it's time to eat. The old lady scooped a bucket of water and placed it on the edge of the pool. Li Miaoshuan bent down and stretched out her hand. The old lady used the water in the bucket to rinse her white hands, and then William. The handsome guy is the girl's boyfriend? The old lady's voice had a bit of an accent, but I could hear clearly that she called herself handsome. William, yes, Grandma. The breakfast was still hot, with finely chopped seafood porridge, cucumbers, and tender Chinese cabbage seasoned with lime, a plate of crispy dried fish and papaya strips, and fried bacon with chili peppers. William did taste a different flavor of breakfast. Although he had never experienced such a stimulation on his taste buds, he still tasted the joy that delicious food brought him from this breakfast. Li Miaoshuan sat next to him, helped him tie the belt of his nightgown, picked up some food for him, and then chatted with the old lady in Mandarin with a local accent. There's a yard over there, too. It's very clean. We can stay there for 2 days. Okay, William responded. He had no experience in honeymooning, but the beach near the village was clean enough and the sea water was clear enough, so it didn't matter where he went as long as it was a beautiful place. It now seems that Mr. Lee has a very high level of aesthetics and artistic enjoyment. Fortunately, this village has not been noticed by developers. Otherwise, such a good landscape resource will definitely be destroyed, and once developed, it will make at least tens of billions of dollars a year. Over a billion? It seems like there are a lot of them. I think I could develop it myself. My family seems to be a famous developer. William stopped thinking and ate breakfast in peace. Otherwise, he would be tempted to enclose land and make a fortune. It is better to preserve such a beautiful natural landscape. If we want to develop it, we should do it abroad, where people won't care about the environment. After dinner, the old lady sent them both away because she liked quietness. William and Li Miaoshuan took their leave. The girl held the key to another yard in her hand and swung it gently. If you have something to do, just go back to the city by yourself. It only takes 10 minutes by plane. If you have nothing else to do, just stay with me for a few days. Good. As William walked, he looked back at the little yellow dog that had been following them. He always had a premonition that the little dog would suddenly run over and bite someone. You're not afraid of such a small dog, are you? How is that possible? Then why don't you just walk? I'm worried that the dog will come and bite you. You go in front, and I'll watch from behind for you. William was not afraid of danger. Li Miaoshuan squatted down and clapped his hands gently, and the little yellow dog ran over. She pulled Zhao, Chun down squat. Look, its teeth haven't grown in yet. Oh, were you ever bitten by a dog when you were a child? The girl asked softly. Yes, but I'm not afraid of dogs, he said. Li Miaoshuan said nothing, gently gathered up her drooping hair, turned around, and gave him an inexplicable smile. William was stunned. No. Can you laugh properly if you want to? What's the point of smiling? You mean you're laughing at someone who is sarcastic, right? No. The girl stood up and walked away. You're still saying no? What's that expression on your face? Let me tell you, when I was only 5 or 6 years old, that big dog was bigger than me, and almost chased me to death. I wasn't scared at all at the time. In order to avoid being bitten and to pay for the injection, I just pinched its mouth tightly. Damn, that struggling scene. Now I feel like a real man. Then what? Then the dog's owner came and forcibly took the dog away, and took him to the store specifically for me to choose what I wanted to eat, and he paid for it. Well, what did you buy? Hee hee, the dog's owner couldn't have imagined that I was carrying a bag of rice. Ha! At that time, I ate rice for a month. Li Miaoshuan stopped, couldn't help laughing, stretched out her fingers, and gently pulled William's face. You've been eating rice for a month. You're so happy. That's not the case. I ate rice for a month. Later, when I wanted to eat rice, I looked for the dog everywhere. Damn, the dog was scared of me and ran away. Later, the neighbors couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want me to look for the dog with trembling legs every time, so they sent me some rice from time to time. Later, I went to school, and my grandfather passed away. The smile on William's face slowly faded, replaced by calmness. Li Miaoshuan listened very carefully. Then he stopped, reached out, and took his hand and walked along the path toward the yard. Fuck, your hands are so soft. Why are your hands still so smooth and delicate? Wash your hands often. Miaoxian, why don't you have any white hair on your head? I'm 18. I think we might need a donkey in this village. What do you think? Should we live a self-sufficient life, with men farming and women weaving, hunting and gathering? Or should we go to the seaside to see if we can catch fish? Okay, let me clean up the house first. Miaoxian, can this fishnet be worn as socks? The kind of socks you wear on the net, the fishnet socks with large, medium, and small nets. Your clothes will arrive at noon. There are fish in the pond in the yard. Can we eat them? By the way, Miaoxian, can you cook fish? Seafood is also fine. Yes, just keep quiet. Li Miaoxuan was cleaning the house, then boiling water and making tea. William silently opened Douyin on his phone. Yesterday, he took more than a dozen photos and recorded a 2-minute video about Li Miaoxuan's 10.37 million shopping results yesterday, including 2 pairs of rings. He's going to post some more short videos on Douyin. The last time the video was viewed, it earned him over 60 million. Mr. Li's shopping success this time is very fruitful, and he should be able to set a new record. Chapter 65, Fire. Mr. Li's membership points in major luxury goods counters have long reached an extremely terrifying number. There's no need to match goods when buying, and you are always the first one waiting for goods. In her eyes, price has always been a string of numbers, except when there are more zeros, it looks more plain and simple. She never cares how much the things she buys cost in the first place. She will use them as long as she thinks they are useful. For example, a laundry basket that costs more than 4,000 yuan is used to throw away garbage at home, and a non-precious metal bookmark that costs more than 800 yuan is used to pad a jewelry cabinet with wheels to prevent it from moving. We make the best use of everything and don't spend money recklessly. I got several toilet plungers as gifts, and they're gathering dust in my home warehouse. The handles are the most classic Hermes orange. Those big boxes yesterday, one box could be exchanged for Mavericks. Just by taking a picture of the packaging box, the photo looks extremely bright and has a strong smell of money. Of course, I also captured some of the details of the hotel's presidential suite. It's not very fine and even looks rough and sometimes is ghosting, but this style of photo looks the most simple and unpretentious, without so much affectation and more natural. William posted a set of 12 photos as a new Douyin work, with a simple title, Daily Fatigue. Click Send. William exits the page and officially chooses his own Douyin ID title, Garfield's Happy Life flower emoji. I have started to seriously record my life on a daily basis, but not very seriously. Most of them are just casual shots like this. If he wasn't interested in sharing the little money he made on a daily basis, he really wouldn't have put so much thought into this. Moreover, the internet is all fake and there are deep waters inside. He saw a girl yesterday, my God. Her legs were longer than Li Miaoxuan's, so fake. And that makeup and beauty technology is really disgusting. What you see with your own eyes is not necessarily true. Only people like Li Miaoxuan, who don't need to wear makeup or remove makeup on a daily basis and just apply light-colored lipstick, are real beauties. That's what they say, but the beauties on the internet are always packaged in a way that men like to see nowadays. He doesn't criticize those misleading videos. He only encourages them. Show a little more, don't spend a penny on the bride price, and the viewing area exceeds 95%. It is very socially beneficial. If this happened in ancient times, you, an old bachelor, would never have the chance to see these things, so just be happy. Therefore, the 15-minute daily gift-saving session is to enhance aesthetics and appreciation of the art of human performance. Watch quietly and don't let Li Miaoxuan find out. She is actually a jealous person, although she appears to be cool and doesn't care about anything. Exit the short video. William received information from his counselor to report to school on time. School starts in 5 days. Fortunately, I can still play for a few more days. Li Miaoxuan packed up, moved a chair, and sat next to William, holding a book, reading quietly without any movement. William suspected that if he browsed for a while longer, he would expose his big data personality preferences. He was a little restless and always wanted to find something to do. When he was poor, he always thought that when he had money and better living conditions, he would take more time to read books and improve himself. Damn, now that I'm not short of money, I can't read a word of what he wrote. Now, my mind is filled with 3 words. Have fun. If this continues, I will really become a second-generation rich man. After taking a deep breath, William slowly picked up the cup of tea, took a sip, and slowly calmed his mind. He wanted to cultivate himself in the extremely beautiful atmosphere and brew some delicate emotions. He sighed quietly. Let's have some fun. I'm working on your state of mind and cultivation. Why should I, at such a young age, learn to be like a lady from a noble family, or become a middle-aged man with unfulfilled ambitions and a sense of frustration? I'm only 18 years old. William stood up and went out with his sickle. It shouldn't be a big problem to cut down a bamboo. The bamboo here is very long, soft, and tough, and can be used to make fishing rods. In the afternoon, I took my girlfriend to the beach, rented a small boat, found a secluded bay, and fished until dark. I walked in the bamboo garden excitedly. It took him a long time to find a bamboo that was suitable enough. Pop, not cut off. He started to dig the ground with a sickle. It would be better to have a bamboo root, as it would have a handle that could be held tightly. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host is currently making a fishing rod, which is a hard and thankless job. For daily navigation, it is recommended that you pay anywhere from 1,000 yuan to 100,000 yuan to buy a suitable fishing rod. Reward for accepting the suggestion: a delicious country chicken. William didn't pause his movements for a moment. Although it is the daily navigation of a super rich young master, if you use money to satisfy yourself for everything, you will indeed lack the self-satisfaction of doing things by yourself, and this feeling is very important. I haven't felt it much recently. My opinion is that it is really better to do it yourself. During this period of time, money has almost numbed him, and spending has become boring. He no longer has the excitement and satisfaction he had at the beginning. He seemed to know why Li Miaoshuan brought him here and didn't let the second uncle accompany him. This woman is really gentle. Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. I planed the bamboo apart and used a sickle to scrape off the tangled roots and branches. I tested its flexibility, which was great. Then I cut the thick roots into a comfortable thickness that I could hold in my hands. All right, you can go home now. When I was walking home from the bamboo forest, a fat and nimble chicken walked slowly in front of me. William immediately thought of the reward given by the navigation: delicious countryside chicken. There is only one problem. This might belong to a villager's home. It's a bit difficult to deal with. While muttering that he was in trouble, William's legs had already walked over. He bent down quickly and grabbed a chicken leg without paying attention. What a hassle! After sighing, William looked around excitedly. No one saw him. Miao Xian, light the fire, light the fire. Although he said that, William still went to the old lady's house, carrying the fluttering chicken. Fortunately, the old lady took him safely to the chicken owner's home. The deal was settled, 1.5 red notes. The old lady declined William's invitation to lunch and told him that there were coconuts there. William was deeply moved. Carrying the chicken and with the little yellow dog following behind him, the man and the dog walked towards the coconut grove. The little yellow dog seemed to have seen the consequences of the chicken held in William's hand. It also probably knew that it would have a meal of chicken bones, so it followed obediently, wagging its tail. No money. William confirmed again. The villagers are really enthusiastic. You can go into the uncle and grandmother's coconut grove and pick a few coconuts for free. William hesitated for even a second. He would be disrespecting their enthusiasm. Gladly accepted. Actually, looking at the chicken in William's hand, the villagers already knew the purpose of this unfamiliar young man from outside the province. Coconut chicken, promoting the local food culture. What a good thing, village chief. Everyone laughed and said that this thing is not often eaten by locals. Chapter 66, Station 64, Scrap Collector. The coconut trees are very tall. William, who is 1.86 meters tall, couldn't keep up. Fortunately, you could put the sickle on a long bamboo pole. Bang, bang, bang. Coconuts falling. Holding 3 coconuts and carrying a chicken in his hand. Not far away, there's a slender bamboo pole with a yellow root. Very good. Already feeling happy. From a distance, William saw Li Miaoshuan standing at the gate of the yard. William didn't bring his cell phone. She must be unable to find anyone. What have you been doing? Hunting, you see. Have you told the villagers? Yes. Okay, if you want to show off your cooking skills, start now. I'm hungry. William's smile froze on his face. You don't care about the workers at all, do you? Ugh. William boiled water to pluck the chicken, but when the hot water was poured over the chicken and it flew around, he realized that he hadn't killed it yet. Fortunately, he was an orphan and was not particular about things. Knock him unconscious with a stick and kill him. After he had cleaned up the mess, Li Miaoshuan came over, checked his work, and went to the kitchen with his spoils. A good life starts with your girlfriend cooking every day. Sitting on a stool, he began to make a fishing line using the fishing line used to weave fish nets. Not ready yet. Someone knocked on the door in the small courtyard. After opening the door, the second uncle stood outside with a smug look on his face. Who are you looking for? Master, I'm here to take you back to the hotel. There's a dinner party going on. The contractor who developed the project wants to treat you to a meal. William frowned. I'm eating your grandma's grandmother. I came here to experience life, regardless of whether I told you earlier or later. No. Okay, I'll just tell you I'm going to stand you up later. Just remember the game tonight. The first step to enter the entertainment industry. Together with a few directors, This bunch of good-for-nothings haven't made many good movies, but they are good at raising money and investing heavily. They have found places for me to vacation from all over the world. I don't know whether it's because my aunt's face is useful or because the young master of the Zhao family has a bigger face. Instead of doing any serious work, you were just trying to please him. People who are good at research would have figured out what William, like. He dared to guarantee that at the dinner parties in the next few nights, facing a young and energetic teenager like himself, those old Bidens would definitely bring a few fresh young actresses. Once coupled with their investment, the girl would soar to the sky. Of course, I don't only like beautiful and nice things. It's just that at the beginning, I was a little restrained. It took some time for me to slowly change and have a wide range of hobbies. I don't have a particular favorite now. I just like everything about it. Investors like me are the most popular. William asked the second uncle to have dinner here. The second uncle refused. She said she felt very restrained when eating with young people. William understood what he meant. It was just that there was no one to accompany him during dinner. Eat, come and serve the dishes. Li Miaoshuan's voice rang out. William went to the kitchen happily. Go wash your hands first. Look at your nightgown. It's all dirty. You really don't care about your appearance. The girl tied the belt of his nightgown tightly. William washed his hands, then went to the refrigerator to get the refrigerated juice and placed 2 cups in it. Hot coconut chicken, dried bamboo shoots, and fish soup, stir-fried mushrooms, and boiled shrimps with garlic sauce. With 2 people, Li Miaoshuan didn't have much trouble. Just a homely lunch. After exercise, food tastes better, really. Without those delicacies from land and sea, this plain and simple meal is more exciting. Li Miaoshuan's cooking skills are not top-notch, but they are good enough to keep him busy with his chopsticks. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you for it. Miaoxian, why don't you make papaya? Because it's not tasty. But I heard that eating papaya is good for girls. William tilted his head back and drank the juice. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Miaoxian knew what he was going to say. Without changing his expression, he said calmly, I don't need it. I have a well-proportioned body. What she meant was, I have a great figure. I'll kill you if you say that. William wisely paused. He agreed with what Li Miaoshuan said, that he was just seeking excitement in the most despicable way. Well, a boyfriend who is 100% safe in a relationship can indeed repeatedly jump on the line of death. It's okay to show off. Come and have some chicken legs. William gently put some food into her bowl. Li Miaoshuan is very scheming. When she cooks, she always keeps only 1 chicken leg and chop the other one into several pieces. Then she lets William choose who to give the chicken leg to. If they can see through the problem but don't speak it out loud, the couple can still be together. William felt that the chicken leg was the least flavorful of the whole chicken. Well, he was in a balanced mood, until he saw Li Miaoshuan only took a small bite of the most flavorful part of the chicken leg and put it down. This is very Li Miaoshuan. The method is quite extreme. He could only silently remind people that protein intake should not exceed the limit. Everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. For example, if you eat at night, you will have less during the day. Before he could finish his words, he met Li Miaoshuan's eyes. The girl sat next to him, holding the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other. The two of them were very close, to the point where she could pierce William's mouth to death with the chopsticks with just a slight movement. Can you eat properly? Of course you can. To be honest, if the chefs in other hotels have 30% of your cooking skills, they can. Being warned again, William lowered his head to eat. Pick up a mushroom and put it in her bowl. Try the mushrooms. Miaoxian, when did you learn to cook? When I was abroad. Why? Are restaurants abroad more expensive? William moved closer. No, because my own estate is relatively large and has abundant resources, so I want to give it a try. Is your estate big? It's not big, but it would be quite spacious if a dozen manors were connected together. The girl ate quietly while answering William's chattering questions. Does very wide mean that it takes a long time to drive there? I haven't tried it. Ah, so you know it's very vast from looking at the map? No, I took a helicopter. It's just very big. She thought the coconut chicken tasted really good, so she served William a small bowl. What made her frown was that William was busy talking and there was still a lot of rice in his bowl. He was still very close to me, as if he was, reminding me that he had no clothes on. I looked at the time, and the clothes should be arriving soon. You don't want to eat the food I cook? No. Then why don't you eat? I'm asking a question. Don't ask now. I'll answer you after we finish eating, and I'll take you to the dock to find a boat. Okay. William agreed quickly. You see, The young man in love is overwhelmed by a small promise from his girlfriend, just like a child who is deceived by an older sister. Wipe your mouth and drink up that juice. William was wondering whether he should also go abroad to grow grapes, seeing as how big an estate Li Miaoshuan had, or just buy a piece of land and build a scrap collection station. Chapter 67, Sea Fishing. I always have to pretend to be happy about the promises made by my girlfriend. No matter how small the promise is, take it seriously. Girls nowadays can give very little for you because of love, so don't drain her passion for love. Even a young man like William, who has no worries about food and clothing and live a life of luxury. What's more, you're just an ordinary, chauvinistic, single guy who dreams of a better life. She said she would take him out to the dock and find a boat, and she was also planning to take her out like this. Before he could say anything, Li Miaoshuan had already spoken. Why not just go with the flow and satisfy her? Thank you, sister. I can finish this in just 1 minute. William no longer thought about collecting waste, and his previous plans for life and the future would gradually change. Li Miaoshuan said nothing. She sat beside him and watched him wolf down the bowl of rice. Pour him a glass of water. Then he went to add another bowl of rice for William. Eat. She never says anything extra. It sounds a bit like an order, but what's the problem? William hesitated for a moment, responding to her concerns somewhat actively, but also a little embarrassed. Then he took a stance and picked up the bowl. Only by eating a full meal can you have strength. Lunch is over. Li Miaoshuan didn't say anything and washed the dishes. William also helped, but of course he only used one hand to wash the dishes and the other hand to help her take care of her health. After all, her waist is so slender that she probably can't support her body. Hold on a little. Holding a homemade fishing rod, Li Miaoshuan followed behind him with a small fish basket in her hand, her hair tied in the style of a quiet girl. At the door, the second uncle came at noon on an electric bike. When I lived in seclusion in the countryside, my dream of owning a small electric scooter also came true. William could drive this car. In the afternoon, the sun was not very bright, and William was still trying to figure out the route as he walked. After all, it was his first time walking. But as long as you're polite and call out Uncle or Annie a few times when you walk on the road, people will still tell you how to get there. Li Miaoshuan did not participate in the whole process, but when there was no one around, she would put her arm around William's waist. Is this the place? The old man, just now, seemed to be talking about this road. Did you hear it? William asked. Li Miaoshuan did not say anything. William turned to look at her. The girl looked at him coldly, then looked away. Following her gaze, William saw the sea. One of the important roles of girlfriend is that when you're only focused on the road, there will be someone silently by your side to help you see yourself and your future clearly. Silence is better than words at this time. It's not that the girl doesn't want to answer. I simply feel it is unnecessary. The breeze carried the salty smell of seawater. The small electric scooter was overwhelmed in the sand and could only slowly move towards the beach. Have you prepared the bait? Li Miaoshuan is holding a fishing rod made by her boyfriend. No. The girl frowned. I plan to catch some small fish on the coast and use them as bait for fishing. Isn't it said that big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimp? I think the traditional fishing method of making nests and baits is not very effective. I still think. Li Miaoshuan ignored him. 10 minutes later, William stopped. He only found a few mantis shrimps, which are too big to be used for fishing, let alone those small fish. The small fish near the coast are also difficult to catch. He would not tell Li Miaoshuan that he was the one who forgot about the bait, and his response just now was just to show his stubbornness and make himself look less embarrassing. Li Miaoshuan sat on the rock by the sea, watching him silently and bustling around to find and catch a few mantis shrimps. At least let her know that she can at least have some mantis shrimp for dinner tonight. She didn't think William was funny. She just thought her boyfriend was young and childishly cute. Okay, I won't bother him anymore. She took out her cell phone and sent a text message. In 5 minutes, a small yacht appeared on the sea in the distance, which was almost brand new. William was still walking back, quietly looking for earthworms or something. What a pity. The sandy beach really made it difficult for him to find it again. The plan for a fishing vacation was shelved, and we returned home without any success for several days. He also suspected that when they left home, Li Miaoshuan discovered that he had not prepared any bait, but as a result, she spoke when they had already reached their destination. Although this would teach him a lesson, why didn't she prepare quietly? Take out the bait at the critical moment, and then she could stand on the platform of wisdom, intelligence, and foresight and teach him a lesson. Given her personality, she would not miss such a good opportunity. And what she said about finding a fishing boat. Suddenly, William was stunned. A luxury yacht is slowly sailing across the sea. Take a quick look at your girlfriend. The two looked at each other immediately. Well, Li Miaoshuan just kept looking at him, waiting for him to show her a surprised expression, but he subconsciously looked at her reaction. William silently withdrew his gaze and slowly loosened his twisted toes. Damn it, she tricked him again. Take 2 steps forward. He walked up to Li Miaoshuan, bent down, and gently extended his hand, looking like a gentleman. Miaoxian, look, the boat is coming. Putting her hand on William's palm. Li Miaoshuan looked more elegant and natural when performing these polite gestures. After slowly getting up, William went to pull out the key of the electric scooter. Then he carried the fishing rod and small fish basket and walked towards Matu not far away. The yacht is not big and can only accommodate about a dozen people. It has no swimming pool and no parking space. It only has a small lifeboat and a motorboat. The plywood is very high-end, and the combination of moon white and light blue complements each other. What's important is that there are several fishing rods placed on the railing, a large barrel for fish is placed next to it, and there is bait. Very good. As for the lounge chairs, sunglasses, fruits, coffee, snacks, etc. placed on the side, today is the first day of a self-sufficient vacation, so I won't consider them for now. He saw Li Miaoshuan sit down on the recliner, put on his sunglasses, pick up a glass of juice, and just stretch out his hand to touch the fishing rod next to him. This is also a woman who knows how to fish. William sighed softly, placed his bamboo fishing rod on the railing, hung the bait on it, and threw it out with force. Then he slowly sat down, put on his sunglasses, and took an orange from the table. After peeling the skin, it tastes like chewing wax. I am convinced. Didn't this woman agree to live a simple life for a few days? Are you going into the sea now? After 3 minutes, Li Miaoshuan quickly reeled in the line and pulled up the fishing rod. William immediately stood up and went to the railing to look. There was a fish with a red tail. Quite beautiful. William looked at him with envy, but it was a pity that he didn't catch it himself. 2 minutes later, Li Miaoshuan caught another fish. Another 3 minutes, and 2 more. Within half an hour, William saw with his own eyes that his girlfriend caught 5 fish. And my pole didn't move at all. Li Miaoshuan handed him a glass of juice and said softly, "Change the rod. You can't do it yourself. Your fishing line is not straight, there is no float, and the line is not bent in the water." William was still not convinced at the time. Then he pulled up the fish hook. The hook was still there, but the bait was gone at some point. Fuck your self-sufficiency. Anyone who needs to have some fun and needs some tools will need money to get advanced tools. My dream of retiring from the society is over. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards and support. Good night, everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask in the group. Thank you. Chapter 68, Sea Motorboat. Daily navigation serves you in real time. It is detected that the host has the idea of seclusion. Friendly reminder, this idea is not compatible with the life of a super rich young master and is not compatible with the content of the super rich plan. Daily navigation suggestions. The host abandons unrealistic illusions, focuses on the present, and becomes a down-to-earth and responsible young master. Adopt the recommended reward. Short-term seclusion will increase lifespan. The current ratio is 0.3 days of life extension per day for 1 day of seclusion, 0.2 days of life extension per day for 2 days of seclusion, 0.1 days of life extension per day for 3 days of seclusion, 0.1 days of life reduction per day for 4 days of seclusion, 0.2 days of life reduction per day for 5 days of seclusion, and 0.3 days of life reduction per day for 6 days of seclusion. William stood there in a daze. Award? Is this the daily navigation of the super rich? Without paying or deducting money, you will be forced to do anything. You can only be a young master, and you're not allowed to do anything else that is not related to high consumption, high-end enjoyment of huge wealth operation. However, you can play for 3 days and go out for 1 day, maximizing the length of your life. William stood up, changed a fishing rod, and imitated Li Miaoshuan, following her step by step. 3 minutes later, the fish was caught. Li Miaoshuan's. William felt that he was being bullied and that he shouldn't have gone fishing with her. Li Miaoshuan glanced at him. The frown on William's face when he looked at her made her think of that day when she made him angry and bullied her. There was almost no hesitation. The girl stood up and walked to William, helped him lift the fishing rod, and showed him in detail how to correctly hang the bait and how to cast the fishing rod. Then she sat next to him, but feeling a little distant, she leaned lightly on the man's shoulder. "William, there's no one here." "Yeah." William stared at the water. Li Miaoshuan didn't often take the initiative. Although she didn't mind him touching her, she would never let him put his hands on her. Li Miaoshuan remained silent and sat there quietly, trying not to make her presence felt. Being too conspicuous and too strong will make William want to conquer. Rather than being bullied and unable to move, it is better to behave gentle and kind, making him feel that he is dependent on her and satisfying the machismo that all men have, although William's is not very strong. Crash! William suddenly lifted up the fishing rod. An unknown fish was pulled out of the water. Breathed a sigh of relief. Putting the fish aside, he put his arm around Li Miaoshuan's waist, and the two of them lay together. "Are you afraid of me?" Girls are always afraid of their boyfriends in some ways. "So you're very gentle?" William made a shape with his hands, indicating the strength he was about to exert. "William, don't. It's okay. The driver won't leave the cockpit. Don't worry, even though it's open air." "You seem more excited?" The girl looked into his eyes calmly. "It's okay. I think it would be better if you put on sunglasses. It would give you a different feeling." William put his arm around his shoulders and moved closer. On the deck, Li Miaoshuan was still wearing a white t-shirt and slim-fit jeans. Although these pants are not as good as stockings, they both have the same purpose, shaping and showing the body. As for her neck, pretty face, and collarbone, the sunlight shining on the deck under the awning made her skin look even more crystal clear. Cold white skin, white and shiny. Although her face was slightly cold, her mouth was slightly open, and her fingers were trembling slightly. William stopped. It would be impolite to do it again, and I don't think I could handle it. Even though her attitude of letting others do whatever they want is really good at controlling people's minds. Originally, I was out fishing. Now the nature has changed. Li Miaoshuan said she could drive a yacht. Then a boat came and took the driver away, leaving only the two of them on the yacht. William took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured it into the decanter. The yacht drove to a small green bay, the kind where you could see the bottom of the water clearly from the surface, and Li Miaoshuan freed his hands. There was no one around, so she changed into her swimsuit. William was already standing in front of the motorboat, wearing colorful swimming shorts and sunglasses, studying it. Launched the motorboat into the water. Li Miaoshuan sat behind him, hugging William's waist tightly with her arms. Buzz. The motorboat broke through the waves and circled on the sea. After playing for a while, William simply stopped and let Li Miaoshuan sit in his arms. "You open it, I'll hold you." When William spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was happy and even happier. Even through her sunglasses, Li Miaoshuan could see his eyes roaming over her swimsuit. Although it was the first time she sent it to him, and although he was not particularly anxious, she always felt that William did not reach the state of joy and excitement that she wanted. Holding the steering wheel, she slowly shook her head. She couldn't stand the crazy look on people's faces when they saw her in a swimsuit. Honeymoon. Let him enjoy the freshness to the deepest level. I have something to go out for tonight. Yeah, okay. When the girl got on the motorboat, she was no longer her gentle and quiet self. William even felt that she was more open-minded, more daring, and paddling more freely than himself. "Would you like to come along?" "No, I need to go to bed early at night. You have to go home to accompany me before midnight. This is how it is today, and it will be like this in the future. I don't care what you do outside, but you must not come back after midnight." "Good." William hugged her tightly. The speed of the motorboat soared. The girl's hair was covered with fine beads of sea water, floating behind the sea breeze, with a faint fragrance floating in the air. This pleasant time accompanied by the two of them was particularly beautiful. The whole afternoon, both children and adults play it, and they both play it. Li Miaoshuan was tired from playing. "William, carry me back to the deck." After 2 glasses of red wine were filled, she went to fry the steak. William followed the example of the employees in the water shop and made 2 glasses of beaten lemonade. That attitude made Li Miaoshuan wonder if he also had a tendency to domestic violence. The force of the steak hitting the bottle made her heart tremble. Sunset, steak, red wine, and seasonal fruits. She eats it medium rare, while William eats it well done. He says eating it half-cooked can make people sick and it costs extra money. After becoming rich, William no longer skimped on seasonings. It would be a waste not to have a spoonful of Lao Gan Ma for such a good steak. He also helped Li Miaoshuan get a spoonful. Yes, it's delicious. Pretending not to notice Li Miaoshuan's expression of being uncomfortable with the taste. After a while of tenderness, regardless of the fact that Li Miaoshuan was still lying in his arms, he opened the Douyin short video. The works published in the morning have already reached 99 plus. When I opened it, the popularity was still there. It seems that after the first video, he gained a group of loyal fans. When I met the young master, I saw the world. Master's life is my dream. Master, are you still single? Can you not be so strict about gender? William skipped the comments and opened the new work data. 230,000 likes and 16,000 comments. William was eager to open the comment section, but Li Miaoshuan clicked on the screen and carefully looked at the set of photos posted by William. Are you complaining that I spent too much money on changing money? Thanks to Bookstore for the 500 reward. Thank you very much and best wishes. There is one more chapter. Chapter 69, brothers. It's all about the pattern. Question from Li Miaoshuan. William shook his head. How could that be? Just buy whatever you want. If you don't spend money, I won't have the motivation to make money. Just like today when you stayed in the village and didn't have the opportunity to spend money, I didn't even want to think about the industry. Li Miaoshuan took his cell phone. When they opened the comment section, the first comment was, to their surprise, from the official Douyin account of Hermes. High-end aesthetics, extreme appreciation, and artistic choice. This comment received 120,000 likes. This is the first time William has seen an official comment. Just because the big box in the cover picture is full of Hermes orange packaging boxes? That's it. Aren't they all high and mighty? Li Miaoshuan returned the phone to William. She wanted to see how William would respond. Sure enough, William responded. Roll. The author has responded directly, without punctuation, just a simple word, and it was published with a bang. Get the officials out of here and stop polluting our comment section. Why can I say that there are so few likes and comments this time? A rat shit. The foul-smelling foreign luxury goods that exude the cold smell of corpses are always high and mighty, using prices and brands to define the aesthetics and trends of the world, and even the East. William doesn't reject your marketing methods, but this kind of despicable behavior of looking down on others can only be regarded as humiliating. You come because I buy more? Look at you, little bitch. The corners of Li Miaoshuan's mouth curved up. His wealth gave the young man the courage and boldness to speak out against the world. Don't read this comment. The netizens below were much more normal. Some of them still used the tone of an old slave, jokingly wanting to make friends with William. Some are born class representatives, listing the models, preciousness, and prices of the items in the pictures that revealed their appearance and color. And some are simple dreamers, making wishes in the comments section about what kind of life they wanted to have through their own efforts. To these wishes, William would choose to reply with an emoticon of cheer up. Of course, there are also some rich kids who are not as impressive as William, but like to seek a sense of presence, and William doesn't object. The internet allows us to pretend, so why not let others take advantage of it? Li Miaoshuan has been paying close attention to William's expression. She felt relieved to see that he wasn't just reading the comments that complimented him. She doesn't want William to follow others and become an internet celebrity, but she can accept that he finds a place to post to WeChat moments without operating it or caring about the revenue, as long as he has something interesting to offer. Just like today, the official Hermes Douyin account was directly criticized. No worries, straightforward and unrestrained. It's pretty good. He seems to enjoy communicating with interesting comments. He replies very seriously, then stands there for a long while with a silly smile on his face before looking at the next comment. When I see someone posting something like, Brother Fu Vimi 50 to go home and have no more bus fare in the comments section, he would always ask people selfishly if they were really in trouble. This surprised Li Miaoshuan. William is stingy with himself, except for his girlfriend. He is willing to help others. Then she saw the sequel. Brother, are you really short of money? If you have any difficulties, please tell me. If not, I can help you raise money. A little bit kind, but not much. It was detected that the host's daily post received 230,000 likes. Random reward generation. One like equals 10 yuan. The reward settlement this time is 2.3 million. Please pay attention to the receipt of small rewards. It's okay. It's worth the few minutes I spent watching on my phone. That's the end of web surfing. Li Miaoshuan drove the yacht back to the dock. Not long after, the two of them brought some fish and bought some swimming crabs, mantis shrimps, and small snails from a small market. They took them all with them so that they could have a midnight snack in the evening. When I returned to the small courtyard in the village, the second uncle was already waiting at the door. Hey, master, the dinner party tonight is about to start. Why are you back just now? Noodles. William carried the seafood bucket, put it in the back seat of Cullinan, and pulled Li Miaoshuan up. Half an hour. The three of them took a helicopter back to the top floor of the hotel. Li Miaoshuan carried the seafood bucket to find the kitchen. William washed his hands and didn't want to change his clothes. He just wore a colorful t-shirt and shorts. He didn't even want to take off his sunglasses. He calmly got on the Phantom with the smell of the sea breeze. A place to eat. William was not familiar with this type of hotel with a single letter as its name. But the doorman stopped him. Sir, we need to wear formal attire here. The doorman politely reminded William with a sincere smile, with good intentions. What if I don't wear it? Sir, I'm going to be fined. How much is the fine? 500. William waved his hand. He patted the doorman on the shoulder and said earnestly, It's only 500 yuan. Brother, you are too narrow-minded. Give me a favor and let me in. I will take you to eat a meal inside for free, and you don't have to pay. Sir, 500 yuan is a lot for me. How much is the food inside? The starting price is 1,000. The doorman answered seriously. He wouldn't say that to ordinary people. William S. words always have a kind of persuasive power. A meal of 500 yuan is worth it no matter how you look at it. Do you dare? Dare. If you dare, I dare too. I just saw the little golden man on the front of the car you were driving. If you run away without paying the fare, I will break off the golden man on your car to pay for it. While following William inside, he told William his determination. William gave him a kind smile. The doorman was also smart. He took off his doorman uniform and threw it aside. Well, later on, you pretend to be a billionaire. Let's act out a scene together and see if we can get a free meal. As you can see, I drive a Mercedes and have plenty of money. You can act however you want. From now on, you are the heir to a billionaire's fortune, and I will be your henchman. The doorman frowned and said, Will you pay me? I need your help to do something else. If nothing else, I have to pay you more. William patted his head and said, You are too narrow-minded. You will be treated to a meal later. If you order more expensive dishes, you can eat it back, right? Think about it. Aren't the 20,000 yuan worth of food and 20,000 yuan all on you in the end? The doorman sighed. I'm driving the car just for you, bro. I'm fine with you getting ripped off. I will definitely not cheat you. When the second uncle pressed the elevator button for the 99th floor, the doorman suddenly became nervous. Brother, are you playing so big? That's for sure. In our line of business, if we don't open for a year, we can make a year's worth of money after we open. What we play with is the heartbeat and the pattern. William's lips moved rapidly, and he spoke a lot of nonsense. The doorman no longer hesitated. For your great work, I'll take the job. Bro, I actually recorded everything you just said and sent it out. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we met by chance, and people are treacherous. I'm also afraid that you'll make me a scapegoat. William shook his head. It means it's okay, just record it. Forget it, brother. Now pay attention. Our main focus is on grandeur and grandeur. When we get here, you have to act like a billionaire when you meet people. The doorman nodded. His posture gradually straightened, and a look of confidence appeared on his face. It's not that he trusted William so much, but that big labor gave him unlimited courage. The second uncle watched the little liar's tactics throughout the whole process. William looked a bit like he did when he was young. Chapter 70 Young Master's Dinner. William stepped forward and opened the door of the private room. Quickly make way. Reveal the doorman's body. As expected, these directors had no idea what he looked like and immediately stood up to greet the doorman. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I've heard that Mr. Zhao is young, promising, and handsome. Today I see that he is indeed the case. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Wang. I have participated in the planning of most domestic entertainment variety shows. I am mainly responsible for the matching of the cast. The doorman waved his hand, his face very unhappy, interrupting his endless chatter. I don't care what you do. You keep talking and don't give me a chance to speak. What do you mean? He didn't want to listen to what the director said about the actors and variety shows. Your job has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to get free food and drinks. Should I listen to your nonsense? The whole place was silent. William and the second uncle looked at each other and remained silent. This guy is quite fierce. He already has the air of a second-generation rich kid. The second uncle immediately snorted indifferently, indicating that we should not annoy our young master. The director, surnamed Wang, didn't dare to say anything until the doorman spoke again. Bring the menu over. I'm a little hungry. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll tell you if you have anything to say. If you have anything, give it to me. Very imposing and high profile. It seemed like today was not cooperation, but one-sided flattery, as if he was really the crown prince. But I have to say, it is indeed quite troublesome. William and the second uncle were still standing behind the doorman, not saying a word. This young man was really direct, and if he had something to give, he didn't even know if these directors were trying to impress him with some goodies, beauties, or treasures, but he just said this out loud. It seemed like he took it seriously. They were here to scam him. Although it's a bit crazy, it's understandable. The other directors didn't even have the chance to introduce themselves. Although they were a little unhappy to be treated like this by the son of a wealthy family, they all understood that without these financial backers, where would they get the money from? To put it nicely, it's cooperation. To put it bluntly, people come to have dinner with you because they value your channels. The doorman was very nervous at this time. As soon as he entered the large suite, he recognized at a glance that the people in the room had come to the hotel in the afternoon, all riding in luxury cars in great style. He was there to welcome people at the door at the time, and he didn't know if these big guys remembered his appearance, but usually no one would care about him. A group of people sat down at the dining table. The doorman was afraid that William and his friend would run away, so he asked to have him stay with him. The four directors were anxious. Bring the menu. The doorman felt a little calmer. At least he could have some meat this time, and it was a good deal. 7 king crabs, 1 for each of us. French foie gras stuffed with black truffles. 1 portion of Buddha jumps over the wall, and have someone change it to a larger jar. Scottish lobster with Devon crab. 24K gold foil buffalo cheese pizza. 50 ounces of salt-baked prawns with sturgeon roast sauce. That's all. For drinks, let's have a simple Kawasaki 25 years. Personally, I don't like ingredients that are too low quality, so that's it. I hope the dishes in the restaurant you find are satisfactory. The 4 directors said nothing. Even William took a deep breath. What a brave young man, but he was a bit too straightforward. At the very least, that kind of lavish eating habit did scare the people in front of him. Although they were extremely shocked by the actions of the #1 young master in Beijing, they still nodded and gritted their teeth to call the waiter. Very good, a young master with such a broad mind, who is so generous in ordering food without any hesitation and so willing to spend money. I think the cooperation we're going to discuss today should also be able to open up the scope. The waiter went to serve the food. William and the second uncle looked at each other and felt very uncomfortable trying to hold back their laughter. William doesn't care how these directors complain about his behavior in their hearts. I have hundreds of billions of assets, and I don't care what you think of me. Is this kind of bastard worthy of having a meal with me? Even Buffett wants money. When it comes to acting, this guy is really talented. He's also a good bluffer. The dishes were served on the table one after another. Just a portion of king crab in front of each of the 7 people made people sigh that it was great to be stupid and rich. The doorman slowly picked up the chopsticks, tasted the food in a serious manner, nodded imperceptibly, and then looked at the other dishes with a calm look. William pursed his lips. He didn't feel so comfortable and relaxed when he had the reunion dinner at the Zhao family. This doorman looked like a professional young master. William said the food was just okay. The doorman was not too rude. Although he seemed to be eating slowly, if you observe him carefully, you would find that he ate a lot and was very picky about food, only eating the most delicious parts. He is good at getting free food and drinks. When they were almost done with the meal, William gave him a look. The young man stopped in time, thinking that a little impatience can ruin a big plan, so he stopped using his chopsticks to wipe his mouth carefully, straightened his posture, and then said calmly, "Take out everything." William and the second uncle felt like crying. Ha ha ha. No one asked you to help train members for the girl group in a subtle way, nor did they mention any gift for meeting you. You were quite direct and got straight to the point. Do you really think that we are investigating a case? To be honest, the 4 directors were at a loss when they heard William's words. Was he saying something else? What did he mean? Shouldn't he talk about other things after we finish discussing the cooperation? The 4 people frowned as they considered the leader's rhetoric. Seeing that the 4 people were unmoved, but obviously did not refute, the doorman said, "I don't want to say those nonsense. After all, cooperation is like that. We are not outsiders. We all know. I'm not completely ignorant. However, cooperation requires some sincerity so that we can continue in the future." He guessed that the items being traded might be hard currency, such as diamonds, gemstones, antiques, and collectibles. About genuine and fake goods. There was silence for a moment. The doorman seemed to have said a lot. It was as if he said nothing. William was amazed that this kind of all-purpose nonsense was really a must-have for the Riddler. He seems to have said it all. The second uncle also re-examined the doorman and felt that he was a talented person with great potential. The four directors looked at each other. This second-generation, rich man style of doing things really leaves them a bunch of old villains with no room for bargaining with their greasy tactics. They won't argue with you. A set of statements is directly slapped in your face. You originally wanted to fight for some small benefits, but now it seems that everyone has promised you. What else do you say? What's more, it's just not sincere. What's more, it's just not giving face to the young master of capital. Several people sent messages on their mobile phones at the same time. Now that things have come to this, it would be petty to continue to be shy. So what if the young master has a bit of personality? Does he need to be so worldly wise? The moment they picked up the phone, the doorman breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured to William and the second uncle. Oh, William and the second uncle nodded at him and said, "Well done. The young man has a bright future." The doorman was very particular and hurriedly gave the two of them a fist bump. "Thank you for taking me in. In the future, I will just eat the meat and drink the soup." He really likes this kind of life where he can cheat and defraud others. It feels great to eat and drink for free and get money for free. William grunted softly, signaling him not to reveal the truth at the critical moment. The young man immediately became serious and stopped relaxing. He had already figured out how to pretend to inspect the goods or money. No matter what these four people come up with, he will organize his words and give his own evaluation. There is one more chapter. Thank you for your support of monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Grateful. Chapter 71, if you want to work hard. William felt very calm. He didn't take this dinner very seriously at first. He thought the guests were some famous domestic directors, and he could show them some respect. By the way, ask experts about their understanding of aesthetic art and improve your inner self. The result is that several domestic entertainment directors planned and produced the film. It is indeed a good way to arrange the debut of newcomers. Lim Yaoxuan said that coming to dinner was already the greatest honor he had given to these people, and she didn't want William to come. She knew that Aunt William was a big name in the circle and had been running the business for many years. At the dinner table, William waited patiently. Actually, there was nothing new. If there were outstanding artists, it would be very good to train them or manage them. Of course, with privileges and unspoken rules, even pigs can become famous. Black and red are also called red. The doorman is ready. It's time to show his real eloquence. Being able to deal with people who drive big cars is a training exercise no matter what. Even if there's a need to define the principal offender or the accomplice, he is just a doorman. What does he have in mind? You drive a Rolls Royce, so you won't do anything unreliable. He didn't have to wait long. The door of the room opened and four beautiful girls walked in. He was eager to see what the four girls were holding. When he got closer, he realized that these four people didn't bring anything with them. He looked behind the girls and saw the door closed again. Then, four pretty little girls stood in front of him. He admitted that the girls in front of him were all very beautiful and had good figures. But where were the goods they were holding? Where were the things they were trading? After a long time, he saw that the four girls didn't move. They just stood there looking at him with sweet smiles. The doorman was frightened by the look on his face, and he swallowed before speaking. "Let me introduce you." He had a bad feeling. It frightened him. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. My name is Jean Xuanya. I am 174 centimeters tall, weigh 95 kilograms, and graduated from..." The doorman was dumbfounded. No matter how dumb he was, he understood it now. How can this be considered normal business fraud? This is human trafficking. Holy shit. He was so anxious that his mouth was shaking. He immediately looked at William and took a closer look. Damn, this kid was wearing all kinds of colorful clothes. Doesn't he look like a human trafficker? Damn it, I'm on a pirate ship. He wanted to get up and run out of the room immediately. But when he saw the subtle and calm looks in William and the second uncle's eyes, he just felt dry in his mouth. Send. If you run away, you will definitely end up in trouble. Didn't you see that old man had his hands in his crotch? It seemed like he was trying to run away, but he pulled out his gun. Force yourself to calm down. But my legs couldn't stop shaking, and I didn't dare speak. I was worried that my voice would tremble. It was just very uncomfortable being roasted over the fire by these two bastards. William frowned. Why is this guy making a fuss? Can't he just act according to circumstances? Didn't he do well just now? Is this epilepsy? You're sick, right? After introducing the four young girls, he forced himself to take a deep breath and said, very good, very valuable. I couldn't help but tremble in my voice when I said the last word. The four directors looked at each other, probably sighing that they were still young and energetic, and they trembled with excitement when they saw beautiful women. But since everyone said they were satisfied, it would be better to end the dinner early. Don't affect other people's good things. Okay, this cooperation has been successfully completed. The four of them still have a few words to say to President Zhao. Let's go first and cooperate more in the future. The doorman stood up and shook the director's hand tightly and tremblingly. Appears very eager. Good. Although William is careless and straightforward, his sincerity is admirable. Just the solemn handshake is indeed worthy of the demeanor of a wealthy family. Send four people away. The doorman almost collapsed. She hurried to William's side, her voice almost crying, "Brother, look at how I'm doing." I suddenly remembered that my wife seems to have to go to the hospital to give birth to her third child today, and I'm a little pressed for time. William and the second uncle looked at each other. There are many people who do good deeds without leaving their names, but this is the first time I have seen someone work for others without asking for anything in return. No, now that everything is done and we can divide the spoils, why are you running away? William asked calmly, "What's your name?" "Brother, I have old people above me and young children to take care of." He was about to cry. I asked you what her name was. "My child has just started kindergarten. Brother, can you change him?" William frowned. "No, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? I asked you what your name is. What the hell are you talking about? Why are you here to buy something miserable? The price is 40,000 yuan. The doorman was stunned. What money? How much? Brother, can you explain it more clearly?" William didn't say anything, and the second uncle jumped over and said, "How about you follow me in the future? 23,000 per month. Do you want to do it?" Let me ask, what kind of work does 23,000 yuan mainly do? Don't ask too many questions. You know, too much is not good. The young man felt a chill in his heart and immediately shook his head. "Sir, we won't do anything that violates the law or discipline." "Well, this is a normal company. We provide you with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If you like, you can also have 2 days off a week." Really law-abiding? Really? Do you think I, an old man, would lie to you? The young man took a few glances at the 4 pretty girls. There was no panic, no fear, and no sign of being betrayed on their faces. Am I wrong? How about agreeing first? After all, he has a car worth tens of millions for transportation, so he can't cheat himself with a doorman, right? 23,000 a month, that's not Taiwan dollars. Okay, I'll follow you. My name is Lu Miao. This name, William and the second uncle both confirmed that it was Miao. Sure, I already have Fugue by my side. It would be nice to have another Miao as well for good luck. Giving 23,000 yuan to the mascot every month is less than half a day's travel expenses for myself. Lu Miao left first and went to find a manager to resign. The second uncle also made an excuse to go to the toilet. Now standing in front of William are 4 girls who are excellent in all aspects. After eating all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, my taste has become more sophisticated. With Li Miaoshuan as a role model, many things are tasteless and a pity to throw away. Although this is still okay. He had already thought of using these 4 people to support Yang Mingwan. For young actresses and 1 film queen. There are highs and lows. Let Zhongli negotiate the interests here. She cannot let the celebrity she has cultivated lay eggs for others. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'll just say this once. Hua William Group's Jinling Region Artist and Model Agency. You should go there in the next few days and prepare to appear on entertainment variety shows first. Someone will tell you about the rest. If you want to work hard and make progress, you can find a connection at Jinling University to get an auditing certificate or something. College of Arts, don't make a mistake. William said, and turned to leave. In addition, Zhang Li's more than 10 years of experience in the industry can definitely teach them what to do and what not to do. When I walked out of the suite, the second uncle and Lu Miao, who had changed her clothes, were already standing there waiting. Lu Miao followed the 2 of them downstairs. When he sat in a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the first time, even though he was sitting in the passenger seat, he felt that his life had been connected to a noble person. However, within 10 minutes, a helicopter landed in front of the car. Good night. Chapter 72. I feel wronged. I need to comfort you. Lu Miao had gone from initial shock to ecstasy. Who are the people who can ride a helicopter on a daily basis? I dare not think about it. Fortunately, he also had the opportunity to ride a helicopter in his life. William picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Minghuan. Before he sent this message, Yang Minghuan had sent him many messages but he did not respond. Boss, I went to visit you today, but you weren't there. Boss, I need some money to buy a longer-term medical beauty care package, about 500,000 yuan. Boss, are you there? Boss, I also think I am more suitable for the pure style. Maybe my temperament is more suitable. Here are some photos I took recently. Picture, picture, picture. Boss, are you there? Boss, I think external beauty is not just one thing. Everyone needs to cultivate their inner self. I've been reading critique of Pure Reason recently, and I've gained a lot from it. William frowned and said bluntly, "Don't go crazy in front of me. You can ask for money, but don't tell me anything else. There's no need to share your mess with me. I can support you and train you, but I won't give you a chance to climb up the ladder. If you choose to be a star, then be pure. I only care about how you look." Yang Mingwan's chat box has been in typing state. After a long time, she sent a message. Got it. I gave the medical examination report to Mr. Chun. Here are my recent body photos. You can take a look. A dozen photos were sent over. William glanced through it and replied, "Keep it up," and the topic calmly. She has no status now. She is not a famous movie star or national beauty. Even just playing around seems unattractive to her. There is no such pleasure of conquest and possession. Unlike Li Miaoshuan, she can control her posture, she can guess what you are thinking, and she can use her cold and indifferent temperament to make you happy, physically and mentally. Physical desires are important, but spiritual achievements cannot be ignored. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the hotel. Lu Miao and the second uncle went downstairs to show off, and William went back to the top floor suite silently. When you opened the door, there was a noise coming from the kitchen. William looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock, which was still plenty of time before the 12 o'clock set by Li Miaoshuan. After changing shoes and entering the house, there were freshly grilled swimming crabs and golden mantis shrimps on the table. "Miaoxian, I'm back." "Well, there's water on the bar. It's still hot. Give me a moment." William walked over. The kitchen of the suite is simple but luxurious. Li Miaoshuan is tasting the soup with a spoon. She has a bun on her head, a tall and white nose, and delicate and cold eyes. He gently put his arms around the girl's waist. She did not struggle or reject him, but said coldly, "Don't move, you will get burned." Is everything going well?" "It went smoothly. Just a casual social remark. You don't smell of perfume. Didn't they prepare a pretty lady for a teenager like you?" After saying that, Li Miaoshuan turned around, moved, and leaned against the wall. She stared at William's face with her usual indifference. Still didn't try to break free from William's hold on her waist. "Yes, but I didn't touch it." Li Miaoshuan didn't say anything. Then she pulled William's arm away and went to serve the soup without saying anything else. The kitchen became quiet. She scooped up the soup and William took it to the restaurant. The girl spoke softly, as if she was talking to herself. "I will try my best to love you. Please don't let me down. We will be fine." William's heart ached slightly, and he lowered his head and said softly, "I know." She served him a bowl of seafood soup. "Hand it to him. It warms your stomach. Drink it slowly. It's a little hot." William wouldn't let her sit face to face with him. The two sat together, quietly enough to hear each other's breathing, without any messy thoughts, and William accompanied her for dinner. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening before she had something hot to eat. William carefully peeled the crabs, scooped out crab roe and crab meat for her with a spoon, wiped the crumbs from her mouth with a tissue, and carefully looked at her cold face and icy eyes over and over again without getting tired of it. Suddenly, Li Miaoshuan's eyes turned red. Without saying a word, William was in a daze. Such a strong and intelligent girl. Her eyes were slightly red, her eyes were downcast, and she remained silent. William wiped his hands and gently took her into his arms. In his heart, Li Miaoshuan has always been independent, confident, and extremely outstanding. Although the two of them did not spend a long time together, he knew that she would rarely be weak or show weakness to others. "I don't shed tears easily, perhaps because I am deeply wronged. But in my heart, I couldn't say anything more because anything I said would make her feel more aggrieved. I could only accompany her and comfort her gently. Let go, I'll eat." "Okay." William let go of her hand. Her expression remained the same, but she used more force when tearing the mantis shrimp apart, almost tearing it into pieces. William said nothing and continued to peel crabs for her. Waited 3 minutes. She finally spoke, her voice extremely calm. "With so many women trying to get close to you, what should I do? Do I still have any dignity? What is my status? Are you going to make me a jerk?" Although the questions were asked calmly, they were still aggressive. William counted on his fingers and said to her seriously, "You and Wan Ning. There are no others." Li Miaoshuan glanced over. "Yang Minghuan and I are just dealing with interests. I won't give her any chance to socialize emotionally. Qin Yanlan helps me manage the industry, so we can communicate more." "That's it." Li Miaoshuan's lips curled up. His eyes were cold. "Where are you going to arrange those girls tonight? You didn't touch them today, so what? What arrangements have you made?" "Brother, do you think I'm stupid because I don't talk every day?" William's heart skipped a beat. He did not touch them, but he left a way out for them to go to Jinling University to find opportunities. Before he could explain, Li Miaoshuan snorted. "Hesitated? Looks like I guessed right." William wanted to say something, but Li Miaoshuan had already entered the bedroom with a tray of food. Bang! There was a loud slam of the door. William was left there, looking confused. What the hell? No, how could she be so smart? This posture is not allowed to go back to the bedroom to sleep. She lost her temper. William went and knocked on the door. Then, Li Miaoshuan opened the door, stood at the door, and looked at him with a very moving smile on her face. She doesn't usually smile. "I like beautiful things, and I don't want beautiful things to fall into other people's beds. I like to hold everything in my arms, and I want to eat all the delicious food. To be honest, you are quite good. You are young and promising. You bought Bulgari without saying a word and bought dozens of tons of gold without making a sound. You think you are very capable and have a lot of things. As your fiancé, I probably shouldn't care about your private affairs before marriage, but you slept with me, and you still want to have more fun on your honeymoon. Do you want to search online to see how many people are going on their honeymoon together? Do you want to take your work, social skills, dinners, followers, and bodyguards with you on your honeymoon? And then leave your fiancé alone on the top floor of a building that's dozens of stories high?" William said nothing. After she finished speaking, she went to find a keyboard and held it in her hand. I looked up and saw Li Miaoshuan. Her eyes were still red. With a light sigh, he quickly put down the keyboard and moved closer. He felt wronged. Which woman doesn't want to be coaxed? Her fiancé is a beast. This kind of man should kneel on the keyboard every day. There is one more chapter. Thank you for your monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and reward support. Chapter 73, Loving Your Wife. Bedroom. The keyboard was thrown aside. Li Miaoshuan said that she would never let her man kneel in front of the keyboard in her life. How could someone not love his man so much? If I was really angry, I would stab him to death, jerky cook him up, and put him in a bottle, then hold him in my arms while sleeping, rather than letting him kneel in front of the keyboard in agony. After all, he is my man. William was very glad that Li Miaoshuan's anger was just a warning to him. Next time when he was with her, if he was distracted for no reason again, she, as his fiancée, would pay for his coffin. There's really a lot of love there. I was so moved that I wanted to cry. On the bed, the ambient lighting is a bit dim. A new movie was playing on a 100-inch TV, and Li Miaoshuan was lying in his arms. A little lazy. The two of them were very comfortable, except for William. His waist was held by someone, and he couldn't move. Now it was time for him to act as a cushion. He could only hold her and watch the movie obediently. In fact, it's all the same. There are no scenes in Jurassic that require him to touch things out of his own accord. If you look at a dinosaur, you will feel the same. Hey, the XP system needs to be reinstalled. From time to time, his fingers would pick up a piece of popcorn and touch her red lips. If any one of them is not sweet, he will be punished. He will have to eat the unsweet one in her mouth. With her smart brain, this little trick really amused William. I enjoy it so much that I can't help myself. She refused to let me pull out, saying she would have it cut off. She also said she was ready to have a dog. Go wash some grapes. Good. William happily went to wash the grapes without any complaints. Wang Qian just called him and gave him a scolding. The general meaning is that the Li family and the Zhao family are well matched, and he, as a grown man, should not have the ability to bully them. Otherwise, when they go back to their parents' home and shout, a bunch of brothers-in-law will pull off your pants. If you bully others, the Li family may not stop you from getting married in the future, but they will definitely make things difficult for you. There is really no need for Li Miaoshuan to live with you. William was scolded by his own mother. Li Miaoshuan was listening beside him without saying a word. The idea of being afraid of one's wife that Wang Qian taught her son is really good, and William has become a well-educated man. Aunt Wang Qian has this kind of high level of thinking. She believed that their relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would not be too bad in the future. Hyoho grapes. William washed a dish and held it in his arms. When he entered the door, he said with a smile, "Grape is here." Then the clothes were pulled by the door handle. Bang! Others fell. The plates fell out and bounced a few times. Several bunches of grapes were scattered on the ground. William got up from the ground with an expressionless face, cleaned up the floor, looked back at the door handle, took a deep breath, and went out calmly. Li Miaoxuan sat by the bed and witnessed the whole process. She held back, not laughing. He sighed softly, then called the hotel waiter to ask for medicine for his injuries. I don't know what you're in such a hurry for. This dress doesn't fit, and it can get caught on the door handle. She paused the movie and walked out of the bedroom. William was washing fruits carefully by the sink alone. When he saw her coming, an indescribable expression came over his face. It seemed that the boy felt a little uncomfortable when he saw her. Really afraid of henpecked bloodline? Where are the grapes that fell out? Some of them were thrown away, and some I'm eating. Don't worry, I'll wash the daking wang for you again. Li Miaoxuan, with an unchanged expression, glanced at him, then turned and left, going back to watch the movie. I hope you're not hurt. As for the grapes that fell to the ground, it doesn't matter who eats them, as long as they are not wasted. After a while, William came back, put the fruit plate away, then put on his slippers and got into bed and moved next to her. The movie continues. Grapes, the girl said calmly. Wrong, it's popcorn. William stretched out his hand and fed the popcorn into her mouth. Guess again. Grape. Wrong, it's still popcorn. Keep going. There's a prize if you guess correctly. Popcorn. Congratulations, you guessed it right. William was even more excited than her. Li Miaoxuan had a blank expression on her face. I'm right. What reward are you talking about? William took a box of toys from the bedside. Ding, 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 ding. A box of 5 as a reward. A must-have for loving your wife. Li Miaoxuan kicked him off the bed immediately. A terrifying reward. I would rather eat popcorn and grapes all the time than eat cannonballs all the time. Dulman. I made myself angry just now. If you could eat me so easily, I wouldn't be called Li Miaoxuan. William climbed up from the bed. The voice was calm. You made your own choice. No one can save you this time. I wanted to treat you gently, but what I got in return was alienation and indifference. Sister, you are really brave. Li Miaoxuan frowned. I'm speechless, you lower-level man. Don't consider other people's feelings at all. No way. My fiancé is such a beast, both in character and body. The latest Jurassic World is pretty good. William carried the girl to the bathtub. You should buy a few keyboards tomorrow. They should be of better quality. Why? Because I can't bear to see you die, brother. William was puzzled. Huh? You just said that you would listen to me, behave yourself, and feel comfortable every day. You would agree to whatever I want to do, hiss. Meet those cold eyes. Miaoxian, I love you so much. Can you always say after the fact that you love me, just my body? Not only that, but also the tone. The air was silent. William didn't intend to be talkative, but after getting close to her, I just wanted to tease her. I couldn't help it. I just wanted to. Fortunately, I get pinched quite often, so I can bear it now. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window next to the bathtub, the sky is filled with stars connected to the ocean in the distance, and in front of you are the city lights, bright and flashing everywhere. Like the eyes of a young girl, like the sparkling bubbles in a bathtub. I will stay with you these few days, just you and me. I will make you happy and remember this honeymoon forever. Thank you, I've kept that in mind. The girl's hair is slightly moist, and her temperament is as relaxed as after exercise. Let's go to the amusement park tomorrow. I'll book the whole place for you to play. I'll accompany you to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze and cool off. We'll shovel sand together, and I'll build a castle for you. Then we'll go diving in the clearest water. It's all fine, but I like everyone's place. Really? I also like being alone, just the two of us, hey. Li Miaoxuan wanted him to die as soon as possible. Even a fiancé. I let you hey. Let you hey. 3 minutes later, William was chained to the balcony. It was very cold late at night, and he was only wearing shorts. I was shivering from the cold. Through the glass door of the balcony, William could see Li Miaoxuan crawling into the warm bed, sticking out half of her head, revealing a pair of bright eyes, blinking and staring at him. Miaoxian, I want to go to the bathroom. Well, you can choose to throw objects from a high place. The girl's voice was clear and emotionless. Sister, this balcony is really high. I just realized that I'm also afraid of heights. His teeth were chattering because of the cold. Li Miaoxuan said nothing. Miaoxian, I will never have sex again. This one is super loud. I guess the vague sound could be heard on dozens of floors throughout the hotel. Good night. Chapter 74 Vacation. The consequence of the loud noise was that Li Miaoxuan felt that the man was disturbing others, so she let him in. After all, It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. If he were to shout outside, even his own hotel might be shut down. She pressed the switch of the balcony door by remote control. William caught her movement at the first moment and rushed over. Then he somersaulted into bed. Warm. Li Miaoshuan frowned immediately. His feet were like frozen stone eggs, pressing directly against her body, making her feel uncomfortable due to the cold. Never mind. She took the initiative to move closer and warm him with her warmest place. It took William a long time to recover. He hugged her and nibbled her wildly, kissing her until her saliva was all over her. Go to bed. Do you want to get up tomorrow? I don't know what time it is. Seeing that he was still trying to make trouble, the girl had to speak up to stop him. How could an 18-year-old boy have any self-control? Play a little longer. No, just a moment. Not even for a moment. If you touch me again, you'll be a dog. Okay, you dog. Dog man, you're a beast. The next day, 11 o'clock noon. The two of them slept until they woke up naturally and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. When a person chooses to spend the morning in a warm bed, he will definitely lose the right to start working intensively early in the morning. There are gains and losses, and there is no way to change it. Li Miaoshuan is always in the same mood when she wakes up. She doesn't talk, ignores you, and is like a fairy, not paying any attention to you at all. William will not only appreciate her beauty, will also invade. For example, he helped her put on a tube top, was very rude, and spilled water on the toilet without wiping it off when she turned on the toilet, used her towel, and helped her blow dry her hair when she wanted to, and ended up with it being a mess. By the way, find an opportunity to ask for a kiss. Her temperament was offended, so she could only chase after him and want to twist him hard, but unfortunately, she couldn't catch him. He stood there holding a toothbrush with a very cold look in his eyes. I want to hit him, but I can't. This kind of teasing and controlling of your girlfriend can probably only be done in the morning when you have no desire. At night, she will feel uncomfortable if she doesn't let you go to the bedroom. Breakfast and lunch. Li Miaoshuan was wearing white stockings, white sneakers, a black pleated skirt, a white t-shirt, and a shoulder strap. The small Chanel bag, hanging on the side of her waist, is not light and contains William's power bank, William's watch, headphones. Even when the two of them went out to play, William had to fill it up every time. He didn't have to do it every time, but as soon as he saw her carrying a bag, he would always fill it up. William touched his nose, confused by Li Miaoshuan's gaze. Isn't the purpose of my girlfriend carrying a backpack to carry things? Isn't it only natural to transfer your boyfriend's things as well? He was still wearing the same outfit, colorful green beach vacation casual shorts and loose short-sleeve shirt, and today he was also wearing a pair of sunglasses fashionably. Don't show off. Li Miaoshuan put on a baseball cap, took his arm, and took the elevator downstairs. First, have a cup of coffee in the hotel lobby as breakfast. Then we got in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove towards the beach. Today is the day to spend time with her. Tomorrow is also a day to accompany her. I will spend half a day with her the day after tomorrow morning and then fly back to Jinling the day after tomorrow afternoon. New students will report to school the day after tomorrow. In the specialty restaurant by the beach, there is clay pot seafood, which is very fragrant and special. Li Miaoshuan also specially ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Worried about William's gout, even though he continues to supplement protein now. Why don't we eat over there? William pointed to the open-air barbecue and busy snack stalls not far away. Li Miaoshuan looked over. Silence. Then why don't you continue to live in that shabby little house in Jinling? Why don't you continue to eat plain noodles for every meal? Why don't you continue to move bricks at the construction site? The girl's words were flat. After she finished speaking, she looked at William, waiting for a man to refute. Sure enough, William twisted his neck and said, "Can't I just go eat something cheaper? Do you have any prejudice? I think those are pretty good too." It's good, but what if you make those things expensive? Will others still be able to afford them? I just went there to eat. How can it be so expensive? Then how are you going to buy food? William directly expressed his thoughts. I definitely won't queue up. I'll just ask the bodyguards to clear the people or buy a number at a high price. Then I will definitely buy and try each flavor and then hold the food in my hand. Of course, it would be better if there was a sofa table where you can sit and eat the snacks. Well, what are you doing now? Li Miaoshuan said in a flat tone. William was stunned. I am now sitting on the sofa in a comfortable air-conditioned room, eating beach specialties. All kinds of seafood are available, but just put together. Those snacks and seafood in the distance outside the window. William pursed his lips and said nothing. Never mind, I'm not wrong. Being rich also comes with consequences. I want to have a snack, but my girlfriend won't let me. Li Miaoshuan glanced at him with a calm expression. Afternoon. The two of them lay in a hammock under the coconut trees to rest against the afternoon sun, then mingle with ordinary tourists in the coconut grove. William and others were sitting on a picnic blanket in the coconut grove playing landlord. Several of his friends brought their girlfriends with them. Li Miaoshuan came over with 2 fresh coconuts and sat next to him to help him look at the cards and play them. She pulled her baseball cap down low and wore sunglasses, covering most of her face, and sat next to William. William's luck is average, but he plays very smartly and always wins the games smoothly. They were playing a $1 game. It's just for entertainment, and at the beginning some people are anxious to win or lose. We were having so much fun in the end that we just forgot about it. A few of us bought a small pile of fruit and sat together to eat it. Originally, everyone was having a great time playing cards. But when William asked someone to buy some fruit and bring it over, they were all imported, and judging by the packaging, they were more expensive than other fruits. The young men stopped smiling and looked at William's harmless appearance. No, can we still have fun? The fruits you took, ruby Roman grapes, Yubari King melons, world number 1 apples, and that black-skinned watermelon I've never seen before. Can you just leave it at that? It's really hard for us to do. William pinched a grape and fed it to Li Miaoshuan. The girl opened her mouth and ate it. The two of them didn't pay special attention to the expressions of the others. William fed her some more until she said she didn't want to eat anymore. Then William let everyone have a taste of the fruit that his bodyguard brought. He can eat anything, as long as it's fruit. He doesn't care. The main problem is that the little ancestor in my family is very picky about food. Seeing William being so approachable and tasting the fruits they brought, the young men felt a little comforted and continued to brag and have fun. The last time I rode a motorcycle was when I got married. It's really amazing. The most expensive car I've ever made is a Bentley. The old Bentley is really as good as the old one, and it's even better looking. Let's not talk about anything else, just Rolex. There are many models, such as the one I have. There is one more chapter. Thank you for your support. More updates will be released soon. Chapter 75, Dog Girlfriend. William is the youngest among the men. He liked to sit quietly by the side and listen to them talk about their lives. Li Miaoshuan was also quiet and would occasionally take William's palm to help him read his palm. Quiet. A gust of sea breeze blew over, the coconut trees rustled, and it was cool and pleasant. Li Miaoshuan's long hair swayed and fluttered around William's neck, brushing his face softly. The two of them were very close. Brother, why don't you say something too? When we go out to play, we all talk about happy things. If we can share a little happiness, it will be a lot. William opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. Li Miaoshuan gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, not knowing what it meant. He gritted his teeth and said, My life is relatively simple. There are not many stories. Every day is very dull, and I don't interact with people very often. How is that possible? Everyone has unhappy times. Maybe it's something that makes you feel very embarrassed. It's also fun and joyful when the temporary difficulties are solved. William thought about it seriously. That time my family didn't have a car, so my girlfriend and I had to ride a shared bike. We rode along the river for a long time, and I was laughed at by a bunch of kids. Damn, you didn't know at the time that I was thinking how nice it would be if I had a car. Here he paused. Someone asked, then what? Children nowadays cannot be spoiled. Did you scold them back? William, no, I didn't bother with those kids. I just rode for a while and saw a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, so I bought a car. His tone was very flat, the kind of expression that told a story without any emotion. The onlookers originally wanted to listen to the quarrel between the young man and the naughty kid, and wanted to hear how the naughty kid's parents stepped in and resolved the conflict. This young man, who looks to be about 17 or 18 years old, bought a car? How old are you? I'm 18 this year. Dude, are you sure that's the Mercedes-Benz store you're going to? Yes. William picked up a piece of melon. It's Mercedes-Benz A, B, C, E. Which series and model are they? You're so young. William took a look and saw Li Miaoshuan, but he didn't quite understand what level he was. I can't see the girl's eyes. She is quietly looking for mosquitoes. A-class, right? I saw it said AMG on it. I don't quite understand. The main thing is that after I bought the car, I drove back to look for those kids. They'd already run away. Hey, why don't you say anything? As William was talking, he saw everyone in the circle was stunned. Nothing, I just have a sudden toothache. I have acid in my stomach, and I feel a little uncomfortable. My eyes suddenly felt hot. Fuck, they turned red. No, I was on guard from the beginning. Why did he pretend to be so smooth? William remained silent. Dare not say a word. No, this can touch your weak spots. Then I really didn't dare to say anything. This was the most unhappy time for me. He still gets angry when he thinks about those kids. No one spoke. Li Miaoshuan pulled his clothes, and William stood up with her, told everyone that he had something else to do, then turned around and left calmly. They feel a little uncomfortable being here. And it's not too hot now, so you can go out and play. And the mosquitoes are about to bite my little baby. Li Miaoshuan hung the bag around William's neck, then pulled the chain and covered her mouth with her hands while giggling. There are quite a lot of people in the playground. Water roller coaster, springboard diving, slides, artificial big waves, boat water guns. Just bought the tickets. William dragged Li Miaoshuan to the place where people bought water guns and bought two huge, super luxurious water guns that could spray very far. Let's go to the swimming pool. I can't wait. Li Miaoshuan gave him a smile. William just remembered to change into his swimsuit. 10 minutes later, William was almost losing his patience when Li Miaoshuan finally came out after changing her clothes, still wearing sunglasses. The swimsuit is a relatively conservative one, with a small skirt underneath, showing very little of the waist. It's just a swimsuit. William has six-pack abs and wears floral shorts. I pulled my girlfriend to the deeper water and couldn't wait to fill up the water gun. Miaoxian, please move over there. If you stand too close, it might hurt if you get hit. Li Miaoshuan looked at him with sunglasses on and said with her red lips slightly opened, "You still care about me and are afraid that I will be hurt? Otherwise, you are my girlfriend. How dare you say that?" Li Miaoshuan had filled the water gun with water without knowing when, and now he raised the gun and sprayed it wildly. William was soaked immediately and stood there stunned. No, what did she fill the water? Now, I remember, she took 10 minutes to change her clothes. It turned out that she was preparing in advance. It's a complete lack of moral ethics. How can there be such a bad girlfriend? I give up. I felt unhappy and asked her to spray herself first, while I started to suck water with a water gun. When he was ready to fight back, he heard Li Miaoshuan speak softly, "If you wet my clothes, they will stick to my body, and then it will be very..." William stopped. No shots were fired. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress the helplessness in his heart. She's right. Wet clothes stick to the body. It's very tempting. This time I endured it. I bought you a water gun for a cow. Give me your money back. Perhaps because she could see that William was suffering, Li Miaoshuan came over and pulled his arm. "Okay, I'll let you soak your legs. Don't be unhappy. But I want you to get soaked too." "No, I don't want to be bullied by you." "Why can you bully your boyfriend? Why don't you just be bullied like other people's girlfriends, and then I will slowly coax you?" After William finished speaking, Li Miaoshuan smiled. "If you know how to coax people, I'll let you play with me." "Do you know how to coax people? Don't you know how to coax people?" "Huh? It's okay. I just think that a good wife is made under the stick." This time, Li Miaoshuan took off her sunglasses directly. He started shooting with a water gun. "You want to adjust it, my lady? How dare you? Go to hell." William couldn't bear it anymore. Start the fight directly from the swimming pool to the deep water area. Just change to a small motorboat and ride again. Li Miaoshuan has the advantage of wearing sunglasses. William also had to guard against splashes of water getting into his eyes. Not very clean. Finally, the two turned off the engine and sat on a small boat to discuss their condition with another couple. Li Miaoshuan's physical strength is much stronger than her appearance. When she is having fun, she will also reveal a little bit of her nature intelligence. She is very smart. Let William focus his fire on the girl and the couple. William did so. Then the two sides stopped fighting. The girl's boyfriend protected his female companion while fighting with William and the other two. He had no way to concentrate on the fight and was badly beaten by William and the other two. Li Miaoshuan sat in William's arms. William put an arm around her waist. "Why are you so mean to let me hit a girl?" William asked her. "Humph, I can't beat that girl. Her water gun is more powerful than mine." William was silent. Water gun is more powerful. It turns out that water fights are all about equipment. He silently waved towards the shore, and the bodyguard swam over immediately. "Good night. Could you please give me some recommendation votes?" "Thank you." Chapter 76. Li Miaoxian has done all the bad things. Let the bodyguard go to several places to find a more powerful water gun. Li Miaoshuan sat in his arms, looking at the couple quietly. The young man is coaxing someone's girlfriend. She watched with great interest. William also looked over, and after a while, the young man turned around. "Brother, how about we have a one-on-one duel?" He wanted to avenge his girlfriend. William smiled and agreed happily. 3 minutes later, William returned to the shore, and Li Miaoshuan wiped the water off him. She could see that William was having a lot of fun. It was quite enjoyable. The young couple felt a bit uncomfortable. Just now, William almost attacked them in the face with firepower suppression. His mobility and flexibility were extremely high. He almost pushed the young man into the water. Li Miaoshuan held William and did not let him leave immediately. She waited there. Less than a minute passed. The little girl on the opposite side came over and wanted to challenge Li Miaoshuan. Li still pretended and did not immediately grin from ear to ear. William looked at her, eager to try yet worried look about being bullied, and secretly worried about the girl. Mr. Li went into the water. She asked politely, "Are you ready?" The girl opposite also wanted to be as graceful and elegant as her, so she trimmed her hair and replied in a very sweet voice, "I'm ready to chase her." As soon as the words fell, wow, a stream of water had already hit her forehead. After finally opening his eyes, he wanted to blame Li Miaoshuan, but then he heard Li Miaoshuan's soft and concerned voice. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, but..." Wow. Before the little girl could finish her words, she was hit by a water bullet again. She could only squint her eyes, raise the water gun, and spray in random directions. Li Miaoshuan stood still, absorbing water continuously, suppressing firepower, absorbing water. In the end, William couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over to stop them. "Don't bully me, okay?" "I didn't." Look, her boyfriend didn't come to protect her. William complained in her heart that her boyfriend had just been badly hurt by her, and he hasn't recovered yet. He pulled Li Miaoshuan away. Mr. Li still looked reluctant, which meant that the girl had not given up yet and could not leave. "Come on, you've done so many bad things." He put his arm around her waist and hugged her before leading her away. Not easy. Since he couldn't take it out on himself, he had to harm others. He didn't know whether to thank her or blame her. "I want some water. I'm thirsty." She stood still and spoke so William could hear. "Well, bear with it for a while. There is a convenience store 50 meters away." Good. When William buys water, she only drinks pure water and refuses to drink any colored or flavored water. Fortunately, her favorite brands are available here. Li Miaoshuan is a spoiled little girl who has done all kinds of bad things. She only drinks Evian water in glass bottles with metal caps. She got the water and took a sip. Just one sip. "Okay, I'm not thirsty anymore." "Give the water bottle back to William." William then took it and drank. Well, they both drank from a bottle of water. You should save when you should save and spend when you should spend. The young master should also be frugal and manage his household frugally. Li Miaoshuan usually only drinks one sip, or at most half, otherwise it will be wasted. Fortunately, he was there, so the waste could be avoided. But after she says she doesn't want to drink it anymore, you must not drink the rest of the water in one go, because you don't know when she will ask you for her water again. If you finish drinking, when it's over, she'll be angry, blame you for drinking her water. She will scold you for being greedy and making your girlfriend thirsty, and for being the worst boyfriend in the world. Li Miaoshuan's swimsuit was a bit conservative, and she leaned close to William. It was unclear whether she was really shy or deliberately taking advantage of her boyfriend's possessiveness and machismo. In short, she is very quiet, gentle, and dependent, but not very obedient. "Let's go play on that slide." Good. When they took the elevator to the top, which was several dozen meters high, William suddenly realized that it seemed a bit high. Although there is water below, it is really high. Li Miaoshuan pulled him to the entrance of the slide. "William, let's go together." "Will two people cheat on each other on the slide together?" "No, I'll sit in your arms. Hold me tight." "Good idea." This is not allowed by the park staff. But for a young couple who are rich, generous, and like crazy, why not meet their special needs? Your leader has called you personally to ask for your permission, and you didn't listen? Or is it that the red money in your hand is no longer valuable? Li Miaoshuan sat in William's arms. William held her tightly. Since both of them were small in stature, there was plenty of space on the slide. A 50-meter descent accelerated. William was afraid that he didn't catch her quickly enough and wanted to throw her out. "You're scratching me, you bastard. If I don't catch you, you'll be gone." "Then can't you change your position?" "Hold my waist, dog." "Oh, okay." William lowered his hands cautiously. By the time he successfully hugged her waist, well, she had already fallen into the water. The experience was not good. There are great safety risks, so it is recommended not to try it lightly. Li Miaoshuan seemed a little unsatisfied. William really didn't want to try this activity a second time, which was quite taxing on his boyfriend. "I still want to play." "No." I want to play more, William. Since there was no corner of his clothes to pull, she simply pinched the skin on his waist and pulled it. Hiss! William pried her hands apart without much effort and slapped them twice. You like to pinch people, beat your hands. Li Miaoshuan did not pull her hand back, and he held her fingers. Sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree in the amusement park, Li Miaoshuan leaned on his shoulder. He whispered, I want to go surfing. Half an hour later, a luxury yacht sails out from the pier onto the beach. William had just been taught the basic yacht driving skills by her, and the woman had already tied a surfboard to the back of the yacht and changed into the bikini that William had been looking forward to for a long time. White. William also set up the camera to capture all her beautiful moments. The yacht cut through the waves, and Li Miaoshuan floated forward on the waves. For a moment, he was worried that his speed was too high and he would pull her away. Looking over from the deck, Li Miaoshuan was completely fair, with black hair flowing behind her. There was a wildness that he had never seen in her before. While surfing, this girl showed him another side of herself. Ride the waves. Only when she waved did William slow down and pull her aboard. The girl took off her glasses and was hugged by her boyfriend. Her breathing gradually became calmer, and she hooked her arms around William's neck. William's heart moved. This pose. She would only do it at certain times. It's just the two of us. William said casually. Yes. Her long hair was still flowing, and it seemed that after surfing, she was cheerful and in a very good mood. Don't you want to do something fun? Ugh. Then for the next 10 minutes or so, William was held behind the yacht. Very fast. For him, a novice, it really felt like he was being dragged and flying. Fortunately, the skills the woman taught him were useful. Li Miaoshuan also really believed that her man could master the skills in the first experience, and the speed of the yacht was soaring. Dog man, are you happy? Happy. The sound traveled far away. Don't say you're unhappy, because she will speed up to make you happy. He has done all kinds of bad things. William climbed up to work overtime, his head was dazed, and he just lay there. Li Miaoshuan took the shower to wash him and poked her boyfriend's abdominal muscles with her fingers. You are really too brave. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you? I'm afraid, but if I don't torment you, will you not torment me? It's all the same. I might as well tire you out in advance, so you don't have to bully me. William, is my idea really obvious? The key point is that there's really no one on the sea. The scenery on the deck is even more beautiful, and the open air blowing is very exciting. Thanks to the book friend, Zerixin, for the 500 reward. 100 rewards from book friend, Ling Shi. Thanks for your support. Wish you a happy life. There's one more chapter. Chapter 77, go to the sea and feed the fish now. Li Miaoshuan is very smart, especially her ability to estimate risks. She seemed to be able to correctly predict when William was going to torment her. When William rose from the deck and came towards her, she would not run away. That won't work, and it will make him more excited. Therefore, staying where you are quietly and indifferently is a better choice. William picked her up in a princess hug. Walk over to the sofa on the deck. Sit down. Put her on your lap. He examined her face, figure, and skin with a serious face. At times like this, Li Miaoshuan would usually turn her head away, preventing him from seeing her face and eyes smoothly. When William started to do it, she whispered, I need to take a shower. I just got in the sea water. A bathtub on the top bedroom deck of a yacht. She was a little averse to being outdoors like this, but she didn't say anything. Girls need to be reserved and self-respecting, but also need to be sensible at the right time. It's like being asked out by your boyfriend, watching a movie, go to an amusement park, having dinner, taking a walk, and then the girl says it's getting late and she should go home. She came out surfing just to enjoy some time alone with her. So how could she not consider this? It's just that my boyfriend's patience is really short. It happened so quickly, and she was just wearing a white bikini. William kissed her collarbone gently, and the girl said nothing, wrapping her arms around his waist. Let's stay on the yacht tonight. Are there any monsters in the sea? Li Miaoshuan. Yes, but aren't there Ultraman? There is Zoffy, the first generation, 7, Jack, Ace, Taro, Leo, Eddie, Ultra King, Tiga, Dinah, Gaia, Guru, Cosmos, Noah, Mebius, Orb, Jeed, Rosso. They are all here. Li Miaoshuan was silent. She wondered if her relationship with William was moving too fast, as he was still a child. William, don't you think you are childish? You were the first to be childish, and you call me a monster. Quiet again. Li Miaoshuan felt that he would never experience the kind of romance and warmth seen in French movies in his life. He was a straight man and had no idea about romance. Where did you know so many Ultramen? I watched at my neighbor's house when I was a kid. After finishing my homework every day, I would go and find that brother under the pretext of something. My grandfather was still alive at that time, so I didn't have to worry about whether I had food to eat. I would always see my grandfather calling me after the meal was ready, and then I would come out from the neighbor's aunt's house. Sometimes, the aunt would keep me for dinner. I was very obedient and polite, and they were all very nice to me. Later, my grandfather passed away, so I stopped watching it. I only heard the names from my classmates. Li Miaoshuan sighed softly in her heart. It was originally his destiny to be a young master, but he spent more than 10 years in misery and sadness. Every time she heard William talk about his past, she felt that her man's experience was like a dream to her. She couldn't even imagine a life where she had to eat plain noodles every day. Although she still considered herself William's fiancée for more than 10 years, many times she herself couldn't believe that William was lost at such a young age. Could he be found again? Even if we got reliable information that he had been found. She was very calm at the time and didn't feel that there was anything left for her to continue with a boy who grew up in poverty. Later, the first period of time together. William's down-to-earth and worldly approachability is very likable, and he is willing to change and accept new things. He can be both bold and restrained. There is also the kind of genuine kindness that makes people sigh, and there is no trace of the indifference of the rich and powerful in him. Even now, he was using his hands and feet to torture a girl's body. I still ask from time to time, does it hurt? Are you angry? Can I do what I want? He will respect people. Get out of the bathtub. Li Miaoshuan changed into a white suspender skirt, which was very high-end, delicate, and elegant. William casually wore a gray pajamas and sat lazily on the sofa on the deck. He opened his arms. She sat down. Watch the sunset together and do what you like to do. When he was still trying to build up his emotions and atmosphere, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Daily navigation serves you in real time. Detecting the environment and emotional state is very beneficial to getting along with each other. In a good state, the love between partners will prolong life, enhance immunity, inhibit aging, increase happiness, improve mentality, and other important functions. Daily navigation advice. Fiercely. Reward for adopting suggestion. Loading new function of trading system. Group order. William was lost in thought without realizing it. Li Miaoshuan sat on his lap for a long time, but he didn't move, which made him feel a little strange. He's not like that. She glanced at William's face and saw that her boyfriend was dazed for some reason. William suddenly realized. Wake up and look her in the eye. Your skirt is a bit long. The sling is loose, but you can't take it all off. It's outside. Yes, I know. With a little cover, it is more. The sunset is beautiful. You are not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as me. I like you, your soul, every inch of your skin. Li Miaoshuan said nothing, but closed her eyes and listened to his sweet words. The words are not fancy and the embellishment is simple, but his true feelings and genuine words always touch people. William lowered his head. The girl in his arms was gentle, a little cold, quiet, and elegant. As for the daily navigation suggestions, no way. You should feel sorry for your own woman. I was very touched by the feeling that I didn't want her to feel even a little uncomfortable, except of course when she was showing her strength. You really are a beast. Do you know that? Oh, you dog man. You're no longer a teddy bear. You're a wild donkey. You are a beast. If I let you touch me again, I am not Li Miaoshuan. Oh, you? Fine, get the hell out of here. Mutant. Bang. She kicked William off the sofa. William silently got up by himself, and then moved closer to her. Miaoxian, give me 500,000, and I'll pay you back 1 million tomorrow. The girl thought he was crawling over to be affectionate with her for a while. William saw Li Miaoshuan's eyes. He shuddered immediately, quickly came to his senses, hugged her in his arms, and comforted her gently. He was used to being called a beast every time he finished. She bought a little too much at the beginning, but she couldn't bear it. But this 5 centimeters cost tens of millions of dollars at the time. This can be considered as spending money on her. In the end, I was scolded by her. Men are like this. They never have a good time, especially when they feel they didn't have a good time after eating the fruit. Caressing the girl's hand, Li Miaoshuan tilted her head and looked at his profile. The sun had already set, and only the lights on the deck were shining brightly on the surrounding sea. The girl's eyes were bright, and she suddenly felt a little greedy for the man's embrace. So she stayed there, holding his hand to prevent him from moving. You are sometimes gentle, sometimes rude. She spoke softly, with a hint of complaint but also concern. She also didn't want him to hurt his body too soon. An 18-year-old boy. Okay, baby, I'm gonna cook. I'm not hungry. Stay with me for a while. Will you get tired of me, my soul, or my body? Be lukewarm to me. Ignore me. Be cold to me? Probably not. Otherwise, your personality would probably kill me. Li Miaoshuan said calmly. It's okay. What's fine? Your answer was okay. If your attitude just now was a little unclear, you would have to go to the sea to feed the fish. Thanks to the book friend July for the 100 reward. Best wishes. Thanks. Good night. Chapter 78 about feelings. William breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care what the consequences of being fed to fish would be. What he cared about was that Li Miaoshuan was very serious when he said this. That's what she meant. If your attitude had been a little more unclear just now, you would have been in trouble. It was completely dark. Li Miaoshuan had fallen asleep in his arms. She must have been tired just now. William picked her up, walked to the bedroom closest to the kitchen, and laid her on the large bed. Then go cook. There is nothing to compromise on a yacht. Original cut steak, red wine, ham, dried seafood, seasonal vegetables, and fruits. Almost everything that can be eaten on shore is available. In 30 minutes, stew the hot soup, fry the steak, boil the red wine, stir-fry the Chinese cabbage, and make a small mutton hot pot. It will be cold at night on the sea, so it is nice to eat something to warm the body. All the dishes were served on the table one after another, and Li Miaoshuan was already taking a bath in the bathroom. There were 3 minutes. The girl came out in simple pajamas, her hair still wet, with a subtle fragrance blowing towards her. William washed some fruits, and they sat down at the dining table. How does it taste? Ma'am, you can have a taste of it. After calling out this, William got goosebumps all over his body and felt a little uncomfortable. But she was his fiancée after all, so it didn't matter if he called her that except for getting the marriage certificate. It also allowed her to feel her own status at all times. William would not abandon her after having fun, so she could rest assured and not think about those unnecessary things. Li Miaoshuan didn't care about being called William. Perhaps in her opinion, she was everything. She was hungry and ate very seriously. Savor every bite carefully. How about it? It's delicious. Why don't you make yourself a nourishing dish? I don't need it. I don't care whether you need it now or not. You must consume enough energy. At least it can play a preventive role. While speaking, she got up and went to the kitchen. When she saw the small pot of soup that William was stewing, she turned back to the dining table. I thought he really didn't need it. William was confused when he saw Li Miaoshuan coming back with an inexplicable smile. Will you feel better if you take a walk? Not indifferent anymore. Strangeness. Dinner is over. Li Miaoshuan sat on the deck, shaking her wine glass. William beside her was forced to hold the soup bowl and drink the dried seafood soup spoonful by spoonful. Although the taste is okay, this is already the third bowl. He also wanted to drink some red wine to moisten his mouth and have some romance. I could only look at her charming figure, her cold and indifferent temperament, and her nonchalant expression, and quickly finish the bowl of soup. 10 minutes later, he got what he wanted. Gently put your hand around her waist and touch her softness from time to time. She won't stop you unless you hurt her. It's getting a little cold outside. Then let's go back. Okay, but you're not allowed to touch me. Maybe you can, but I can't anymore. Well, let's go to bed. It was a dark night, and the glass ceiling reflected the moonlight on the sea and sky. Being in the cabin, it seemed as if the sky was covered with stars. The yacht Aging is floating on the sea with an intelligent cruise system, which will not let the two of them drift to unknown areas. The girl lay in the arms, with soft long hair, calm breathing, and bright eyes that could be seen when one tilted his head. Why are you so cold every day? I don't. You do. Every time I meet your eyes, your emotionless look makes me want to distance myself from you and not get closer. I used to be very pretty, and I went abroad, so it was easy for people to notice me. This face that says don't bother strangers can solve a lot of problems. You should be thankful that I'm not the type with a smart and sweet face. Otherwise, your childhood sweetheart would have been caught and eaten by someone. Aren't you beautiful now? You're just talking nonsense. Now that you have eaten me clean inside and out, I'm no longer a girl. I was already lying in a man's arms when I was 18. But you are still you, still excellent, beautiful, confident, and wise. Yes, but they belong not only to me, but also to you. The girl slightly turned sideways and gently moved closer to William's collarbone. For the first time, she kissed William on his collarbone. It makes people calm. William was silent for a long time. She really knows how to make her man happy, or she is smart enough and sincere enough to take feelings seriously, a kind of extreme closeness. I not only belong to myself, I also belong to you. Her affection is not just for fun, but an all-out, serious attitude. It gives people an illusion that there really is love in the world. William likes a sentence in the Bible. Adam said to Eve, "You are bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh." Li Miaoshuan gently pulled his hand, and William turned his head and moved closer to her. The girl whispered, "I want a kiss." "You won't let me touch you?" "Kissing is fine." William moved closer and met those bright eyes. Her eyes were so beautiful, but it was a pity that they were always cold outside. They only seemed warm as water when she was in the bed or in his arms. Her nose is white, and her nose bridge is high, and she never wants to put on lipstick on her light pink lips. They kissed. If an 18-year-old boy cannot get timely satisfaction from his desire for the opposite sex, if he cannot have a female companion in time, his mind will often become hateful, disgusting, and even corrupt. The right love, the right outlook on love, and a healthy body will benefit you throughout your life. William is lucky. When kindness and authenticity have not been eroded by society, you will meet the love of your life. When it's time to stir fry, do it hard. When it's time to grasp, never let your hands rest. Always see what you should see. After all your curiosity and ideas have been fulfilled, wrong and evil things will not grow. For example, those horrible XP systems. Li Miaoshuan doesn't like stockings. She is unwilling to wear them no matter what color or thickness they are. Maybe she is more conservative. She has always believed that this thing originated from the nightclubs of feasting and drinking and is indecent. There is no need to use it to please men. Even just wearing a short skirt and shorts is much better than stockings. Of course, she doesn't prevent others from liking things. At least, she doesn't care what William likes or whether he appreciates girls according to secular aesthetics and trends. As long as she was with William, she was happy. Can be everywhere. In fact, she has never thought of doing something she particularly dislikes to please her man. If he is capable, he can find a coquettish one. As long as he is capable enough, has enough money, and has the time and energy to keep young girls, she doesn't care. In accordance with nature, the law of the strong prevails. William's arm felt a little numb, but with a slight adjustment, it passed, and she rarely fell asleep with her arm as a pillow. Usually he would fall asleep while calling himself a beast due to exhaustion. Early morning. When William woke up, there was no one around him. Chapter 79, The Honeymoon ends. Every morning, the first thing William did when he woke up, just check the account balance. Even today, when I was in bed, I took out my phone and used my fingerprint to unlock the bank client. The first step is to confirm your bank card information and make sure you don't make a mistake in remembering where your deposit balance is stored to avoid unnecessary panic. The second step is to find the decimal point accurately. Part 3. Start counting. Today it is $1,739,353,333.52, slightly less than yesterday. The only thing he can clearly control is the 70 million. Wang Xian transferred 1 billion yuan to herself, which was completely a mother's doting on her child. You can use the money, but you cannot spend it. I'm already 18 years old, and I can't let my mother think that I have no opinions of my own, no self-control, and no restraint. At the age of 18, you need to have your own ideas instead of still thinking about what you get from your parents. He is not going to touch the 10 billion. Even if his family is not short of money, if he really wants to be a playboy, he might as well go back to the days when he had to eat 50-cent noodles for every meal. Currently, all of William Hua's expenses come from Bulgari's profits, sufficient for group operations. When I went out on my honeymoon with Li Miaoshuan, I often made use of the relationship between the two families. Using your own stuff will save you a lot of money. Helicopters and big trucks are both provided by the local Li Family's hotel enterprise. They are free and affordable for families. He paid for the yacht and car rentals himself, and Li Miaoshuan sometimes paid as well. A yacht that costs 50,000 a day is not expensive, but it is definitely not cheap. With such a large family and business, it is impossible to get involved in every industry, and there are still many projects that require my own consumption. Save when you can and spend when you should. Wake up in less than 5 minutes. Li Miaoshuan walked over from the deck, his face cold and his eyes cold, holding a spatula in his hand, and said calmly, "It's already 11:30 in the afternoon. Sleep until you wake up naturally." My girlfriend must have woken up because she was hungry. William gave her a smile, and the girl turned and walked away, returning to the kitchen. Get up, run the water, wash up, and then make a cup of coffee. When he got on the deck, the noise made by Mr. Lee in the kitchen gradually became louder, so he got up to get the food. Don't wait for her to call you over. Remember, she will make louder noises to let you know that she is cooking, but she won't ask you to help her. She just hopes that you can come over and bring the food to her. A kind of love requires two people to make it together. She cooks for two people, and you can put the meal in front of her. Milk, sandwiches, prawns, some braised beef with soy sauce, and noodles with soy sauce. The girls seem to be in good spirits. There's some redness on her face, her fingers are white, and there's a hint of smartness in her coldness. Lunch is over. The two of them curled up together to watch a movie, a real private cinema. Dead Poets Society. Li Miaoxuan has read many books. She doesn't like comedies, nonsense, or blockbusters. She likes art and characters that leave a sweet aftertaste and can be savored for a long time, and that soak into the depths of her soul. William has not watched many movies in his life, so he cannot comment on them. After the movie, Li Miaoxuan pulled William to sit next to the piano stool. Her fingers rested on the black and white keys of the piano. The girl let out a light cry, and the rhythmic piano music jumped and rushed through the cabin, a song that was sometimes passionate and sometimes calm, and extremely full of vitality. It makes people's hearts beat fast. It seemed as if the film gave her expression, and she played the sound again through the piano. William listened carefully. A girl can be cold, unapproachable, unkind, and ungentle. Under her aloof appearance, her soul and inner self are like her beating fingers, agile, passionate, deep, deafening, and touching. He is lucky to have a wonderful girl. It was a treasure. She belonged to herself. Afternoon. The yacht slowly approached the shore, and we had almost experienced everything there was to do on the boat. After the novelty wears off, the companionship of two people during the honeymoon is what makes people like and feel the most. Li Miaoxuan changed into a plain long dress with floral patterns. Holding William's arm, he walked down from the yacht and got into the Phantom. A prosperous life is probably like moving from one noble place to another luxurious place in a blink of an eye. Of course, William also lost forever the pain and sorrow he had experienced in the previous 18 years. The car drove out of the village in a flash. The two walked back to the village. The bag was hanging on her waist, and when William unzipped it to look for the key, it would pull her waist. He searched back and forth on her waist for the key for several minutes. It was clearly a bag the size of a shoe, but it took him a while to find it. Open the door to the small courtyard. Go in. With a creak, the door closed again. There are two chairs next to the fish pond in the yard. Sit down and spend the next 2 days of your honeymoon alone in a simple environment with each other's company. Hold a book and drink a cup of tea. Tease her. On the morning of the third day, Li Miaoxuan changed into comfortable and conservative casual clothes, returned the key to the yard to the old lady, and talked a lot to her like a little girl before leaving with William. Get in the car and go to the hotel to meet up with the second uncle. Lu Miao has now become the second master's personal attendant, but he is still unclear about the business done by the second master and William. However, he can be sure that it is indeed a legitimate way of making money, but he just can't understand it. When he followed his second uncle to look at the land that William had circled, he had already made up his mind that it would be better to hold on to someone close to him for the rest of his life. When he saw Li Miaoxuan for the first time, he quickly lowered his head, until William brought Li Miaoxuan upstairs. That's the host, mistress. You have to be more careful in the future. The second uncle's indifferent training of his successor made the young man startled and mysterious. Lu Miao just felt that that kind of beautiful woman could only be touched by someone of William's status. Ordinary people will never see it in their lifetime. After packing up, William stood on the balcony and recalled the honeymoon trip. Overall, it was good. She was happier, and they understood each other better. Bulgari can also expand its business in Sanya and try to set up a second hotel in China. There are only 7 in the world. Where do I get the money? We want to open them all, from London, New York, Tokyo to Las Vegas, with high standards, just to make money. Then support your wife. There is no future in making jewelry. The only way is to make the hotel luxurious. Let your mother reserve a room 3 months in advance. I'll just sell my gold through Bulgari's channels, and don't bother making jewelry out of it. Just sell smaller luxury gold bars with the Bulgari logo on them. You can make money by speculating. Flying from the top floor of the hotel to the airport, William hugged Li Miaoxuan and took one last look at this city and this place, and pointed to the sky above the piece of land he had circled for her. The girl nodded in approval of the residence, and the helicopter flew to the airport. All the items purchased in the duty-free shop are loaded onto the plane at this time. The air tickets have been booked long ago, and only with the air tickets can you make purchases in the duty-free shop. The bedroom on the plane, William doesn't want to do anything here. This plane belongs to his father. But you can't do anything reckless. It's okay to lie down and rest, but anything else would be too filial. Wait until you have your own private jet. Then enjoy the feeling of floating in the clouds. In less than 3 hours, the plane landed in Jinling. William received a call from Baiwaning. You're back to Jinling? When did it happen? This morning. Aren't you in the summer camp at Peking University? You start school tomorrow. I'll come back to spend the day with you and meet my parents in the evening. I told you about this a long time ago. William, please don't say you're not prepared. Wan Ning will be disappointed. Okay, where are you? I'll find you. William suppressed the joy in his heart. He hadn't seen her for half a month. Chapter 80 by Wanning. He never avoided Li Miaoshuan when he made phone calls. This time, too. After hanging up the phone, William turned his eyes to Li Miaoshuan. Li Miaoshuan didn't say anything, so he held back and didn't speak and couldn't think of any excuses. He knew that Li Miaoshuan must have heard everything. Wonderful string. Explain. I may not be able to accompany you today. Good. School starts tomorrow, and we could be together at school all day. Yes. I mean, Wanning might only have time today, and I'm not particularly busy today. You were also very tired yesterday, and you probably haven't recovered yet, so? William crossed his shoulders and tried to explain the situation seriously. Li Miaoshuan kept her eyes calm and her face cold from beginning to end. It was impossible to tell her emotions and guess her thoughts. Can you speak human language? If you speak, I will nod. You have been talking for so long. What did you express? Are you testing my reading comprehension ability? Am I stupid? I heard you talking on the phone, but I didn't say anything. Just take it as my consent. Even if I didn't hear you, you went out today. How could I guess what you went out for? I'll teach you how to tell me in this situation. You can tell me openly that you want to go out and find a concubine, and as long as it's reasonable, I will let you go. Don't be so fussy when you play with me. Remember, I'm not from the Qing dynasty, and don't think of me, Li Miaoshuan, as a jealous woman. I don't have such a small mind, so you don't have to be so cautious. Except for going out and having fun with the silver party, of course. She spoke in a clear voice and taught William word by word. The man has no ambition and no dignity, and speaks to his woman in a gentle and soft voice all day long. She can't stand it, so she asks him to change. A man who has no opinion of his own and lowers his status to be nice to a woman is a real servile man. She, Li Miaoshuan, doesn't like that kind of thing. William got off the bus. He was very tactful. He just slipped away without saying goodbye. Only after he really left did Li Miaoshuan's heart suddenly feel empty. Perhaps William understood me, so he deliberately said a few more words to myself so that I could appreciate them alone after he left. She frowned slightly. Perhaps William wasn't unintelligent. Metro station. William stood by and waited patiently. Wanning said we would meet here. It was probably around this time. She was always on time, accurate to the second. She would never come too early, nor would she be a minute late. If it's early, she'll even slow down. She likes to control everything in the world that she can master, including time, money, and knowledge. She likes to get to know this world, and then try to make herself live more calmly in this chaotic place. This is by Wanning. Looking at his watch, William turned his head in time. Sure enough, the moment he turned his head, a figure came down from the elevator with unhurried steps. At the exact moment, she was exactly 1 meter in front of him. You're early again. I miss you, so I came early. The time I spent waiting for you was wonderful. The girl was wearing a white dress, a relatively conservative and formal girl's dress dotted with small green flowers. She had extremely fair skin, and there was often a smile in her eyes when she looked at people. She wouldn't be cold, but her bad mood was obvious when there was no longer any smile on her face. At this moment, she smiled brightly, because William used this kind of simple love words with good intentions again. The two of them went through security check and entered the station, keeping a certain distance from each other, not getting too close, and not saying any extra words. The girl smiled, even though she could feel William's eyes on her breasts, her white calf socks, and her waist. It's just his usual interest. He has been like this since we were desk mates in high school. It can't be changed. Finally, they walked into the subway. Wanning sighed in her heart and took the initiative to hold his hand. If you don't take the initiative, he'll probably go crazy. sitting on the chairs. The two of them were quite close to each other. William then reached out and gently held the girl's waist. Bai Wanning leaned her head against his shoulder and said, "Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't even hold my hand. How could it be that I was the one who took the initiative every time? You don't like to do things passively, so I have been paying attention. High school studies are busy, and this is probably our first date." "Yes, first time." Nodding, Bai Wanning took out a bracelet from her bag. An ordinary one, not made of precious metal, but quite exquisite, a bunch of thorns, and put it on William's hand. "A gift for you." "Thank you, Wan Ning. This is mine." William also hurriedly took something out of his pocket. He spread out his hands, and Bai Wan Ning's smile slowly faded. There's a ring on William's palm. A plain ring, without any carvings, with only one Chinese character imprinted on it. The girl didn't move. William then took her hand, and the girl let him hold it, but she did not open her mouth or extend her finger to him. After a long time, the girl spoke. "We are still lovers. This is not appropriate yet, William." The girl looked straight ahead and did not face William. William did not pry open her fingers and put the ring on her when she was serious. "There are some things I can't stop. It's hard for me to do it, but I love you very much." The subway was not rush hour. "I know, so I came back to you, not because I'm so extravagant, but I just want to look at you again with another standard. In the past, I could have given you a lifetime of wealth. Now, you need to promise me not only love, but also the ability to enrich my life, enough charm and business ability, not just inheriting the family business." William was silent. He hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the ring again, and without disappointment, he wanted to put the ring back into his pocket. At this time, the girl suddenly said, "Put on me now. Later, if I feel that we're not suitable, I will take it off and give it back to you." William took her hand immediately, and the girl stretched out her fingers and put the ring on him. Leaning on his shoulder, she sat for a stop before lowering her head and raising her hand to carefully stroke the ring on her finger. She had imagined countless times before that William would introduce her to a matchmaker and promise to spend the rest of her life with her. When she just refused, she felt a piercing pain in her heart. She was reluctant to let go and could not forget the past. She didn't like to cry, and the last time she cried was because of his fiancée. "Sigh my heart." Finally, she put on the ring he gave her. The girl gently relaxed her lips, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "Where do you want to take me today? Aren't you going to meet your aunt and uncle? It's still a long time before night. We can go out and play first. When it gets dark, it won't be too late to go home when it's time for dinner." How is uncle and aunt's temper? Although William is not a timid person, he still has to ask questions and make more plans when the time comes. "They are both fine, but you have to be careful of my 3 aunts. They may cause you some trouble, but it shouldn't be a big problem." "Good." William was worried. The aunt she mentioned was her father's other lover. Suddenly, there was pressure. Chapter 81, First Date. She doesn't like any dating method that is not tested.